Chapter 118. As the youth with golden hair passed by their table, his movements slowed considerably, exuding an air of hesitation as if he were on the verge of speaking, yet remained silent. However, before he could utter a word or take any action, Snape had already rapped on the table, calling for silence. "Let us commence the lesson. Draco, swiftly return to your seat." He surveyed the entire class, his gaze lingering on Tom for a few seconds before finally settling on Harry's face, taking longer than usual. Harry met his gaze with unwavering courage. After a summer apart, their potions professor appeared to be in even worse spirits, his cheeks gaunter than before. Given that Voldemort was already aware of his role as a spy, it was certain that his circumstances could not be pleasant. Although he was uncertain whether Voldemort had taken any measures, as long as Snape was as perplexed by Voldemort's actions as he was, that was enough to warrant his concern. And then there was Draco Malfoy, who appeared to be burdened by heavy thoughts. Harry harbored a strong suspicion that Lucius Malfoy had ultimately betrayed Voldemort and fled the last time. It would be utterly improbable for Voldemort not to retaliate. However, considering the current situation, were they preparing to turn against each other? Yet, Harry was mistaken this time. On the weekend, Harry, Tom, and Hermione gathered at the library for self-study. Hermione was biting the tip of her quill, seemingly at a loss for words. This was the first time Harry had seen her troubled by an assignment. Peering over, he noticed the title read, "How to Interpret Your Fortune from Tea Leaves." If it were me, I would just concoct a few tales to deal with that old fraud. Madame Pants was nearby, waving her wand to organize the books, and Harry made a concerted effort to keep his voice to a whisper. Hermione quickly shot him a glance. "I think you are right," she said, putting down her quill and rubbing the dark circles beneath her eyes, speaking in a muffled tone. "I definitely should not have chosen divination. Her prophecy about those who did not select her course certainly suggests someone will die, and I believe that is nothing more than a gimmick." Harry paused momentarily. He had not heard any rumors about his impending demise, and had thought that Trelawney had finally abandoned her customary greeting. To his surprise, her prophecy still lingered ominously. The lack of current disturbance was likely due to the sheer number of those who had not opted for divination, making it impossible to predict who it might be. On a Tuesday evening in early October, as the Quidditch season approached, Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, summoned all the players for a meeting to discuss their new tactics. "Since Harry joined our team, we have not lost a single match. Slytherin has secured the Quidditch Cup for 6 consecutive years, but we shattered that record last year in the tournament." Wood gazed proudly at Harry, continuing his rallying speech. "This is my final year at Hogwarts. I shall no longer have the opportunity to play here." He looked around at his teammates. "I aspire to leave behind a remarkable team, and I hope to once again see our name on the Quidditch Cup." "We certainly will, Oliver," Fred and George chimed in together, recognizing Wood's determination and unusually refraining from causing mischief. "We will win. We absolutely will win," Angelina declared. Wood observed the resolute expressions etched upon the faces of everyone present, which brought him a modicum of comfort. Based on last year's match, Harry is undoubtedly the most suitable seeker. "Our first match this year is against Slytherin," he emphasized. "Their chasers are generally larger in stature, so we must ensure Harry's protection. We cannot allow a repeat of the previous incident." In the last encounter between Gryffindor and Slytherin, a Slytherin chaser had attempted to strike Harry on the back of the head with a bat, while Harry was poised to seize the golden snitch, which was trailing behind the bludger. Fortunately, he heard the rush of wind created by the swinging bat, allowing him to duck just in time, flipping off his broom with only one hand still grasping the handle, an exceedingly perilous maneuver. "Although I understand this presents a challenge, Fred and George, as beaters, you must prioritize Harry's safety above all else. This is of utmost importance." Wood fixed his gaze upon the twin brothers. Fred and George exchanged glances, fully aware of the challenges Wood referred to. While they were confident in their technical skills, they knew that Slytherin's brooms were the latest Firebolt 2001 models, whereas only Harry possessed such a broom within the Gryffindor team. The twins were utilizing clean sweeps, which could not possibly compare to the Firebolt in terms of speed, turning precision, maneuverability, and other performance aspects. Harry glanced at the twins, then at Wood, who had turned to retrieve his small blackboard, sensing it was time for him to speak. "Oliver, I have a suggestion." "What is it, Harry?" Oliver Wood asked, setting up the blackboard, his wand already poised over the symbols inscribed upon it. "I think Fred and George might be able to use my broom," Harry quickly proposed. "You know, I have a Firebolt 2000 and a Firebolt 2001. Wood furrowed his brow. "Do you realize what you are suggesting? Harry, are you implying that you wish to pursue the golden snitch on the school's comet?" Chapter 119. "Oh, of course not. I have a new broom," Harry hastily explained. At this revelation, all the members of Gryffindor stared at him in astonishment. "A new broom every year," exclaimed Elias Spinnet, echoing the sentiments of the group. Wood's expression brightened slightly. "Is that so? A brand new Firebolt 2001? He approached Harry and patted him on the shoulder, adding, "You really don't need to do this, Harry. You are far superior to Draco Malfoy." Unbeknownst to them, Harry's new broom was, in fact, a Firebolt, not the Firebolt 2001. Not the 2001. Wood's brow furrowed again. "Then it's the Firebolt 2000? Harry shook his head. "Don't tell me you bought a new clean sweep?" Wood's face darkened. Harry continued to shake his head. All eyes were fixed on him, and with a slow, deliberate gulp, he finally declared, "It's a Firebolt." A profound silence fell over the classroom, leaving only the sound of the night wind tapping against the window. "I must have misheard you. A Firebolt?" Wood seemed on the verge of fainting, prompting Harry to quickly support him. Fred and George sprang up, each seizing one of Harry's arms and exclaiming in rapid succession, "A Firebolt! You actually have a Firebolt! Why are you only telling us now? Can we see it? It would be even better if we could touch it." Elias, Angelina, and Katie stood in stunned silence, seemingly at a loss for words. Ultimately, they unanimously decided that Harry's new broom would serve as their secret weapon. "You should have told us sooner, Harry," Wood said before they left the classroom. "All my previous tactics are now rendered useless. Good heavens, a Firebolt! We must devise an entirely new strategy for Gryffindor around this." The team exchanged knowing glances when Wood was momentarily distracted. This indicated they would have to endure another of Wood's lengthy tactical discussions. Nevertheless, this confident team commenced a new round of training, meeting 3 times a week. They witnessed Harry soaring through the sky, appearing as nothing more than a golden red streak, further solidifying their confidence in claiming the Quidditch Cup engraved with their names. As the weather grew colder and more damp, their unwavering belief in victory remained unshaken. Meanwhile, their defense against the dark arts lessons had covered several common magical creatures, discussing their habits and how to deal with them. Besides the initial desert scene, Professor Rold had created environments resembling forests, swamps, and tundras, each offering them a breathtaking experience. The most captivating of all was the Norwegian Ridgeback, the very dragon that Harry had encountered during his first year at the Philosopher's Stone Challenge. Ultimately, only Harry and Hermione successfully ventured into the forest to confront the dragon, while the others either hesitated or found themselves chased by its flames, desperately seeking refuge. Harry's newly chosen Ancient Runes course progressed smoothly. He had begun self-studying Ancient Runes at the end of the previous semester, hoping to understand the reference books Voldemort had provided him. During the summer, he had even read through half of the hefty tome, Foundations of Enigmatic Theory and Transformation, beneath the shade of a tree at Rold Manor. As for his private tutoring, Harry's previously stagnant enigmatic transformation skills finally showed some progress. The first step to mastering enigmatic transformation is to thoroughly comprehend the differences between various species or objects. The second step is to proficiently transform between them. Only after mastering these can one proceed to meditation and transform oneself. One cannot deny Voldemort's remarkable transformation skills. Moreover, he could turn any fool into a genius if he so desired. During their second year, when their relationship was strained, Harry had been experimenting with the transformation techniques on his own. The results? Let's just say he had ended up with a chair missing a leg and a dog that couldn't open its eyes. He was grateful that he had been practicing on a teacup rather than himself. In their third year, after Voldemort corrected his tone, emphasis, and wrist position, those issues were swiftly resolved. "So, can I proceed to the next step now?" Harry eagerly asked Voldemort, who was rummaging through the shelves, after finally conjuring a properly 4-legged armchair. When they were alone in the defense against the dark arts teacher's office, Voldemort had ceased to maintain the facade of Professor Rold. His long fingers pulled a scroll from the shelf, and upon hearing the noise, he turned his gaze to the newly conjured chair, commenting, "That one be falling apart this time, but it appears sitting on it must be quite uncomfortable." Harry stared incredulously. He was about to say something when Voldemort waved his wand lightly, causing an empty teacup on the table to transform into a magnificent armchair with jewel-encrusted armrests. With another flick of his wrist, it morphed into a plump, circular sofa. Another flick transformed it into an intricately embroidered fabric chair. "All right, I get it," Harry exclaimed in exasperation. His wooden chair had merely 4 legs and a backrest, with no embellishments whatsoever, so the issue wasn't about comfort. What a pedantic Slytherin. He merely wanted to master enigmatic transformation sooner rather than later. Chapter 120. Voldemort approached slowly. Earlier and faster. I would have preferred to see it that way. However, his eyes remained fixed on Harry. I do not require any surprises, not even the slightest. Do you understand? This is absolutely not permitted. His hand on Harry's shoulder applied a slight pressure. Harry fell silent and nodded solemnly. On the eve of Halloween, the third-year students were greeted with their first weekend trip to Hogsmeade. Harry successfully submitted the signed permission slip, which Sirius had promptly returned to him. Everyone was in high spirits, including Harry. He thoroughly enjoyed the experience of visiting the all-wizarding village with his friends, exploring every nook and cranny. They visited the shops of DeVries and Bands, the magical equipment store, Zonko's joke shop, the post office, and Honeydukes. They even daringly ventured into the Shrieking Shack, though both Harry and Tom were well aware of its true nature, leaving a pale-faced Hermione in the dark until they entered. When they could no longer endure the biting cold, all three agreed to warm themselves with a mug of butterbeer. Upon entering, they spotted Professor Rold seated at the bar, seemingly engrossed in conversation with someone beside him, his expression intensely focused. The professor is always so captivating, Hermione remarked in admiration. They found an empty table and decided to wait until the professor was free to greet him. Each ordered a butterbeer. Just as they were debating whether the figure swathed in black and wearing a helmet in the corner was a person or a creature, the bell above the pub door chimed again. Harry initially paid it no mind, but his eyes widened in shock when he saw who had entered: Lucius Malfoy and Draco Malfoy. Hermione clearly noticed as well. Malfoy actually came to the Three Broomsticks? Her disdain for the Malfoys was evident. I thought they would prefer somewhere more befitting their aristocratic image. Tom remained noncommittal. In truth, Harry felt that old Malfoy's gaze was fixed solely on one spot. Meanwhile, Draco kept his eyes downcast, though Harry noticed he seemed to be trembling slightly. Lucius Malfoy appeared to be searching for someone. Following his gaze, Harry spotted Professor Rold standing up, seemingly preparing to leave. Madame Rosmerta, the proprietor, was most hospitably urging him to stay, but he politely declined. As he passed by Harry and his friends, the three children greeted him in unison. Lucius Malfoy's gaze shifted with Professor Rold's strides, seemingly in search of him. The individual who had initially occupied the seat beside Professor Rold followed suit and departed. This man appeared to be in his 30s, robust in stature, with a mane of light gray curls and piercing eyes. Harry was certain he had never encountered this individual before, yet he sensed a flicker of surprise followed by profound suspicion in the stranger's gaze as it fell upon him. Harry couldn't help but wonder about his identity. Bogchester, the newly appointed deputy director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Auror Office, Tom succinctly stated, his voice barely above a whisper. But what is he doing with Professor Rold? Hermione questioned, her confusion evident. But she could not continue as both Tom and Harry shot her a warning glance. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. The target of the Malfoy family's intentions was not him. From the present circumstances, it was clear that Lucius Malfoy was somewhat aware of the connection between Professor Rold, Tom, and Voldemort. Given the previous two Death Eater meetings, it was evident that Lucius Malfoy was unwilling to allow his status to be overshadowed by the Lestrange family. He was intent on regaining the Dark Lord's trust. Harry was keen to discern Lucius Malfoy's intentions. Just as he contemplated whether he could concoct an excuse to follow them to the restroom or elsewhere, the wind chime on the door jingled once more. This time, an unexpected visitor entered, Sirius. It's me, Sirius beamed, casually unwrapping his scarf. Things have been rather hectic lately. I barely made it here before dark. Thank goodness you all are still around. He blew warm air into his palms. This weather is dreadful for October. Harry found himself urging to forget about Malfoy and Chester. Now he was at a loss. With Sirius's arrival, all the strategies he had contemplated were rendered futile. However, it was evident that Sirius had encountered those four outside. As he directly inquired, "Why is Malfoy with your professor? He is quite the genuine Death Eater." Harry recounted the earlier events to him. Upon learning that the unfamiliar individual was an Auror, Sirius's expression softened slightly. Bogchester? I've heard of him, he mused. He joined the Auror office a year ago. Reputed for his iron-fisted approach, having apprehended numerous dark wizards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen through the ranks so swiftly. He is likely one of the most formidable Aurors since Mad-Eye Moody, yet it seems he has little interest in the Order of the Phoenix's invitation. What a waste of talent. It appeared he had a decent rapport with the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Perhaps like attracts like? They seem entirely dismissive of Dumbledore's ideals. Chapter 121. However, this situation sounded increasingly peculiar, didn't it? Harry pondered. The Dark Lord maintaining close ties with an Auror. Yet Sirius's subsequent words drew his attention back. This is why I came here, Sirius said, scanning the surroundings cautiously to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Even though I signed your application form, you must act alongside your friends. Just because the Dark Lord is currently inactive does not mean you are safe. Harry cast a glance at Tom, who was leisurely sipping his butterbeer, as if the person Sirius warned him about was not him. My dear godfather, are you aware that you are cautioning me about Voldemort right in front of him? Harry silently mused, though he nodded in acknowledgement. Hermione regarded him with an expression of deep concern, which struck Harry as both touching and somewhat absurd. The genuine Dark Lord was sitting mere feet away. If a confrontation ensued, he would not survive even a fraction of it. That being the case, what have you been preoccupied with lately? Harry inquired, seeking to dispel the awkwardness. The Order was unaware of the Death Eater's movements, yet they could not remain idle. What protective measures had been undertaken? You know, after the last incident, Dumbledore dispatched several individuals to take turns safeguarding you. I had intended to join them, Sirius lamented, shrugging with a hint of disdain in his eyes. But Dumbledore seemed to think I was better suited for liaison duties. Dumbledore sent people? Harry echoed, intrigued. While I was at number 4. Indeed. Frankly, the old woman he appointed to that position was rather unreliable. Sirius expressed his dissatisfaction. Last time was a grievous misstep. This should have been done long ago. Harry feigned astonishment, striving to maintain the facade. Are you referring to Mrs. Fig? She always insists on inviting me over for tea. Sirius seemed unperturbed that Harry had deduced her identity so swiftly. A wizard amidst a throng of Muggle adversaries would undoubtedly have a challenging existence, especially when he could not wield his wand. She must have been the only one to attend to you, right, Harry? Harry lowered his gaze slightly. Sirius looked at him with concern, grasping his hand resting on the table. I went to see you, Harry. Your aunt's family is truly. He grimaced. Had I known things were this dire, I would never have agreed to let Dumbledore use the house as the Order's headquarters. No one can prevent me from caring for my godson, not even Dumbledore. Hermione watched their intertwined hands with teary eyes. Tom quietly scrutinized Sirius, his expression inscrutable. Thank you, Sirius. Just knowing someone cares for me brings me immense joy. Harry paused, feeling a warm hand clasp his other hand beneath the table, their palms fitting together, fingers interlacing. He was inexplicably filled with a sense of clarity, as if the ominous cloud cast by his aunt's household had dissipated. Besides, I spent the latter part of this summer at Professor Rold's estate. It was simply perfect. By the way, he interjected, furrowing his brow as he focused intently on Sirius. What headquarters did you mention? Having re-entered the magical world for over 2 years, he was only now encountering the name of the Order of the Phoenix, hence his eagerness. Sirius seemed initially inclined to comment on Harry's summer, but, upon hearing his question, a flicker of regret passed across his features, quickly fading. The Order of the Phoenix. He replied succinctly. Its leader is Dumbledore. It was established to combat the Death Eaters. He scrutinized Harry's face closely. Dumbledore is reluctant to discuss such matters in your presence. He believes you are still too young for such heavy topics. You seem to disagree? Harry noted the relief on Sirius's face, having inadvertently let slip information earlier. You will inevitably confront all of this, Sirius stated plainly. It is better to prepare from now on. I believe you are entirely capable. Your performance has truly impressed me for someone of 12 or 13. Harry was at a loss for words, managing only a short, awkward chuckle. That was because he was far beyond that age. He had emerged from a world of bloodshed and intrigue, and despite being perceived as a child by those around him, he could never truly be one. He tightened his grip on the hand beneath the table, realizing Tom's hand had also clasped his. He hoped that this time, he could alter history, preventing tragedies akin to those that befell his parents from unfolding before him once more. Sirius seemed to sense that enough had been said. He released Harry's hand and patted his shoulder instead. It's a rare occasion for us to meet. Let us refrain from discussing such matters any further. His expression suddenly shifted to one of excitement, as I noticed the Quidditch specialty shop, showcasing new brooms that looked quite impressive. What do you think, Harry? Before Harry could react, Hermione gasped softly. The firebolt? Sirius erupted into laughter. Harry, didn't you mention that your two friends have no interest in Quidditch? His reaction evidently acknowledged Hermione's words. Chapter 122. Indeed, perhaps the firebolt is simply too renowned, Harry thought, feeling a twinge of reluctance to enlighten his godfather about the truth. Seeing him so joyfully preparing to present his gift. It's quite nice. I already possess one, he finally admitted. Sirius's smile froze on his face. That must have cost a fortune. Who would be willing to spend that on Harry? If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me who it was? Both Harry and Hermione turned to glare at Tom simultaneously. The gesture was unmistakably pointed. He appeared to underestimate the child before him, who stood tall and straight, his eyes gleaming with an unyielding determination. Was it ambition or a refusal to concede defeat? Sirius slightly tempered his expression and scrutinized Tom with renewed seriousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Rold and Bogchester were discussing something in hushed tones as they walked, revealing 3 new brooms. This sight left Lucius Malfoy, who trailed behind, perplexed. Had his assumptions been misguided? The Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, likely the Dark Lord himself, was certainly not expected to be so close to an Auror. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy had come to express his loyalty. At the first Death Eater meeting, he had been reprimanded by the Dark Lord for misplacing an item he was entrusted to safeguard. Yet, he had hidden it so well that he could only conceive of one possibility for its disappearance. Someone had taken the book, and somehow, the Dark Lord had learned of it. He harbored deep suspicions that only a few could accomplish such a feat, as only he and the Dark Lord knew of the hidden item. Thus, it was highly likely that the Dark Lord himself had taken it. But what could his motivation be? Merely to publicly chastise him? To punish him for not seeking him out over the past decade? The second Death Eater gathering had been even more disastrous. Not in his associates' plan to capture Harry Potter as a token of loyalty and usefulness to their master. The revelation that Goyle and Crabbe had deceived him by joining the mission incited his furious wrath. Did he feel forsaken and thus turn to another side? Upon learning this, he had violently hurled his beloved set of Eastern porcelain tea wares to the ground. Ironically, his house elf had sneaked out to inform on him, leading to Nott and the others' failure. While he relished this outcome, it did not mean he could withstand the Dark Lord's wrath. He had prepared to hand over Dobby to avert disaster, only to find that his arrangements proved unnecessary. The Dark Lord seemed to prioritize the boy's life and death over the mission's failure. After that, he received no further summons. However, it was certain the Dark Lord had issued commands. Those Death Eaters who had fabricated lies or sold out their comrades to escape imprisonment had vanished. And he knew precisely who they were, those absent from the last two gatherings. At the forefront was Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, who, after the summer break, had failed to return to school. It soon became apparent that he was nowhere to be found. He had likely fled. Truth be told, he had never been fond of the yellow-toothed Karkaroff, yet the thought of his fate upon being discovered sent a chill down his spine. No one desired to endure the Dark Lord's methods. All Death Eaters felt the same. Then, Rabastan Lestrange sought to fill Karkaroff's vacancy. If the Dark Lord had not intervened, one had to wonder how this Death Eater, who had never taught or even visited Germany, gained the board's approval at Durmstrang. Additionally, Sissy's cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, had astonishingly left the magical world to become a corporate president in the Muggle realm. Given her extreme disdain for Muggles, claiming it was her own desire to earn money was utterly preposterous. Thus, apart from the Dark Lord, who could compel her to act in such a manner? Moreover, her husband, Rodolphius Lestrange, had vanished from the magical world for a year, only to resurface as a member of Parliament in the British House of Commons. In comparison, the minor positional shifts among those Death Eaters within the Ministry of Magic were nothing extraordinary. What was infuriating was that among them should have been his own. The Malfoy family, a lineage of aristocracy, pure of blood, and affluent. What had incited the Dark Lord's dissatisfaction? The quest for clarity on this matter had left him utterly bereft of appetite. He observed the Dark Lord growing increasingly inscrutable and powerful, catching glimpses of the vast, ambitious plan in motion, and could even envision the glory and surging benefits that would accompany the Dark Lord's success, an undertaking that included the Dark Lord, not the Lestranges, and possibly other Death Eaters he had overlooked, yet conspicuously absent was himself. How could he come to terms with such an injustice? He had attempted to summon the Dark Lord, but to no avail. The Dark Lord evidently had no desire to meet him. Fortunately, he remained focused on the Professor role that the dragon had mentioned. The imposing demeanor he had encountered in the bookstore lingered in his memory. Not only that, but this individual possessed formidable magical prowess. By the end of summer, he had learned that this man named Rold had inherited a title left by Slytherin. He immediately pored over his family's and other pure-blood families' genealogies, along with ancient tomes, dedicating over a month to meticulous research, only to confirm that he could find no trace of the surname Rold. This was peculiar, quite extraordinary. Chapter 123. Rold Lord. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He seized a quill and parchment, swiftly inscribing the two names, then tapped them with his wand, causing the letters to rearrange themselves into various combinations. After an entire night of experimentation, he collapsed into the ornately carved armchair, the parchment before him bearing a single sentence: "The Dark Lord is invincible." Lucius Malfoy snapped back to reality as they approached the outskirts of Hogsmeade. If they lingered any longer, that individual would return to Hogwarts. He glanced at the dragon beside him. For the sake of the entire family, he had to take a chance. At that moment, the two individuals under scrutiny were engaged in their final conversation. "Since we have his trail, let us not raise any alarm," Professor Rold stated calmly. "Dumbledore's people are certainly searching for him. We must be discreet. I assure you, my lord. Soon there shall be no trace of him left in this world," Bogchester replied respectfully. Were it not a public setting, he would have knelt to reverently kiss his master's robes. "You are in an excellent position," Professor Rold continued placidly, his expression betraying no hint of the topic at hand. However, he let out a light hum, noting that the initial purpose was to cleanse our ranks, which was rather displeasing. I vow to follow you to the death, my lord. Leaving the past behind, you have granted me a new life. I shall follow your lead. If anyone could see Bogchester's face at that moment, they would note the fervor in his gray eyes, a stark contrast to his usual icy demeanor. Professor Rold nodded. You may return now. While I am not afraid of being seen, the task remains unfinished. Yes, my lord, I will not fail your trust. The Auror's expression was grave. No one would suspect that such a man was, at his core, a thoroughgoing Death Eater. My master, Bogchester remarked. Observing Malfoy cast a sidelong glance back at them before hastily retreating. The platinum-haired aristocrat was approaching them with urgency. I shall be keen to witness what he is capable of. The corners of his thin lips curled upward, yet a chill coursed through Bogchester's heart. The master was evidently in a foul mood. Humph. Nonetheless, it was already quite gracious not to have imprisoned a duplicitous scoundrel like Malfoy in Azkaban, nor to have dispatched an assassin after him. How had he evaded judgment in the first place? By fabricating tales of being under the Imperius curse. Helpless? Humph. He dared to act, yet lacked the courage to face the consequences. He was not even worthy enough to polish the master's shoes. He would sooner endure a fate in Azkaban than utter a single disparaging word against his master. With these thoughts lingering, Bogchester finally nodded respectfully at Professor Rold, casting a cold, predatory glare at Malfoy as he disapparated away. The piercing gaze sent a shiver down Malfoy's spine. Yet, as he observed his intended target departing towards Hogwarts, he swiftly dismissed the unsettling look. Professor Rold halted, his face adorned with a perfectly timed expression of surprise, as though he had just noticed Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy? His gaze shifted to the trembling figure of Draco Malfoy, whose shivers were perhaps due to fear or the chill of the weather. To see his son in such a state? Lucius Malfoy was certainly aware of Draco's trepidation, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, he instructed his young dragon to return to school. Professor Rold observed the somewhat unsteady silhouette with quiet scrutiny. Had they discovered something? Thus, Lucius, under the pretense of visiting Draco, had actually come to seek him out? The two men strolled towards a secluded area outside the village. It was only when the signs of civilization faded from view that Lucius Malfoy came to a halt. He composed his expression and reverently knelt. My master. Was he a fool? Although no one was around, they were still near Hogwarts, should any wizard happen to witness him. Professor Rold's thoughts simmered with indignation as he silently cast a disillusionment charm. Such a beginning could only render his tone even more frigid. Lucius, I had anticipated you to possess greater wisdom. The kneeling man sensed the subtle magical disturbance and lowered his head even further. It is my oversight, truly, my master. He felt a tremor akin to that of his son. Do not tell me you deliberately sought an opportunity to approach me merely to express your lack of foresight? Professor Rold inquired with a hint of sarcasm. It had been quite some time since he had disregarded Lucius Malfoy, yet he had shown no sign of improvement. While he possessed a decent intellect, capable of deducing that Professor Rold was indeed he, it was unfortunate that his actions continued to betray him. Lucius Malfoy hesitated, instantly recognizing that if he did not salvage the situation with words, it would be truly over for him. My master, please do not be angry. The Malfoy family has always been a supporter of the Dark Lord. With just a word from you, I am ready to do anything for you. Professor Rold emitted a cold hum of discontent. As he had surmised, Malfoy could not suppress himself, yet he questioned whether his resolve was genuine. Does this anything include your own life? The man on the ground trembled violently at that. Observing this reaction, Rold calmly remarked, It appears your loyalty has its limits, do you not think? He gazed towards the horizon, where the sunset bled crimson. Limited loyalty ultimately begets betrayal. He articulated this sentiment slowly and clearly. Chapter 124. Previously, he had believed that greater power was always better, yet in the end, it was precisely these fragmented forces that had led to his downfall. Everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, scheming for their own benefits. Once he fell from grace, they would not hesitate to abandon him. Such individuals he no longer desired. Only those loyal Death Eaters could earn the Dark Lord's trust. The Dark Lord would never forget those who had treated him well, and the sentiment was mutual. Though his tone was light, it thundered in Lucius Malfoy's ears, who was unaware that the Dark Lord loathed deceit and concealment. Should betrayal be added to the mix, he would meet a fate so dire he could scarcely fathom it. He had thought himself well prepared to face the Dark Lord's inquiries. However, it took but a single question to leave him utterly defenseless. His thoughts were laid bare. He yearned to bask in the Dark Lord's glory. Yet he feared for his life, placing the interests of the Malfoy family above all else. This is not true, my master. Lucius Malfoy struggled to maintain his composure, exerting every effort to withstand the heavy pressure. The Malfoy family took pride in joining the Death Eaters. If you so wish, my master, Draco may also become your servant. Enough. Professor Rold interrupted him. I must make it abundantly clear that while Draco may be a source of pride and worth to you, he holds no value in my eyes. At these words, Lucius Malfoy's complexion drained of color. Not all of my servants are so loyal, I am aware. Yet I previously did not regard this as significant. However, times have changed. Professor Rold took a few steps forward, while Lucius Malfoy anxiously observed the hem of his robes. A new round of selection had commenced. The kneeling man looked up in shock, and Rold noted his expression, appearing quite impatient. Do not display such a countenance. Have you not already surmised? The unfit will be eliminated. I do not require such individuals. Without them, my plans will proceed more smoothly. Lucius Malfoy could not help but begin to envision what this so-called elimination might entail in reality, hidden beneath a facade of brutality. If the Malfoy family were among those deemed unworthy, cold sweat streamed down his temples, mingling with the earth, which was already growing cold and hard in the early winter chill. Do not say I have not given you an opportunity, Professor Rold finally stated. He gazed into the distance, at the castle's spires. He had already spoken enough for one day. I am aware that many pure-blood aristocrats share your sentiments, Lucius. You might as well convey this message. I shall await your final decision. He needed to return. Otherwise, his boy would sneak out and face repercussions. This simply would not do. His magical skills were still not sufficiently honed. Lucius Malfoy remained kneeling in the biting wind for an extended period. By the time the effects of the disillusionment charm faded, darkness had enveloped the land, heavy clouds obscuring the stars. He ruminated, and suddenly the image of that Auror, seemingly intent on devouring him, flashed in his mind. A realization struck him. This was a clever plan. The master could use the Auror's hand to eliminate those deemed unfit Death Eaters. If that Auror were a Death Eater as well, the task would be even easier. It would leave no trace, allowing people to be dispatched to Azkaban with legitimacy, or subjected to a killing curse, or perhaps the kiss of the Dementor. He finally resolved to rise, disregarding the biting cold that stiffened his limbs, and stumbled to his feet before disapparating away. The Halloween feast was, as always, exquisitely lavish. After spending an entire day in Hogsmeade, Sirius made time to visit him, and upon returning to the dormitory, Harry felt his stomach brimming with delectable delights. He felt he had never experienced a more splendid Halloween. After attending to his evening routine, he languidly reclined on his four-poster bed. And you say you are not a child? Tom had also tidied himself and sat on the opposite bed, his gaze fixated on the wriggling, screaming parcel. What need have you for so many sweets? He then scrutinized Harry. I did not think you had such a fondness for confections. The parcel rested on the bedside table between them, filled with an array of candies that could bite, smoke, change colors, and become invisible. When Harry had gazed at the splendid display at Honeyduke's earlier, he suddenly recalled Tom's expression when he had gifted him a cheese rat in their first year. An impulse surged within him, compelling him to insist on purchasing a few to take back. Hermione looked at him, utterly aghast, as he appeared ready to sweep the entire store clean. Fortunately, Tom is adept at the disillusionment charm, or else the three of them would have certainly attracted a crowd the moment they exited Honeyduke's, burdened as they were with enormous bags of sweets. Reflecting on it, the sensation was quite nuanced, a blend of joy intertwined with a twinge of pain. Harry abruptly rolled over, sitting up and retrieving a bag of pepper imps from his satchel, tossing it across the room, followed by a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and chocolate frogs. The confections cascaded like raindrops into Tom's arms and onto the surrounding area. He glanced down at the sugary bounty now strewn across himself and the bed, momentarily stunned. Could it be that Harry had intentionally purchased these for him to sample? This thought evoked both amusement and irritation within him. Yet, witnessing the flicker of emotions in the person across from him, the possibility of such a hypothesis seemed quite substantial. Chapter 125. Do not speak. Harry turned his head away. Irate, he knew Tom must have already deduced his thoughts, and he himself felt foolish for his behavior. After all, he was the Dark Lord, no longer the orphan child of the past. Yet, how could he not restrain himself in that moment? He chastised his impulsiveness inwardly. Today, Lucius Malfoy had also made an appearance, reminding him of Sirius's description, a bona fide Death Eater. The earlier light-heartedness vanished abruptly, as Malfoy's presence shattered the facade of tranquility. Was he here to report to Voldemort? Harry recalled that Lucius had only fled during the last great battle, having been a steadfast supporter of Voldemort prior to that. He orchestrated the chaos at the Quidditch World Cup for the sheer pleasure of tormenting Muggles. He relayed messages for Voldemort within the Ministry of Magic, and he had been sent by Voldemort to seize the prophecy orb from the Department of Mysteries. Harry had been telling himself to endure, to try, to grant Voldemort a chance, but reality ruthlessly dismantled his hopes. If Voldemort was indeed the same as before, allowing his minions to wreak havoc unseen, what had transpired? Had another fallen victim to a green curse, like his mother? From the Daily Prophet, he could discern some shifts in the positions of Death Eaters within the ministry, along with news of Bellatrix Lestrange succeeding Karkaroff as headmaster of Durmstrang, following his mysterious disappearance. Yet, to Harry, it was evident that Karkaroff had once again fled. So, was there more transpiring that he remained unaware of? Presently, it seemed Voldemort was as ambitious as ever. If he truly desired to eradicate all Muggles and establish a unified magical world, what could be done? His mother had sacrificed her life to protect him twice. The last time, he had traded the blood and lives of many for Voldemort's demise. What about this time? He hoped that the initial slaughter could indeed be avoided. Was that truly achievable, or merely his own delusion? After all, Voldemort had shown no mercy when he murdered his parents. Harry's anger was laced with confusion. He sat upright on the bed, still clutching the heavy sack of sweets. The deeper the hope, the greater the wound. Had he known it would be like this, would hatred have been the preferable path? Harry, come here, Tom blinked. No one had ever addressed him in such a manner. They only saw their own ambitions, desires, power, and interests, neglecting the true person behind it all. Yet Harry remained there, staring blankly, devoid of response. Tom felt a flicker of uncertainty. Harry? No, something was amiss. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere. I have some questions. Harry turned his face back, his emerald eyes gleaming with determination. He needed answers from Voldemort, regardless of whether they were the ones he wished to hear. Tom fell silent for a moment, observing the expression on the boy's face. It was evident that Lucius's actions earlier had sparked something in him. Internally, he cursed Malfoy for his poor timing, maintaining an impassive exterior. Give me your hand. Noticing Harry's raised eyebrow, Tom added nonchalantly, I believe your questions are not suitable for this location. The other occupants of the dormitory, who had been lively just moments ago, discussing the novelties they had encountered in Hogsmeade, were now preparing to extinguish the lights and slumber. Harry nodded, lowering the bed curtains, stealthily making his way over in the dark. After a familiar wave of dizziness and pressure, he found himself standing on the carpet he had seen before, facing the tall, gilded mirror that reached the ceiling. It was the Chamber of Secrets. A tall, slender figure stood with his back to him, waving a wand, igniting the fireplace beneath the mirror with a crackling flame. Speak, came the low, measured voice. Voldemort turned, revealing his original visage, donning a robe instead of sleepwear. Harry licked his lips, unable to suppress his anxiety. Each visit to this place heralded significant upheaval. The first time, he discovered that the Tom he adored was Voldemort. The second time, he forced himself to set aside his psychological burdens to be with Voldemort. Now, on this third occasion, what would transpire? What was Lucius Malfoy's purpose? He gathered his thoughts, deciding to proceed step by step. To confirm his suspicions, Voldemort succinctly remarked, I must say, your performance has been abysmal. Harry fixed his gaze intently upon him. Lucius Malfoy's conjecture? What had he surmised? Did his eyes flicker? You didn't tell him. Do you think I would do such a thing? Unconditionally trust someone who may betray me in the future? Voldemort seated himself behind the desk, his gaze falling upon an exquisite silver-green velvet box atop it. What about me? The one who may kill you in the future? Harry yearned to inquire. At that time, I was unaware, but you always knew. Could you truly fall in love with your enemy? Those gentle moments, could they merely be a deceptive illusion? Have I overestimated my own abilities and the impact I have on you? Harry failed to notice Voldemort's movements, succumbing to the worst of his fears as his heart constricted. He longed to return to the core of the Death Eater's power, bitterly stating, in other words, to gain your favor. He suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Chapter 126. Voldemort gently clapped his hands. Well said indeed. Hearing such a flippant response ignited Harry's ire. The previous sticky sensation quickly washed away. Are you implying that you still intend to gather your followers for some purpose? Like before? Werewolves, inferi, giants, dementors? In truth, those unruly beasts would achieve nothing beyond tarnishing his reputation and creating trivial chaos. If he so desired, he could demonstrate to all how the Dark Lord ascended to the pinnacle of power without conspiracy or terror. Yet Voldemort regarded Harry with a calm demeanor, one hand resting on his chin, his spoken words diverging entirely from his inner thoughts. What if I said yes? For a fleeting moment, Harry felt he had misheard. Hadn't he already changed? How could he still harbor that inexplicable hope? His heart plummeted into icy depths. Had he been dulled by a life of tranquility? Was it because Voldemort no longer pursued him that he could not raise his wand against the figure before him? No. Anxiety flooded him, mingled with a sense of disappointment that arose from nowhere. I will not watch them perish before me. I will not allow such a thing to happen, Harry shouted. I told you can try. Voldemort spoke slowly. He had finally awaited this day, the moment the savior erupted, voicing his innermost thoughts. He understood the chasm that lay between them. The deaths of the Potters loomed like a Damoclean sword, suspended precariously above their fragile relationship. Fraught with the weight of unresolved doubts, the fear of history repeating itself, and the deepest wounds of their shared past. At this moment, Lucius had become the final straw that broke the proverbial camel's back. Voldemort pondered, toying with the box before him. As for the outcome, I remain in the dark. He is no prophet, although he wishes for events to unfold according to his designs. However, should you surrender now, he earnestly guarantees in the name of Voldemort that the ensuing circumstances would be the direst imaginable, far worse than the last time. The mere thought of losing Harry is enough to drive one to madness. Is this, then, the truth? Harry's eyes reddened, blood vessels bursting forth. I have been hypnotizing myself. If I start anew, it certainly cannot be as dire as before. He paced back and forth in a frenzy, inadvertently brushing against the deep green velvet-covered pedestal table at the room's center, causing the straight plume of smoke rising from the porcelain incense burner to veer askew. The fragrance was meant to soothe the spirit, yet it was of no solace to Harry, who was engulfed in fury. He urged himself to believe, to discern what is wicked, and to retract his steps from that treacherous path. With a sudden flourish, he drew his wand, its tip trembling as it pointed toward the ground, exclaiming, "I do not wish for this, nor do I desire such a conclusion. Do you think I would?" Voldemort appeared unfazed by Harry's actions. His gaze followed the boy, his tone remaining remarkably flat. Indeed, it seemed his boy had not changed at all. Perhaps it was he who had transformed? In the past, he might have felt pain and guilt at this very scene. That emotion, which he once deemed a sign of weakness, now unexpectedly manifested within himself, and he found it oddly unrepulsive. With a chest heaving in tumultuous anger, flushed cheeks, and those piercing jade eyes radiating intense fury, this was his boy, wrought from his own making. Yet, how much willpower had he expended to restrain himself from rising and embracing the boy? Now, the wound lay brutally exposed, and he was compelled to pour salt upon it. Those pains must resurface to heal. If concealed or forgotten, they would fester into a hidden wound, periodically reminding them of the past they wished to avoid. I do not know. Harry glared at him in rage, his entire being trembling, raising and lowering his wand repeatedly. Do you see? Do not force me into such a choice. Truly, I do not wish to do this. The dead are dead. No matter how fervently he tried, he could not resurrect his parents. He merely desired for those who still lived to remain safe. Was that too much to ask of Voldemort? So, do you wish to kill me? In contrast to Harry's emotional turmoil, Voldemort remained remarkably composed. This was his final question, one he had long refrained from clarifying, leading to Harry's misinterpretation. Although the answer was likely evident, he yearned to hear the boy utter it himself. Despair and sorrow flickered in Harry's eyes. The once vibrant green now dulled. Is this truly the outcome you desire? Tell me, Voldemort insisted. He needed to understand his position in the Savior's heart and the boundaries of the Savior's resolve. He could not abandon Harry, never. Voldemort thought. If it required some sacrifice, he would gladly comply. Having died once already, what was the value of life if not to be relinquished? The deluge of candy had brought not only exhilaration, but also profound shock. No one else could evoke such feelings within him, neither in the past nor likely in the future. Chapter 127. Such a tumultuous blend of love and hate, an attachment so difficult to sever. I cannot believe I am the only one feeling this way. Why must you compel me to let go? Is pureblood status or association with muggles truly of such consequence? Harry fixed his gaze upon those calm, unfathomable black eyes, suddenly feeling a surge of weakness. If it must be so, I will, he whispered stiffly, striving to ignore the ache within, retreating towards the door. Scenes of his parents' unexpected love and tragic demise flashed rapidly through his mind. Even if I truly do not wish to, even if I genuinely cannot bear it, when that moment arrives, I will force myself to act. Harry turned and fled, unwilling to remain in that place, refusing to allow Voldemort to witness his weakness. His thoughts were incoherent, and he was nearly overwhelmed by the pain that threatened to bring him to tears. Voldemort remained motionless, after Harry's silhouette had long vanished from sight. He slowly opened his palm, and a droplet of crimson blood fell from it. Nestled within lay a sharp-toothed tequila-infused cherry candy, rendered incapable of biting due to being gripped too tightly for too long. He unwrapped the candy slowly, placing it in his mouth to savor its flavor. The air gradually filled with the sweet scent of Rose family fruits, mingling with the rich aroma of aged evergreen plants matured by oak, intoxicatingly delightful. Indeed, the taste was exquisite. The velvet box remained upon the table. Voldemort opened it to reveal a ring, its black gemstone engraved with a design resembling an eye, circular, equilateral triangles, and vertical lines. He took it out, gently rotating it, watching as the light flickered across the smooth surface of the gem, revealing its brilliant golden glow. You must be quite pleased, he suddenly murmured, seemingly to himself. The deepest conflict stemmed from the boy's parents. Yet the boy was now more concerned with the future of his loved ones and friends. Truly, he was a Gryffindor, holy. Voldemort gazed up at the ornate golden leaves of the ceiling, the chandelier's flames illuminating his eyes with an extraordinary brightness. Regardless, days continued to pass. Classes, tutoring, Quidditch practice. Harry managed all with remarkable composure. He and Tom had reverted to their previous icy demeanor, speaking courteously while avoiding eye contact. This did not escape Hermione's notice. Yet she resolved not to intervene this time. In fact, her exact words were, "Every time you pass a holiday, your relationship either peaks or plummets by this pattern. I suspect you will reconcile by Christmas." Harry jested. What a pity. If Professor Trelawney were here, she would surely declare you to possess a prophetic aura. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance. While jesting, Harry felt anything but lighthearted. He began to force himself to delve into the daunting tomes of magical literature. Striving to master various spells, he clandestinely attempted the enigmatic transformation, each time sneaking away to the room of requirement to practice in secrecy. Voldemort had strictly forbidden such endeavors. But it seemed inconsequential now. Harry had begun probing Sirius for information on the Death Eaters. He knew he could not confront Voldemort alone. His last resort would be to rely on the strength of the Order of the Phoenix and others. However, it seemed the Order knew little more than he did, remaining in a state of vigilance. The only Death Eater nearby that Harry was aware of, Severus Snape, still lingered in his position as Potions Master. And Voldemort had not acted against him for reasons unknown. He had explicitly stated that he would not spare those who betrayed him, would he not? Or was this merely a ruse to conceal his false identity? Once the anger subsided, Harry reflected on the events of Halloween night and gradually sensed something amiss. Voldemort seemed to be steering him in a particular direction, insinuating thoughts he had never voiced. The ambiguous demeanor he had exhibited made Harry question whether history might indeed repeat itself. This was utterly vexing. Regardless, amidst Harry's dual plotting, the first Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin approached with increasing proximity. The weather, as Sirius had forewarned, grew increasingly grim. The thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. The howling winds pounded against the walls, and the distant sounds of trees snapping in the forbidden forest could be distinctly heard. Raindrops hammered against the window pane like bullets, coalescing into broad streams that cascaded downward. On the day of the official match, Harry was abruptly awakened by Peeves' mischief early in the morning. Oh, damn it. Was history's inertia unwilling to spare him even such trivial matters? With the cold wind nipping at the back of his neck, Harry surmised that there was no chance of returning to sleep, so he reluctantly forced himself to rise. The morning routine unfolded quietly. However, when he finally grasped his firebolt, he could not resist casting a quick glance at the four-poster bed, still draped with its curtains. A fleeting thought darted through his mind. Would he go and watch his own match? Yet, he quickly resolved not to dwell on this question. Chapter 128. As Harry descended the spiral staircase of the tower, yawning, he was astonished to find the common room ablaze with light, indicating that someone was already awake. A dark-haired boy sat by the fireplace, a book spread open in his hands, yet his gaze was directed out the window, seemingly lost in contemplation of the downpour. The noise Harry made as he descended startled him. The boy turned to see Harry standing on the last step, staring back at him. "Look at you, Harry," Tom remarked, eyeing the scarlet Quidditch robes draped over Harry's frame. "The weather is dreadful, I assent it. I hope you remember to use those useful little spells for yourself this time. And don't end up like last time, standing outside the Gryffindor portrait in your pajamas all night after emerging from the chamber." However, with the wind howling so fiercely and Harry so slight of build, Tom decided to turn back to the page of his book. Harry said nothing, merely nodding. But inwardly he mused. If it were he, perhaps he wouldn't have slept at all. After Tom spoke, he resumed his reading, seemingly indifferent to any response from Harry. True, he was quite angry about Voldemort's actions, but what was this sense of despondency? Harry dragged an armchair to the other end of the fireplace, inexplicably filled with thoughts that bore no relation to the Quidditch match. Toast with peach jam, waterproofing charms, the little details of seating in the stadium. The more he pondered, the more arduous the wait became. 2 hours felt exceptionally long. At long last, as breakfast time approached, Harry rose and made his way to the portrait hole. Tom, still engrossed in his book, lifted his head, quickly grasped his wand, and uttered a few silent words. The match proved to be easier than anticipated. Aside from the adverse weather drastically diminishing the accuracy of both team seekers, everything else was flawless. With the hindrance of his glasses removed, Harry's vision was remarkably clear, allowing him to execute sharp turns and abrupt maneuvers without the worry of frames slipping off. His new broom showcased unparalleled speed and stability amidst the tempest, embodying all the attributes one would expect from a world-class broom. Surprisingly, Harry felt no sway or instability on the broom. It was as if he had gained 100 pounds, yet moved with effortless grace. He caught the golden snitch in just 19 minutes. The Gryffindor team was jubilant, having triumphed over Slytherin, while the Slytherins, though visibly resentful, appeared disinclined to continue competing in such inclement weather. As they descended from the sky, embracing one another upon landing, Dumbledore approached from the stands, holding a large umbrella to congratulate them, exclaiming, "Splendid, simply splendid." Yet, Harry harbored deep skepticism in such weather. He could hardly discern the match's progress, so how much could the spectators truly see? Beside Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall was evidently ecstatic, embracing each Gryffindor player in turn. On the other side, Snape's expression was difficult to decipher, equally grim as the weather. "Oh, what a marvelous spell, Potter!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Only when she felt the dryness of Harry's clothing did she realize the truth. Although rain poured down his Quidditch robes, the fabric remained completely dry. "Indeed, the anti-gravity charm is quite impressive as well, Harry. It seems Professor Flitwick has imparted quite a bit of knowledge to you," Dumbledore remarked, his gaze settling on the firebolt in Harry's hands. "A splendid broom, indeed, wouldn't you agree?" Harry paid little heed to Dumbledore's appraisal of the broom. He was utterly captivated by the earlier statement. What had Dumbledore said? An anti-gravity charm? He had only employed waterproofing and warming spells. Yet, if Dumbledore asserted it to be so, then it must indeed be true. Suddenly, Tom's earlier remark about the dreadful weather flashed into his mind. Aside from him, Harry could not conceive of anyone else casting such obscure spells and silently bestowing them upon him. He turned sharply toward the stands, but the rain was too heavy, obscuring any clear view of the figures within. Dumbledore, standing nearby, observed Harry's movements with keen interest. Following Harry's gaze, he noticed it directed at the Gryffindor seats. What exactly was the situation? Dumbledore subtly furrowed his brow. 2 weeks before the end of the term, the sky unexpectedly cleared, revealing a dazzling white brilliance. With the holidays approaching, everyone eagerly awaited their arrival, and the castle brimmed with the spirit of Christmas. Hermione decided to remain at school. Harry understood that. Despite her verbal assurances of no longer concerning herself with him and Tom, she was still uneasy. For this, Harry felt a sense of gratitude, though it was a matter no one could interfere with. In the final week of term, yet another opportunity to visit Hogsmeade arose. Sirius had once again invited Harry to the Three Broomsticks, his tone in the letter quite cheerful. Upon meeting, Harry quickly discerned the reason for his joviality. His godfather had come bearing an early Christmas gift. "Harry, how's it going?" "This is far too heavy for an owl to carry, so I brought it myself," Sirius declared, gleefully placing a gigantic parcel on the table, leaving no space for their mugs, necessitating that they hold their butterbeers. "What is it?" Harry inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Hermione, seated beside him, mirrored his bewilderment. Chapter 129. Sirius winked at him with a grin. Hermione hastily took hold of Harry's cup, allowing him to unwrap the parcel. Harry swiftly peeled away the brown paper to reveal a square box model. Inside were numerous little figures, clad in various Quidditch team robes, tumbling through the air, while several balls weaved in and out among them, with static stands and grass beneath. "The latest Quidditch panoramic model on the market," Sirius proclaimed proudly, gesturing toward a row of buttons and a small display screen below, which allowed for tactical adjustments and real-time simulations. But the Golden Snitch operates on an automatic track. It even retains classic matches from past Quidditch World Cups for replay. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. This was undoubtedly far superior to Wood's small blackboard, offering vivid representations and the ability to simulate opposing tactics. Truly remarkable. "Thank you, Sirius," he genuinely praised. Sirius waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you like it. That's all that matters." He glanced at Harry and Hermione, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, where's Tom? Although I'm not fond of the way that boy looks at you, surely you can't manage to carry this hefty package back alone?" Hermione, still in a state of shock, was about to respond when Harry interjected, "He didn't come this time." "Oh," Sirius replied, studying him, then glancing at the silent Hermione, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "Did you two have a falling out?" He had intended to say that bickering among boys was quite normal and that they would forget it in time. However, he suddenly recalled Tom's resolute determination from last time. Although he bore no prejudice against homosexuality, Harry was still young, and who knows what other wonderful girls might come along in the future. He couldn't help but notice the concealed disappointment in Harry's response. Perhaps this bickering wasn't so bad after all, so in the end, Sirius said nothing. There was another troublesome person at home. Why were there so many? With the arrival of the holidays, only Harry, Tom, and Hermione remained at school, and the Gryffindor Tower fell into a serene silence. Hermione, having chosen numerous classes, found her assignments sprawling across 3 tables. Harry was working on his homework by the fireplace, while Tom had always shown little interest in his studies. Sometimes he could be found in the library, other times in the common room, always surrounded by precariously stacked heavy tomes. Harry longed to inquire about the gravity charm, but each time he restrained himself. What difference would it make? They would still have to continue this awkward coexistence. Thus, both harbored their thoughts, concealing their discomfort in their occasional glances. On Christmas morning, Harry was jolted awake by a vigorous shaking. "Harry, Merry Christmas. Here is your gift." Someone had placed something on his bed. "Merry Christmas, Harry." He mumbled groggily as he rubbed his eyes, only to discover it was Hermione. Dressed in a morning robe, she was placing Crookshanks on Ron's bed before sitting down herself. Hermione gifted him a beautifully crafted quill. "Thank you, Hermione," he said, as the soft feather accidentally brushed against his nose, prompting an immediate sneeze. "I suppose I'll need to be more careful in the future." Then, Harry noticed that the Dursleys had sent him a cashmere overcoat. He held the soft fabric in his hands, momentarily lost in disbelief. The Dursleys had never gifted him anything worth more than 10 pence, typically opting for something as trivial as a cotton swab. This time, the relationship had improved slightly, yet it only extended to a Christmas card. Harry couldn't help but flip the accompanying card over and over, before reluctantly admitting it was genuine. "Did your aunt send this?" Hermione had heard of the Dursleys, and given Harry's frail appearance, she presumed they treated him poorly. However, this coat clearly contradicted her assumptions. "Pure cashmere isn't cheap. How could they possibly gift you this?" She mused, as if suddenly aware of the implications of her words, and promptly halted. In truth, Hermione was eager to ask what Harry was also contemplating. The last time he saw Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon was during the summer when Aunt Marge came to visit. At that time, he had been prepared to run away. But Professor Riddle unexpectedly came to retrieve him. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Professor Riddle had descended from an extravagant convoy of Rolls-Royces, bearing a title of nobility. Perhaps his aunt and uncle were fearful that he would reveal past grievances in front of Professor Riddle. Well, this was amusing. The relationship he had labored 6 years to mend was effortlessly resolved by Voldemort. Harry could easily envision his aunt and uncle never daring to scowl at him again, nor instructing him to do this or that, and physical reprimands would be utterly out of the question. Harry recalled asking Voldemort why he had come when he boarded the car. The answer had been his birthday, while he had been preoccupied with the astonishing title he had acquired. Now it seemed that Voldemort had perhaps orchestrated this deliberately, flaunting his identity before the Dursleys to elicit better treatment. A sudden weight settled in Harry's heart. He turned his head only to find the bed across from him empty. Had Tom gone to the library? Harry hesitated but eventually asked, "Is Tom downstairs?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "What is going on between you two?" Chapter 130. It was always like this, occasionally discovering those subtle nuances of care. "How can I leave you?" Harry thought bitterly. He threw off the covers and got out of bed, only to have something roll onto the floor with a soft thud. It appeared to be a gift. "Looks like someone sent you a gift," Hermione observed as Harry bent down to retrieve the wrapped box. "Sirius's gift has already been delivered. This must be from Voldemort." He quickly unwrapped the dark silver paper, revealing yet another box, this one adorned with deep green velvet. Hermione gasped. "This looks very much like a jewelry box, the kind for rings. But who would send you this?" Harry remained silent, as the contents within astonished him. Hermione was indeed correct. It was a ring. The band was crafted from gold, with an oval black gemstone at its center, etched with peculiar patterns, the resurrection stone from the legend of the Deathly Hallows. Though it was said that the stone could not truly bring the dead back to life, it was undeniably one of the Deathly Hallows, and a family heirloom of Voldemort's, so easily bestowed upon him. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked, noticing Harry standing frozen in place, ignoring her inquiries as she approached. "It really is a ring," she exclaimed. Harry snapped back to reality, hastily closing the lid, but Hermione had already glimpsed its contents. It seemed to bear markings. A cold sweat broke out across Harry's back. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows was quite distinctive. If Hermione comprehended the pattern, it would only be a matter of time before she deduced the significance of the ring. Should she connect it to Tom, it would spell trouble. If the information leaked, Dumbledore would surely recognize that the ring belonged to Voldemort, and both Tom and Professor Riddle's false identities would be precariously exposed. If Voldemort were discovered at any point, war could swiftly follow. "Why are you hiding it so quickly?" Hermione inquired, eager to examine the pattern. Harry tucked the box away, and she couldn't help but scrutinize him skeptically. As he pondered how to deflect her curiosity, a thought seemed to strike her, and she broke into a teasing smile. "Oh, is this from Tom?" She patted Harry's arm, feigning understanding. "Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have been so presumptuous. I wouldn't mind if it's a token of affection you wish to keep private." Harry felt a surge of panic at Hermione's guess that it was Tom's gift. He hadn't yet devised a strategy to address it when Hermione darted off in another direction, causing his cheeks to flush. Not at all. Seeing Harry's reaction, Hermione was only more amused. "Come on, you know what rings are for." It seems Tom is eager. Such a grand gesture. It's normal for a couple to have their squabbles, but it shouldn't be constant, right? He has already made the first move. You should just follow suit, all right? Harry felt utterly paralyzed. What did she mean about what rings were for? What did she mean by a couple's squabbles being normal? He felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Of course, he understood the usual purpose of a ring, but this was a deathly hallow. Surely Voldemort wouldn't genuinely use this resurrection stone to propose. Moreover, in Hermione's eyes, it seemed he and Tom were already a steady couple. But she could never fathom that their relationship was, in truth, that of the Chosen One and the Dark Lord. Harry opened his mouth as if to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Seeing Harry rendered speechless, Hermione concluded he needed time to process. I'll take my leave then. Clearly, she believed her two friends' reconciliation was just around the corner. With a cheerful smile, she gently scooped up Crookshanks, who had burrowed into the blankets, and quietly exited. Harry stood there for a while, contemplating the implications of Voldemort's gesture. The room was eerily quiet, and he suddenly realized he was alone in the dormitory. The resurrection stone could allow its user to see the spectral images of the deceased they wished to encounter. Was it possible? While the room of requirement would be a safer choice, the notion crossed his mind, and he could not suppress it. He returned to this world after 12 years. Having previously spent his days idling at the Dursleys, and subsequently encountering Voldemort at Hogwarts. During this tumultuous period, an overwhelming multitude of events transpired, burdening him with immense responsibilities and a plethora of secrets, yet he found himself devoid of anyone to confide in. Harry seized the wand from the table, swiftly casting the disillusionment charm and the silencing charm within the confines of the room. He then opened the box with utmost care, gently extracting the ring nestled within. The black, translucent gem silently reflected the flickering candlelight, and as Harry tentatively reached out to touch it, his fingers trembled. Mother? Father? A woman with deep crimson hair materialized in midair, smiling tenderly as she extended her hand towards him. She was accompanied by a tall, slender man wearing glasses, whose gentle gaze emanated warmth. Harry, the woman softly called. A tear escaped the corner of Harry's eye, trailing down his cheek. He hastily wiped it away, stepping forward, and raised his hand, mirroring the gesture as if grasping his mother's. Mother, he choked back a sob, struggling to maintain a semblance of a smile. Chapter 131. My child. Lily Potter's voice carried a hint of a sigh. I do not wish to burden you. Harry shook his head. His gaze remained fixed on his parents. This path is one I chose for myself. No matter how arduous, I must persevere. I am sorry, Father, Mother, for failing to save your lives. Harry's heart raced at the thought of disappointing his parents. What foolishness is this? James Potter interjected. You were merely learning to stand. How could this possibly be your fault? If blame is to be assigned, let it rest on me and Sirius for trusting the wrong person. We never anticipated Peter's treachery. His expression was devoid of anger, merely imbued with profound disappointment. However, he shifted his tone to one of severity. Sirius sought vengeance for us, only to be betrayed, suffering unjustly in Azkaban for many years. James regarded his son with softened eyes. Harry, you have done well. No, I have not, Harry replied, finding it difficult to articulate certain truths. Yet, his parents deserve to know what had transpired. I sense I am becoming indecisive, perpetually second-guessing myself, devoid of the fearlessness I once possessed. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. I have grown soft. He is my adversary, is he not? The Potters exchanged glances. To be candid, at first, we were rather skeptical of your approach, James continued. His brow furrowed. While we understood your intentions were noble, not wishing to witness anyone perish before you. He paused, carefully choosing his words. However, in hindsight, the results of your actions have surpassed our expectations. Harry, initially feeling despondent, was taken aback by this revelation. What? You support my ideas? How can this be? Harry, Lily said with conviction, you have achieved what no one else has. You ventured into a frozen heart and melted it. I believe your impact on him is greater than you realize. Lily spoke earnestly, appearing to perceive the blood resting in that person's palm. So do not fret over us. Focus instead on those who still live. Voldemort, undoubtedly the most formidable wizard of the age, surpassed even Dumbledore and Grindelwald. This was a truth Lily had come to understand after her death. If he could redirect his energies from the realm of racial conflict, he could forge an unimaginably brilliant future in any field. And now, you have the potential to accomplish this. Harry, you have matured. You have begun to comprehend the consequences and implications of your actions, no longer driven by the reckless fervor of youth. This is entirely understandable. If you remained unchanged, then we would have cause for concern, James concurred. Both Lily and I believe you should make your own decisions. Do what you believe is right. I trust you will excel. Harry gazed at his parents, tears welling in his eyes, rendered speechless. No matter what you do, your mother will support you, Lily declared, reaching out to tousle Harry's messy hair, though her fingers passed through it. Regardless of the outcome, no matter how many times it takes, I will always choose to stand before you. Their sacrifice could secure Harry's life, which was already a blessing. If it could also lead to peace in the wizarding world, it would be a tremendous gain. Your father feels the same, James encouraged Harry. But your accomplishments far surpass my own, both past and present. I am immensely proud of you. He acknowledged that he lacked the breadth of heart that Harry possessed, unable to achieve what Harry had done, thus his praise was sincere. Although he initially struggled to accept the nature of his son's relationship with the Dark Lord, the unfolding events revealed his concerns to be unfounded. That relationship was unexpectedly peculiar, yet harmonious. Harry remained in the dormitory for the entirety of the morning. When Hermione called him for breakfast, he declined, claiming a lack of hunger. During lunch, he attempted to employ the same excuse, but Hermione would have none of it, bursting in to drag him downstairs. Honestly, Harry, even if you're shy, Christmas is still a day to celebrate. Harry was aware of the legend of the Resurrection Stone. Knowing that the second brother among the Peverell siblings had ultimately taken his own life due to an obsession with the illusions it conjured. Yet, he found it impossible to resist the urge to spend just a little more time with his parents. The Resurrection Stone was even more intoxicating than the Mirror of Erist, for the figures within the mirror did not smile or speak to him. Nevertheless, when Hermione knocked insistently at the door, he finally removed his fingers from the black gem and replaced the ring in its box. His parents had ultimately advised him to refrain from using the stone unless absolutely necessary, emphasizing that indulgence in illusions bore no benefit to reality. One must always look forward. Lily Potter gently concluded. The weight of Voldemort's gift lingered heavily, rendering Harry somewhat absent-minded at the lunch table. In a moment of distraction, Snape pulled a pointed witch's hat adorned with a mountain eagle specimen from the silver firecracker. With the former boggart absent, so too was the potions professor clad in Neville's grandmother's attire. However, Snape disdainfully thrust the hat towards Dumbledore. What jolted Harry from his reverie concerning his parents was a shrill scream. If 13 people dine together, the first to rise after the meal shall be the first to die. He turned to see Professor Trelawney standing at the entrance of the great hall, her sequined attire shimmering as her face reflected sheer terror. Chapter 132. Oh, come now, Sybil, Professor McGonagall said irritably. There are clearly 14 present. Sit down. The food is getting cold. Professor Trelawney squinted, seemingly recounting the number of attendees. This is impossible. The crystal clearly told me there were 13, she muttered, though no one paid her any mind. Harry turned his gaze back down, focused on the bowl of tripe soup before him. He understood why. While it appeared that there were 14 people, only he and Voldemort knew that Tom and Riddle were, in fact, one and the same. Harry had always regarded Professor Trelawney as a charlatan, often indulging in theatrics. However, on this occasion, she had seemingly stumbled upon a rare moment of genuine prophecy. Although the count was accurate, the assertion that someone would die first was utter nonsense. 2 hours later, nearly everyone was at the brink of bursting from the feast. When Harry stood, he had completely forgotten the earlier incident. However, it was evident that someone had not. Who? Which of you was the first to rise? Professor Trelawney inquired, her voice tinged with agitation. Harry exchanged glances with Tom. I do not know, Harry finally replied slowly. Unless you wish for us both to engage in a life-or-death duel right now? Tom merely raised an eyebrow at this remark. What a jest! Before Trelawney could respond, Professor McGonagall's temper flared. Such matters should not be trifled with. She swiftly turned her head. Sybil, they are both merely 13. I implore you not to take offense at my words. I am certain they will outlive me by a considerable margin. Since Harry spoke, Professor Rold had been gazing intently at him. Upon hearing these words, he broke into a smile. Harry is merely jesting, Professor McGonagall. Such an eventuality is utterly implausible. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Professor Trelawney appeared momentarily taken aback by her ire, rendered momentarily speechless. Minerva is correct. I, too, am an old man, added Dumbledore from his position at the head of the table. His keen blue eyes swept across the round table, capturing the expressions of all present. Yet he felt a twinge of uncertainty within. Could it truly be so? After encountering his parents, Harry had concealed the Resurrection Stone ring, burying it at the bottom of his trunk. Nevertheless, it often occupied his thoughts, and on several occasions, he had pulled out the trunk, only to reluctantly return it to its depths. He was aware that he ought not to dwell on the Resurrection Stone, for his parents had cautioned him that if he were to use it, they would undoubtedly be disappointed. In his mind, he replayed scenarios to resist the temptation of the stone. He had indeed managed to refrain from using it, yet this self-control was accompanied by nights of relentless insomnia. Days later, Harry realized that while he could suppress the urge to employ it, constantly ruminating upon it was equally problematic. He surmised that it would be prudent to rid himself of this proverbial hot potato, for out of sight, out of mind, right? The space beneath his bed was not a viable option. He needed to find a more distant locale. The room of requirement? However, that place was cluttered with items. What if someone else seized it? After much contemplation, Harry ultimately concluded that returning it to Voldemort would be the wisest course of action. If it remained with him, it was assuredly safe. Moreover, even if he wished to utilize it, acquiring it would not prove simple, thus sparing him the restless tossing and turning that plagued his nights. After dinner, the trio made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry mentioned his intent to borrow 2 books from the library, parting ways with Hermione and Ron on the staircase. However, once he found himself alone in the corridor, Harry promptly retrieved the Marauder's map. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he whispered, and was pleased to find the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor empty. It seemed Voldemort had ventured to the Chamber of Secrets. What a fortuitous opportunity. At the end of the 3rd-floor corridor lay his destination. Harry attracted no attention as he slipped inside with ease. Of course, for anyone unaware of the password, entry would not have been so effortless. The office appeared just as it had on his first visit, with towering bookshelves and rows of crystal vials. As Harry withdrew the box from his robes, he hesitated just before it made contact with the desk, recalling Hermione's words regarding the ring. He faltered. Was it truly appropriate to return a gift so casually? Yet, it was undeniably precious. Moreover, even without the ring's significance, it was a gift from Voldemort. If such meaning truly existed, then perhaps he was overthinking the matter. Curse Hermione for planting such thoughts in his mind. Harry stood there, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Soon, frustration welled within him. After presenting such a provocative gift, Voldemort had offered no explanation. Inferring from his parents' words, it was evident that Voldemort had intentionally provoked him during their last encounter in the chamber, aiming to illuminate their disparities and his own resolve. Now that he was aware of this, why did Voldemort not take the opportunity to clarify matters? Did Voldemort lack confidence in Harry's past and his own parents? Or did he doubt himself? After all, during their last confrontation, Harry had unleashed his fury upon him, which now seemed indiscriminate, rendering it somewhat awkward to seek reconciliation. Suddenly, the sound of bearings turning echoed from the entrance. Harry was startled. Had Voldemort returned? He hastily shoved the box back into his pocket and darted behind a nearby bookshelf, silently casting an enigmatic spell upon himself. He suspected that Voldemort would notice the presence of someone or something within his office, and he believed that the disillusionment charm would be less effective than transforming into an animal. If Voldemort discovered he had come to return the ring, Harry shuddered at the thought. He feared he would meet a grim fate. Footsteps drew nearer, peering through the gaps of the lower bookshelf. Harry caught sight of black robe hems. Voldemort's gait was unmistakable, and Harry quickly discerned that it was indeed him. Before reaching the desk, he halted and turned towards Harry's hiding place. As anticipated, he had been discovered. Harry sighed inwardly. A soft mew echoed through the room. In that moment, Harry felt a profound sense of relief. In his enigmatic form, he could not articulate English. Otherwise, having to meow would have sounded exceedingly peculiar. Voldemort approached the bookshelf, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A cat? He had expected Harry. However, he quickly wore a wry smile. How could Harry possibly be here? He was entirely unaware that today was his birthday. Uncertain of what the Potters had conveyed to Harry, Voldemort had anticipated only one reaction, a deepening of their animosity, as he had never expected the child of those he wished dead to advocate on his behalf. The primary reason he had gifted Harry the Resurrection Stone was because Harry constantly yearned for his parents. The subsequent events would unfold in due course. He would observe when Harry would uncover the truth, or perhaps before that, he might succumb to an outburst. If Harry realized it himself, that would be most fortuitous. Their issues would unravel seamlessly, the best course of action. The worst-case scenario, however, was one he preferred not to contemplate. With these thoughts in mind, he found little interest in the cat. Although he was unsure of how it had entered, its demeanor suggested no threat. At that moment, Voldemort lacked the inclination to investigate further. Thus, Harry remained crouched, watching as Voldemort vanished from his view. He silently mused. Was it due to his accurate assessment of Voldemort? Or was his enigmatic form simply too easily overlooked? He had not even been subjected to Petrificus Totalis or any binding spell. Did Voldemort not fear he might escape? Yet, given Voldemort's apparent confidence, it was clear he believed Harry could not flee. Resolutely, Harry stepped out from behind the bookshelf and sat down in plain sight, watching intently. Voldemort took a seat, lightly waving his wand, causing a transparent glass bottle filled with golden amber liquid to materialize before him, settling smoothly upon the desk. Time had elapsed, and he seldom reflected upon his past, those memories of the orphanage, the grim, austere building, the meager meals of thin soup, the occasional birds that flitted by the iron bars. The harsh winters of biting winds and snow, the transformation of disdainful glares into fearful loathing. He poured himself a glass, tilted his head back, and the stout glass was emptied in an instant. The top-tier Scotch whiskey ignited a fiery sensation that coursed from his palate to his stomach. In truth, Voldemort typically did not acknowledge the significance of his birthday. However, today was exceptional. His thoughts had turned to Harry's parents. Although he knew comparison was futile, he could not suppress the melancholy association with his own negligent parents, leading him to sadly reflect upon his own birthday. Just like Christmas or Halloween, his birthday had never been awaited. Even though it fell on New Year's Eve, the day held no cause for celebration. What was there to commemorate? His father had abandoned them before his birth, and his mother had succumbed to despair, dying shortly after giving birth to him. It was a grave error. Voldemort clenched his teeth, pouring himself another glass. Harry, in his feline form, stared blankly at the actions of the man before him. Was he truly drinking at such a remarkable speed? However, he could perceive the gentle scent of grass mingling with the fresh aroma of fruits in the air, along with a unique, spicy, smoky fragrance. Harry was unaware that this was a result of the peat-burning process inherent in the distillation of Scotch whiskey, a scent that water could never possess. Observing the hue of the liquid, the traces clinging to the glass left no doubt. It was undoubtedly alcohol, and potent spirits at that. What on earth was Voldemort doing? Was he not concerned about the risk of alcohol poisoning? Harry, tilting his head like a curious kitten, couldn't contain himself any longer upon noticing that the drinker showed no signs of stopping. In an instant, he leaped onto the table, attempting to nudge the bottle with his body. Alas, his small stature and corresponding strength meant that despite his utmost effort, he could merely slide the bottle across the surface. Voldemort could not suppress a chuckle, though in a foul mood. He found it somewhat amusing that this little cat dared to jump in front of him and cause a ruckus. He had initially contemplated tossing it to the ground. Had he not yet discerned its origin, he would have certainly delivered it a killing curse. His wand was already in hand when he realized that the cat, attempting to topple the bottle, was putting forth a rather comical effort. Chapter 134. Why was his animagus so diminutive? While it was easy to conceal at this moment, even an empty bottle posed a challenge. Harry shot a furious glare at the one who had mocked him. His peripheral vision caught sight of a hefty book at the edge of the table, and an idea suddenly struck him. This black cat was rather intriguing. Its eyes were a beautiful shade of emerald green, and it had just glared at him, seemingly aware of its ridicule. Voldemort, arms crossed, found himself unexpectedly intrigued by this cat, which stood only half the height of the bottle. What would it do next? After considerable effort, Harry managed to push the bottle close to the book, then retreated to gather momentum for a leap. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, the bottle striking the book and causing a few droplets to spill from its neck. Harry pressed his paws against the cover, launching the round bottle across the table, where it clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Take that. Harry flicked his tail triumphantly at Voldemort, only to suddenly feel something damp on his chin. Wiping it with his paw and then licking it, he was immediately seized by a violent coughing fit. What kind of alcohol was this? It was unbearably spicy. Voldemort had initially been observing the audacious cat with an air of amusement, but upon locking eyes with it again, he sensed something was amiss. That shade of green seemed familiar. Startled, he realized it was unmistakably Harry. Caught, Harry coughed even harder. At this juncture, he felt compelled to revert to his human form. Otherwise, Voldemort could easily unveil his true identity with a simple reveal. Rather than face such humiliation, it was better to take the initiative. How did you recognize me? Indeed, it was his boy. Voldemort felt a mix of irritation and amusement, yet upon witnessing Harry's distress, he couldn't help but rise to assist him. Your eyes, he stated bluntly. And which genuine cat remains unflinching when I exude a murderous aura? Voldemort was suddenly struck by a crucial thought. You've been secretly practicing your animagus transformation all on your own. You snuck into my office without my knowledge. Do you realize how close you came to being subjected to the killing curse? A wave of apprehension washed over Voldemort. It was evident that he cared more about Harry's clandestine practice than the shattered bottle. While Harry felt a twinge of fear regarding Voldemort's anger, he also felt an unexpected warmth. But I've managed it, Haven T.I. Everything is perfectly normal. Stop underestimating me, he retorted, seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation. And why on earth are you drinking so much? Are you trying to throw your life away? Voldemort sighed inwardly, knowing well that the savior was not one to be easily swayed. Do you not know? The members of the Slytherin family are exceptional potion makers. Sobering up is merely a trivial matter. Harry instantly recalled the stacks of potion books in the Chamber of Secrets, giving an unwilling grunt in response. In the end, excessive drinking was indeed detrimental. Yes, you are right, Voldemort continued, patting him on the back. Why did you go licking it? You brought this upon yourself, I see you're no longer coughing. How was I to know it was so potent? Harry countered, noting the dismissive tone in Voldemort's voice. "I merely wished to try it. And who could have predicted it would be this fiery?" Seated atop the table, Harry's knees extended slightly over the edge. Voldemort stood between his legs, one hand resting on his back, their bodies close in an almost embrace. As Voldemort listened to Harry's protestations, the boy's voice gradually faded. He lowered his gaze, noticing that one of Harry's ears had turned a deep crimson, his profile flushed. The heat radiating from Harry's skin brushed against Voldemort's collarbone, stirring something within him. He unconsciously lifted his other hand, gently caressing the now rose-colored earlobe. Harry trembled, his vision filled solely with the shimmering black fabric before him, and his nose filled with that familiar scent of sandalwood. A chilling sensation coursed from his ear through his body, akin to a current of electricity. Slowly, he raised his head, their gazes colliding. The usual coldness had vanished from Voldemort's dark eyes, replaced by a tempestuous storm that enveloped Harry entirely. Every inch of him felt as though it had caught fire, blood rushing through his veins, igniting every part of him. Harry extended his hands, wrapping them around Voldemort's neck, his fingertips brushing against the skin of his throat, eliciting a faint swallowing motion from Voldemort. Leaning in, Harry dared to lick him. "Why did you go licking it?" Voldemort echoed his earlier words, his voice now low and hoarse. Yet this time, it was markedly different. Voldemort's grip tightened around Harry's waist, pulling him closer, while the other hand traced the contour of Harry's face down to his chin, predictably encountering the dampness left from Harry's earlier clumsiness. Voldemort's gaze darkened as he slowly licked the remnants of amber liquid away. Harry felt a warm, damp sensation against his skin, tinged with a slight sting, causing his body to quiver. Once this act was complete, Voldemort lifted his head slightly, gazing at Harry's flushed face, closed eyelids, and lips, now vividly colored from the fiery liquor, before descending upon them with fervor. Chapter 135. It was hot, very hot. Their lips and tongues intertwined, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. Consciousness began to blur. The crackling sound of wood in the fireplace gradually faded. Whether due to the richness of the alcohol or the sheer beauty of the kiss, Harry could not discern. Their breaths mingled, entwined in a desperate embrace, relishing the warmth of each other. As the previous quarrels and distance evaporated like mist, it felt as if they had not been this close in ages. When was the last time? During the summer, they had shared only a single embrace. Compared to earlier occasions, this was the first time he felt utterly immersed in the passionate fervor of love, devoid of burdens or concerns about the future. Such a blazing fervor was an experience he had never known, perhaps because the other was the Dark Lord. It was powerful and undeniable. Harry reveled in the delightful intoxication brought on by the potent liquor, the room radiating warmth as if it were spring, to the extent that he hadn't realized when his outer robe had draped over the table. An unprecedented sensation coursed through him as a hand slipped beneath the hem of his shirt, gently caressing his side. Harry felt an electric jolt shoot up his spine straight to his brain, causing him to stiffen, a breathy sound escaping his lips. Stop. Voldemort, of course, would not listen to him. He merely let out a soft chuckle, his fingers slowly moving around to Harry's back and tracing upward along the sunken spine with just the right amount of pressure. Beneath his touch was the warm, smooth skin of the boy, so enticing that it made one linger. Harry only felt that the hand brought him slight tremors, even making his toes curl tight. He had never known that such a simple action could evoke such an intense reaction in him. He wanted to say enough, but his mouth was thoroughly blocked, leaving him unable to speak. Yet somewhere deep in his heart, a voice seemed to cry out. It still wasn't enough. Wanting to escape the overwhelmingly strong sensation, the boy's body instinctively arched forward. Feeling the approaching warmth, Voldemort's lips curved into a faint smile. He released Harry's lips and moved downward, licking over his Adam's apple before finally settling on his collarbone, sucking gently. One hand still held Harry's waist tightly, while the other had already shifted from his back to his chest. Experiencing a stimulation he had never felt before, Harry threw his head back, his gaze moist. He seemed to have done something very foolish, actively offering himself to Voldemort. That hand was igniting fires all over his body, and he could only cling desperately to the other's shoulders, preventing himself from collapsing after the intense tension. The tie really was a nuisance. And so was the woolen vest over the shirt. Voldemort, having already left several deep red marks on Harry's collarbone, stared with great dissatisfaction at the set of Hogwarts uniform that was preventing him from continuing. He straightened slightly and, without hesitation, grabbed the wand that had fallen aside earlier. Before Harry could react, his clothes had vanished, leaving only the robe spread beneath him on the table. His bare skin, under the glow of candlelight, displayed the elasticity and luster unique to a youth, like a finely sculpted work of art. Harry was startled. The feeling of being scrutinized without any cover made him deeply ashamed, and he hurriedly tried to wrap the robe around himself. Don't move. Voldemort's voice was low and hoarse. The body before him was youthful, clearly showing its owner's lack of experience in such matters. He had seen many beauties before, but he had paid them no mind. Those delicate, seductive bodies offered to him held no interest. He would simply pass them on to followers like Abraxas Malfoy. After repeating this a few times, gradually no more Death Eaters sent him such gifts. There were even rumors among some Death Eaters that he was an extremely cold individualist, completely celibate. He knew, but he couldn't be bothered to clarify such things. No one could compare to the attraction his boy held for him, even though he was still thin, with ribs easily felt under the touch. Those damned muggles. I really will have to watch you eat from now on, Voldemort murmured, his hands slowly tracing down the contours of Harry's shoulder blades, kisses raining down on them. His waistline was taut too, the slight flesh there tensed from nervousness. Relax. Take a deep breath. How could he possibly relax under these circumstances? Harry gritted his teeth, glaring at the other's still neat clothes, a wave of mischief rising in him. Clearly, undressing by hand was too slow. He fumbled for his robe, trying to pull his wand from the pocket. Unfortunately, his movements were noticed halfway, and Voldemort pressed down on his restless hand. Not paying attention? Harry glared, opening his mouth only to close it again. In the current situation, he couldn't bring himself to voice his thoughts. If he said it, he'd probably be thrown straight onto the bed, wouldn't he? On one hand, he felt an irrepressible thrill at their closeness. On the other, if things continued this way, he was sure it would hurt, wasn't it? Harry's face, which had just cooled down, flushed red again. What did you want to say? Voldemort lifted Harry from the table and sat down himself, placing Harry on his lap. You're still too young, he said meaningfully, pressing their bodies tightly together. Even if I wanted to do something, or if you're worried about something, it's irrelevant. He kissed Harry's cheek. I don't want to cause you any harm. Chapter 136. After hearing these assurances, Harry's face turned even redder, because he clearly felt something hot and hard pressing against his inner thigh, ready and waiting. Even though he had no practical experience before, that didn't mean he knew nothing. A wave of heat rose from where they were touching, spreading through his limbs and reaching the top of his head. Realizing his own body was reacting too, Harry immediately felt embarrassed and, in his shame, grew angry. What you say and what you do are very far apart, aren't they? Well, do you wish for me to continue? These words were spoken by Voldemort right beside Harry's ear, slowly and softly, his breath warm, carrying an extreme intimacy. Harry was dazed by that warm breath for a moment before being brought back to his senses by the deliberate grinding below. What do you mean? What I wish. Before he could finish, Harry felt a thrust against him, and a moan nearly escaped his lips. He quickly clenched his teeth, then shot Voldemort a fierce glare. What are you smiling at? Like a cat that got the cream. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? From the moment I pushed you away, I knew it was over. It had already completely slipped from my control. How shocked I was back then. How much regret I felt afterward. Never before had I hesitated, never before had I wavered, even despised myself for it. But it was the right choice. If I had forced you back then, we might never have had a day like this, might we? Voldemort rested his head on Harry's shoulder, his tone filled with emotion. Now, can I say that all the patience and actions taken for this were worth it? Harry's heart stirred. Voldemort had never spoken to him so directly about the past. In places Harry couldn't see, what exactly had Voldemort done for them? Every time he wondered about this, every time he discovered something, he would be moved, if in the days to come. They no longer doubted each other and walked hand in hand through passing time and turbulent storms. How wonderful would that be? Thinking this, Harry pushed the distance between them apart slightly and looked directly into those dark eyes. In them, he clearly saw his own reflection. Promise me you won't deliberately hide things from me anymore. His tone was solemn, though I might be a bit impatient. You can't just let me throw tantrums. Honestly, Slytherin minds are too hard to read. Whenever he faced Voldemort, he felt his intelligence immediately regressed. Harry thought resentfully. Do you want me to change into the straightforward, blunt personality of a Gryffindor? That might be a bit difficult, Voldemort laughed. Seeing Harry immediately adopt an I'm going to get angry expression, his smile grew even wider. But right now, we can put it into practice. Wah. Harry had barely begun to ask when only half the word came out. He had completely forgotten that both of them were in a state of high tension. A nimble hand had stealthily advanced, teasing him with great delicacy. That feeling of soaring through clouds rose in waves, rushing through him until he gasped for breath. But he hadn't forgotten that he was the only one enjoying it. Mustering what little strength he had left, he used his hand to reach out and grasp, moving up and down slowly. A sharp intake of breath came from above him. Harry felt the pulsing in his hand grow stronger, throbbing, as if merging with the beat of his own heart. Amid increasingly heavy panting, he began to feel an intense and direct stimulation. His own life, so tightly intertwined with another's, inseparable. At the final moment, his mind felt as if fireworks were bursting, filling the sky with brilliance. Not long after New Year's Day, the other students returned to school, and Hogwarts became crowded and noisy again. Harry felt somewhat relieved because, after what had happened, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmingly awkward whenever he saw Tom. He had yet to venture into such intimate proximity with anyone. Even kisses were merely gentle. Yet Voldemort always ignited within him a fervor that scorched all reason. It was difficult to ascertain whether he felt more trepidation or a concealed anticipation regarding such matters. The first week of school swiftly elapsed. Their Muggle Studies class transitioned from mechanics to electromagnetism, becoming increasingly intricate. The defense against the dark arts lesson morphed into a vast expanse of water, with Professor Rold guiding the majority of students on how to contend with the Kappa, while Harry was required to delve into the depths to capture a water creature he had deliberately placed there. Of course, before that, he had to master the bubblehead charm. According to Voldemort, while the gillyweed was not a precious collection for him, it sufficed for Harry's practice. However, for the sake of confronting more complex challenges, relying on his wand was undoubtedly the safer option. During the first weekend, Hufflepuff narrowly triumphed over Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff had a new captain and seeker, Cedric Diggory, while Ravenclaw, as Harry recalled, had a new seeker named Cho Chang. In the previous Triwizard Tournament, the fraudulent Alastair Moody had secretly entered Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, resulting in Harry being misjudged by the majority of students for an extended period. Harry felt that, under those circumstances, although Cedric might harbor some resentment towards him, he himself was not adorned with the Potter insignia, which was quite remarkable in its own right. Harry would forever remember that. In the face of unknown peril at the end of the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric did not flee but instead drew his wand, ready to confront the danger. Though such efforts seemed almost laughable against Voldemort's absolute power, he remained a warrior, and comparatively speaking, while Cho was still charming, Harry could not help but genuinely applaud Hufflepuff. Chapter 137. Was he really that handsome? He appeared to have a square face, rather rigid. Tom stood beside Harry, utterly baffled by the girls who were nearly beside themselves with excitement. What do you mean seems? Harry cast him a perplexed glance. He then considered a possibility that astonished him. You can't possibly tell me you didn't know who it was last time? I found out when I got back. Tom shrugged nonchalantly, though it seems I still haven't matched names to faces. Harry silently mourned for Cedric. His last demise was utterly senseless. Voldemort didn't even recognize him, simply dispatching him with an Avada Kedavra. Furthermore, since then, Voldemort had not even acknowledged this individual. After all, Cedric had a certain degree of renown among the students at Hogwarts. I never waste energy on those I do not value. Tom leaned closer, whispering into Harry's ear. No one compares to you. The stands were filled with throngs of people, a cacophony of excitement. Yet amidst the din, Harry distinctly heard those words. Classification level, XXXX. This water creature, known in England and Ireland, can take on various forms, yet it most commonly appears as a horse, adorned with broad-leaved bulrushes as a mane. It lures careless individuals to mount its back, only to plunge into rivers or lakes, voraciously consuming them, leaving their entrails floating to the surface. The correct method to vanquish a Kelpie is to utilize a binding charm to place a bridle upon its head, rendering it docile and no longer a threat. The most renowned haunt of such creatures is Loch Ness in Scotland. January subtly transitioned into February, with the outside world still enveloped in an icy grip. However, as with many previous occasions, the chill did not extinguish the unique rosy ambience of Valentine's Day. The number of cards Harry received more than doubled compared to the previous year. He was uncertain whether it was due to his glasses or Quidditch. Tom experienced a similar influx, even receiving a beautiful singing bird from an upper-year Slytherin girl who wished for it to serenade him with its final melodious notes. The entire common room was captivated and filled with envy, yet the recipient remained unmoved, merely flicking his wand to make the deceased bird vanish. How extravagant! A voice that many would never hear in their lifetime was used to convey a love letter. Hermione half covered her mouth, exclaiming in astonishment. Today had opened her eyes. Who knew it could be done this way? She glanced over at Harry, who sat nearby. Yet, did that girl not realize that Tom had no interest in anyone other than Harry? Tom remained silent. He had not intended to open the gift in public, unaware that it bore a timed enchantment. The songbird's voice rang clear and distant. It was impossible not to attract attention. He frowned slightly. Such ostentatious displays would draw unnecessary scrutiny. Moreover, to be frank, after decades of accumulation, alongside treasures contributed by Death Eaters, the rarities he possessed could rival entire nations. An unremarkable girl, with a speckled blue bird, attempting to capture the heart of the Dark Lord? The odds seemed rather slim. However, not everyone shared his perspective. At least Harry and most of the Gryffindors deemed it a heartfelt gift. The songbird remained silent throughout its life, only letting out a long, high-pitched cry at the moment of death, releasing all the sounds it had ever heard. starting from the most beautiful. It had just recited a poem from beginning to end, indicating it had only ever heard those sounds. This must have taken considerable effort, Harry thought with a tinge of jealousy. He felt thoroughly outshone. Originally, on New Year's Eve, Voldemort had not realized he was returning the Resurrection Stone ring, a fact that Harry had secretly relished for quite some time. Later, he discovered that day was Voldemort's birthday, which made him feel all the more regretful. Harry knew some details about Voldemort's past, and they were hardly pleasant memories. On such a day, not having prepared a birthday gift only deepened his sense of discomfort. He felt quite guilty. The most recent holiday was Valentine's Day. Harry contemplated many ideas and ultimately ordered a baking machine and ingredients such as cocoa beans, clandestinely researching chocolate making in the Room of Requirement. Harry had never anticipated that the Room of Requirement would one day serve such a purpose. That night, after the lights were extinguished, Harry lay on his back in bed. Reflecting on the gifts he had yet to present, he let out a heavy sigh. He had previously cooked at his aunt's house, selecting only the finest ingredients. So although it was his first attempt at making chocolate, the taste was decent. As for the appearance, he couldn't demand too much, could he? He had initially been excited to gift his creation, but compared to the bird that others had seemingly nurtured for some time, it felt utterly inadequate. Sigh. Harry sighed with his eyes wide open. He turned over, unwilling to see the unpresented gift box by his pillow. What else with the sighing? A voice suddenly emerged from the darkness. Harry jolted upright, gazing towards the edge of his bed. Sure enough, someone was seated there, the tip of their wand glowing faintly. It's nothing, Harry thought, perplexed by Voldemort's appearance at this moment, and could only respond vaguely. Chapter 138. Voldemort raised an eyebrow. He could tell Harry was being dismissive, yet he did not wish to dwell on the matter. I thought you might gift me something. His voice was soft, yet Harry's heart skipped a beat. Don't you have enough gifts? He thought to himself, feeling indignant that he didn't need to contribute. Thus, he retorted defiantly, why should I give you anything? Do you want me to throw it away again? Voldemort suddenly remarked. Harry was momentarily taken aback, seeing Voldemort lean towards the gift box, still unsure of his intentions, only to realize that the target was indeed the box. No, Harry was in a state of panic, reaching out to reclaim what was rightfully his. That's mine, he exclaimed. Yours? Voldemort, blocking him with his arm, chuckled with a hint of amusement. Initially, he had assumed it was a gift from someone else to Harry, especially since Harry had so tenderly placed it on his bed, a notion that had irked him considerably. However, upon obtaining it, he discovered a card nestled within that bore his own name. Realizing that retrieving it was futile, Harry turned his head away in silence, utterly humiliated. Why don't you want me to see it? Voldemort continued to inquire in his gentle tone. Do you know that I have been waiting for this gift all along? He lifted the lid to reveal 12 perfectly arranged black chocolate balls. Or perhaps a block. Harry felt his cheeks flush. He could hear the sound, aware that Voldemort had spotted the shapeless chocolate liqueurs he had crafted. Once his hidden creation was discovered, any further embarrassment felt pointless. I know it looks quite dreadful, so you may as well mock me. Harry huffed indignantly. So you were secretly making chocolates a few days ago? Voldemort mused, having thought that Harry was up to something forbidden. With a sly smile, he plucked one and popped it into his mouth. Sweet, he remarked. Harry gazed at him in astonishment, taking in his expression of delight. What I made was indeed gin-infused dark chocolate, Harry clarified, noting that Voldemort did not seem like one who relished sweets. Thus, he had added a hint of a more refined whiskey, one with a subtle flavor. The necessity to patch up the chocolates to prevent the liquid from seeping out had contributed to their unappealing appearance. Nevertheless, wasn't gin and dark chocolate inherently not sweet? Voldemort observed Harry's skeptical expression and couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've received something made by your own hands, he emphasized. Do you not think I should feel this way? Harry's face turned crimson as he met his gaze. They locked eyes for several seconds, a moment brimming with unspoken emotion. Finally, he resolved to say clearly, Happy Valentine's Day. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. The light cast by his wand glowed softly against the bed curtains, yet the brilliance in his eyes remained undimmed by the night. He reached out, enveloping the boy in his arms, his lips whispering against Harry's ear, Happy Valentine's Day. Harry reciprocated the embrace, finding comfort in the warmth radiating from Voldemort. He suddenly recalled their first encounter in the Chamber of Secrets, where Voldemort's fingers and breath had been icy. Yet, why was it different now? Was it due to the transformation of their relationship? Resting his head on Voldemort's shoulder, he casually inquired, What about my gift? Voldemort chuckled softly, and Harry felt the tremor in his chest. I thought you wouldn't bring this up, considering how easily you blush. At this, Harry tightened his grip around Voldemort's waist, expressing his displeasure. However, Voldemort's next question took Harry completely by surprise. Can you make it to the Quidditch finals? Of course. Although Harry was puzzled by Voldemort's inquiry, he answered nonetheless. Setting aside the formidable team dynamics and the superb quality of his broomstick, he had nearly a decade of Quidditch experience, and barring any unforeseen incidents, he was certain he could ensure Gryffindor's decisive victories in every match. Just remember to perform well, and you'll discover what I have prepared for you, Voldemort said. Creating distance between them, he placed a gentle kiss on Harry's cheek, his eyes deep as the ocean, gently lapping at the shore. Harry felt entranced, leaning in and nuzzling against Voldemort's shoulder. Voldemort had never shown much interest in Quidditch, so Harry was bewildered as to why he was suddenly urging him to excel in the match. Yet, knowing Voldemort, there must have been a compelling reason behind his insistence. In the subsequent match, Hufflepuff narrowly triumphed over Slytherin, apparently due to some internal miscommunication within the Slytherin team. Then, on the eve of Easter, Gryffindor faced their second opponent in the tournament, Ravenclaw. If they could overcome them, the finals would be contested between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The day of the match dawned as a gentle spring day, cool yet bright, with a gentle breeze. Harry awoke early, carrying his firebolt into the Great Hall. Recognizing the importance of indulging in a hearty breakfast before the match, I once hoped for a poor performance from Cho, as her previous injuries might have posed an issue. But she has fully recovered. She rides a Comet 260, which pales in comparison to the firebolt, Harry thought to himself. Aware that Oliver would held the firebolt in high esteem, tirelessly explaining strategies to him. Ravenclaw's overall strength is comparable to ours, and dragging it out isn't a viable option. You have a distinct advantage over Cho, so aim for a swift conclusion to widen the score gap, ensuring the pressure in the finals is significantly less. I understand, Oliver. Harry interjected, needing to interrupt Wood's analysis as a crowd began to gather around the Gryffindor table, eager to catch a glimpse of his new broom. During the last match against Slytherin, they had concealed the existence of the firebolt for tactical reasons, and given the poor visibility, it had gone unnoticed. Thus, this was its first public appearance, and the ensuing commotion was inevitable. Harry felt immense satisfaction upon noticing the Slytherin table was utterly silent. They were likely just realizing one of the crucial reasons for their previous defeat, although they remained unaware that a significant portion of the credit was due to Voldemort. Yet Draco Malfoy appeared completely unfazed, as if he had known something all along. Students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff continued to stream over to observe, with Wood deliberately placing the firebolt in the center, the label facing outward. Soon, sharp-eyed observers noted the intricately engraved code on the broomstick handle, gasping in astonishment. 001. Merlin. Could this be the first firebolt? Even the Ravenclaw team had to concede that their chances of winning were slim. I never expected you to possess a firebolt, remarked Cho, who had waded through the crowd, her face a mixture of admiration and envy. Even if I lose, I have a splendid excuse, don't I, Harry? She winked playfully at him, standing close enough for Harry to feel a flutter of surprise. Cho had been his first crush, and her willingness to engage him in conversation, coupled with her radiant smile, left him momentarily speechless. He feigned a troubled expression, saying, "If you're asking me to take it easy on you, I must admit I'm a bit hesitant. You're quite the wit." Cho laughed, but added, "Even with a firebolt, I will give it my all. And I hope you do the same." Harry nodded, watching her return to the Ravenclaw table. In the past, he would have been rendered speechless in her presence. Yet now he found it effortless to share a joke with her, which took him by surprise. "She is stunning, but Harry, you mustn't show her any mercy just because of that." Wood chimed in from the crowd, seemingly omnipresent, having overheard their exchange. Harry chuckled, "Don't worry, Oliver. I was merely joking." "That's reassuring," Wood sighed, then declared, "We must strive for consecutive championships. Nothing can hinder us." After uttering this, he rejoined the throng, ensuring no one accidentally damaged the firebolt. Wood was always so concerned, Harry thought, shaking his head as he settled down to continue his breakfast. However, it seemed that Wood was not the only one affected by their conversation. Feeling a bit hesitant, Tom, sitting beside him, lowered his voice. Harry paused, glancing at Tom's expression, and set down his croissant. "Did you hear that? I said it was just a joke." Tom let out a soft hum, seemingly unconvinced. "I think you look quite pleased." Regarding the matter of Autumn taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with him, Oliver Wood was well aware of certain details, such as the existence of Harry's first crush. "Indeed," Harry replied, only to notice Tom's expression darkening. What was the matter? He rolled his eyes. Perhaps in exasperation, the past was behind them, and now they were merely ordinary friends. This seemed to lighten Tom's mood slightly. The tactics employed by Ravenclaw mirrored those embedded in Harry's memory. Autumn appeared resolute in her intent to follow Harry, persistently hovering nearby and obstructing his line of sight. It could be said that their strategy was sound, yet Harry had witnessed such tactics before. If Autumn clung too closely, he would ascend sharply, then dive suddenly, pulling up just before reaching the ground. Autumn's broom could not match the speed of Harry's firebolt, and on several occasions, she nearly collided with the earth. Thus, when Harry plunged downward once more, she could not discern whether it was a feint or if he had indeed spotted the golden snitch. Momentarily hesitating between pursuing him and remaining stationary. But in the midst of her deliberation, Harry had already seized the shimmering, winged ball. The final score was 180-40. As the final whistle blew, all members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team surged towards Harry. Many hands clapping him on the back, a throng of jubilant supporters landing in a heap on the ground. "Well done, Harry," Fred and George chorused, their faces alight with wide smiles. The recent victories had come so swiftly, it was almost unbelievable. Angelina beamed at Harry, her excitement palpable. 3 girls from the team, she, Alicia, and Katie, sought to kiss Harry in celebration. Oliver Wood, evidently the most animated among them, seemed almost eager to envelop Harry in a bear hug. "If I'm not mistaken, in the last match against Hufflepuff, we need to win the Quidditch Cup unless they manage to lead us by 180 points. Let us be frank. That's virtually impossible," Wood declared, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "You won't let that happen, will you, Harry?" Chapter 140. "All right, Oliver. That's a matter for another day. The most important thing right now is that we won. We won," the twin brothers emphasized loudly. "Come on, Harry, let us celebrate." A party in the Gryffindor common room. Harry found himself at a loss as to whom to respond first, as a throng of supporters clad in scarlet surged over the barrier to congratulate or commend him. The Weasley twins' suggestion was met with unanimous enthusiasm, and they enveloped Harry, marching triumphantly towards the castle. Throughout the journey, Harry scanned the crowd for a familiar figure. But that person clearly preferred not to mingle with a raucous group of jubilant Gryffindor lions. Tom remained in the stands, offering Harry a rare smile. Time flew by amidst the jubilant atmosphere, and a new notice regarding the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend was posted on the bulletin board. Just in time. "I need to buy some toadstool mint. Crookshanks seems to enjoy that flavor," Hermione remarked as the 3 of them moved away from the bulletin board and settled at a round table in a corner of the common room. Harry nodded, retrieving a quill and beginning to compose a letter. Sirius inquired about the timing of the Hogsmeade weekend. He had something to discuss with Harry. From the tone of his letter, it appeared that his godfather was quite troubled and had been sleeping poorly of late. Harry speculated that there must be a compelling reason for this, as Sirius insisted on speaking with him in person. He quickly finished the letter, rolled it up, and secured it to Hedwig's leg, feeding her a few bits of cornflakes as well. The snowy owl nibbled affectionately at his fingers before soaring out of the window. "I'm not going," Tom stated, his expression as nonchalant as if discussing the weather. Hermione immediately probed why. Her skepticism was evident as she scrutinized her 2 friends. "You 2 haven't had a falling out recently, have you?" Harry felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Hermione's candor always made him feel somewhat awkward, regardless of the subject. However, Tom's reluctance to attend likely stemmed from the events following their last visit to Hogsmeade. Harry recalled his own actions from that time. Feeling a rare sense of embarrassment, he turned to Tom, seeking to discern from his expression if this was indeed the reason. "No." Upon hearing Hermione's conjecture, Tom's face broke into a hint of a smile. "There are too many people. I simply dislike it, that's all." Why did this muggle-born girl's every remark resonate so well with him? At that moment, Harry remained oblivious to the meaning of too many people. It was not until Saturday, when he and Hermione arrived in the wizarding village amidst a throng of people, that he finally grasped the sentiment. In Hogsmeade, aside from the permitted students, a multitude of wizards clad in black robes loitered in the streets. "What day is it today? Those individuals don't seem to be parents," Hermione queried, bewildered. How did Tom know this would happen? Harry pursed his lips, choosing not to answer. He could tell that the situation was likely reminiscent of the previous visit when Lucius Malfoy had appeared. Voldemort's identity had leaked, at least within the ranks of the Death Eaters, and more individuals were beginning to take notice. Voldemort's absence indicated that he wished to avoid encounters with these newly arrived individuals. As for the reason, Harry was uncertain, though from his parents' previous discussions, it seemed that matters could only be improving. Nevertheless, he was immensely curious about Voldemort's current actions, with the streets teeming with a diverse array of wizards. Establishments like the Three Broomsticks were particularly packed. Harry strongly suspected that the last time Lucius Malfoy had located Voldemort here, it was not merely for the exquisite mead served by the beautiful proprietress. Thus, Sirius and Harry were compelled to abandon the idea of having a proper conversation indoors. Seeking a quieter place, Hermione opted to visit Honeydukes, arranging to meet Harry at the village entrance upon their return. "This place should be deserted," Sirius remarked as he led Harry down a path lined with greenish muck, ascending a small hill. "I'm glad you could come alone." The haunted house was, of course, uninhabited. Harry observed the dilapidated wooden structure that remained chill even in summer, replying casually. He was still mulling over what actions Voldemort could have taken that would prompt his parents to speak in such grave tones, somewhat slow to react to Sirius's serious demeanor. "What is the matter?" Sirius grasped his shoulders, bending slightly to bring their eyes level, locking gazes directly. "Honestly tell me, what is your relationship with Tom?" Harry was taken aback, a sense of foreboding bubbling up within him. This was something he stammered, uncertain whether to divulge the truth. Yet, upon meeting his godfather's deeply concerned gaze, Harry found himself lacking the courage to lie. Is it that obvious? Such a reaction was tantamount to confirmation. Sirius let out a long sigh. This was not the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. At least Harry was willing to be honest with him. "I know I might be overstepping," he said, applying a firmer grip on Harry's shoulder. "But this is something I must address. You need to maintain your distance from him, as well as your defense against the dark arts professor." The revelation that Voldemort's identity was known to the Order of the Phoenix was Harry's immediate reaction. Though he had contemplated this possibility, the confirmation still left him reeling. Harry believed his expression reflected this shock, for Sirius continued to explain, clearly perceiving that Harry was entirely unaware. "Dumbledore suspects that your Professor Riddle is likely Voldemort himself. And Tom, as his adopted son, is very likely one of the Death Eaters." Chapter 141. Why? How could he think that? Harry urgently inquired, his foremost desire being to ascertain the origins of the Order of the Phoenix's conclusions. "I understand that this may be difficult to believe," Sirius gravely admitted. "But we cannot be certain either, as Dumbledore lacks definitive evidence. There are merely clues pointing towards this possibility." He began to enumerate. First, he had inherited a dukedom left behind by Slytherin. Second, his formidable powers were noteworthy, as he was rumored to possess the most powerful wand crafted by Ollivander. Harry immediately identified the uncertainties within their reasoning. "Is your suspicion rooted in the fact that Voldemort is the sole heir of Slytherin, and that the wand's inclusion in your concerns is merely a consequence of the first point?" Indeed, Sirius conceded promptly. The wand's relevance was somewhat tenuous. Yet Dumbledore later consulted Ollivander, who stated that even someone of Dumbledore's caliber might not be able to wield that dragon heartstring wand. How many wizards in this world are more powerful than Dumbledore, or even of a comparable level? Voldemort's return counts as one, and Grindelwald is still imprisoned in Nurmengard. It is utterly unfathomable for a lad in his 20s to reach such heights. Harry fell silent, his mind racing. Clearly, Dumbledore's suspicions had been brewing for quite some time. However, Sirius's warning came far too late, and it was evident that it was not due to his godfather's influence. The recent surge of activity among the Death Eaters had evidently prompted Dumbledore to voice his thoughts. Why had Sirius not mentioned the gathering of so many wizards in Hogsmeade who were highly likely to be Death Eaters? Sirius's subsequent words elucidated this matter well. "Moreover, Harry, I hope that this will be our last meeting in Hogsmeade." The implication in his words was unmistakable. Hogsmeade was unsafe. Yet, it was still difficult to fathom. Harry slowly articulated. He dared not reveal to Sirius that their suspicions were entirely correct. He could only strive to imagine the reaction he would have had upon first hearing this news. "Tom has been very kind to me. And Professor Riddle is the most popular professor at Hogwarts. Can you imagine if he truly is Voldemort?" Sirius managed a wry smile. "You are indeed correct. This is the most significant flaw in the argument. How did Voldemort vanish in the first place? The entire magical community knows it was because his spell rebounded when he attempted to kill Harry. Now, to assert that Voldemort cares for Harry is utterly implausible. Aside from the killing curse, there is no other interaction mode between the Dark Lord and the Chosen One. Yet, the individual suspected of being Voldemort has indeed shown considerable care towards Harry. The firebolt he gifted Harry was secretly inspected by Dumbledore, who found it to be laden with sophisticated protective charms. No dark magic whatsoever. If their suspicions hold true, how can this be explained? While Sirius himself harbored doubts, he aimed to keep Harry vigilant for the sake of his safety. Even if Dumbledore forbade the dissemination of this information, he felt compelled to risk the possibility of being discovered by Dumbledore. Moreover, why was it suggested that Tom might be a Death Eater? They seemed reluctant to recruit someone so young. Harry pondered another point. "I have seen him. He bears no dark mark on his arm." "You know what the dark mark is," Sirius replied, evidently relieved. He assumed Harry had simply researched it, unaware that Harry had been at war with Voldemort for 7 years. "It seems you have taken my prior words to heart." In truth, Harry felt a twinge of shame. He continued to listen as Sirius elaborated. "However, we have reliable information that after Voldemort's return, he purged his ranks of Death Eaters. We suspect he may no longer use the dark mark to identify new members. Or perhaps Tom's status differs from that of ordinary Death Eaters, as his stature aligns closely with that of a newly masked figure at Death Eater meetings." Harry began to understand. Firstly, all of this intelligence originated from Snape, who had somehow acquired such information even while under Voldemort's suspicion of being a traitor. It was hard to assert that Voldemort did not do this deliberately. Furthermore, the masked Death Eater whom the Order suspected to be Tom was actually him. Tom was taller than Harry. As for why he had not been discovered, It was likely due to the deceptive nature of the guise Voldemort had provided him. Whether among the Death Eaters or the Order, the truth would undoubtedly be deemed utterly unacceptable. Will Dumbledore not take any measures? Like dismissing Professor Riddle? Harry continued to inquire, eager to learn of the Order's possible response. The headmaster cannot dismiss a professor without just cause, Sirius explained. It would not be prudent to recklessly announce such suspicions before confirming them. I can only monitor Riddle's actions discreetly, but I am still learning magic from Professor Riddle. Should I stop? Harry suddenly recalled this matter. Dumbledore seemed to show no inclination to suggest he change teachers or cease his tutoring. A profound sorrow enveloped Sirius's countenance. Harry's heart sank slowly, as past doubts and coldness surged within him. He harbored a terrifying thought. Had Dumbledore deliberately chosen not to inform him, allowing him to remain oblivious in Voldemort's presence? Only through Harry's continued contact with Voldemort could the Order hope to uncover new evidence. Why not inform him? Was it fear of his potential outburst, or did he believe Harry would falter in the face of Voldemort? An overwhelming sense of distrust rendered Harry weak. He was destined to be the sacrificial lamb, though he had always prepared for this eventuality. The difference between choosing this path and being unwittingly led down it was fundamentally significant. He did not blame Dumbledore for this approach. The headmaster believed that sacrifices were necessary and unavoidable for the sake of ultimate victory. Yet, they were unaware that he understood Voldemort far better. I will not. Harry slowly shook his head, resolute. I will not do that. Sirius grew somewhat agitated. I know, Harry, and like you, I find this incredibly cruel. I wish I could take your place in this matter, but they say no one can replace you. I cannot allow you to foolishly walk to your death. That is why I must tell you this. His voice caught slightly. Sirius, you are misunderstanding the situation. I know Dumbledore's intent. Harry glanced at him, continuing to shake his head. What I mean is, whether it is Professor Riddle or Tom, I trust them. They would not harm me. Harry? Sirius appeared utterly astonished. What are you saying? His godson not only seemed indifferent to being used as bait, but also believed he would remain unharmed? Why did he think this? Sirius found this notion utterly ludicrous. Harry's reaction surpassed all his expectations. The complexities of Harry's relationship with Voldemort could not be easily articulated, and Harry was currently in no mood to discuss this with Sirius. I know you mean well, Sirius. I will continue my studies with Professor Riddle. However, I will still come to Hogsmeade. I will not distance myself from Tom. Harry articulated his decision word by word. He surmised that Dumbledore had certainly not permitted Sirius to disclose this information to him, and if he suddenly began to act defensively, Dumbledore would discover what had transpired today. Sirius's actions indicated he did not care, but Harry was determined not to cause his godfather any trouble. You, Sirius, fully comprehend Harry's determination, and cannot help but express considerable doubt. Where does your confidence stem from? This is the second time I have heard such a perspective. It is simply unbelievable. Huh? Who else has said this? Harry inquired, astonished. Who could possibly say such a thing? Is there anyone in the Order of the Phoenix who shares my views? Sirius's expression suddenly faltered, as if he realized he had let slip something significant. He scanned the room, and, making what seemed to be an important decision, leaned closer to Harry, lowering his voice to a mere whisper. My brother is still alive. Sirius's brother? Could he possibly be referring to R.A.B., the Death Eater intent on destroying Voldemort's Horcrux? He is still alive? Harry's eyes widened. This revelation was utterly explosive. Among all the news he had encountered upon his return, nothing was more shocking than this. Harry will be fine, he had said to me. To be honest, I had my doubts about Sirius's contemplative demeanor back then, but today. Is there a reason you two are suggesting this, Harry? Harry, lost in speculation about Regulus Black's survival, pondered whether, if Sirius knew the truth, he would reprimand him fiercely or rush off to duel Voldemort. Just as you see it. I believe him, Harry replied vaguely, allowing Sirius to think he shared a profound bond with Tom, which was more palatable than the harsh truth. Sirius scrutinized Harry's eyes for what felt like an eternity before finally speaking. I wish to support your thoughts and decisions, but if he truly is Voldemort, such trust would undoubtedly be foolish. I will remain vigilant, Harry quickly assured. Now, only two individuals were privy to the truth, he and Voldemort. Voldemort would not elucidate his intentions, while Harry could not explain his own. Perhaps they would address it later when the time was more opportune, he consoled himself inwardly. However, noticing that Sirius seemed eager to say more, he hastily changed the topic. Did you not say your brother was killed by Voldemort over a decade ago? What has changed? Harry recalled a moment during his stay at number 12, Grimmauld Place, when he felt a gaze upon him. Now, it seemed that this was not a mere illusion, but indeed a reality. Was he residing in the room diagonally opposite to where I last stayed? You discovered it so early? Sirius exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his earlier caution to Harry. I was not aware until I agreed to offer the Black family home as the Order's headquarters that he had been living there all along. So, Creature has been following his orders to care for you? Harry mused, recalling the suspicions Sirius had harbored that Christmas. He quickly pieced together the timeline and understood several things. Was he injured? Or perhaps poisoned? Was it so severe that he remained confined to his room? Reflecting on Dumbledore's reaction to the green potion and the bodies floating in the Black Lake, who could have rescued him at that time and place? The answer was evidently Voldemort. He was still a Death Eater, and it seemed he had returned to Voldemort's service. The individual who emerged from behind him along the coast of County Sligo in Ireland, whom Voldemort referred to as having returned among us, was likely Regulus Black. His rejoining the Death Eaters was understandable, given that Voldemort might possess leverage over him, whether by threatening Kreacher's life or his own, with the former seeming more plausible. With Kreacher's assistance, Voldemort would certainly be privy to all the information discussed in the Order's meetings. Voldemort had never been a paragon of compassion. One could even claim he was rather cold-blooded and cruel. It was implausible that he would wish to save a Death Eater who sought his demise. The fact that he had not killed this evidently treacherous individual could only indicate that this person still held some utility for him. And a severely injured individual, deeply poisoned to the point of requiring constant bed rest, would be confined to the Black family home, able to listen in on the happenings within. Harry felt he had nearly unraveled a crucial aspect of what transpired after his return. Voldemort had prepared for his demise, and the sanctuary for this preparation was likely the coastal cave. After the killing curse had failed once more, he had returned there. After perhaps 3 months, or even half a year, Regulus Black sought out the cave, intending to destroy Voldemort's locket Horcrux. Voldemort likely observed Regulus as he took the potion, instructed Kreacher to leave, and then conceived a plan to exploit the Black name to save the dying Regulus. Thereafter, he kept him alive in a state of limbo, neither well nor dead. As for the locket, it was surely reclaimed by him. Harry, Sirius regarded him with newfound eyes, clearly astonished by his accurate deductions. You are entirely correct. It is as though I witnessed these events unfold myself. He marveled. From what I see, your intellect is more than sufficient to safeguard yourself. I do not wish to inquire how you arrived at these conclusions, but I need you to promise that you will exhibit such discernment concerning your own safety. Are you not concerned that the Order's information could leak, potentially jeopardizing your plans or actions? Harry questioned, perplexed by Sirius's unwavering focus on his safety. What can I do? Sirius's expression grew complex, his tone laden with guilt. Harry, I hope you can forgive me for this. Yet, it is only natural for you to be angry with me. I yearn for vengeance for James, but I cannot condemn my brother to Azkaban. He grasped his hair in anguish. I cannot do it. I know he is a Death Eater. I understand what he is involved in, but I cannot stand by and watch him weaken before my very eyes. What should I do to make this right? Sirius sank down, his face buried in his knees, hands cradling his head. It was no wonder that, for some time now, Harry had sensed a tone of anxiety subtly woven into Sirius's letters, family and friendship, justice and affection, all presenting a difficult choice. Harry squatted beside him, wrapping his arms around Sirius's shoulders, gently patting his back. I will not be angry with you, Sirius. I could never force you to deliver your own brother into the jaws of a Dementor, not to mention that Regulus Black is arguably the least competent Death Eater. He has become what he is in order to eliminate Voldemort. How could Harry possibly kick him when he is down? Moreover, even in the absence of news about Regulus, Voldemort could still anticipate his enemy's moves, for he possesses far greater knowledge than the members of the Order comprehend. Yet, it seemed Sirius was entirely unaware of the actions Regulus had taken prior. Sirius lifted his gaze to meet Harry's, and Harry noticed the bloodshot eyes, his heart aching for him. Harry, Sirius murmured, are you serious? Harry nodded vigorously, only to find himself enveloped in a tight embrace. I have always wronged you, Harry. I am not a worthy godfather, Sirius's low voice whispered in his ear, startling him. You have done exceptionally well, Sirius, I mean it, Harry replied, striving to make his voice sound sincere and trustworthy. No one could replace Sirius's place in his heart, no one. The two remained in that position for a while. Just as Harry felt his feet losing sensation, Sirius pulled him up. I lost my composure today, he said earnestly, for these matters have weighed heavily on my heart for far too long, and no one dared to speak of them. Harry nodded, fully understanding that feeling, especially intensified during his own standoff with Voldemort. I will tell no one, not even Dumbledore, he declared, purposefully adopting an indignant tone. Sirius smiled. I know you won't, Harry. He gazed intently into the eyes of his protege, remarking, today, you present yourself as a true adult, far more composed than James ever was. In his heart, Harry acknowledged that he had indeed matured, not merely in this moment. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment and merely smiled slyly, adding, so, feel free to confide in me about anything in the future, don't bottle things up. How true that is. Sirius couldn't help but pinch his cheek, stating, taking care of yourself is the most important matter. Leave the Order's affairs aside, your safety is paramount. Harry nodded in agreement. They then descended the slope, where Sirius impulsively treated Harry to an abundance of sweets, along with an assortment of curiosities from Zonko's joke shop. That evening, during their usual tutoring session, Harry couldn't resist seeking confirmation from Voldemort regarding the events of the day. Their lesson focused on the acceleration charm, a spell that Voldemort favored for its convenience, requiring merely a wand without the discomfort associated with apparition. When wielded correctly, it could create an effect reminiscent of Eastern martial arts, akin to the elusive steps of a skilled warrior. Indeed, most of it was accurate. Regulus did not inform Sirius Black of his actions, Voldemort concluded. Yet, there remains a minor detail, he added slowly. I had never anticipated that the Black family could prove useful. I was merely inadvertently drawn to the scene I witnessed. What did you see? Harry inquired, puzzled. The thoughts of Regulus Black, Voldemort replied succinctly. You would never guess that he laughed, though his eyes bore no warmth. Your godfather certainly did not disclose that he held a fondness for Sirius Black, one so profound that he would willingly forsake his own life. Harry realized that even if he were to experience it all again, his life would still be rife with unexpected twists. One afternoon after returning from Hogsmeade, Harry and Tom were engrossed in their studies in the library while Hermione attended her divination class. However, not long after she departed, she stormed back in a huff. What is the matter, Hermione? Harry asked in surprise. Has the class been cancelled? He pushed the stack of books on the table aside to shield them from Professor Trelawney's gaze. I've had enough. Hermione's voice was not loud, yet it was filled with fury, the flush of indignation still evident on her face. It was absurdly ominous. Tom also looked up, as if recognizing a familiar term. Ominous. Harry immediately recalled the foreboding black dog he had mistakenly assumed was an ill omen. It was actually Sirius. He then shrugged nonchalantly, saying, Professor Trelawney's predictions are often remarkable, yet few are accurate. You needn't pay her any mind. Harry, you're right, Hermione replied, placing a hand on her chest to calm herself. I should have abandoned this subject long ago. It's all nonsense. Indeed, Tom interjected, intrigued by the incident that had caused Hermione's outburst. What exactly did she say? She claimed to have seen a snow leopard in my crystal ball. That's ominous. If I see it, death is not far behind. Hermione slapped her cheeks, trying to dissipate the flush of blood. I didn't tell her that I actually saw one not long ago near the Forbidden Forest, but that cannot possibly be true. How could a snow leopard suddenly leap from the shadows to attack me? They are so rare and generally avoid humans. For the prophecy to come true, I would have to be utterly foolish to provoke them. Huh. She scoffed briefly. When she mentioned the snow leopard, Tom's eyes sparked with interest. He remained silent, then nodded in agreement. That does seem highly improbable. Harry acknowledged this, feeling somewhat desensitized to Trelawney's death predictions. In contrast, he was more intrigued by another matter. A snow leopard in the Forbidden Forest? I've never seen one. She mentioned this a long time ago. Since our first divination class, she has been saying that I am in danger of death. Now there's a new ominous prediction. Hermione scoffed dismissively. Complete rubbish. After class, I'm going to find Professor McGonagall to formally drop divination. Harry envisioned Hermione striding out of the divination classroom with her books held high. I support you. However, he soon furrowed his brow. But why didn't you mention this before? A prediction of your death? Because I deemed it utter nonsense, unworthy of discussion, Hermione replied decisively, flipping open a hefty tome. Dropping this subject is a blessing. Tom gestured toward the other books on the table with his eyes, even with a time turner. You have many other subjects to revise. Hermione shot him a glare, her expression teetering on the brink of exasperation. As the Easter holiday approached, all third-year students faced an overwhelming amount of assignments, leaving them frazzled and stressed. Of course, this did not include Tom, who never completed homework. However, the others lacked his remarkable ability to excel in exams without attending classes or doing assignments, leaving them to envy and begrudge him. Hermione had the heaviest course load, and the shadows beneath her eyes never seemed to fade. Meanwhile, Harry breezed through the familiar material. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was far ahead in the tournament, with the Quidditch Cup almost within their grasp. Fueled by the spirit of victory, their training sessions progressed smoothly. Chapter 145. Unlike the eve of the match against Slytherin, this final had a notably less charged atmosphere. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had always maintained a cordial relationship, and Harry encountered far fewer pranks and jibes than before. Although a few disgruntled Slytherins remained, their impact on Harry was negligible. His focus was now directed elsewhere. So, is there truly nothing you can divulge to me in advance? Harry asked for the 100th time as the match approached. What sort of gift has Voldemort prepared that requires me to perform exceptionally well in the Quidditch final? After breakfast, the Great Hall buzzed with enthusiastic discussions among students about the upcoming match. Just a little more patience. There's only an hour left, isn't there? Tom replied softly. But in the noisy environment, Harry had to lean in to hear. You might need a sedative. A sedative? Harry tapped his fingers against the edge of his plate. Lowering his voice, "Are you suggesting you've summoned Dementors? Even if that were true, I trust one could fend them off," he quipped with a relaxed smile, clearly jesting. Tom raised an eyebrow. "However, the Patronus charm will not be effective against them, nor will it work for you. So he really has summoned someone?" This notion seemed plausible. Harry mused. Did Voldemort wish to assist him in embarking on a career as a professional Quidditch player? When did Voldemort develop a penchant for suspense? Nevertheless, it must be said that Harry's speculation was quite near the truth. When they found themselves standing face to face on the Quidditch pitch, Madame Hooch did not immediately open the chest containing the bludgers, as was customary. Instead, she instructed them to line up facing the teacher's stand, where Harry noticed that the area had been significantly expanded, all vacant. Professor Rold sat at the end of the front row, and upon noticing Harry's gaze, he returned a smile. "Attention, everyone." Dumbledore rose, having tapped his throat with his wand, his voice amplified as if through a microphone. "Before we commence today's Quidditch final, let us first welcome our esteemed guests from afar." A rustle of whispers spread through the audience, clearly curious about which dignitaries might be attending the school-level match. Just as Dumbledore's words faded, someone emerged from the side door. He was tall, clad in a robe adorned with alternating stripes of pale green and scarlet. First to appear was the captain of the Carfilly Catapults, Montague Morgan. Accompanying Dumbledore's introduction was a chorus of gasps from numerous students, clearly recognizing him. The second individual soon followed, clad in a remarkably striking team robe. The Chudley Cannons, Di Llewellyn. The students chorused, effectively stealing the thunder from Dumbledore's announcement. Harry was certain he heard Ron's voice among the clamoring. The silver-haired headmaster humorously shrugged, as if to suggest that his introduction had become entirely superfluous. Thus he decided to speak before their entrance. He turned towards the entrance, announcing the third guest, and now, from the Puddlemere United, please welcome Jocelyn Wilkins. Wilkins donned the iconic navy blue team robe, adorned with a gleaming emblem depicting two crossed golden water candles. Like the previous two, he smiled and waved to the audience before taking his seat. Once the cheers subsided, Dumbledore continued. "I am honored to inform you all that tonight we shall witness a much-anticipated Quidditch exhibition match. Let us give a warm round of applause for this year as champions and runners-up of the British and Irish Quidditch League Cup, the Carfilly Catapults and the Montrose Magpies." Harry had no doubt that, had their Quidditch pitch possessed a roof, it would have been blown off by the fervent applause, screams, and cheers erupting at that moment. The two teams entered the teacher's box, occupying the specially extended seats. Some wore black robes adorned with a blood-red bat, while others donned black and white striped robes featuring a magpie on both the front and back. The final entrance, familiar to you all, Dumbledore continued. "I would like to welcome the president of the British and Irish Quidditch League, Mr. Roddy McMurdo." A tall man with graying hair emerged. Dumbledore nodded slightly in acknowledgement before taking his seat. "I am delighted to be here at Hogwarts." McMurdo's voice boomed. "I am sure everyone is eager to know who facilitated this grand sporting event." All eyes turned to the central seats, where he inclined his head in salute. "It is your Professor Marlowe." The mentioned professor stood, bowed slightly, then resumed his seat. McMurdo seemed to regard him with great respect, and upon noticing he had no intention of speaking further, continued, "We are greatly looking forward to the upcoming match and hope that all players give their utmost. Those who perform exceptionally well may be invited to experience the thrill of playing for a professional Quidditch club, joining us in tonight's exhibition match. This presents a splendid opportunity, especially for those graduating students aspiring to forge a career in Quidditch." Chapter 146. His words clearly implied that those who excelled in this match not only had the chance to play alongside professional teams, but were also likely to join one of the several Quidditch clubs present. As these guests filed in, the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff players were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. After hearing this, they were eager to showcase their skills. The most exhilarated among them was Wood, now in his 7th year, and the Puddlemere United was his ultimate goal. "Let us all put forth our best efforts," he whispered as Madame Hooch announced they could mount their broomsticks. Fred, standing beside him, gave his shoulder a reassuring pat to signal he understood. Harry nodded in response. What a grand spectacle this was. Merely a school-esque Quidditch annual final, yet so many renowned professional Quidditch clubs had been invited. The exhibition match was even more impressive, featuring this year's League Cup winners, the storied Montrose Magpies, alongside the most illustrious team from Northern Ireland, the famous Carfilly Catapults. Was Voldemort attempting to recreate the League Cup final at Hogwarts? No wonder he mentioned the potential need for calming drafts. The lineup was indeed astonishing. Thus, Voldemort's gift was to provide an opportunity for Harry to choose if he wished to further pursue Quidditch. Wasn't it a tad premature? He was only in his 3rd year. However, Victor Krum, also a student, had already joined the Bulgarian national team and was a world-renowned seeker. Could Harry not achieve similar feats? He questioned himself. Believing he excelled in most areas, except for skills like the bludger repelling charm, which required a great deal of luck, with proper training alongside a good team. He might not fare worse than Crumb. A large, dark ball suddenly whizzed past his eyes. Harry snapped back to reality, realizing he had been lost in such thoughts during the match. He spiraled upward, his gaze swiftly scanning the field below. He had never witnessed such fierce competition. The scores were tightly contested. Cedric Diggory, not far from him, appeared to be employing a strategy akin to that of Cho Chang. But how could he possibly match the speed of the firebolt? Harry adjusted his broomstick, darting along the edge of the pitch at breakneck speed. The wind whipped against his face, rendering the spectators a blur, yet he could not catch sight of the elusive golden snitch. He circled back, glancing past the Gryffindor goalposts. Weirwood clutched the quaffle with one arm, his entire body suspended on his broom, executing several rolls in the air to evade the bludger sent hurtling at him by the Hufflepuff beater. "Nice move, Oliver," Harry shouted, quickly ascending to the center of the field. Cedric was spinning wildly, yet he too had failed to spot the snitch. The quaffle landed in Angelina's hands. Alicia and Katie flanked her, maintaining a position slightly below, approximately a broom's length behind. The eagle formation saw Hufflepuff's chasers barreling towards them, while the other two advanced from Angelina's flanks. The pincer's strategy sent a heavy bludger careening towards Hufflepuff's middle chaser, who had to bend to avoid it, causing their formation to falter. Fred and George erupted into laughter as they high-fived, having just struck the same bludger with their bats. Had they not dodged, it could have surely broken several ribs. Angelina charged towards Hufflepuff's goal, feigning right before unexpectedly passing the quaffle to the left to Alicia. As Alicia caught it, she swiftly tossed it, already nearing the left hoop, while the Hufflepuff keeper was drawn to the opposite side. He lunged but was too late. The quaffle sailed through the hoop. Gryffindor scores. The current score is 70-60. The commentator, Lee Jordan, nearly shouted into the microphone, but no one minded, for they were just as enthused. Look at the firebolt's astonishing speed. Observe their exquisite teamwork. This may be the most thrilling match in Hogwarts history. Harry watched the scene for a moment, then reminded himself that while the match was indeed enthralling, his task was to capture the snitch. Once they won, the others would certainly recount the details to him. With that thought, he finally managed to divert his gaze. He circled low over the pitch, scanning from the goalposts to the stands. The players observing had initially masked their indifference, but now their expressions reflected astonishment. The last time the England national team hadn't even qualified in the European Quidditch Cup, while the Welsh and Scottish teams fared slightly better, only reaching the round of 16. If he wished to join a club, it seemed the Montrose Magpies, based in Wales, would be most fitting. The town of Muggleton lay right at the Welsh border, not far from England, and his favorite seeker, Eunice Murray, had played for that team in her prime. The Caerphilly Catapults, being from Northern Ireland, seemed a tad too distant. Harry's gaze fell upon the seated individuals, and he couldn't help but recall that the first Death Eater gathering had taken place on the west coast of Ireland. Would the castle from the second gathering also be located in Ireland? However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated as he shook his head, resolving to ponder it another time. Chapter 147. As Harry contemplated his next move, the Gryffindor team successfully thwarted yet another offensive from Hufflepuff, capitalizing on their momentum to extend their lead to a remarkable 20 points, 80-60. The Weasley twins truly showcased their unique talents, resembling two colossal humanoid bludgers. Lee Jordan's commentary elicited a chorus of laughter. Fred and George, undeterred, executed an aerial somersault to express their exuberance. Harry, from a distance, signaled a triumphant gesture. Yet, Hufflepuff was evidently unwilling to concede. They swiftly regrouped, with their primary chasers soaring skyward, clutching the quaffle, which Harry suspected was a feint to lure them in. Wood shared this sentiment, remaining steadfast at his post, deftly weaving between the three goalposts in a comprehensive defensive stance. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the Hufflepuff stands. Cedric, the snitch. Clearly, they were eager for their seeker to capture the elusive golden ball first. However, the shimmering orb seemed to plunge into the throng of students, who scattered to avoid it, creating a chaotic scene in the stands. Harry bent low, maneuvering his firebolt through the crowd, narrowly dodging numerous heads amidst a cacophony of gasps. He caught up to Cedric, swiftly surpassing him, but the golden snitch vanished once more in the pandemonium. Resuming his ascent, Harry became acutely aware of the movements among the Hufflepuff spectators. Cedric hovered nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, lips pressed tightly together. Clearly, after that near miss, he understood the disparity between their brooms, and his apprehension surged. A flash of gold darted through the gray void between the stands. Without hesitation, Harry accelerated. He needed to seize it first. Cedric noticed too and immediately dove after him. Harry flew along the rim of the circular stands, the tip of his broom narrowly grazing the wall's surface. The first row of spectators witnessed him zip past, the rush of wind stinging their faces. Cedric followed closely. His face flushed, lips tightly pursed, whether from anxiety or the wind, it was hard to tell. It seemed all eyes were fixated on this thrilling chase. Harry sped past a makeshift column tower at the edge of the field, slightly lowering his broom. With a rip, the thick fabric covering was torn asunder by a branch, dropping a large section to the ground. Cedric, right behind him, was unexpectedly ensnared by the falling fabric, tumbling down in a tangled heap. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Harry heard nothing. In fact, all he could see was the shimmering wings of the snitch ahead. The wind in his ears seemed to still. He stretched his right hand forward, fingers splayed, just 3 feet, 1 foot, 1 inch away. He shouted, halting his broom, raising his hand high as the snitch struggled in his grasp. A moment of silence enveloped the arena before it erupted into thunderous applause. "Well done." A hand clapped on his shoulder. Harry turned to see a broad smile. "Mr. Chairman?" He realized he had inadvertently soared towards the faculty box. "You just captured the snitch right in front of Professor McGonagall," exclaimed someone, excitement illuminating their face. "Merlin, you were so close. I thought you were going to crash." What an impressive display of skill. Harry stared at the familiar face, momentarily at a loss for words. Had he not stopped in time, it would have been a disastrous embarrassment for Voldemort as well. Yet, judging by the professor's expression, it seemed she was unfazed. "Harry, I must apologize," he began. But the other players who had been seated behind him rushed over, prompting him to dismount his broom. "That was a firebolt," exclaimed a young man in a black team robe, his eyes alight with fervor. Others echoed similar sentiments, their expressions mirroring his enthusiasm. "Truly remarkable. Superior to any broom I've ever seen. Incredible speed, exceptional braking. How did you manage to wield the firebolt so effortlessly at your age?" "I thought the Irish team's shipment hadn't even arrived yet." Harry glanced sideways. The young man noticed his gaze, offering a slight smile that radiated warmth. Harry's heart raced. Had there been no throng of people surrounding him, he would have undoubtedly dashed forward. What came next was entirely his prerogative, wasn't he it? Dumbledore sat nearby, observing the raucous crowd with an inscrutable expression. Thanks to Gryffindor's impeccable teamwork and Harry's stellar performance as the Seeker, the long table at lunch suddenly swelled with dozens of additional guests. However, no one minded. In fact, the little lions were ecstatic. They clustered around their favorite players, peppering them with questions during mealtime. Occasionally, someone would rush over with a notebook, seeking the coveted autograph. Students wielding magical cameras became the center of attention, as everyone wished to seize the opportunity for a photo with these players, who were usually so distant. Chapter 148. The Great Hall was more boisterous than during festive occasions, filled with laughter and cheer. Seizing a moment, Harry urgently pulled Tom aside. He scrutinized Tom's face intently, finally exhaling in relief. "It seems I haven't injured you." Tom chuckled. "You summoned me outside for this?" Harry nodded gravely. "In my focus on evading Cedric, I only narrowly avoided the stands. A collision could have been possible." What he left unsaid was that he was determined to win, and win beautifully. "That's not like you, Harry," Tom teased. "Aren't you usually the one getting into scrapes?" Harry stammered, turning his head away, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Was he truly expressing concern? Was this a lack of confidence in his own skills, or a doubt in Voldemort's power? It felt awkward and unnecessarily complicated. He chastised himself inwardly. No one had ever genuinely considered his well-being like this. Tom stepped closer, enveloping Harry in a warm embrace. Noticing Harry's instinct to pull away, he murmured, "Stay still. Let me hold you for a moment." Harry wanted to protest that they were just outside the Great Hall, and anyone could see them. But the familiar warmth so close to him reminded him of what he had wished to do at the Quidditch pitch, but hadn't he? Ultimately, he surrendered to the moment, wrapping his arms around Tom's waist. Their heartbeats gradually synchronized, merging into one rhythm. As lunch drew to a close, Dumbledore rapped his silver goblet, signaling for attention. "I have a few announcements to make. First, dinner is canceled." A student immediately piped up, "We're not worried about being hungry, because, following the match, we will be hosting a grand buffet." The hall erupted in excitement, students whispering among themselves, their faces alight with anticipation. Dumbledore patiently waited for the room to settle before continuing. "This brings me to my second point. Students in the 4th grade and above, if you possess a splendid gown, do not hesitate to don it for the forthcoming ball that awaits you after the soiree." The sounds within the hall resonated like the explosive bursts of fireworks. The upperclassmen wore expressions of exhilaration, while the younger students exhibited their discontent. Perhaps one might even have the chance to dance with a renowned sports star. Who could have uttered such a remark, resulting in an onslaught of hostility from numerous boys and sparkling eyes from countless girls? Hogwarts has never hosted such an event. At least, not in the annals of history. Hermione exclaimed excitedly. "Does he presume we won't be able to sleep tonight?" Harry glared at Tom, who had maintained an enigmatic demeanor since his return from the outside. Surely, this ball could not have been Voldemort's idea? Dumbledore was compelled to invest more time in calming the crowd. Finally, our esteemed chairman had something to convey regarding the evening's exhibition match. Mr. Rodri McGonagall rose, and Harry noticed the buttons of his white shirt straining against the confines of his tailcoat. He surveyed the entire hall, stating, as I mentioned earlier, distinguished players will be invited to experience a match with a professional Quidditch team. I am honored to announce that both the Montrose Magpies and the Bellicosel Bats are eager to collaborate with the talented youth present. He deliberately prolonged his final word. Harry's body involuntarily stiffened. He surmised that Wood and the other players were likely in a state akin to his own. Yet he could only focus on the mouth of the Quidditch League Cup chairman as he uttered his name, leaving no room to validate his assumptions. Goalkeeper, Oliver Wood. Bellicosel Bats, Mr. McGonagall proclaimed. The Gryffindor table erupted in fervor. Wood sat there, seemingly in a daze, unresponsive even to the vigorous pats on his shoulder from the Weasley twins, as though he had been struck dumb by a pie falling from the sky. The Bellicosel Bats were considerably stronger than the Puddlemere United team and were based in Northern Ireland, sharing the same island as Ireland. The Irish team was renowned worldwide, and the Bellicosel Bats could certainly benefit from geographical advantages, such as training opportunities. If they took notice of him, the future prospects were undoubtedly promising. Harry beamed at Wood, genuinely elated for him. Mr. McGonagall appeared quite pleased with the enthusiastic response his words elicited. As for the Montrose Magpies, they were willing to relinquish the seeker position. Suddenly, both Harry and Cedric Diggory became the focal point of attention, with a significant majority of gazes directed at Harry due to his remarkable performance in the match. However, Gryffindor had already secured one player, and the Hufflepuffs naturally hoped Cedric could bring them honor. The one who caught their eye was none other than Harry Potter. Could the savior lead the Magpies to victory? Mr. McGonagall's voice was drowned out by the crowd, for since he had announced Harry's name, countless hands had reached out from all directions, enveloping him in a wave of enthusiasm. Chapter 149. After lunch, Professor McGonagall summoned Harry and Wood. Along the way, she uttered only 2 words, well done. As they approached the hospital wing, she added, although the evening's match is significant, be sure to rest well first. Harry and Wood nodded in unison, noticing the sparkle in her eyes. They exchanged glances, both thinking this was quite high praise from Professor McGonagall. However, why were they being brought to the hospital? Before Harry could ponder the reason, they had entered the hospital wing's office, a place Harry had never visited before. A desk piled high with parchment occupied the room, and behind a curtain hung a nurse's cap, alongside a large cabinet with labeled drawers. The walls were adorned with portraits of kindly elderly women, all dressed as doctors. Ah, Minerva, you've brought them here? These 2 young gentlemen? Madame Pomfrey turned upon hearing their voices, her gaze flitting between Harry and Wood. You just played a match this morning, didn't you? Can you handle such strenuous activity? Her tone was laced with skepticism. I know, so I must trouble you, as such opportunities are rare. Before Wood could respond, Professor McGonagall interjected, completing her thought. Indeed. Madame Pomfrey agreed. She studied Wood's sturdy physique and remarked, he should be fine. A dose of restorative potion and a good night's sleep will have him as lively as ever tonight. Harry sincerely wished she could say the same to him, but alas. Madame Pomfrey frowned at him. Such a young boy, only in 3rd year. Look at this little frame. How did they choose him? Harry's eyebrows twitched, and he finally couldn't hold back. I've gained quite a bit of weight recently, Madame Pomfrey. She ignored his protest, standing up to pinch his arm. You've grown taller. But as for weight, that remains to be seen. She opened a book on her desk. I know you won't heed my advice. So here's what you need. A quick recovery potion, a powerful nutritional supplement. This is not difficult. And then there's... Madame Pomfrey continued, pushing Harry and Wood towards the exit. The hospital ward was empty, all the curtains on the beds drawn wide open. Quickly, find a bed and lie down. I will fetch some potions for you. Harry dreaded yet another peculiar-tasting concoction, but thankfully, what she finally brought was a rather ordinary-looking, grass-green potion with a faint fragrance. Within 10 seconds of drinking it, Harry felt his head grow heavy. When he awoke, the adjacent bed was empty, and the sky outside had turned a deep indigo. Startled, he glanced at the clock, 6:30. There's only half an hour left. Time must have slipped away. Ah, you're awake. Madame Pomfrey emerged from her office, just as he was hastily putting on his shoes. No need to rush, you still have time. Harry found it challenging to explain the tactical discussions necessary for the Quidditch match to the matron. When did Wood leave? Why didn't he call for me? His physical condition is superior to yours, so he was given less preparation time. That Bellicosel Bats, Madame Pomfrey frowned, clearly indifferent to Quidditch. The Bellicosel Bats. Harry hastily interjected. Well, whatever the team, they have taken Wood for some pre-match coordination, it seems, Madame Pomfrey asserted. Harry stood up, a wave of despair washing over him. I slept for so long. I thought I would have that time to prepare. While you were asleep. A group of individuals in black and white robes visited, Madame Pomfrey quickly added. Their message seemed to be that you only need to perform as you did this morning. The others can handle the rest. Harry dashed to the door, barely managing to utter a thank you before rushing out. He sprinted through the familiar corridors, realizing that everyone else should have gathered in the locker room by now. Faster, faster. He brandished his wand, shouting Accio Firebolt, as he hurried down the stairs. Upon finally arriving at his destination, he was momentarily awestruck by the sight before him. Dozens of tall columns stood outside the pitch, varying in height and distance. Yet each bore a massive, glowing orb atop it. This illuminated the Quidditch field as if it were daytime, rendering every detail visible, clearer than in daylight. However, when one gazed directly at the spheres themselves, they were not blinding in the least. Harry turned and burst through the door of the preparation room. It was already filled with people, who turned to look upon hearing the noise. They were generally a head taller than Harry, each gripping a broomstick tightly. "Oh, do not rush, Harry," came the voice of Mr. McMurray from behind the crowd, his stature appearing somewhat inadequate in the midst of such a gathering. "We still have time. I believe I allocated sufficient time with your head nurse, did I not?" Harry could merely nod absent-mindedly. A set of robes was handed to him, and he recognized them as their team uniforms. They might be a tad long. Mr. McMurray had already navigated through the throng and stood before Harry, his face beaming with a smile. At that moment, a whistle sounded from outside. Time's up. I must head to the podium immediately. Who among you can assist Harry in getting ready?" Chapter 150. Most of the team members regarded Harry with scrutinizing glances. Mr. McMurray's overly solicitous demeanor was peculiar, especially considering the chairman's usual haughty disposition. Unaware of the underlying dynamics, Harry sensed the atmosphere shift and hastily declined. "Thank you, but I believe I can manage on my own." Without waiting for Mr. McMurray's response, he deftly drew his wand and uttered a severing charm towards the hem of the robes. Mr. McMurray pressed his lips together, clearly dissatisfied. Yet he chose not to comment further and turned away. "I do not concern myself with your connections to the chairman or your status as the chosen one. Even if this is merely an exhibition match, one must give their utmost. We assure your safety, and in return, do not make us regret selecting you, shall we?" The speaker was a robust individual with blonde hair and blue eyes, evidently possessing some Germanic heritage. He was Philip Barak, the current captain of the Montrose Magpies. Of course, Harry replied with a smile. He could not quite fathom Mr. McMurray's motivations, but the excessive attentiveness was quite discomforting. In contrast, Philip Barak's forthright manner was far more approachable than the latter's. Barak fixed his piercing blue gaze on Harry for a few seconds before suddenly bellowing, "Team, let us move out." Even at night, the crowd in the stands was electrified with enthusiasm. Harry experienced a profound sense of exhilaration as he reveled in the liberating rush of wind, feeling the exhilarating control of the game's pace as he pursued the golden snitch. His smaller stature and remarkable agility provided him an advantage over the Bellicosal bats, who were accustomed to competing against similarly sized opponents, while the firebolt speed was unparalleled by the comet. Furthermore, this considerably alleviated the pressure on the Magpies' two beaters, allowing them to focus their attention elsewhere. Ever since that gravity charm incident, Harry suspected that his broom might possess additional enchantments, perhaps even a collision avoidance charm. Facing professional Quidditch seekers, Harry no longer needed to worry about inadvertently causing a crash. During his previous matches against Cho Chang and Cedric Diggory, he had been cautious with his speed, not wanting to be accused of relying solely on his broom for victory. However, when pitted against a professional player, it was clear that they possessed a wealth of experience and rigorous training that he lacked, with the firebolt merely compensating for certain disparities in equipment. Thus, after circling the pitch a few times and skillfully evading several bludgers while keenly observing the dynamics of the game, Harry resolved to intimidate his opponents. He feigned a sudden intense focus, his eyes fixed on a point on the ground, biting his lip as he dove downward. In truth, he saw nothing. Before him loomed the encroaching green grass, and he concentrated intently on discerning the sounds of the wind, a distinct noise trailing closely behind him. He dared not relent, maintaining a tense expression as he regulated the firebolt's speed. If he soared too far ahead, he would risk being discovered before crashing to the ground. The sound grew ever nearer, the ground rushing up to meet him. Gritting his teeth, he was about to command the firebolt to ascend when a flash of gold caught his eye. Should he continue his ruse or pursue the golden snitch? Although he initially intended to lure the opposing seeker into a crash, the prospect of being foolish enough to ignore the snitch if his opponent spotted it was unacceptable. Without hesitation, Harry altered his course and shot forward like a released arrow. What a splendid Lonsky feint! The commentator had shifted to Rodri McMurray. "Oh, they turned in unison. Have they spotted the golden snitch? Look, it truly is the snitch." Mr. Potter's movements are swift. He made the right choice the moment he saw the snitch. The crowd erupted in awe. "Look at Harry's speed," exclaimed a younger Hufflepuff student. "I can barely see him." He seemed to meld with the broom, his movements so fluid they surpassed even Bob the Bludger. The beater for the Bellicosal Bats was named Bob Quigley, and due to his size and speed, fans had humorously dubbed him the Rapid Rocket. "How could I have left my match binoculars at home?" This sentiment elicited agreement from several classmates nearby. Cedric Diggory stood behind him, his brow furrowed deeply. He acknowledged the validity of their observations, yet this implied that Harry had not exerted his full capabilities during their previous match. The only moment he truly showcased his skill was when he pursued the snitch in the stands. Otherwise, his speed paled in comparison to now. While Cedric had witnessed the Lonsky feint before, the precision with which Harry controlled his speed and timing demonstrated a keen understanding of the opponent's state. Chapter 151. During the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, it was evident that Harry had shown restraint towards Cho Chang. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly collided with the ground. Given Harry's current display of precise control, it was implausible that he could have exerted excessive force to damage the podium's drapery. Did that mean he had intentionally sought to descend gently that morning when he was entangled in fabric? Cedric Diggory was acutely aware that Harry possessed not only an exceptional broom, but also remarkable skill and commendable sportsmanship. He clenched his fists quietly, feeling an overwhelming urge to rise to the challenge, realizing he was not the adversary capable of compelling Harry to unleash his full potential. Oh, he truly caught it. It has taken less than 10 minutes since the match began. I must say, Mr. Potter is undoubtedly the most gifted seeker I have ever witnessed. This was Mr. McMurray's voice, brimming with excitement. Harry, Harry. The applause was thunderous as the crowd roared, collectively shouting his name. Cedric snapped out of his reverie, hastily standing and peering over the multitude. On the field, the Montrose Magpies formed a circle, their broom handles pointed toward the center. Above that circle, Harry hovered, holding the golden ball aloft, his face radiant as he smiled directly at the teacher's podium. This scene stirred something profound within him. Meanwhile, among the Ravenclaw spectators, a dark-haired girl clapped her hands until they turned crimson. Upon landing, they were immediately engulfed by a throng of enthusiastic supporters. Honestly, that was so fast, Harry. After much effort, Harry managed to persuade his classmates to head toward the hall, where Hermione finally found a spot beside him. "I thought it would take longer. I even brought some snacks." Her round, expressive eyes were fixed on Harry, a mixture of regret and pride evident in her expression. "You were simply magnificent." She leapt forward, wrapping him in a tight embrace. "Thank you, Hermione," Harry replied, grinning as he returned the embrace, then turned to look at Tom beside him. The boy with ebony locks pressed his lips tightly together, his face betraying no emotion. "Tom?" Harry inquired, puzzled, following his gaze to where his arm remained intertwined with Hermione's. Hermione surveyed the two of them, raising an eyebrow. "Harry, your performance was commendable, and Tom, you certainly contributed significantly." Before she could finish her sentence, she released Harry and embraced Tom tightly instead. Harry stared at the scene in stunned silence. Although it was early summer, an inexplicable chill hung in the air. Voldemort appeared less than pleased. In truth, he did not genuinely believe Hermione's actions would incite Voldemort's ire, as she was the only one privy to their relationship thus far. But why was that? Hermione glanced at Tom, who had his mouth tightly shut, sensing his discontent. "What does it mean that you two are silent observers? Is this a demonstration of your telepathic connection? Must you prioritize romance over friendship?" she exclaimed, feigning irritation. "Come on, although we cannot attend the ball. The buffet should be quite exciting." As she spoke, she nudged them both, and the trio made their way towards the Great Hall. In truth, Tom, or Voldemort, was indeed as morose as his expression suggested, just as Harry had surmised. His frustration did not stem from Hermione, but rather from the realization that Harry's stellar performance in the Quidditch match had garnered increased attention. Or perhaps Quidditch had crafted an opportunity for admiration to blossom from the previous attention. He had intended to make Harry happy, and while that goal was achieved, it had come with unforeseen complications, the most glaring of which was the presence of seekers from the other two houses, which was decidedly unwelcome news for him. And this situation could potentially escalate. The only certainty was that the Slytherin seeker would not dare to intervene. If young Malfoy were to attempt such audacity, he would gladly make an example of him. He had certainly learned that the savior was irresistibly charming. He should have anticipated this. Upon their arrival at the Great Hall, they were greeted by a completely transformed scene. The 4 long tables of the houses had been reduced to 2, pushed aside, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Soft drinks were abundant, along with a selection of rare alcoholic beverages, and the air was filled with an intoxicating aroma. Numerous students gazed in wonder at the previously unseen foods that had never graced the Hogwarts dining table, their faces alight with anticipation. "Try this, it's quite delightful." Everyone was ravenous, and after a brief introduction from Dumbledore, they eagerly began to fill their plates. Harry noticed that Tom seemed to lack an appetite, so he thoughtfully speared a piece of rose-hued berry tart for him. Tom lifted his gaze and found his reflection mirrored in Harry's vibrant green eyes, his heart softening ever so slightly. What did it matter if the boy had his first crush? What significance did the Triwizard Champion hold? In his boy's heart, there was only him, undeniably. Did anyone dare to vie for his affections? He was curious to see who would have the audacity to take action. "Thank you," Tom thought as he accepted the fruit from Harry's silver fork, savoring it with a faint smile. Harry masked his momentary fluttering heartbeat, retracting his hand as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 152. Hermione, who had witnessed the entire exchange, groaned as she covered her eyes with one hand while balancing her plate with the other, promptly making a wise decision. She needed to distance herself from these two. As she walked away, she whispered to herself, "I saw nothing at all." Although she was uncertain why Tom's demeanor had shifted so rapidly, it was a relief that he was no longer angry, wasn't he? Such matters should be resolved internally between the parties involved. She would not play the role of a third wheel. Time passed swiftly, and Harry felt he had barely eaten enough when the surrounding candles extinguished, leaving only the central three-tiered candelabrum illuminating the circular space. It seemed that rather than the food, everyone was more inclined to showcase their dancing skills. Harry had noticed that many older girls hardly touched the food on the table, likely fearing it would disrupt the fit of their gowns. They clustered together, occasionally erupting in laughter. Meanwhile, the boys were strategically positioned between them and the professional players at the designated beverage station, ensuring they would not miss out on a dance partner. "Hey, Harry." Fred emerged from an unexpected direction, giving his shoulder a light pat. "What a shame. You're only in your third year," he lamented, shaking his head. "Otherwise what?" Harry asked, bewildered. Fred, clad in an old-fashioned dark green robe, seemed utterly unconcerned with its appearance. "George and I were just standing near the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, overhearing their discussion about who would lead the dance," he said, winking at Harry. "Professor McGonagall appeared quite fond of you. She suggested you and would take the lead. However, Professor Dumbledore remarked that you were only in your third year and had already garnered enough attention from this match." He looked at Harry with indignation. "But you truly have the talent for it." Harry chuckled. It didn't matter to him whether Dumbledore thought he was drawing too much attention or for any other reason. He preferred playing Quidditch over leading a dance. Having experienced it once, and not particularly favorably, was enough for him. "I don't care, really." Fred shook his head, seemingly unable to comprehend why Harry accepted the situation so calmly. "Is that truly how you feel? Very well then." Suddenly, music began to play. "Oh, the ball has commenced. I was just wagering with George to see who could invite a girl first. I must hurry." He dashed into the crowd, disappearing from view. Harry took a cup of pumpkin juice. In truth, he would have preferred something stronger. Idly leaning against the wall, he watched as Wood awkwardly guided a lovely Gryffindor girl into the dance floor, his hands hovering nervously around her waist, as if he feared to touch her. A smile crept onto Harry's face. He recalled that his own performance had been no better than Wood's in those early days. "Don't want to dance?" Tom approached, his voice low. Harry shrugged. "This is just fine." He suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent, a sweet, fruity aroma mingled with a peculiar smoky essence, and his gaze involuntarily fell upon the cup in Tom's hand. "Surely this will draw attention," he thought, taken aback. "Whiskey. Hogwarts would never provide students with such potent spirits, and especially not the finest." "I'm not truly a third-year student," Tom replied nonchalantly, bringing the cup to his lips for a sip. "With so many people around, they won't notice." Harry stared at him in astonishment. The candlelight flickered upon his face, his dark eyes casually surveying the surroundings, the straight bridge of his nose casting a shadow upon his cheek, his thin lips glistening ever so slightly. Harry closed his eyes briefly, reaching out to seize the square crystal cup. "You can't do that," Tom exclaimed, startled by Harry's movement, reaching out to reclaim the cup. "Have you forgotten the lesson?" "I'm not really a third-year student either," Harry retorted, ignoring him as he leaned in to inhale the aroma of the whiskey, then pressed his lips to the rim of the cup, reluctant to part with your drink. "Or is it the whiskey that tempts you? Or perhaps you've become just like Dumbledore." Tom couldn't help but chuckle at that. Dumbledore was in a rather precarious position. On one hand, he could not fully trust Harry, yet on the other, he could not afford to leave him unprotected, be it due to prophecy or other reasons. The boy appeared weary of being constantly concealed or guarded, yearning to take matters into his own hands. "I'm merely having not arranged two teams for a demonstration match. Ideally giving the students a chance." Harry was attempting to take a sip of the whiskey when a voice suddenly interrupted him closely. "It seems now that someone may have overstepped." "Not. Isn't he the one who led the previous attack against us, and subsequently received a severe reprimand from Voldemort? Originally, he had been transferred from the Spells Committee of the Ministry of Magic to the Department of International Magical Cooperation for such a purpose." Harry mused as he took a sip of his drink, feeling the fiery liquid travel down his throat to his stomach, causing him to grimace. In retrospect, he had harbored a vague sense of this beforehand, which indeed proved to be accurate. However, he had not anticipated that a portion of these arrangements could very well be orchestrated for his benefit. Actually, it has nothing to do with you. I misdirected my anger. Harry realized. He noticed that, at some point, he had ceased to mask his emotions in front of Voldemort, yet he consistently indulged him. It was reminiscent of the time he had first entered the Chamber of Secrets, shouting defiantly at Voldemort when they were still adversaries. Perhaps it was high time for me to temper my temper, as I often lash out at those closest to me. I am delighted, Harry. Tom gazed deeply into his eyes. People often attempted to conceal their true thoughts before him, which he once believed reflected his authority and power. But he had grown weary of such pretense. The most profound understanding often lies not with friends, but with enemies. Perhaps this sentiment held some truth. Harry turned his head, sensing a bubbling sensation deep within him. Was it the potent alcohol he had just consumed? Let us dance, he suggested, wrapping his arm around Tom's neck and pulling him closer, adding, I wish to see you. The latter half of his statement, if overheard by others, would surely suggest that Harry had indulged too much. Yet, the seemingly incongruous nature of these two actions, coupled with Harry's gesture, was sufficient for Voldemort to discern his intentions. He half embraced Harry as they moved toward the exit, appearing as though Harry were unwell. Playing hide and seek under so many watchful eyes always brings me trouble, he half joked. Harry buried his head against Tom's chest, barely suppressing a laugh. Apologies, Tom, he said, fighting the urge to pinch him at the waist, sighing in resignation. They stumbled out of the hall, turning into an empty corridor before they disapparated. Harry genuinely experienced the sensation of operating within Hogwarts for the first time, and, upon reaching the chamber, still could not believe it. Why can you do this? I have already stated, this is the castle of Slytherin, Voldemort replied, reverting to his original appearance, towering over Harry. He leaned slightly, aligning his face with Harry's. Masters possess certain unusual privileges, you ought to understand. Harry stared in disbelief. He was about to voice his thoughts when, suddenly, a pair of lips met his. The familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped him, fulfilling the restless sensation that had begun in the great hall. He turned his head, fiercely wrapping his arms around Tom's neck. Feeling the pressure of Voldemort's hand on the back of his head intensify, he closed his eyes, and their lips and tongues seemed to possess a will of their own, intertwining and separating in a passionate rhythm. When they finally pulled apart, breathless yet still entwined, they had inadvertently ignited the flames of desire once more. Are you intending to use your hands the entire time? Harry gasped. Don't tell me I'm too young for this. He was of age, albeit his body had yet to catch up with his soul's maturity. Voldemort chuckled darkly, pulling him even closer. Wait until you grow to my height. He gestured beside his ear. Harry's anger flared. Just you wait, he said through clenched teeth. I'll be that tall by next year, perhaps even taller. Voldemort remained silent, lifting Harry effortlessly and placing him upon the circular table in the room, then began to unfasten his robes. As Voldemort knelt beside the table, his hand resting between Harry's thighs, realization dawned on Harry regarding his intentions, leaving him speechless. You, he stammered, attempting to leap off the table. Wait, let us dance. We should head to the hall. His eyes darted about, seeking any excuse, and besides, Slytherin is right here. However, Voldemort held him firmly in place. Is it too late to say that now? Who was it just a moment ago who didn't want to use their hands? A smile curled upon his lips, his eyes glimmering with a dark red light, resembling flames. As for my ancestor, rest assured, he is out and cannot see a thing. Harry was left utterly speechless. Despite his aspirations to match or surpass Voldemort, he recognized that such ambitions were not easily attainable. Thus, he had resigned himself to the understanding of being overpowered, though it felt somewhat undignified, for he lacked the strength to best Voldemort. Moreover, he had never anticipated that Voldemort would be inclined to engage in such activities. Yet soon, his mind would be preoccupied with other matters. Harry represented Wales in the Quidditch World Cup. The enigmatic and discreet Mr. Gunner made his debut before the flashing cameras. You are my dearest treasure. The goblet of fire blazed fiercely, rendering the beauty of the moment powerful enough to momentarily overshadow the looming crisis ahead. Sitting in the upstairs room of his Aunt Petunia's South House on Privet Drive, Harry sighed at the half-eaten steak before him. The table was laden with an array of foods: toasted bread, creamy corn soup, coriander pasta, and an enticing tuna salad. Yet, he simply could not consume such an abundance. He set down his knife and fork, contemplating the necessity of discussing this matter earnestly with his aunt and uncle once more. Descending the stairs, Aunt Petunia repeatedly urged him not to take his plate away, presumably fearing that Dudley would feel slighted upon seeing it. In the living room, the Dursleys were sharing a grapefruit, the dining table eerily empty. Dudley is on a diet, a notion that would have been unfathomable in the past. His aunt and uncle had not seized the opportunity to diminish his rations. Instead, they prepared a variety of rich meals for him daily. "Harry," he spoke, only to find Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia immediately rising from the table. He quickly realized that speaking at that moment was ill-advised, opting instead to feign casualness. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to see if you had finished eating." Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged glances. The anxiety etched upon their faces led Harry to believe they were speculating whether their cooking had displeased him. Harry couldn't help but feel a slight headache. Had Voldemort truly only visited once? Had they exchanged merely a few words? Surely, there had been no threats involved? Why, then, did his aunt and uncle appear so frightened? From the cashmere coat at Christmas to the lavish meals of summer, the stark contrast to his memories of the past was more unexpected than the sun rising in the west. "Well, I'll head upstairs." Harry wished to offer them a friendly smile, but given his previous experiences, he knew that Dursley's expressions would only harden further. Thus, he endeavored to soften his tone to convey his intentions. Just then, a flurry of sounds broke the silence. A snow-white object landed upon Harry's shoulder. "Hedwig!" he exclaimed joyfully. Then, recalling the Dursleys' attitude toward magic, he cautiously glanced at them, noticing their efforts to avoid looking in his direction. Harry felt certain that Aunt Petunia would have screamed at the sight of an owl in the Dursley living room, while Uncle Vernon would have raged and chased him away. It seemed prudent to wait until this matter had passed. Harry surmised the Dursleys would likely remember this incident for a lifetime. He hurriedly exited the living room, retrieving a smooth, purple heartwood cylinder from Hedwig's leg. Having grown accustomed to the lavishness of Slytherin, particularly Voldemort's, he unsealed the wax and placed the weighty cylinder into his pocket, then unfurled the thick parchment within, which bore a watermark-like design. "Dear Harry, how has your summer been? Surely, you must have spent enough time among the Muggles, haven't you?" The summer had only just begun 2 weeks prior, Harry thought. As for how it had been, he felt he had gained quite a bit of weight. He continued reading. "Though I earnestly wish for you to forget this matter, I fear such a request is utterly futile. This summer, the Quidditch World Cup is set to take place." Oh, he could certainly not forget such an event. Why does Voldemort persist in believing that he might encounter an accident during Quidditch? "I have received word that the Welsh team wishes to invite you to join them as their seeker. I suspect you shall soon receive the official invitation." What? Harry's eyes widened at the mere mention of Wales. What could this possibly mean? The group stages of Quidditch have already commenced, and they wish to make a substitution at this juncture? Moreover, they wish to replace a player who has yet to graduate, a seeker from the Hogwarts team? Additionally, how is it that Voldemort possesses such intelligence, always managing to ascertain information before the official announcements? Should this be true, he would be more than willing to accept. He recalls how Charlie had informed him of England's humiliating defeat, 10-390, against Transylvania, Scotland being utterly vanquished by Luxembourg, and Wales falling to Uganda. Harry dared not assert that his joining would guarantee victory. He had never participated in a club or national team match, aside from exhibitions. However, he could hardly perform worse than the disgraceful outcomes witnessed by the England team. It is said that the Quidditch teams of Britain are rather lackluster, with Wales perhaps being the best among them. If you decide to go, do let me know. We can revel in the remainder of the holiday together. Missing you, V. The final letter was exuberantly emphasized. Harry stared at the abbreviation, and slowly, the corners of his mouth began to curl upwards. It was indeed remarkable that Voldemort, who appeared to possess a rather limited understanding of Quidditch, recognized Wales as the finest among the 3 national teams of Britain. "I miss you too," he murmured softly. At that moment, within the Riddle Manor, "Is it the Welsh team's captain who proposed this?" inquired a man standing by the window, his tone devoid of inflection, revealing neither joy nor displeasure. "Indeed, my lord," Knots replied, standing respectfully at the side. It seemed he had heard the man's voice grow somber before. "He is the captain of the Montrose Magpies from the last visit to Hogwarts, my lord." A silence ensued. Knots subtly lifted his gaze towards the window before promptly averting his eyes again. Since the master's return, his attention towards the so-called savior had been exceedingly extraordinary. Of course, the master's motives were not without reason, yet his demeanor was rather peculiar. "This matter must be handled with utmost care," the man finally stated. As if to prevent any misunderstanding from his subordinate, he added, "Do not engage in any unnecessary actions." Knots bowed his head in acquiescence and departed with discretion. The master had begun to disregard Muggles and the previously common sources of amusement, a transformation that was quite perplexing. Yet, individuals like Bellatrix had not voiced any objections. Having spent several years within the Muggle world, compared to the past, he now enjoyed greater social prestige and more benefits. And he was more than content to avoid the role of the villain. Moreover, the current master appeared both lucid and formidable. Thus, his sole duty was to execute every command given. As for the specific reasons, he need not delve too deeply into them. Voldemort's gaze remained fixed upon the horizon where the sky met the water. His boy would undoubtedly attend, and thus he must make all necessary preparations well in advance. The sky was clear and azure, with the surface of Bristol Bay adorned with a scattering of white sails. Everything proceeded smoothly, and he could hardly comprehend why he had once chosen a path so fraught with peril. He had to admit, he had never envisioned that matters could unfold in such a manner. The catalyst for this change appeared to be none other than Harry himself. His boy remained blissfully unaware of how deeply he had infiltrated his thoughts. It was nearly time. He could consider revealing the truth of that night to the boy. He desired a lover who would wholeheartedly understand and trust him. He would not allow his boy to remain in ignorance until the final moment. That was Dumbledore's style. In the distance, a small white appeared in the sky, causing Voldemort to involuntarily smile. Chapter 155. Dumbledore unexpectedly sneezed during the Round Table meeting. Snape's report was nearing its conclusion, and the others at the table turned to regard him. He shook his head to indicate he was fine, then inquired, "Is that all? Severus?" The dark-haired man silently nodded. Sirius, seated directly across from him, bore an expression of skepticism but said nothing. "So, you do not believe Professor Riddle to be Voldemort?" Dumbledore continued to question. The members of the Order of the Phoenix fixed their gazes upon Snape. The latter wearily shook his head. "I cannot be certain. If he truly is the Dark Lord, it merely suggests he possesses remarkable acting skills." Dumbledore rested his chin on his crossed hands, his eyes downcast as if studying the tabletop before him. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired slowly. Professor McGonagall was the first to speak. "I may be mistaken, but I truly do not perceive any resemblance between Marvolo Riddle and Voldemort. I attended Hogwarts with him, though we were not particularly acquainted, so that may not signify anything. The primary reason is that I have found no evidence of transfiguration in him." She cast a sharp glance at the man. "According to Professor Snape, there is a marked difference in appearance between Voldemort and Professor Riddle, is there not?" Snape nodded, a strand of black hair falling across his gaunt cheek. Being an undercover agent must indeed be a taxing endeavor. He had grown increasingly haggard of late. However, such thoughts were certainly not among those held by Sirius. "Of course, there is Harry's broom. It is said to have been a gift from Tom, but judging by the enchantments placed upon it, it should have originated from Professor Riddle's hand. Various complex protective spells," McGonagall remarked, her expression one of great admiration, many of which are derived from ancient magical tomes. A round-faced wizard interjected. "I have not encountered Professor Riddle in person, but according to Neville, he is one of his favorite professors, handsome, knowledgeable, and witty. I find it difficult to equate such descriptors with Voldemort." The woman beside him nodded in agreement, stating, "Based on past accounts, he should be a rather brutal individual." Should he not? Clearly, this was the Lombard couple. Yet, their colleague from the same department at the Ministry of Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, evidently had his own perspective. "I would simply like to point out that Marvolo Riddle shares a close friendship with Boggs Chester. It seems Chester holds Riddle in quite high regard. I find this rather abnormal. The relationship between a deputy Auror and a Hogwarts teacher should not be so. Are you suggesting that Boggs Chester is also a Death Eater?" Sirius immediately inquired. "He was seen with those two the last time I was in Hogsmeade. I merely believe it to be somewhat unusual. Fudge has a high opinion of Boggs Chester. As you know," Kingsley shrugged. "He has assisted Fudge in resolving many thorny issues. His prowess in capturing dark wizards is quite impressive. In fact, he enjoys a stellar reputation within the department. Fudge is even considering grooming him for the next Minister of Magic." Mad-Eye Moody scoffed heavily. "That sounds a bit like Barty Crouch," he grimaced, attempting to ascend to the position of minister through the merits of Auror accomplishments. Of course, compared to Crouch, he is likely far more adept at concealing his ambitions. Moody had never held a high opinion of the ministry's ineffectual officials or those whose thirst for power outweighed their capacity for action. Thus, his speculation was entirely reasonable. As each pondered their own judgments, the possibility of Death Eaters was not to be dismissed. If Voldemort were indeed engaged in cleansing the ranks of the Death Eaters, Moody's piercing magical eye was fixed intently upon Snape. From an Auror's perspective, such a strategy would undoubtedly be astute. A twofold advantage, cleverly obscuring the truth. "Regarding the matter of Rold, my opinion is that we must eradicate danger at its inception. We must remain ever vigilant. Therefore, let us promptly ensure Harry keeps his distance from him. Expulsion or any such measures are acceptable. What matters most is his safety." Sirius quickly picked up the thread of the conversation. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at him. "You have informed him, haven't you, Sirius?" Sirius hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Remus, sitting beside him, glanced between him and Dumbledore, seemingly troubled. However, his concerns did not materialize. What did Harry say? Dumbledore was wholly focused, awaiting his response. He expressed his intention to continue studying magic under Professor Rold. Sirius divulged half the truth. As for Harry's unwavering trust in that professor who was suspected to be Voldemort, that was another matter entirely. Has Harry already comprehended the precariousness of his current situation? Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, her hand trembling as her spoon clattered heavily into her coffee cup. Almost everyone else shared her astonishment. And Sirius noted with surprise that the face he despised most across from him had gone pale. He is not frightened at all, McGonagall added, finally remembering to adjust her slipping spectacles. In fact, not at all, Sirius replied glumly. His protégé has essentially disregarded his counsel entirely. Chapter 156. The group exchanged glances. Later that day, Harry indeed received a letter from the coach of the Welsh team, warmly inviting him to join their ranks. Amidst the World Cup group stage, the Welsh team's search for a seeker had been rather lackluster, especially after their original seeker suffered a leg fracture during the first match. The letter also mentioned several players praising his skills, which led to this decision. The team that barely triumphed in their first match was widely regarded as the weakest in the group, with concerns about the substitutes, rather than waiting for inevitable elimination. It was better to take a chance. Upon hearing that Harry would be leaving Privet Drive early, the formidable Duke was to come and fetch him, prompting the Dursleys to bustle about after initially displaying expressions of relief. Harry had never realized his belongings could amount to such a heavy load, truly experiencing a treatment previously reserved for his cousin Dudley. Dudley could only watch enviously as his parents loaded Harry with bundles of sweets and snacks. Poor him, who would be unable to bring any treats to school this year, thanks to a suggestion from the nurse at Smeltings that would keep him away from those high-calorie delights forever. The following day, a long procession of Rolls-Royce vehicles rolled into Privet Drive. Undoubtedly, they caused a commotion no less than the last time. Harry's only consolation was that Voldemort did not wish to sit on the couch with the Dursleys for another conversation. Instead, he exchanged pleasantries in the yard before whisking Harry away. Had the conversation continued, it was possible that his aunt and uncle would have begun to venerate him like Jesus on the cross. In fact, he considered it a miracle that Voldemort had demonstrated such patience during their last encounter with the Dursleys. Their first destination was Cardiff, the capital of Wales and the training ground for the Welsh Quidditch team. The coach of the Welsh team was delighted to see Harry, and his satisfaction grew when Harry indeed caught the golden snitch within 10 minutes. Their strategy was quite simple, akin to what they employed at Hogwarts. Since the overall quality of the team could not drastically improve in the short term, rather than exhausting themselves against teams like Ireland, which boasted excellent chasers, it was better to seize the snitch before the score gap widened too significantly. In short, Harry's task was to catch the golden snitch as swiftly as possible. I believe you may know when the next match is, Potter, Coach Terry remarked, observing the training from the sidelines. It's this weekend in the afternoon. Against the French team, Harry replied. Terry regarded him with approval. Indeed. Therefore, I hope you will join training immediately to acclimate to the match tempo. I have no issues, Harry said, his excitement surging at the prospect of participating in a world-class competition, and he readily agreed. However, he soon recalled a new concern. My name is not on the original lineup. Is that acceptable? Terry furrowed his brow. It is somewhat troublesome, he admitted, but we will resolve it as swiftly as possible. Just then, a large barn owl swooped in, landing on the railing in front of him, extending a leg. Oh, I have an urgent letter. Let me see. Terry unrolled the parchment, promising Harry, there's always something unexpected. ISNT there? Oh, his elevated tone even caught the attention of the players in training, who gathered around to see what was amiss. Harry noted that several familiar faces had gathered, seemingly unfazed by his presence, all offering greetings. It's resolved, Terry exclaimed, visibly ecstatic, clearly exceeding his initial expectations. Oh, does this mean we will have the youngest seeker in the world? Welcome, Harry. Philip Barak extended his hand amicably, shaking Harry's. In that moment, Barak felt a cold, piercing gaze sweep over him, but upon looking up, he only saw a Hogwarts professor standing behind Harry. When did the International Quidditch Association become so accommodating? Terry muttered, but quickly regained his enthusiasm. Excellent, Potter. I will promptly arrange your training schedule. You will need a private pitch, preferably equipped with various obstacles. And I will arrange for several chasers to practice with you. Please wait a moment. The previously silent Professor Rold interjected, I believe I may have a better suggestion. Everyone turned to gaze at him. Terry appeared somewhat irked to be interrupted by a non-Quidditch professional, his tone slightly elevated. Then, sir, please share your thoughts. Harry too looked questioningly at Professor Rold. Surely Voldemort does not intend to participate in his training? Professor Rold smiled slightly, producing an unassuming little box from seemingly nowhere. As he opened it, the crowd was momentarily blinded by a flash of gold, accompanied by a familiar buzzing sound that Harry recognized all too well. The golden snitch, Harry exclaimed. Inside was a small bird, tightly bound with a cord, which was the predecessor of the golden snitch, a remarkably fast-flying creature. Due to the proliferation of Quidditch, this bird had become endangered, leading to its prohibition in matches, replaced instead by the artificially crafted golden snitch. Chapter 157. Not quite Harry. Professor Rold chuckled at Harry's reproachful expression, handing the box to him. Take a good look. Indeed, it was an exquisitely crafted replica. From its vibrating frequency, it clearly exceeded the speed of the current golden snitches. If speed training is the goal, wouldn't this be superior? Not only Harry, but also Terry and all the players present were captivated by this unprecedented snitch. Remarkable, someone exclaimed, enraptured. An expected reaction, Professor Rold continued to drop a bombshell. Moreover, as for the training venue, I believe there is no place better than an authentic field, is there? Terry was even more astonished. You can borrow one? There are matches scheduled for the next few days. The group stage matches take place at various venues, with the semifinals being held at the main pitch specially constructed by the Ministry of Magic. Observing that the coach seemed to misunderstand, Professor Rold chose not to clarify, as it would soon become evident. No one noticed any movements from him, yet the surroundings shifted dramatically in an instant. Where's this? Someone exclaimed incredulously. Harry looked up. Beneath the vast canopy, where magical lights shimmered brightly. As he surveyed the surroundings, a dazzling brilliance enveloped him, yet the spectators' seats stood eerily empty in their sheer verticality. He was certain he had been here during the last Quidditch World Cup final. Terry gulped nervously. Could this truly be borrowed? He found himself plunged from one shock into another, reaffirming his disbelief. Did you think entry was so easily granted, especially with a large entourage? Professor Rold did not directly respond to his inquiry. The entire Welsh team fell silent. Who exactly was this Hogwarts professor? The Savior's skills were already remarkable, and now another individual with an impressive background sought to commandeer the main pitch, claiming it to be the authentic venue while they merely aspired to advance from the group stage. Yet the current atmosphere clearly suggested aspirations for victory. Harry snapped back to reality, realizing that no one had trained on the main pitch. This was decidedly unfair. Professor Rold arched an eyebrow at him, his expression clearly conveying a sense of knowing. However, I have a fondness for the golden snitch. Harry blinked, cradling the box in his arms. If I manage to capture this, I might just surpass Crom. The coaches and players who had been observing this scene were left in a daze. In the days that followed, Harry devoted himself to rigorous training. This was perhaps the most intensive enhancement period he had ever experienced, as the simulated golden snitch moved at an astonishing speed. Following its turns, he felt as if a pair of glasses perched on his nose would be flung off by centrifugal force. At that moment, Harry deeply appreciated the benefits of corrective eyewear. Additionally, this golden snitch could adjust its speed, allowing Harry to gradually improve both his velocity and precision. Such training bore fruit during the first match of the weekend. The French team, in a desperate bid to prepare against their opponents, hastily substituted in a seeker, while the two beaters were tasked with specifically defending against Harry. Unfortunately, Harry's quick reflexes allowed him to consistently evade their advances, and at one point, he even caused them to collide, resulting in a pause in the match. This tactic ultimately created gaps in the Ugandan team's offense and defense, leading to a widening score gap. Harry eventually spotted the little golden ball spinning on the grass, and the Ugandan seeker also noticed it. Both dove at breakneck speed, with Harry pursued by three relentless defenders. In a dramatic moment, Harry seized the snitch just before crashing to the ground, rising triumphantly as the remaining four players collided with the earth. The Welsh team emerged victorious in all three matches, undeniably advancing from the group stage. Their victory against Uganda was particularly resounding, and compared to the English and Scottish teams, their record shone brightly. It was evident to all that the primary contributor to these triumphs was none other than the Seeker, Harry Potter. It was truly astonishing to think that he was only 14 years old. Not even a comic could catch up with him. Bulgaria had Victor Krum, but what of that? Now we have Harry Potter. The official journal of the British Quidditch Association, World Quidditch, reported receiving the largest number of enthusiastic letters from fans in history. Meanwhile, the Daily Prophet dedicated an entire section to covering these two matches, detailing everything from Harry's age to his broomstick, and from his broomstick to his glasses. Chapter 158. Was this an article written by Rita Skeeter? Harry held a copy of the Daily Prophet, bemused, as he read. She has nearly turned me into a reincarnation of the Seeker. Reclining on a beach chair beneath a sunshade, he reveled in the afternoon sea breeze. Voldemort was decidedly unimpressed. She knew how to cater to the reader's tastes. Nevertheless, he stretched lazily in the comfortable canvas chair, remarking, I must say, you indeed possess that caliber. Quidditch is a team sport. While he appreciated the accolades, Harry felt compelled to remind Voldemort of this fact. Effective collaboration is of paramount importance. Voldemort snorted dismissively. It was rare for him to lounge on a beach chair, soaking in the sun, and he was not particularly enthusiastic about discussing teamwork in Quidditch. Of course, your Seeker is the most vital asset. Harry sat up, his head breaking the sunlight. The brightness was overwhelming, causing him to squint as he regarded Voldemort. "I thought you were about to completely forget about me," Voldemort drawled, noticing Harry's gaze upon him. "What is it?" Harry remained silent. Voldemort, slightly perspiring from the sun, appeared to have an exquisitely sculpted musculature under the reflected light. This was certainly unmentionable, for otherwise Voldemort would undoubtedly assert that Harry would attain such a physique when he grew older, a thought that left Harry feeling somewhat envious. He tossed the newspaper aside, then approached, placing his hands firmly on Voldemort's shoulders, and without hesitation, leaned down. The summer at Bristol Bay was truly splendid. In the forthcoming knockout stage of the top 16, the Welsh team would face Ecuador, the second-place team from Group D, compared to the likes of Ireland, Argentina, and the Federal Republic of Germany in the deathly Group G. Group D could be considered another form of a death group. Aside from Bulgaria, the other three teams were relatively matched in skill. But if any team from another group were to be swapped into Group D, they would likely awaken in the middle of the night laughing. Ecuador, Lithuania, and Nigeria were the three lowest-ranked teams in the group stage. Harry was reluctant to contemplate the performance of the English team. Thus, the Welsh team's progression to the quarterfinals was a foregone conclusion, devoid of any suspense. The match between Wales and Ecuador was scheduled as the second of the round of 16, allowing Harry ample time to observe the remaining crucial matches. Following their game would be Bulgaria against Uganda, where Crumb captured the snitch at 7 minutes and 21 seconds, earning a rousing cheer from the crowd. Harry and the other Welsh team members sat in the front row, catching a glimpse of Crumb as he scanned the audience. "He must be searching for you, Harry," one teammate reminded him. Crumb's gaze quickly settled in their direction, the striking white and green uniforms of the Welsh team easily noticeable. Harry put down the binoculars, remaining silent. Crumb regarded him as a worthy rival, not in terms of romantic entanglements, but in his area of expertise as a world-renowned Quidditch seeker issuing a challenge. Harry felt a thrill akin to those he had only ever experienced in dreams, longing to compete, to relish the imminent tension, to chase the wind and the golden ball. With victory within reach, he silently vowed to himself that he must face Crumb, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. In the days that followed, aside from training, Harry watched several matches. The Irish team decisively defeated the American team, thanks to their unparalleled seekers, while Brazil narrowly triumphed, seizing the golden snitch just as Luxembourg appeared poised to overtake them. "Harry, you are truly our savior." Once the quarterfinal matchups were revealed, the entire Welsh team, from the coaches to the players, enveloped Harry in a fervent embrace. "Since your arrival, our performances have been nothing short of triumphant." Harry struggled to catch his breath, overwhelmed by their exuberance. Upon regaining his composure, he spotted their opponent, the Transylvanian team. It was no wonder everyone was so elated. The Transylvanian squad was neither particularly formidable nor weak among the remaining contenders. More significantly, they had previously sent the English team packing with a rather humiliating scoreline. Harry harbored doubts that the Welsh team could possibly succumb to them. Otherwise, they would likely be drowned in the jeers of British fans. The day after Argentina's resounding victory over Iceland, the quarterfinals commenced. The match between Slovenia and Ireland unfolded in the outskirts of Manchester. It must be said, Ireland's chasers were indisputably among the finest the world had seen in half a century, skilled, cohesive, and armed with a top-tier broomstick that could only be described as a scoring instrument par excellence. The Welsh match was the second of the day, traditionally held in a secluded valley at the foot of Brecon Beacons. As Harry entered the pitch with his team, a deafening cheer engulfed him. He was not entirely surprised to find the stadium teeming with spectators, rivaling even that of a World Cup final. Naturally, many were local British fans, eager to witness the Welsh triumph over the Transylvanians and exorcise their frustrations. Squinting toward the stands, Harry spotted Tom, who smiled back at him, instantly calming his previously restless demeanor. Beside Tom, Hermione waved frantically. Voldemort, as was customary, attended every match, and with his title as Harry's good friend at Hogwarts, he had ample justification to act as a covert protector. Hermione, who typically showed little interest in Quidditch, finally succumbed to her curiosity about Harry's match, cutting short her summer vacation to stay at Rold Manor with him. Chapter 159. Victory is imperative. Harry reminded himself of this as he mounted his broom. From the outset, the Transylvanian beaters targeted him. This was the inevitable consequence of their strategy, having observed previous Welsh matches. They recognized Harry as a significant threat and focused their attentions on him. If there is a pronounced disparity in skill between two seekers, the disadvantaged team would be wise not to allow their chasers to catch up, but rather to neutralize the opposing seeker early on. Before 10 minutes had elapsed, Harry had already evaded 5 attempts to knock him off course. It must be noted that the overall quality of the Transylvanian team surpassed that of the Ugandan squad. Even with 2 beaters absent, they were still able to match the remaining Welsh players in scoring. As for Harry, he was unperturbed by the Transylvanian players' attempts to collide with the goalposts or the ground. His practical skills had markedly improved, allowing him to deftly navigate increasing speeds and complex situations, accelerating and turning with unhesitating agility. This tactic frequently resulted in a heightened workload for the on-field medics. "Harry, you're simply incredible," Hermione exclaimed after the match. "There were several moments when I thought you would collide, yet it was always the others who took the hit." Hearing her praise, Harry broke into a wide smile. They had returned to Rold Manor, gathered around a white, intricately carved round table, sipping juice. The gentle moonlight cascaded down, enveloping them in a sea of ever-blooming tulips. The Welsh team triumphed over the Transylvanians with a score of 240 to 110, successfully advancing to the semi-finals. In the other quarterfinals held in Manchester, Bulgaria emerged victorious over the Netherlands, while the match between Brazil and Argentina remained unresolved, still locked in a tense stalemate. The semi-finals would resume a day after their contest concluded, granting Harry a rare opportunity to engage in conversation with Hermione amidst training sessions. However, Tom wore a furrowed brow. "This won't do," he remarked. "If you continue with this tactic, it's only a matter of time before they succeed in knocking you off your broom. Everyone is scrutinizing your every move." "I can handle it," Harry quickly assured him. Tom's gaze intensified, his brow furrowing even deeper. "Don't presume I can't see through this. Today's match demanded more effort than the last against Uganda. What about the next? If it's against a team like Ireland, can you guarantee the same?" Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, yes, Ireland is indeed considerably stronger than Transylvania, and our next match may very well be against them. Given their speed, unless you manage to catch the golden snitch right from the start, victory is unlikely," Tom continued to analyze. "To win, you would need to break the world record for the fastest snitch capture. Under a second? That seems utterly impossible." Hermione gasped. After a moment's reflection, she added, "Perhaps that's an exaggeration, but it's realistic to expect Ireland to score 150 points within 2.5 minutes, and that's a conservative estimate. Moreover, there are numerous unforeseen circumstances that could arise, being tangled, surrounded, or hit." She abruptly fell silent, for Tom was regarding her with an expression that made her feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, despite the summer's warmth. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Harry swiftly changed the subject. Voldemort was undoubtedly concerned for his safety, but he was perhaps a bit too anxious. "Well, while I certainly desire to win, I will definitely act within my limits. I assure you I will not put myself in harm's way." Tom scoffed, clearly unconvinced. "What does a Gryffindor know about acting within limits? The savior I know has always possessed an unyielding drive. Whatever he sets his mind to, he must accomplish, irrespective of the challenges or dangers involved. And when it comes to the safety and lives of others, he tends to value his own the least." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the pointed observation, Harry replied, "I recognize that I can be impulsive." Just as he was about to elaborate, Hermione shot him a surprised glance. But he added, "However, if presented with a choice, I would prefer not to disappoint those around me." A pair of dark eyes met a pair of green eyes in a shared moment of understanding. Tom's frosty demeanor finally softened. "Just remember your own words, Harry." After a day and night of intense competition, the match between Brazil and Argentina finally concluded with Brazil narrowly securing victory. The semi-final matchups were subsequently announced. Ireland would face Wales, and Bulgaria would take on Brazil, with both matches scheduled to occur simultaneously near Manchester and Ronda. With only 2 weeks remaining until the start of term at Hogwarts, Harry received an influx of encouraging letters. Most of his classmates wished him good luck, hoping he would perform at his best, especially given Ireland's well-known prowess. Coach Terry also advised Harry to do his utmost, recognizing that their advancement to the Final Four was already a remarkable achievement. Yet Harry felt unsatisfied. Was there truly no way to achieve more? As everyone echoed similar sentiments, he felt compelled to take action. Unless you manage to catch the snitch right from the start, victory is unattainable, Harry suddenly recalled. Few had managed to seize the golden snitch at the very onset of a match. If it were so easily done, there would be no need for the other players. Simply 1 second, and it would all be over. The world record was even less than a second. And while many believed such feats depended more on luck than skill, he did not aim to break that record. He simply needed to seize the snitch before Ireland could establish a commanding lead. However, Hermione also mentioned that various unforeseen circumstances could arise during the match. The Irish team conservatively estimated that they could score 150 points within 2.5 minutes. And Harry would do well to seize the golden snitch in the first minute, outpacing their strategy before it could take effect. In Chapter 160, if he could nearly achieve this during a one-on-one confrontation, the only obstacle remaining was the interference from multiple players during the game. Coach Terry had arranged for him to have training sessions with several individuals, but their skill levels were evidently inferior to that of the Irish team. Harry recalled the Quidditch match simulation model that Sirius had gifted him, which could authentically and vividly replay various real matches. If only he could shrink down and insert the footage of the Irish team's game. With this thought in mind, Harry eagerly set out to learn new transformation spells from Voldemort. Thus, during the World Cup semifinals, a moment unfolded that would be the talk of the town for quite some time. The match between the Irish and Welsh teams commenced, and within less than half a minute, the score was revealed, 30-150, when the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Neither side's players seemed to comprehend what had transpired. The Irish chasers, Moran, Troy, and Mallet, were poised in an eagle-headed formation, on the brink of scoring their fourth goal. Yet froze mid-action. Their beaters were still attempting to direct the quaffle towards Harry, as their chasers evidently faced no pressure in scoring. As for the seeker, Lynch, he could have sworn that he had foolishly employed a feint at the very beginning, which turned out to be no feint at all. A group of players exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the sight of Harry concluding the match within the first minute, a scenario they had never contemplated. The Welsh team, too, had not anticipated such an outcome. The Irish team's offensive was relentless, leaving them to hope that Harry would exhibit the same cleverness in evading the large balls as he had in previous matches. While his skills were commendable, he was still young, and being struck could lead to dire consequences. If an accident occurred, fractures were commonplace, and they preferred not to dwell on the grim possibilities. Harry, triumphantly holding the struggling golden snitch in his right hand, began to ascend, a victorious smile gracing his face. He had succeeded, capturing the snitch in a most audacious and improbable strategy that no one had foreseen. The stadium erupted in a frenzy, with everyone rising to chant Harry's name. Even the fans adorned with shamrock hats cheered for him. This match would be forever remembered in the annals of Quidditch history as a miraculous victory of the underdog. And they bore witness to this extraordinary event. In the stands, Voldemort displayed a resigned smile. Just as he had anticipated, while Harry was learning the shrinking spell, he had envisioned what he intended to accomplish. The boy's achievement did not surprise him. Rather, he felt a swell of pride for the boy. His son was gradually unfurling his wings, soon to soar through the skies. In Chapter 69, The Savior and the Death Eater, Harry finally comprehended the meaning of receiving the most numerous and fervent letters in history. The statement in World Quidditch was by no means an exaggeration. Had it not been for Voldemort's magical barriers surrounding his estate, he would have surely been inundated by a blizzard of envelopes. Most of the letters sent by fans to Harry were undeliverable, leading the editorial office of World Quidditch and the Welsh national Quidditch team's training base to once again be swept up in an owl storm. As the finals approached, they set off only a day before the match. Both Voldemort and Harry effortlessly cast the flying spell, disappearing from sight, much to Hermione's envy, who could only use a portkey. Upon arriving at the camp, Harry had no doubt that, given Voldemort's personality, it would be nothing short of grand. Thus, upon reaching their destination, he was not surprised by the opulent decor, but was astonished to see Voldemort transform into a different demeanor upon landing. Have you finally decided to make a grand reappearance? The wizards attending the Quidditch World Cup numbered in the hundreds of thousands, hailing from all corners of the globe. Harry vividly remembered the first time he had seen the Dark Mark at the World Cup, although it was clear that Voldemort would not employ the same tactics now. In fact, he was quite curious about the persona Voldemort would adopt in presenting himself to the world, with his current deceptive appearance. Claiming to be Voldemort would be met with skepticism. He appeared far too youthful for such a title. Voldemort, observing Harry's expression, knew that the boy was undoubtedly speculating various possibilities in his mind. Perhaps, he mused, but before the match, allow me to introduce you to some individuals. He took Harry's hand and led him toward a beautifully carved door. This was a necessary procedure. His followers needed to understand that the Savior was an unshakable presence in his life. For Harry, this was an opportunity to penetrate the core of his circle and establish a firm foothold. Beyond the door lay a vast circular chamber, resembling a conference room in its arrangement. A circle of individuals stood around the perimeter, all slightly bowing their heads. Master, as Harry steadied himself beside Voldemort, he was taken aback by the uniformity of the greeting. From the manner of address, it was evident that these individuals were Death Eaters. Each one lowered their gaze in reverence, and Harry even spotted Nott, who had previously attacked him, among the crowd. Clearly, this was not directed at him, and Harry couldn't help but glance at Voldemort beside him. He remained silent, his expression calm and indifferent. Harry felt his heart race. Even if Voldemort forbade the Death Eaters from appearing before him, he was acutely aware of their existence. Yet, the pressing question remained. Why did these Death Eaters display no reaction upon witnessing the Dark Lord and the Savior together? Harry, puzzled, touched his forehead. Although his hair had been magically arranged at Voldemort's strong suggestion, the scar remained. Surely, They could not fail to recognize him. Before he could ponder further, a robed wizard stepped forward. "Master, everything is prepared." Voldemort surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. "Well done." His praise, however, encompassed not just the tent rivaling a palace, but also the luxury box at the Quidditch Stadium and the mascot performance during the Welsh team's opening, as well as the pervasive protective measures in place. Had Harry known about the last detail, he would undoubtedly have been furious, prompting Voldemort to keep his response concise. Yet, with just those few words of commendation, Harry watched as a familiar Death Eater returned to his place, beaming with delight. It was Barty Crouch Jr. He truly was a Death Eater. Harry cast another glance at Voldemort, realizing that he had indeed been busy behind the scenes, sending his subordinates to become Aurors. How clever of him. In that case, Igor Karkaroff would certainly be in grave danger, along with the numerous dark wizards reported missing. Voldemort likely found it quite easy to purge his ranks of traitors. So, was he now planning to lay his cards on the table, deliberately dismissing Hermione and bringing him to meet these loyal subordinates? Harry mused in his mind, casting a swift glance around the room. He keenly observed that, compared to their first gathering in Slytherin County, the number of attendees was considerably reduced. The Lestrange couple was undoubtedly present. Beside them stood a similarly featured blond man whom Harry surmised to be Rodolphius Lestrange's brother, the new headmaster of Durmstrang, Rabaston Lestrange. From the Ministry of Magic, there were Yaxley, Nott, and Rosier, but he did not see Lucius Malfoy. Perhaps he remained at the Department of Mysteries to act as Voldemort's informant. Unable to make an appearance, among the Death Eaters, one hooded figure had strands of pale golden hair, cascading from beneath the hood, clearly Lucius Malfoy, who had not raised his head since casting a fleeting glance at Harry. Standing at the back were two individuals side by side, both dark-haired and dark-eyed, and notably slender. The former's countenance bore a pallor that, nonetheless, did not detract from his striking handsomeness and the familiar features that adorned his visage. Harry was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that he had finally laid eyes upon the reportedly living Regulus Black. It appeared that his injuries had yet to fully heal. Indeed, Voldemort was not one to easily forgive. Another figure remained bowed, obscuring his eyes from view, prompting Harry to scrutinize him more closely. The man's dark robes cascaded quietly to the ground, yet in Hogwarts, their billowing form left a more profound impression. Suddenly, it dawned on Harry that the individual he contemplated was none other than their potions professor, Severus Snape. What was transpiring here? Voldemort was acutely aware that Snape was an informant for the Order of the Phoenix. How could he possibly be present in such a conspicuously vetted circle? Had Snape returned to the ranks of the Death Eaters? Was he no longer relaying information to the Order? A flurry of questions raced through Harry's mind. However, there was someone who seemed even more astounded. Snape had kept his head lowered and remained silent since arriving at this opulent tent, ever since the Dark Lord's return. His power had only grown, and he dared not meet his gaze unless absolutely necessary. Yet, this did not prevent him from sensing that he was being scrutinized by a gaze that did not belong to Voldemort. The Dark Lord had brought company? This was indeed a curious occurrence, and he raised his eyelids slightly. That fleeting glance nearly betrayed his otherwise impassive expression. Potter's boy? Severus Snape felt he was facing a monumental challenge, one even more formidable than when he had vowed to Dumbledore to serve as a spy for the Order. Lily's child, the very child he had sworn to protect, now stood beside the most perilous dark wizard, flanked by a row of Death Eaters. Harry appeared merely mildly surprised, not raising a ruckus or hurling insults. The Dark Lord even held his hand with an unsettling familiarity. A dire conjecture flashed through Snape's mind. Voldemort had successfully deceived Harry, luring him into joining the Death Eaters, all the while Harry remained oblivious to the fact that Voldemort was his nemesis. But how had this transpired? How had Voldemort gained Harry's trust? Even now, despite their formal titles of master, did Harry not question the identity of the individual by his side? The gullible Gryffindor. For the first time, he found himself in agreement with Sirius's opinion. They should have intervened to prevent Harry from studying magic under Professor Riddle. He was nearly certain that Harry's connection to Voldemort stemmed largely from this, regardless of whether Professor Riddle was Voldemort himself. The question of authenticity remained unresolved within the Order. Yet it was an undeniable fact that Harry had been drawn to their side. Was there still time to salvage this situation? Voldemort glanced toward the end of the line, a cold smirk forming within him. However, he did not outwardly express it. Instead, he spoke slowly. "It is a pleasure to see all of you here, every single one." He placed a slight emphasis on the last phrase. This time, there was nothing amiss. He turned his gaze toward Harry, a smile gracing his features. "I trust everyone is familiar with this young man, who shall represent the Welsh team in the finals." The Death Eaters below exchanged glances upon hearing this. Lucius Malfoy, ever perceptive, deemed it prudent to express support for the Welsh team. "My lord," The Malfoy family has always been a staunch supporter of the Welsh team. Moreover, Mr. Potter is the finest seeker I have ever witnessed since my acquaintance with Quidditch. He is certain to triumph. Harry couldn't help but shudder. He had encountered many disdainful glances from the Malfoy family, but flattery was an entirely new experience. Particularly from the typically haughty Mr. Malfoy. He noticed Voldemort's gaze fixed upon him, showing no inclination to interject, and, almost against his will, he uttered a simple thank you. The moment the words escaped his lips, he wished he could collapse in embarrassment. What kind of dialogue was this? Nevertheless, Voldemort's expression appeared rather pleased. He straightened his posture and turned back to his Death Eaters. Very well. Relish this quadrennial celebration. The outcome shall not disappoint you. Once the throng of Death Eaters departed, confusion still lingered in the air. Snape had taken his leave early. He needed to seek out Dumbledore. Regulus Black, citing physical ailments, returned to his own tent. The remaining individuals hurriedly made their way to the nearby Malfoy tent, where they began to deliberate. The master had actually brought Harry Potter into his midst. He had even affectionately called his name. He had grasped his hand. Bellatrix Lestrange's face was alight with fury. She had barely managed to conceal her animosity in Voldemort's presence. And now it had erupted uncontrollably. How dare he? I have always warned you. My lord places great importance on that Potter. Do not provoke him. In stark contrast, Not remained remarkably composed, casually lifting a delicate porcelain teacup to sip, for the Malfoy family's possessions were invariably exquisite. Heaven knows that every time he was dispatched by his master to fulfill a task, he invariably found the savior within the master's estate during holidays. The assault 2 summers ago had been the most foolish act he had ever committed. Rodolphus Lestrange squeezed his wife's hand. Do not be angry, Bella. The master surely has his own considerations. Indeed, imagine the Order's reaction upon discovering this. Dumbledore will surely be furious, and they may very well cause a ruckus. Rabaston Lestrange concurred with his brother's view, affirming that following the master's directives was the right course. The three of them exchanged knowing glances. When the Lestranges were initially stationed in the Muggle world, they had been most reluctant, but Voldemort's orders were not to be disobeyed. However, once there, they discovered the benefits. The number of Muggles far exceeded that of wizards. The Lestrange family, with its roots in commerce, had a keen understanding of how to generate wealth. Now, being able to earn money from a greater populace was undoubtedly a bountiful opportunity. Rodolphus's career had also flourished, as he learned the advantages of wielding power. As for Rabaston, he genuinely believed that nurturing and absorbing new Death Eaters from their school days was a brilliant idea. Of course, although Bellatrix still felt displeased, her tone had relaxed somewhat. Lucius Malfoy observed them, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. However, he managed to keep it well concealed, not allowing anyone to perceive that moment. Regardless of the savior's status, the master was undoubtedly set to make a public appearance this time, and that was of utmost importance. Quite right. The previously silent Boggs Chester agreed, drawing the collective gaze of the group upon him. This individual had never been seen before, yet now. Who among the Death Eaters was unaware that Chester was the master's confidant? He dared to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic as an Auror, and all present regarded him with both fear and respect. Occasionally, one could discern from Voldemort's tone that this individual had once been a Death Eater. Yet none could pinpoint his identity. We must ensure our utmost performance. We shall all give our all, Bellatrix declared without hesitation. She surveyed her companions, her lips curling into a sardonic angle. Regulus was one thing, considering he still had to regard her other cousin, Severus, but what was his deal? He had never participated in their discussions. It was hard to fathom that the master deemed him reliable. Those who had missed the first gathering were effectively silenced by her. All present understood her implication. Boggs Chester's forehead creased deeply, then smoothed out. If I am not mistaken, the master just issued him a warning, he quickly stated. Should he dare harbor treachery? He huffed heavily, his eyes glinting with malice, as the core circle of Death Eaters nodded in agreement. Dumbledore's shock was truly beyond words. You mean to say Harry is with Voldemort? He lifted his gaze from the table, his glasses failing to obscure the piercing, blade-like blue light emanating from his eyes. Snape stood before him, a silent witness to the sight of an ink-soaked quill snapping in twain, staining much of the parchment crimson. Hermione found it difficult to comprehend Professor Rold's abrupt departure, and her confusion deepened at the thought of him entrusting their fates to the unknown Mr. Gunter. It was only later that Harry learned, due to certain peculiar circumstances, Voldemort could only maintain 2 distinct forms simultaneously. However, at that moment, he could only assist Voldemort in persuading Hermione. The notion that Voldemort intended to present himself at the Quidditch World Cup under his maternal surname was bewildering. If Dumbledore were to attend the match, it would surely make for a spectacle, for Harry was aware that Voldemort's mother bore that peculiar surname. Although concern gnawed at Harry, he understood that this event was inevitable. He could only await its unfolding. Chapter 163. After dinner, Everyone returned to their respective chambers to rest. Following the day's events, sleep eluded Harry. He cast an invisibility charm upon himself, tiptoeing through the common room, whispering a phrase in parcel tongue to unlock the door, a clandestine secret shared solely between him and Voldemort. "You've arrived," Voldemort remarked, glancing up from a letter as he casually set the parchment aside. "Aren't you eager to meet that? What was it, Kay?" He furrowed his brow. "Whoever it may be, do you not aspire to be the finest seeker? A good night's sleep would serve you well." "I know what I must do," Harry replied, dispelling the invisibility charm and pulling out a carved pearwood chair to sit. He felt a deep sense of assimilation to Voldemort's taste. "Yet you—" Harry fixed his gaze upon Voldemort's eyes. "Do you not think you are acting rather hastily? I sense they are not particularly welcoming to me." Voldemort regarded him, a smile flickering across his features. "That is not for them to decide." He rose, circling the desk to stand before Harry. "I know you wish to inquire about something, and I have already disclosed everything concerning me to you." Leaning closer, their eyes locked in mutual scrutiny, he continued, "You have performed admirably. All you need do is stand beside me and witness it all unfold." Harry parted his lips, yet no words emerged. Voldemort's intentions were unmistakable. He harbored grand ambitions and desired Harry's presence in their fruition. Ambition is not inherently malevolent. It is merely a question of its application. Evidently, Voldemort had no designs on a massacre at the Quidditch World Cup. After much contemplation, Harry resolved to inquire about another matter. The individual at the end, that was Snape. Correct? A shadow of gloom swiftly flitted across Voldemort's brow. Harry surmised that, given Snape's character, he would undoubtedly harbor considerable guilt. However, the memory of being deceived by someone he had trusted for so long ignited a simmering rage within him. His wrath was not misplaced. It was clear that Snape remained an undercover agent for the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort clenched his jaw. Those who dared to defy his authority were not without consequence. And frankly, such individuals often met fates unimaginable to the ordinary mind. Had it not been for Harry, would Snape still be alive today? Humph. Harry could fathom Voldemort's thoughts on the matter. Given Voldemort's proud nature, Snape's continued presence was likely due to Harry's influence. Contemplating this, Harry hesitated to voice any words of mercy that danced on the tip of his tongue. Voldemort had evidently made concessions regarding this issue. He could not afford to be overly demanding or aggressive. "I know you wish for him to remain unharmed," Voldemort remarked, shifting the topic. "You warned him early on not to return to the Death Eaters, that it would be perilous." At that time, he had just merged the fragments of soul from the crown and hastily instructed his loyal followers to mobilize, neglecting to consider Snape. By the time he remembered that this traitor deserved a personal reprimand, he was already preoccupied with the tensions between himself and the Chosen One. Snape's survival could only be deemed fortuitous. However, if he were to act as an informant for the Order of the Phoenix, surprises were unavoidable, were they not? Harry had calculated every possibility, fearful that Dumbledore would discover his involvement, only to find that Voldemort was already aware. This was, in fact, quite understandable. Voldemort, knowing they had both returned to 17 years prior with shared memories, would naturally be vigilant of his every move. It was inevitable that he would be discovered. "It was I who orchestrated it," Harry admitted straightforwardly. "I initially believed he would perish upon his return." Only then did he ponder whether the absence of such an event was due to Voldemort's foresight regarding their future. This thought strangely warmed him. The two exchanged glances for a brief moment, each seeing tolerance and understanding reflected in the other's eyes. Yet Harry was acutely aware that allowing Voldemort to harbor any resentment would mean that, even if he spared Snape this time, the days ahead would not be easy. Snape's role as an informant for the Order was merely a means to ensure his own safety. If he believed he could thrive alongside Voldemort, would that not suffice? The matter concerning his mother was indeed worth discussing. If possible, he could once again become a loyal Death Eater, akin to Regulus Black. Harry voiced his thoughts. He initially expected Voldemort to consider the proposal seriously or to outright reject it, yet he was met with a look of incredulity. "What is it? Regulus could do it. Why not Snape? Is it because he has brought you such disgrace?" "No, not at all," Voldemort murmured softly as he drew closer, a spark of something glimmering in his eyes. "What concerns me is not that. I am pleased that you stand by my side to propose this idea." Harry was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his recent suggestion aimed to assist Voldemort in acquiring a devoted subordinate, a notion that would have been unthinkable in the past. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to accept Voldemort's existence and embraced all that he had done. As he noticed Voldemort's handsome face drawing nearer, a blush crept across Harry's cheeks. "Who says that? If you were like before, I certainly would." Chapter 164. The words "stop you" were swallowed amidst their interlocking lips. Voldemort's kiss was not forceful. Rather, he tenderly brushed his lips against Harry's, effectively sealing those unspoken words. The kiss descended like a feather, soft and lingering. An inaudible sigh of contentment escaped Harry's heart. his eyes fluttering shut as his head tilted back slowly. Voldemort pressed his hands against the back of Harry's chair, tilting his head slightly to deepen the kiss. After the ecstasy came a profound sense of appreciation. Only he understood that holding enough forgiveness and understanding for one's enemy was a rare feat. And only he recognized the magnitude of the influence such a person wielded, gently guiding him back to reason. The intertwining of love and conflict, though others may find it incomprehensible. Did it truly matter? The kiss stretched on, intoxicating and prolonged. Eventually, Harry gasped for air and pushed against him. I can hardly breathe. Voldemort observed Harry's flushed visage, his eyes shimmering brighter than ever, and found it an arduous task to contain himself. He effortlessly lifted Harry into his arms, seating himself in the chair as warmth surged between them, tenderly grinding against him. The pace was slow, yet it ignited a yearning akin to a cat's claws scratching at one's heart. Realizing the nature of their state, Harry's previously rosy cheeks deepened into a ripe tomato hue. In truth, they had shared moments of honesty before, yet even through layers of fabric, he could distinctly sense the burgeoning determination. Only in these moments do you find yourself at a loss for words to stop me. Voldemort's voice resonated low, laced with an enticing allure. His hands slipped beneath Harry's clothing, leisurely exploring the vicinity of his waist. Fully aware that this stop was of an entirely different nature, Harry felt a surge of indignation and longed to retort. No way. A voice tinged with anger transformed into a gasp midway, as a sharp pressure was applied to his chest, and a deft hand circled around his most vulnerable point. You did that on purpose. You never let me finish my sentence. Voldemort chuckled silently, for his boy always brought him joy. A thin skin could be advantageous. That stubbornness of his often ignited an even greater passion within him. Harry felt the slight tremor of the chest pressed against his back. Realizing this person had become increasingly insufferable, he turned, intending to deliver a righteous retort, but midway through, his lips were ensnared by another pair of waiting, delicate lips. Voldemort firmly held Harry's legs together with one hand, while the other ventured beneath his collar, cradling his chin to facilitate their kiss. Is that what you wanted to say? Voldemort murmured softly during their breathless intervals, not pausing for Harry's response before kissing him again. Harry no longer wished to ponder the state of their conversation. One arm encircled Voldemort's waist while the other draped over his shoulders, shifting into a side-sitting position. In doing so, he inevitably brushed against the hardness pressing against his inner thigh. Voldemort inhaled sharply, for Harry had a match to play the next day, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. Thus, he had no intention of truly pursuing anything further. Yet, that sensation was maddening, and Harry felt the body against him tense up, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into Voldemort's profound eyes, as if gaining insight. He leaned up to kiss the corner of Voldemort's mouth, lifting his legs in a crossed position, intentionally rubbing against the hardness beneath the fabric. You insufferable tease, Voldemort gritted out through clenched teeth, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. His boy was undoubtedly aware of the effect he had on him and shamelessly toyed with his desires. Voldemort thought darkly of the day he would teach Harry a lesson, pulling him closer and leaning down to seal his lips over Harry's smirking mouth. Harry stifled a laugh within, suddenly aware of a lightness beneath him, skin meeting skin. Without needing to look, he understood that his clothing had been discarded. The silent spell was indeed particularly useful at that moment, he mused. The searing heat coursed through him, nearly clouding his consciousness, as moans escaped his throat in broken gasps. The following morning, Harry awoke in Voldemort's bed. He stretched his limbs, feeling a delightful softness in his body. Although they had not reached any groundbreaking advancements, Voldemort had seemed quite vexed, experimenting with various positions and movements. He sat up, the thin blanket slipping away to reveal mottled kiss marks on his skin, stark reminders of the previous night's madness, causing Harry to blush once more. He snatched his wand from the bedside table, but before he could utter a spell, he was halted. "Let me handle this," Voldemort said, already awake, watching his boy sleep soundly in his embrace, unable to bear the thought of rising. He sat up, directly taking the wand from Harry's grasp. "How do you feel?" Not hearing a response, Harry felt a sudden surge of energy. However, why were the marks still there? The kiss marks, which Harry felt too shy to voice. "I think they look rather appealing," Voldemort remarked, extending his arm to place Harry's wand on the bedside table at his side. Chapter 165. You, Harry exclaimed, staring at Voldemort's actions, his mouth agape, unable to continue. Not for any other reason, but because he had observed Voldemort's bare upper body, which certainly bore witness to his handiwork. "Is that me?" Harry turned his head, his face burning intensely. Ultimately, Harry was unsuccessful in persuading Voldemort to remove the marks adorning them. Let it be, Harry thought in resignation. He had a match to prepare for, but the high-collared Quidditch robe, along with the protective gear and goggles, would sufficiently conceal him from prying eyes. Voldemort, however, had a conspicuous purple bruise upon his neck, wholly unavoidable, visible from one side. Even if discovered, no one would suspect it was he who left the mark, Harry thought, burying his head in the sand. Presently, no one would think such a thing. Little did he know, in mere hours, he would inadvertently lead others to speculate in that very direction. The final match was scheduled for the evening. Terry, the coach of the Welsh team, granted Harry a reprieve, allowing him to skip the team's training session. In his view, Harry had surpassed the team's average skill level by a significant margin. Training together would only hinder his performance. To be fair, the Welsh team could hardly be deemed a world-class squad, and while the Bulgarian team may not boast chasers as formidable as those of the Irish team, defeating the Welsh was still well within their capabilities. Thus, Harry had resolved to employ the same strategy he had against the Irish, to seize the golden snitch as swiftly as possible. The most significant variable in this scenario was Bulgaria's seeker, Viktor Krum. He was far from the dim-witted Lynch. It was inconceivable that he would mistake Harry's attempt to capture the snitch for a feigned move. Krum was inherently a player with exceptional situational awareness, capable of making swift and accurate judgments amidst the chaotic environment of a match. Perhaps Harry's most noticeable advantage over him was the firebolt, coupled with his ability to adapt to the greater speed of the snitch. From Bulgaria's perspective, Harry was certain they would anticipate the same possibilities he had considered. The situation was clear. This match could yield one of three outcomes. The first, Krum captures the golden snitch, resulting in a victory for Bulgaria. The second, Harry captures the golden snitch, yet the score difference is too great, leading to a Welsh defeat. The third, the outcome Harry hoped for, was that he would seize the golden snitch before Bulgaria could establish a significant lead, ultimately leading the Welsh to World Cup glory. Thus, it boiled down to the prowess of the Seekers. This was an unparalleled opportunity. The thought of the imminent face-off against Viktor Krum, whom he had once idolized, filled Harry with fervor and determination. Just as Harry was strategizing his approach, Hermione and Tom returned from outside, both laden with an array of items, evidently having made quite the haul. "Here, for you," Hermione said, distributing a piece of each item to Harry. "I specifically brought these for you. I thought even if you participated in the match, you would want some souvenirs." "Thank you, Hermione," Harry replied gratefully. Among the assortment, he spotted a very familiar model and reached out to grasp it. "Is this the mascot of the Welsh team?" he exclaimed, staring incredulously at the fire-breathing Welsh green dragon. "Indeed. You have no idea how popular this is. It's a limited edition that sold out in an instant," Hermione said, stroking her own little green dragon, which seemed to hum contentedly at her touch. "Isn't this the quintessential representation of Wales? Your team robes feature this emblem." "Well, the red dragon is indeed the symbol of the Welsh Quidditch team. But if they chose a dragon as their mascot, what would happen during the opening ceremony?" Harry thought back to the last time Charlie and several other wizards had to combine their efforts to cast a stunning spell just to subdue a dragon. He had yet to hear of anyone successfully training a dragon for a performance. Wait, didn't TIC a tamed Norwegian Ridgeback at least twice? Harry pondered, casting a doubtful glance at Tom. Could this be yet another of Voldemort's schemes? Tom noticed Harry's questioning gaze, but chose not to reveal all. "I heard the opening ceremony for the Welsh team's mascot performance is highly anticipated. They've brought 7 dragons." "What?" Harry and Hermione exclaimed in shock simultaneously. Hermione, regaining her composure, questioned, "Is that really safe? Dragons are extremely dangerous creatures. They're classified as XXXXX by the Ministry of Magic. Shall we just take a look?" Harry interjected, his curiosity piqued. 7 magnificent dragons were indeed something to anticipate. Hermione pursed her lips as she observed them, muttering something that sounded like, "These boys." She then set aside the model and turned her attention to adjusting the panoramic telescope. Harry bent down to inspect the plethora of items Hermione had brought him, a sizable green rose-shaped emblem that could audibly announce the names of all the Welsh team members, a white and green striped hat adorned with a dragon that puffed out smoke, a panoramic telescope identical to the one Hermione held, which, while unnecessary for this competition, she assured him would be useful in the future, and a comprehensive match guide, detailing the personal statistics and photographs of each player from both teams. "Are there no figurine models?" Harry wondered aloud, recalling that he had indeed purchased a miniature of Viktor Krum during his last visit. "Oh, there are those renowned players." "Like Krum," Hermione replied, her focus still on the telescope's knobs. "But none of yours. I must say, that is quite a significant oversight on their part. It could have fetched a handsome sum." Tom, who had been smiling at them, cleared his throat softly. "I imagine Harry wouldn't relish the thought of numerous replicas of himself being toyed with until their enchantment fades and they are discarded," he remarked, earning a half-minute glare from Hermione. "Toyed with," she echoed, bursting into laughter. "It must be you who is up to mischief." I wondered how it could be that there was no Harry. Tom remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Hermione raised the adjusted telescope to her eyes and surveyed the surroundings, then said, "I do question your identity, orphan and all. Is it truly possible for one to accomplish so much? Even if Professor Riddle is a Muggle Duke, could he really wield such influence in the magical realm? Speaking of which, how many wizards bowed to you when you stepped outside?" Harry and Tom exchanged a quick glance, neither responding. Hermione's offhand comment had, however, accurately pierced the heart of the matter. It seemed Harry could not conceal the truth from her for much longer, as his eyes conveyed a sense of resignation. "Then perhaps you should tell her," Tom suggested, raising an eyebrow. "Are you certain you won't frighten her away?" Harry's expression was rife with skepticism. "You ought to be more concerned about whether she frightens away my subordinates," Tom quipped, casting a deliberately scrutinizing glance at the oblivious Hermione. Harry shot him a fierce look. Who would dare to belittle her? Tom chuckled, finding himself in full agreement with Harry's sentiments. In his eyes, individuals like Hermione were exceedingly rare among Muggles, and he saw no need to explain himself to his Death Eaters for one such person. Furthermore, anyone who dared to dispute that would soon learn from Hogwarts that Hermione, a Muggle-born, surpassed all other pure-blood wizards in her year. As evening approached, Harry stood in the golden tier of the stadium, designated for the competing teams, as the raucous sounds of the crowd echoed outside. His emotions were a tumultuous blend, for he was about to partake in a match for which he had not originally been included, one of the world's elite. To avoid disrupting his schedule, Sirius had thoughtfully sent him a letter of encouragement. "Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall always support you." This gesture alleviated the slightest flicker of uncertainty that had lingered in Harry's heart. Let the Welsh team rise in triumph over the vanquished Irish team, and bring home the trophy for Britain. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome." Ludovic Bagman's voice resonated throughout the stadium as the match was set to commence. Coach Terry seized the final moments to rally the team. "We have come this far, and it is a blessing from Merlin. Now, lads, showcase your finest selves. Regardless of the outcome, you are my pride. You are Wales's pride." The players echoed their agreement, each harboring the belief that scoring a few goals would be a worthwhile endeavor. They were keenly aware of their underdog status, aptly described in the press as astonishing dark horses. With no retreat possible, they were resolved to fight tooth and nail. "But, Harry, you must not slacken your efforts." Terry pivoted. "You are the most talented and exceptional seeker I have witnessed in years, fully capable of rivaling Crumb. If the need arises, signal for assistance to secure victory." Harry, nodding along with the others, froze at the last sentence. He raised his gaze to the somewhat portly coach, then scanned the eager expressions surrounding him, finally nodding slowly yet resolutely. The crowd erupted in loud cheers as the Bulgarian national team's mascot was introduced. The players peered out, catching sight of 100 Vila gracefully gliding from the opposing Bulgarian camp. Their skin shimmered with a soft, radiant glow, and their long hair danced behind them in the breeze. "My goodness, they have brought Vila," Coach Terry gasped, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't imagining things. "During the match, be sure not to gaze upon them, lest you fall from the sky." Some individuals in the crowd scoffed at his warning. "I am not jesting," he reiterated anxiously. Harry pursed his lips as he observed the scene. He recalled the last time he had seen the Vila perform, nearly toppling out of the box in his astonishment. Thus he had no doubt about the seriousness of the coach's warning. However, at that moment, his attention was not on the Vila, but rather on the impending performance of the Welsh team's mascot. What marvels would the 7 dragons unveil? Now, Ludovic Bagman's voice boomed like a bell. "Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the skies and welcome the Welsh national team's mascot." The music began to play. 7 Welsh green dragons soared from all directions toward the center of the field, their enormous wings casting vast shadows. They opened their mouths in harmonious succession, unleashing torrents of flame between their delicate jaws. The flames ignited the arcs of iron rings they grasped, instantly engulfing them in fierce fire. Each ring blazed with a distinct hue, the closest dragon to Harry burning deep purple. They flew in a staggered formation, aligning to create a resplendent rainbow of flames. Then they scattered, reassembling into 7 circular rings. Finally, they raised their claws high, forming a crown shape with the flaming rings, and roared in unison. Though their roar was remarkably melodious, perhaps deserving to be called a song. As the crown burst apart, a cascade of dazzling objects rained down like shooting stars. "It's gemstones." The crowd erupted in excitement, the sound rising in a chorus. Someone had suggested that among the shower of multicolored gems were diamonds, igniting a frenzy as spectators scrambled to collect them. "Mr. Gunter has truly outdone himself," Coach Terry marveled. "He merely promised to handle our mascot performance, and here we have dragons." As he picked up a sapphire, glancing around to ensure its authenticity, he mused, "This cannot be real, can it? This completely overshadows the Bulgarian team's Vila." "Forget about that. I see some of the players have gathered a few," he urged. "Let us focus on the match." Mr. Gunter has promised that winning will yield more than just these gemstones. Harry stood in stunned silence. While he had always known of Slytherin's opulence, he was astonished by Voldemort's wealth. To think he would use real gemstones as confetti. He recalled the emerald floors of the Chamber of Secrets, realizing that Voldemort's holdings must include several gemstone mines. Finally, as the commotion subsided, Ludovic Bagman's voice rang out once more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. Allow me to introduce Dimitrov, Ivanova, Sograf, Levski, Vorkanov, Volkov, and now Krum. They were all clad in vibrant red team robes, and the supporters of the Bulgarian team erupted into fervent cheers. Now, please welcome the Welsh national Quidditch team, Bagman bellowed, as the players emerged. Balak, Wilkinson, Taylor, Brooke, Sterling, Cooper, and of course Potter. The Welsh supporters united in a chorus chanting Harry's name. At the back of the team, Harry soared into the arena amidst the raucous cheers. The cool night breeze caressed his face, its briskness heightened by his speed, yet Harry found it invigorating. He hovered in the air, casting a glance towards the VIP box, aware that Voldemort was lurking within. From a distance, it seemed someone was intently watching him, turning his head. Harry was unsurprised to find it was Viktor Krum from the Bulgarian side. Harry steadied his broom, aligning himself directly towards the Bulgarian team, pressing his lips together. He had confided in no one, but thanks to Voldemort's new golden snitch, he had mastered the art of instantaneously locating the snitch. Knowing its trajectory from the moment it was released, theoretically, he could seize the snitch at will, thus concluding the match. Referee Hassan Mustafa entered the pitch, a large wooden chest tucked under one arm, while the other hand gripped a broomstick. From his elevated vantage point, Harry observed as he kicked open the chest, causing the golden snitch to dart straight towards the Bulgarian goalpost, swirling in circles. Mustafa mounted his broom and blew his whistle vigorously, signaling the official start of the match. Harry squinted, realizing that to minimize interference from the Bulgarian team, he should only make significant moves when close to the snitch. He glanced again at Krum, who was ascending, evidently oblivious to the presence of the snitch. As long as he remained unaware, Harry reassured himself, skillfully dodging a bludger that hurtled in from the side and veering off in another direction, keeping a watchful eye on the snitch's movements. Perhaps the coach's motivation had an effect. The game did not unfold as one-sidedly as Harry had anticipated. It was evident that the Welsh players were diligently coordinating their positions, countering the Bulgarian attacks. Compared to their match against Ireland, this beginning was quite promising. The quaffle was passed with such swiftness that Bagman, serving as commentator, could only manage to announce their names. Within 3 minutes, the Bulgarian team scored 2 goals, but the Welsh team also netted 1 and successfully thwarted a Bulgarian advance. Dimitrov, Levski, Dimitrov, Ivanova. Oh my. Krum swooped closer to Harry, suddenly plummeting. Harry quickly scanned the field, confirming that the golden snitch was situated just beyond the mid-tier stands behind the Bulgarian team. Thus, Krum was feigning. Harry immediately urged his broom downward, contemplating that pretending to be deceived might lull his opponent into underestimating his prowess, while simultaneously concealing his awareness of the snitch's location, ensuring that when he eventually pursued it, he could assess the authenticity of Krum's movements first. The audience held their breath, fixated on the two seekers as they dove rapidly among the players. Harry felt a surge of exhilaration, noting that he was exerting his speed to the fullest, watching as the distance between himself and Krum steadily diminished, validating his hypothesis that he indeed held a speed advantage. Yet, while relishing the thrill of velocity, he knew he must execute a sharp turn at the right moment. Just as Harry made this maneuver, Krum ceased his descent, rising again. They were airborne once more. Krum was clearly attempting a feint, and Potter recognized it at the last moment. What a spectacular scene, Bagman exclaimed. Harry ascended back into the air, fervently hoping the golden snitch would soon fly towards their half of the field. However, just as they descended, the Bulgarian team scored again, bringing the score to 30-10. Krum circled on the opposite side, his gaze sweeping over the area like a hawk before scanning the surroundings. Harry concealed his racing heart, feigning intense interest in the spectators to the side, silently praying that Krum would not glance back at him. Alas, fate often plays tricks. Someone in the Bulgarian stands spotted the snitch. Krum pivoted in response, and Harry hastily followed suit. The distance between him and the snitch was twice that of Krum's, and he had to evade a bludger hurled by a Bulgarian beater. Just as despair began to settle in, a thunderous crash erupted from the Bulgarian stands. From his vantage point, Harry clearly saw that Krum was nearly within reach of the snitch, but it suddenly veered sharply downward. The confines of the box were too cramped for Krum to maneuver effectively, resulting in a collision with the beam and support, causing half the box to collapse, with splintering everywhere, and the snitch vanished amidst the chaos. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow in relief. Had he been in Krum's position, Evasion might not have been possible either. The match was halted, Bagman shouted, as trained medics rushed onto the field to assess Crumb's injuries. The tide of the match had turned. Harry seized the moment to scan the field. He could not afford to wait for the snitch to come to their side. As long as it remained near the boundary line, he needed to act. His gaze fell upon a corner of the grass at the edge of the pitch, then quickly shifted away. The doctor hastily bandaged Crumb, who, now sporting a head wrap, soared back into the air. The referee blew the whistle once more. Without hesitation, Harry dove, unwilling to grant his opponent ample time to react. Yet Crumb was quick to respond. Seemingly unperturbed by the notion that Harry was faking a move to deceive him, the snitch flickered at the junction of the grass and the seats. Harry skimmed close to the ground, his eyes locked on the shimmering gold ahead. Crumb, too, had spotted the snitch. They were now converging from opposite directions. Nearly all the spectators rose to their feet, leaning over the edge of the box to witness the unfolding drama. The two seekers were nearly equidistant from the snitch, both straining to reach it. In the moment of their near collision, Harry changed direction and ascended, while Crumb barreled forward, only halting just before the corner. Did they catch it? Bagman posed the question on everyone's mind. Crumb rose again, both hands gripping his broom, evidently empty-handed. Meanwhile, Harry soared higher and higher, until he reached the apex of the pitch, raising his hidden fist aloft, a glimmer of gold flashing between his fingers. "Oh, Potter has caught the snitch," Bagman exclaimed, elated. The score had just been 3,010, but now it concluded with the scoreboard flashing 30160. The Bulgarian crowd was filled with dismay, their cheers turning to grief, while the Welsh supporters erupted into jubilant celebration, their voices crescendoing in joyous exclamations. Wales had triumphed. The match concluded so swiftly that Bagman seemed momentarily stunned. Potter had caught the snitch in just 7 minutes, marking it perhaps the shortest World Cup final in history, an outcome no one could have anticipated. The Welsh national anthem resonated from every direction. As Harry descended in a graceful spiral, 7 magnificent dragons soared forth, showering the crowd with gold coins. In that victorious moment, he lingered in a state of disbelief, but as he surveyed the jubilant scene below, he finally regained his composure, casting his gaze upward. He yearned to see his friends who had supported him, to catch sight of Sirius, and to acknowledge those who had meticulously prepared numerous surprises for him to achieve such a flawless performance. He yearned to soar through the air immediately. Yet throngs of people below surged forth, eager to clasp his hand. The crowd was a tapestry of admiration, inundated with a deluge of praise and incessant flashes of cameras. They surrounded him, pressing against the outer edge of the private box. As Harry stepped inside, he was momentarily blinded by a dazzling light. With the entrance of 2 groups, everyone in the box rose to their feet. The resounding cries of Bagman, the applause and cheers from the audience below, all fell on deaf ears as Harry's eyes frantically searched for the Weasley couple, their faces radiant with joy. Ron and the twins were fervently waving at him, their faces flushed with excitement, while Sirius gave him a thumbs up. Fudge and the Bulgarian Minister of Magic were shoving the golden cup into the hands of Barack, seemingly uttering a few words. Mr. Malfoy wore a composed smile, flanked by the similarly fair-haired Mrs. Malfoy and Draco. Hermione was bouncing and laughing, clearly overwhelmed with exuberance. Standing beside her was a familiar tall, slender wizard, whose onyx eyes sparkled with mirth, a lock of black hair cascading over his slightly hollow cheek. He stood quietly amidst the cacophony of the crowd, his silent smile radiating awe and admiration, rendering Harry's gaze immobile upon him. Pushing the heavy golden cup into the hands of a nearby individual, he swiftly navigated through the throng, even toppling 2 chairs in his haste. "Harry, where are you going?" Fudge's voice trailed off mid-sentence. All eyes in the upper box were drawn to him, an instant silence enveloping the space. Harry nearly ran over, enveloping Mr. Gunter, the chief sponsor of this Quidditch World Cup, in a warm embrace. Had they known each other for long? That question flickered through the minds of onlookers, only to be swiftly extinguished as Mr. Gunter reciprocated the hug. What truly rendered the crowd speechless, however, was the subsequent scene. They embraced fervently, and as Harry rose on tiptoe, Mr. Gunter graciously lowered his head. With a swift turn, his cloak billowed, enveloping the two in a shroud that obscured them from view, before they both disapparated together. Chapter 169. By Merlin's Beard. Following the stunned silence, all present exchanged bewildered glances, silently echoing the sentiment. Though they may have witnessed it for merely half a second, there was no doubt that the two were sharing a kiss. In that fleeting moment, nearly all spectators, armed with cameras and binoculars, had their focus fixed on the upper box. The arena fell into a hushed stillness before erupting into fervent discussions. The players from Bulgaria and Wales were frozen, completely taken aback by the unexpected spectacle. Barack stared at the space where the two had vanished, a flicker of unrecognized disappointment crossing his eyes. Fudge, eyes wide, gaped in disbelief at that direction, taking a moment to rouse the slack-jawed bagman to continue with the award ceremony. Meanwhile, on the Weasley side, Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth in shock, her expression one of sheer terror. Mr. Weasley fared slightly better but still stared wide-eyed. The boys were all dumbfounded, unable to process what had just occurred. It was their little sister Ginny, her face still aglow with excitement, who was suddenly struck by the reality of the situation and burst into tears. Sirius's smile froze on his face. What was happening? Hadn't Harry been quite close with his classmate, Tom? Why was he now embracing a complete stranger? He forced himself not to recall that half-second. Hermione stood rooted in shock. Could it be that she had misjudged? Had Harry and Mr. Gunner not only just met? Was Harry's relationship with Tom not what she had previously assumed? But that couldn't be right. She was certain she hadn't erred. Yet what was the truth behind Harry and Mr. Gunner? No one was more astonished than Lucius Malfoy, who had witnessed his master share an intimate kiss with his arch-nemesis. During the celebration of Wales's victory, he had maintained his aristocratic poise, but now his eyes felt as if they might pop from their sockets. He knew his master had always regarded the Potter boy with a unique perspective. However, it was unfathomable for any Death Eater to envision their relationship in such a light. Thus, the mark on his master's neck, was it left by the Savior? How could that be? Mr. Malfoy felt dizzy, clutching his serpent-headed cane tightly. Compared to his master's resurrection and rejuvenation, this was the more surreal and implausible event, was it not? Meanwhile, within a lavish tent near the stadium, two individuals continued their fervent kisses, stumbling towards the bedroom, knocking over an array of priceless decorations, yet none paid them any heed. Finally collapsing onto the bed, their garments strewn about, both gasped for breath, yet showed no sign of wanting to pause. Voldemort slightly raised his body, gazing down into Harry's beautiful emerald eyes, teasing. Can't wait, can you? Tomorrow, not only will you grace the sports front page, but you'll also make it to the gossip columns, without a doubt. Wasn't that merely a matter of time? The more, the merrier, Harry thought indifferently, pulling him closer and peppering kisses along his straight collarbone. I thought you weren't fond of clandestine affairs. Voldemort gazed deeply into his eyes. You continuously overturn my previous understanding of you with each passing moment, he slowly admitted, leaning down to kiss Harry's forehead. I always assumed you were still young, that I should prepare and decide on your behalf. He embraced Harry tightly. But you have grown, and are now capable of making your own choices and judgments. Harry turned his head sharply, trying to see Voldemort's face nestled against his shoulder. Are you not pleased? He hesitantly inquired. Is it truly excessive to engage in such actions right after the match? Yet, in his excitement, he couldn't resist. How could that be? I am simply overwhelmed with joy, Voldemort murmured. He lifted his head, tracing a careful path from Harry's forehead down to his chin, kissing him inch by inch. Dumbledore was recently beset with troubles. As the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of Wizengamot, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, and the headmaster of Hogwarts, the most prestigious magical school in the world, having successfully repelled the notoriously malevolent dark wizard Grindelwald in modern history. Albus Dumbledore's life appeared to be replete with accolades and glory. Yet, this distinguished white wizard, as he approached his twilight years, faced a life-altering dilemma that could very well be one of his final choices. Outside the window, the wind howled, thunder roared, and rain cascaded down the glass. Dumbledore raised his head from the pensive, his face etched with a weariness born of sleepless nights and excessive contemplation. Undoubtedly, Voldemort had successfully deceived them all. He had misjudged him, and not just for a fleeting moment, but for over 2 years. Everything had unfolded right under his nose, and he had been oblivious. Had Voldemort not emerged from the shadows, how much longer would they have been left to speculate? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, pressing his fingers against the aching corners of his eyes. There was something different, he had to admit. Concealment. He had always believed Voldemort would never stoop to such tactics. He had endured for so many years. Yet perhaps this was the inevitable reality? Chapter 170. It was as if entering Hogwarts under Tom's name required infiltrating the Ministry of Magic within the first year of life to forge documents, thereby securing a place on the Hogwarts student list. This meant he had undertaken such actions the year he aimed to kill Harry's parents, which was impossible. How could he have foreseen subsequent events and prepared for them before taking action? Once the hands are set in motion, the possibility of retreat becomes ever more elusive. He has meticulously surveyed the ruins. He is now in a state of soul, incapable of even wielding his wand. Roald's 8-year odyssey around the world is no mere fabrication. If he were to regain his corporeal form in just 2 years, then during those 8 years, would Voldemort not have resurfaced, allowing the Death Eaters to scatter like birds? This scenario hardly aligns with Voldemort's character. The crux of the matter lies in whether Harry is aware of the identity of the person he holds. Dumbledore's fingers gently skimmed the silvery surface of the pensieve, his thoughts drifting away with the rippling waves. Harry's demeanor has remained consistently normal, attending classes, completing assignments, bickering with Tom, while Hermione mediates their quarrels. Wherein lies the evidence of any underlying issue? Frankly, the most astonishing aspect is his ability to maintain a cordial relationship with Tom, compounded by the fact that he voluntarily selected Professor Rold to tutor him in his second year. One thing is certain: Harry is unequivocally aware that Tom, Professor Rold, and Mr. Gaunt are one and the same. It appears as though Harry possesses prior knowledge of his fate, combined with his instinctive tendency to evade his own gaze, suggesting an almost palpable fear of his own understanding. Could he truly be adept in the arcane art of mental occlusion? Yet, how is this conceivable? A boy raised in the Muggle world, devoid of any exposure to magic before his arrival at Hogwarts, knowing such intricacies? It seems fantastical, yet it could elucidate many enigmas. If we consider Voldemort through this lens, it might also clarify the reasons behind his precognitive abilities. However, if this were the case, Harry would presumably harbor profound animosity towards Voldemort. How, then, has it evolved into the current scenario? Dumbledore's gaze swept over the newspapers on the table, where a robust black and white photograph from the Quidditch World Cup defiantly emerged beneath the crescent-shaped spectacles. Surely, Voldemort should be able to avert repeating his past mistakes, let alone permitting such an occurrence. At the corner of the table, a slender-legged silver vessel emitted steam, producing a sound reminiscent of the Scottish bagpipes. The opening ceremony of the new academic year was imminent, and Dumbledore donned his spectacles, returning the pensieve to its stone pedestal. It was either a matter of losing one's dignity or facing mutual destruction. Perhaps this task would prove less daunting than the previous one. Dumbledore mused as he pushed open the wooden door to the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, Harry, the object of the headmaster's concern, remained blissfully unaware. In truth, he had just disembarked from the Hogwarts Express, immediately surrounded by onlookers. The attention had little to do with him, Hermione, Tom, and Professor Rold sharing a compartment. The reasons were twofold. First, Harry Potter was the most favored candidate for this year's Quidditch World Cup MVP. Second, just as Voldemort had predicted, they had successfully graced the headlines of various tabloids, and the ensuing buzz showed no signs of abating. Of course, compared to those eager to unravel the tale of how young Mr. Potter crossed paths with the fabulously wealthy Mr. Gaunt, Harry was more troubled by how to explain the situation to Hermione. She implied that had Tom not stepped away for a moment that day, and thus allowed him to witness the event firsthand, the emotional blow would have been substantial. Yet, Harry surmised, the outcome was hardly dissimilar to having seen it with his own eyes, as Hermione summarized resignedly after glancing at the newspaper. In contrast to Harry's bewildered expression, Tom's subtly amused demeanor appeared far more perplexing. Then there was Sirius. He had sent a carefully worded letter, delicately inquiring about the same matter as Hermione. Harry feared he might struggle to articulate the convoluted relationship between himself, Tom, and Mr. Gaunt, feeling genuinely remorseful for his vague responses. What touched him most was that Sirius refrained from sending a furious letter. Yet, a guilty thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Sirius would understand that Mr. Gaunt was indeed Voldemort. Beyond that, Harry truly did not concern himself with others' opinions. Upon arriving at the castle entrance, as he stepped down from the thestral-drawn carriage, several Hufflepuff students pointed and whispered. Harry feigned ignorance, striding directly towards the Great Hall. Tom lagged a half-step behind, casting a frigid glare at the students. They had never encountered such a menacing gaze before. Their faces drained of color, rendered speechless. Sometimes, it feels like you're not a child at all, Hermione murmured quietly, having observed the entire scene. What? Harry turned to see Hermione, gesturing at him. He glanced back at the now impassive dark-haired boy, then at the flustered students stumbling up the stairs, quickly deducing what had transpired. Tom, he elongated the name, slightly displeased. The dark-haired boy, held under his scrutiny, sighed involuntarily. Well, they better not let me catch them again. Voldemort's inherent domineering nature was indeed a hard habit to break. Harry mused internally that he would have to lead Voldemort away from crowded areas in the future. Yet he also felt an inexplicable thrill at the thought. He blushed at this latter sentiment, hurriedly pulling Tom closer to shield him from prying eyes. As they traversed the corridor, Hermione's mind began to churn with thoughts. Their expressions seemed to suggest a growing intimacy, as if the incident surrounding the Quidditch World Cup had never occurred. No, it was indeed becoming increasingly peculiar. They passed through the entrance, traversed the hall, and entered the Great Hall. Peeves, the poltergeist, was stationed at the door, launching water balloons crafted from balloons at unsuspecting students. As Harry passed beneath him, he casually cast a freezing charm, and the trio hurried inside. The remaining students around them gazed upward, studying the first ever frozen elf in Hogwarts history. The Great Hall retained its magnificent splendor, lavishly adorned for the commencement feast of the new term. Hundreds of candles floated above the tables, illuminating the golden plates and goblets with a shimmering glow. Just as Harry settled at the Gryffindor table, he felt someone clap him on both shoulders. That was so cool. Absolutely brilliant. Turning, Harry found himself face to face with the Weasley twins, drenched yet bubbling with excitement. "We saw your freezing spell." Never have we seen Peeves so flustered. His mouth was agape, as if he wished to utter something but could manage no words. The twins chimed in unison, eliciting laughter from Harry. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. "It's just that the rain was cold enough already." And then Fred leaned in, whispering conspiratorially, "Well done. Truly, a commendable feat for our Gryffindor." Seeing Harry's bewilderment, George added, "And let it be known, our younger siblings are rather sensitive." With that, the twins straightened up, exchanged knowing winks with Harry, and took their seats nearby. This marked the first genuine encouragement he had received. As Harry observed them settle, he turned to find Tom's face darkened with a hint of annoyance, likely interpreting the twins' antics as overly familiar, prompting a sincere smile from Harry. The staff table faced the four house tables, and this scene had certainly caught the attention of the individual seated at the head. Dumbledore discerned that Harry was undoubtedly the epitome of Gryffindor. Thus, from any perspective, the likelihood of Voldemort deceiving him seemed slightly greater. His gaze shifted leftward, where the handsome young man with dark hair and eyes appeared to sense the scrutiny. Raising his goblet with an appropriately gracious smile, Dumbledore instinctively tightened his nerves. Should the individual not be Voldemort, he would be quite interested in learning how to rejuvenate oneself to a degree unnoticed by others. Despite his age, transfiguration had always been his forte. At that moment, students gradually filled the four long tables, and the banquet commenced. Given the chilly weather, everyone was both cold and hungry, and as the dishes were served, the atmosphere grew jubilant. As Harry savored the rich oxtail soup before him, Hermione eagerly served herself a small bowl of raisin pudding across the table. This year's World Cup had seen no sign of Winky, which perhaps meant he wouldn't be forcibly dragged into the role of Spew's secretary. This could be a blessing, for house elves like Dobby were indeed a rarity. Dobby, wait a moment. Harry sensed he had grasped a fleeting revelation. He recalled that he had yet to see Barty Crouch Jr. in the top box a few days prior. No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. It was about the absence of Barty Crouch Jr. What had happened to him? The hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, and when Harry discreetly inquired about this to Tom, it went unnoticed by anyone. "Dead," the dark-haired boy stated nonchalantly, his brow not even twitching. Harry regarded him with suspicion. "One of them. I will rescue him from the cage." Was that not a phrase once uttered by Voldemort? "Barty Crouch Jr. is dead," the boy reiterated, enunciating the name with particular clarity. Harry squinted, then a realization dawned upon him, his eyes widening gradually. "He just like you," Harry said slowly. Having changed his name and appearance, he now knew who it was, Boggett Chester. Given that Voldemort had placed him within the Auror office, it was evident he was a staunch Death Eater, yet he had never encountered him before. Since he had not appeared out of thin air, it was certain that someone was masquerading as him. From what Harry knew of the real Barty Crouch Jr., he indeed possessed the ability to impersonate an Auror without being unmasked. After all, he had successfully impersonated Moody for an entire year at Hogwarts, fooling not only those who did not know him, but even the members of the Order of the Phoenix, including Dumbledore. He could very well be the most astute of the Death Eaters. Having contemplated this matter thoroughly, Harry ultimately had to concede that Voldemort had executed this plan with remarkable finesse. Not only had he successfully shed the blemish of his past and the encumbrance of his father, but he had also infiltrated the Ministry of Magic under a new guise, effortlessly earning the trust of others. The most audacious aspect was his assignment to the Auror office. Who would suspect him of being a Death Eater? Only students aged 17 and above are permitted to register. For consideration, Dumbledore's voice rose, snapping Harry back to the present. Time had slipped away unnoticed. This measure was indeed necessary. For the remainder of Chapter 172, Harry paid little attention, partly because he had already heard it once, and partly due to the uproar of younger students protesting angrily, their voices far from quiet. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment, yet upon reflection, he had already participated once, and the challenges that had once seemed formidable now presented at least a dozen viable solutions, each one highly effective. However, Harry glanced at the dark-haired boy beside him and nudged him with his elbow. "What about you?" Tom looked at him, taken aback. "The Triwizard Tournament? Me?" Harry smirked. "Haven't you participated before?" He now regarded it as child's play. Surely it would be like a mere trifle for Voldemort. "Only you would dare to jest with me." Tom feigned a complaint, having discerned Harry's intent to tease him. Yet, judging capability solely by age seemed rather presumptuous. Dumbledore shifted his tone, and one could sense a turning point. The hall fell silent. Students under 17 could also register. Harry heard the twin brothers cheering, yet there was a minor condition. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the hall. After we obtain permission from your legal guardians. Harry's eyes widened. Was this not the role of the Death Eater Voldemort had arranged within the Ministry? He glanced to his left, where George and Fred were visibly dejected. Harry knew Mrs. Weasley would never sign off on anything that could endanger her sons. To his right, Tom wore a sly smile. He extended a hand, offering Harry a small parchment scroll. What is this? Harry took it, unfolding it in astonishment to discover Uncle Vernon's signature. You knew all along. He quickly reacted, feigning indignation. Why would you think I would want to go? Perhaps I'm already fed up with it, Tom lightly shook his head. Even if you don't wish to go, there are those who would want you to. Following his gaze, Harry noticed the faculty table. Dumbledore must have already discerned his true identity. Perhaps he sought to uncover the legal relationship between Professor Rude and his current persona. But I will not participate, he whispered. Moreover, you are still his chosen savior. You were merely momentarily blinded by me. The Triwizard Tournament is the perfect opportunity to test just how much you have learned from me. Contemplating the reaction Sirius would have upon learning of this, Harry fell silent for a moment. I know what I am doing. He lowered his voice, though it was clear he was gritting his teeth. Don't speak as if any of this is true. Tom gazed steadily at him before finally replying. Not everyone is like you. You trust me, but that does not mean others will. Likewise, he believed in Harry. Whether or not Harry participated in the Triwizard Tournament did not concern him, for he knew the boy's capabilities extended far beyond that. Yet, he did not wish for Harry to be subjected to the Order's suspicions. He did not want Harry to feel disheartened, knowing there were people he deeply cared about. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Harry felt choked for half a minute. Then prove it to them. He finally exclaimed in frustration. Why must it be a fight to the death? Will killing each other yield a resolution? The living should strive to live well. Upon his return, he struggled to sleep for a long while, plagued by nightmares that left him tossing and turning in bed, skies split by lightning, castles reduced to ruins, lands strewn with severed limbs and dark blood, faces marred by scars, breaths laden with the acrid scent of gunpowder. War is brutal, and it is not merely the blood and nauseating stench that is unbearable, but the heavy clouds of dread that linger in each heart. A fear of whether tomorrow's dawn will ever grace their eyes again, a despair that the familiar warmth may diminish once more. He did not wish to witness the replay of it all before him. For that, he would offer up everything he possessed. That is exceedingly difficult. Tom shook his head. He had never expected the members of the Order to refrain from seeking vengeance, just as he never anticipated that pies would fall from the sky. Yet, he had never feared such things. He had never recoiled in the face of danger or difficulty. The fear of death had long since become a thing of the past. And now he had confidence in his ability to protect those he loved, and that person would undoubtedly stand by his side. That was enough. At that moment, Dumbledore had finished speaking, and the other students began to rise and make their way towards the exit. Hermione had intended to remind them that the feast was over, but upon seeing the serious expressions on both their faces, she wisely chose not to disturb them and merely stepped aside. Harry clutched the parchment scroll, his gaze fixed on Tom as he spoke those words with a calm expression. Yet Voldemort had no need to pressure him into participating in the tournament. Given his original disposition, he would never pass up such a chance to be in the spotlight. It was entirely normal for him to want to go. But if he did not, it would cause the members of the Order to suspect he had changed under Voldemort's influence, leading to doubts about his status as the chosen one. Actually, this has nothing to do with you. Harry felt his voice wavering slightly. Let them think so. Wasn't he that just fine? Does the Dark Lord require the Order's approval to act? Tom scoffed immediately. Thus, Harry found himself momentarily speechless, his eyes glistening. Why is he always a step behind? During the World Cup, it was merely a fleeting whim, so why couldn't he consider something for Voldemort in advance? Or take some action? Tom noticed the slight flush at the tip of his nose and wrapped him in an embrace. This is not my intention, he said in a teasing tone, gently tracing the corner of the boy's eye as if to evoke some profound emotion in the savior. I will certainly win. Harry mumbled to himself, disregarding the light-hearted comment. He buried his face in Tom's chest, affirming, certainly, I swear. He had matured, and such declarations could no longer remain mere words. He was always capable of doing something to prove it, always able to forge their shared future. Hermione, observing their interaction, felt increasingly certain that she was not mistaken. She could see that her two friends were growing closer, despite their frequent quarrels and cold wars in the past. On one hand, she felt a sense of relief, yet on the other, her doubts began to deepen. By the time Harry and Tom returned to the dormitory, the other boys were already preparing for bed. Upon seeing them, Neville's eyes lit up. Harry, he exclaimed joyfully, I wanted to tell you earlier, but you seemed lost in thought from afar. My parents took me to see the Quidditch World Cup final. You were absolutely amazing. That catch. He waved an arm, mimicking Harry's assent. "Thank you, Neville," Harry replied with a genuine smile. "Well done, Harry," Dean chimed in, relieved that fame had not made Harry arrogant. "I'm so curious about how you managed that so quickly. When you started chasing the snitch, Crumb must not have even seen it. He followed you right into it." As Seamus was about to climb onto his four-poster bed, he turned back and said, "Yeah, Harry, you really ought to have given us a heads up until Wales made it through the group stage. You should have told everyone and thrown in some tickets for the stands." He feigned a fierce expression. "Oh, I love that idea," Dean exclaimed excitedly. "And it'd be great to include some drinks. I think it would be better if Harry signed a few more autographs for us. That's surely worth more than tickets and drinks," Neville suggested, his eyes sparkling. Everyone began to jestingly tease Harry, their faces adorned with broad smiles. Harry noticed Ron also smiling, albeit a bit awkwardly. Yet it was a far cry from the cold reaction he had received when he was selected by the Goblet of Fire. Perhaps it was because they were not as familiar this time, so Ron was less affected. But as soon as he spoke, Harry understood the source of his discomfort. He was worried about Ginny. "Harry," Ron hesitated, "there's something I want to ask you." What is it?" Harry feigned ignorance, raising an eyebrow slightly. "You know," Ron stammered nervously, his face turning crimson as he pulled the covers up while lying on his side. "I mean, what the newspaper said." Clearly, the others were also concerned about this matter, and Harry suddenly found himself the center of attention in the dormitory. He glanced at Tom, who was sitting on the bed, looking at him. "That's true," Tom said succinctly. For a moment, the dormitory fell silent, everyone exchanging glances. Seamus was the first to react. "Is that the truth? Although wizards generally don't care as much about this as muggles do, I thought even if it were true, you wouldn't admit it." What a blow to the enthusiasm of female fans. He approached Harry, patting him on the shoulder. "I admire you, really. Actually, this is a good thing." Dean also regained his composure. "It means we have one less strong competitor." He winked, causing everyone to chuckle. Neville, evidently in shock, said, "I always thought they were spreading rumors. There's always someone jealous of your success. But you're saying this is true?" He asked again, seeing Harry nod. "Well then, I wish you happiness." Now even Harry couldn't suppress his laughter. He glanced sideways at Tom, who raised an eyebrow at him. On the other side, Ron's expression was complex, seemingly struggling to comprehend, mixed with a feeling of resignation to the outcome. Regardless, Fred was right. It was time to have a word with Ginny. In the following 2 days, Harry deeply experienced the drawbacks of fame. The Creevy brothers, needless to say, had escalated their adoration to the point of screaming whenever he appeared. He was surrounded everywhere by people with scarves and notebooks, clamoring for his autograph. One girl even asked him to sign her waist, which prompted a stern glare from Tom, after which no one dared to overstep again. Some boys appeared indifferent to his orientation, while others seemed to avoid him like the plague. The worst were the female fans, as described by Seamus, who initially cheered and screamed upon spotting him, only to turn to tears when he clarified that he had someone special. Among this chaos, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw behaved relatively composed. She didn't say anything particularly notable, but Harry was genuinely taken aback when he noticed her eyes were red after he signed her name. Moreover, Cedric Diggory extended his warmest congratulations to Harry. Harry appreciated it. Yet he sensed something was amiss in Cedric's demeanor, as if he was suppressing something. Perhaps he had noticed Cho's expression? Additionally, something Harry could scarcely fathom transpired. Most of the Slytherin students began bowing respectfully when they saw him, treating him with a deference that left Harry, who had previously received only their scorn and mockery, utterly unaccustomed. He instinctively flinched away each time. Can you really not make them change that habit? On their way to their first potions class of the new semester in the dungeon, Harry could no longer contain himself and protested to Tom. Since Hermione was present, he refrained from mentioning the Death Eaters. "You deserve this," Tom replied calmly. "A bow is the least they could do. If it weren't for the fact that kissing robes is quite unsuitable in Hogwarts, I'd have them all do it." Harry could tell from Tom's expression what he was contemplating. "This feels so strange," he said while seeking support. "Don't you think so, Hermione?" After a long pause, no one responded. He turned to find Hermione deep in thought. "What's wrong?" Hermione seemed to snap back to reality. "I was pondering," she said, choosing her words carefully. "Why Slytherin?" Harry was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Tom. At this rate, Hermione would inevitably deduce the truth. He knew he couldn't keep it hidden for long. It was better to take some preventive measures. He resolved to bring her that book on defensive magic the next time they returned to the tower. Not long after they entered the classroom, Professor Snape hurried in and began taking attendance. "Do you think Snape has noticed too?" Harry whispered to the person next to him. Snape's behavior was unusually rigid, his expression even more stony than usual. Moreover, he hadn't glanced at them even once throughout the entire roll call, which was quite a feat considering their seats were in the middle of the second row. "I don't know." Tom leaned closer to Harry and whispered, then shrugged slightly as he moved away. Harry felt a familiar warmth brush against his ear and instinctively shivered. Do you have to speak like that? While he might not mind, the timing and context seemed utterly inappropriate. And truly you don't know? Harry raised an eyebrow skeptically. Was there anything Voldemort was unaware of? Really, Tom reiterated to emphasize that he genuinely did not know. Without the need for a title, it was evident that Severus Snape had grown increasingly rigid. Internally, he scoffed, uttering aloud, "Perhaps it is merely a matter of someone feeling guilty." Hermione, seated ahead of them, caught the faint murmurs from behind and furrowed her brow in distress. What on earth was going on with Tom and Harry? How could they commit such blunders in potions class? Professor Snape had always harbored a disdain for Gryffindor. If he seized upon this indiscretion, not only would they suffer severe point deductions, but they would also face detention. She discreetly tapped her fingers on the desk behind her, hoping to alert them while sitting up straight to obscure the view of the offending students, though she recognized the futility of her efforts. Yet, the moment she lifted her head, she froze. Professor Snape wore an expression of stern disapproval, entirely ignoring their presence. It was as if he was oblivious to the two Gryffindor students conversing brazenly beneath his nose. As he turned instead to inscribe the potion's recipe they were to brew that lesson. How could he not have noticed? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Hermione found herself utterly perplexed. Only Severus Snape was privy to the fact that he had entered the classroom in a heightened state of anxiety, his palms and back completely damp with sweat. When Neville incinerated his sixth cauldron, it became apparent to all that the potion's professor's temperament was amiss. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Neville before seemingly dismissing him entirely. Where were Snape's infamous, chilling remarks? What of Neville's detention? Everyone awaited the fallout. Even Neville himself felt the abnormality of the situation. He stood there, staring blankly at the dark robes, until Hermione kindly brought him an old cauldron from her locker. Yet Snape did not spare him another glance. Under normal circumstances, Hermione's act of kindness would have earned her a scathing reprimand from Professor Snape. But nothing transpired. It was as if he saw nothing. Had the professor lost his mind? Or had he ingested a faulty potion? Or perhaps this was not the true Severus Snape at all, but rather an imposter? Speculation ran rampant. The potions classroom had never been so eerily silent. This uncanny stillness persisted until the class concluded, and the students gathered their belongings, departing in clusters from the classroom. What on earth was happening? Had Snape dismissed them immediately after class? Was he not the one who relished keeping them late? It was not until they had distanced themselves significantly from the dungeons that anyone dared to speak. He didn't even punish Neville or utter a single word, Ron said, his expression dazed. As Neville's desk partner, he had braced himself for a tempest of reprimands, only to find. Perhaps he is in an exceptionally good mood today. Dean speculated. Impossible, Seamus countered immediately. Did you not see his expression? He looked positively dreadful. As the subject of the discussion, Neville remained in a daze. Perhaps it was Merlin's blessing, though even he felt a twinge of uncertainty in that assertion. Why did he feel that when Snape eventually decided to address the matter, the repercussions would be even more terrifying? Harry, Tom, and Hermione trailed behind them, absorbing every word. Truly, there had been an unusual number of bizarre occurrences lately. I can't shake the feeling that Professor Snape seems somewhat intimidated by you, Hermione remarked, turning to Tom with curiosity. He hasn't come near us today. I don't share that sentiment, Tom retorted with a teasing smile. In fact, it is likely quite the opposite. He hardly regards me. Hermione's expression reflected her bewilderment. Is that so? Harry understood the underlying truth. Professor Snape likely harbored similar suspicions, and he was nearly certain that Tom was indeed Voldemort's Horcrux. The Death Eaters possessed an acute awareness of their master's possessiveness. They would know that their lord had no inclination to share. Clearly, Tom appeared unharmed, unthreatened by Voldemort, which implied that Tom and Mr. Gaunt were one and the same. Thus, Tom represented a false identity for Voldemort. The pressure of having a Death Eater teach a class was indeed substantial, and even more so if that Death Eater was a spy for the Order of the Phoenix. The anxiety was incalculable, constantly fearing exposure and the subsequent peril to life. He believed he grasped Voldemort's outlook, for the sake of his own interests. Voldemort withheld his wrath from Professor Snape, yet he was determined to ensure that this traitor did not have an easy time of it. Perhaps, for Voldemort, instilling fear in Professor Snape was the least of punishments. Harry sighed deeply, realizing that Voldemort had made a significant concession. Rather than beseeching Voldemort for leniency towards Snape, it would be more prudent to contemplate how he might assist Snape in regaining his composure. In stark contrast to the peculiarities of the first potions class of the new term and the unsettling essence of bubotuber pus in herbology, the defense against the dark arts was far more popular. In fact, this course had always enjoyed a favorable reception. After taking attendance, Professor Rold smiled and expressed that Headmaster Dumbledore had greatly praised their courage, believing they could handle dark spells. Thus, this academic year, I shall immerse you in the authentic realm of dark magic. You must understand them, familiarize yourselves with them, to better counteract them when faced with threats. I must emphasize that dark magic is not inherently malevolent. It may possess advantages that white magic cannot rival. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Had Professor Rold not been a long-respected instructor, Harry mused that someone might have leapt to protest. I am aware that some of you hold differing opinions, Professor Rold continued, unfazed by the undercurrents of dissent. However, it is indisputable that if a white wizard vanquishes a dark wizard, it merely indicates that the former's mastery of dark magic is at least on par with that of the latter, enabling them to exploit their adversaries' vulnerabilities. The whispers grew louder. This analogy seemed pointedly relevant. Everyone knew that the most recent and notable duel between dark and light wizards had occurred between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, with Dumbledore emerging victorious, implying that their esteemed headmaster was also a master of dark magic. Harry stared in disbelief. Did Dumbledore, fully aware that Professor Rold was Voldemort, still allow him to teach them dark magic? It was difficult to fathom that the headmaster harbored no ulterior motives. Moreover, Voldemort seemed to insinuate that even the so-called white wizards might not be entirely pure on their pedestals. Harry pressed his forehead, feeling as though Dumbledore and Voldemort were quietly engaging in a battle of wills. Professor, are you also capable? A Ravenclaw student raised his hand to inquire. This question bordered on provocation, and Harry admired the student's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Professor Rold answered without hesitation, of course. Otherwise, what would you expect me to teach you next? A muffled laugh rippled through the room. Clearly, the professor's forthright demeanor garnered much appreciation. The Ravenclaw boy, his face slightly flushed, sat back down. Is everything settled? Professor Rold scanned the class. Then let us begin. We shall start with the most infamous, the unforgivable curses. The explanations of the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse went smoothly. When they reached the final Avada Kedavra, all eyes instinctively turned to Harry. The Killing Curse bore no counter-curse, save for that one singular exception, who sat before them. In this circumstance, the Dark Lord was elucidating spells he had once employed against the Savior. Harry suddenly felt an urge to laugh, but with all eyes upon him, he could only stifle the impulse with great effort. Professor Riddle cast a glance at him, seemingly discerning the tremors in his shoulders, and helplessly continued his exposition. The Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, necessitates formidable willpower and magical prowess as its foundation. At your current level, the curse you conjure is scarcely distinguishable from a mere tickle. As he spoke, he aimed at the cage containing the last remaining sparrow and unleashed a beam of green light. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 176. The unfortunate little bird emitted not even a squeak before it fell lifeless from its perch. The classroom fell into a profound silence, eyes darting from the sparrow, now belly up, to Harry's lightning-shaped scar. So, the name that cannot be uttered is truly dead? Or was it that Ravenclaw boy? All eyes fixated intensely on Professor Riddle. I suspect not. Professor Riddle appeared momentarily dazed by the green light, but he quickly lifted his head. The curse rebounded, and Voldemort lost his corporeal form, yet he did not perish. The mere mention of that name sent a shiver through the room, as if a cold wind had swept across the classroom. The Ravenclaw boy tightly sealed his lips, no longer daring to inquire. He seemed astonished that Professor Riddle had so casually uttered that name. Once class was dismissed, the students erupted into fervent debate as they exited. The dark arts had always been a topic fraught with trepidation, and Professor Riddle's words were undoubtedly a drop of oil in boiling water. Most Gryffindors remained skeptical, while the Ravenclaws were comparatively open-minded, many of whom believed one should acquire knowledge of the dark arts before passing judgment. Harry felt the situation mirrored his previous dilemma regarding the Killing Curse. Should it be employed directly on those of malevolent intent, or should one first imprison them in Azkaban to observe their actions? The argument could persist indefinitely, for the boundaries were exceedingly difficult to delineate. Additionally, there lingered the question of Voldemort's existence. Of course, all children raised in the magical world were taught that Voldemort had perished due to the rebound of his own curse. This was the unanimous narrative in all official publications. Yet now, someone had stepped forth to declare he was not dead, albeit not Dumbledore, but a professor they revered and admired. This was indeed a shocking revelation. In almost a single night, Professor Riddle's perspective swept through Hogwarts. Students whispered clandestinely, some anxious, others dismissive, and some scoffing, these latter being the Slytherin students who had already grasped the definitive information. The Dark Lord was making his return. He had even managed to sway the Savior to his side. Professor Riddle was his spokesperson within Hogwarts, and Tom Riddle was the Dark Lord's personally appointed heir. Hence, what was a mere bow? Under the Dark Lord's leadership, Slytherin was destined to rise once more. Harry's tutoring continued. This was their optimal time for exchange, as no one else was nearby to create distractions. So in their eyes, have I already become akin to a senior Death Eater? Harry asked, half amused and half irritated. He reiterated to Voldemort that those bows were entirely unnecessary, to which Voldemort simply elucidated the prevailing thoughts among the Death Eaters. "I assure you, when they next encounter you, it will be as if they are meeting me," Voldemort remarked. Harry discerned he was speaking earnestly. "Hey, that is not what I meant. I hope they cease such behavior," he exclaimed. "Since you chose to stand by my side, such outcomes were inevitable." Voldemort shrugged, feigning exasperation. "Are you suggesting I brought this upon myself?" Harry began to grind his teeth. "Certainly not." Voldemort, perceiving Harry's rising ire, deftly shifted the topic. "Your recent progress in transfiguration has been commendable." Upon hearing this, Harry's attention returned to the wand he was holding. The tip was directed at another Harry, identical in appearance and texture, save for the lifelessness in its eyes. "You still haven't told me why I must transform anything into my own likeness?" he questioned, dispelling the magic, causing a cushion to plummet to the floor. Transfiguration has considerable limitations regarding humans and other sentient beings. Even if transformed, they lack a soul, making it evident upon inspection. "That is merely the general case," Voldemort replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You have always wished to know why I can maintain two distinct human forms simultaneously, have you not? Are you finally prepared to divulge that?" Harry retorted. This matter defied the norms of wizardry, perplexing him for quite some time. "I believe you should recall what transpired on our first night back." "Murder," was Harry's immediate response, quickly realizing Voldemort surely did not refer to that. "You mean that spell I had never encountered, the White Halo?" Accompanied by the song of a phoenix, he pondered thoughtfully. "That was a bidirectional spell," Voldemort explained. Observing Harry's look of confusion, "It allows the next incantation to affect both parties simultaneously." Harry's eyes widened. "You mean casting the killing curse at two people at once?" he exclaimed. "That is impossible." "Indeed, it is not. It merely equalizes the outcome." Voldemort waved his hand dismissively. "I approached it with the mindset of attempting once more, believing it might be safer. At worst, we would perish together." He shrugged nonchalantly. "As you have witnessed, it did not achieve the intended result. My soul had already fragmented too many times to withstand the impact of the killing curse. Thus my corporeal form was extinguished. However, I soon discovered it resulted in another unforeseen effect I had thought I would never disclose, especially to you." Chapter 177. Realizing he was about to hear a pivotal secret, Harry instinctively leaned in closer. "You still harbor a fragment of my soul." Voldemort intently locked eyes with Harry, articulating each word. "And I possess one of yours as well." Harry sank back into the armchair, his mind a void, his mouth dry. "You mean you simultaneously split our souls?" Many questions that had troubled him for so long suddenly found resolution. Why did the python in the reptile house recognize another Parselmouth and claim to be inferior? Why did Voldemort choose to visit Diagon Alley on the same day as him, fortuitously encountering Ollivander? Why was Voldemort aware of his intentions to confront Pettigrew, timely casting him aside to ensure his own success? Why was he incapacitated by pain immediately after Hermione informed Tom he had emitted a formless Patronus? Why did Voldemort gift him a diary that was no longer a Horcrux during Christmas? Why did Tom so confidently retort that he did not believe him, simply turning away? Why was Voldemort privy to Dumbledore's detailed past, enough to mock him for hypocrisy during Death Eater meetings? Why did Voldemort already have prior impressions of Hermione's cat, and even used it as a demonstration during tutoring? Thus, this was the crux of the matter, the reason for Voldemort's omniscience, why he was so intimately aware of Harry's thoughts, to the point of later succumbing to the impulse to gift him a book on occlumency. This also elucidated his most incomprehensible behaviors. Why Voldemort refrained from taking action against him, the first to strike would lose. Was that the reason you refrained from casting Avada Kedavra? Harry felt as though his throat had dried to the point of speechlessness. He insisted it was impossible. Voldemort could not possess such extraordinary patience towards his provocations. Nor would he have the leisure to revisit Hogwarts. His objectives had already been fulfilled upon acquiring the diadem of Ravenclaw. I must confess, it was indeed so at first. Later, during your triumphant moment, I nearly unleashed the Avada Kedavra curse, only to realize that you, Voldemort, seemed reluctant to admit your own trepidation. Rising to your feet, you navigated around the table and approached Harry, placing both hands firmly upon his shoulders. I had requested a few items from the Lestranges prior to launching my attack against you. What followed was an arduous process of reconstructing a body and reclaiming the Horcruxes. Harry's expression was one of undeniable recognition. This was an experience no one wished to relive, believe me. Was this a sign that he would never again engage in such folly? The absence of further violence could also stem from other sentiments, perhaps love? Harry pursed his lips, scrutinizing him. Voldemort, in turn, maintained his gaze, his pupils a deep, pure black. So, you remained in hiding until you retrieved the soul fragment from the diadem of Ravenclaw. Only then choosing that particular Easter? Quite correct. Voldemort lowered his eyes, finally smiling. His boy's response indicated a willingness to move forward, leaving past entanglements behind. Voldemort was inherently striking in appearance. Even his typically impassive visage drew the attention of passers-by, and when he smiled, the rate of admiration surged dramatically. Harry was momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of that smile. Reluctantly diverting his gaze while vocally lamenting, "Does that mean I have no privacy left? This is utterly unfair. Let us not forget. You have employed the Cruciatus curse upon me, while I have yet to reciprocate," Voldemort said with a playful grin, inclining his head. Harry found himself momentarily speechless. As he noted Voldemort's encroaching proximity, he protested uneasily. "You should have stopped at the beginning. After showing me so much, do you dare claim you weren't holding back? And yet you won let me see the end." Suddenly seized by a thought, he grasped the front of Voldemort's collar, striving to adopt a fierce tone. "Honestly, what did you see in the mirror of Ariste? Why can't you let me look?" Voldemort glanced at the hand gripping his chest, a deeper smile gracing his features. It seemed only the boy dared to confront him so boldly. "I cannot disclose that to you," he replied, satisfied to see Harry raise an eyebrow, "but I can demonstrate." Harry was caught off guard by a sudden kiss. When they finally parted, he found himself panting against Voldemort's chest. The hand that had clutched the collar now transformed into an embrace. "You haven't finished your explanation," Harry insisted. "What else with your appearance and age? Similar to the autonomous consciousness capable of controlling two bodies, this may be a consequence of a fractured soul merging back together," Voldemort explained, his smile unwavering as he regarded the boy in his arms. Harry abruptly lifted his head, staring incredulously. "Listen to your description. You dare call this a consequence? If splitting and merging one's soul results in becoming more handsome and youthful, I suspect everyone would be eager to try. Not to mention the formidable magical prowess and painful process required. You only perceive the superficial." Voldemort maintained his smile, as if about to broach a matter of little consequence. "I cannot predict how long this will endure. No one has attempted it before. Perhaps 3 years, perhaps 30, or it may all revert to true age in an instant. Additionally, soul magic may impact lifespan. I may not have many years left. All remains uncertain." Chapter 178. Harry had never been so astonished. Voldemort had explicitly informed him that his time might be short, which he refused to accept. After a long pause, he began to shake his head, muttering, "No. You still have soul fragments within me. If you are to die, we shall do so together." The final assertion was delivered with resolute conviction. Voldemort gazed deeply at him. He seemingly returned to the eve of their final confrontation, standing in the great hall of Hogwarts, where he had believed Harry dead, now reappearing with the Hawthorn wand, displaying the same fervent determination as now, declaring, "Only you and I. Two cannot coexist. One must perish, and one shall remain forever departed." Yet the sentiment felt entirely different. At that time, he had been cornered, his loyal Death Eaters nearly obliterated, surrounded by onlookers from the Order of the Phoenix and their supporters. Now, his boy professed that even in death, he would not be alone, for they would be together, always. Voldemort was shaken. He had to lift his gaze, stifling the moisture at the corners of his eyes. When he looked back at Harry, his expression had returned to normal. "Silly boy." His voice reverted to the soft tone Harry had once known so well. "I merely said it was a possibility." A vague thought began to take shape in his mind. The boy was still young. He had lived a long life and had earned a chance for a fresh start. If, in the final years of this life, someone truly cared for him and could utter such sentiments of togetherness in death, perhaps it wouldn't be too great a loss. Would it? Would it? Harry regarded him skeptically. Why did he feel an odd sense that he might be abandoned? Voldemort appeared to have made a significant decision, though he remained unaware of it. Voldemort looked into the boy's beautiful emerald eyes, nodding as he embraced him. "You might want to learn how to multitask. And perhaps you could control two forms simultaneously, just as I do. Is that also a side effect of splitting one's soul?" Harry inquired, his voice muffled against Voldemort's chest. "Indeed." Voldemort lifted a hand to smooth the boy's hair, which had become more compliant after he had ingested the special potion. He longed to reclaim the last fragment of his soul from the boy, returning the piece that did not belong to him. However, it was best to conduct this in secret. Harry might react unpredictably if he were to discover it. Previously, Voldemort had refrained from doing so for his own safety. But now, the Avada Kedavra curse was indeed the quickest means to achieve his goal. Yet, given its unstable manifestation within the boy, he would be wise to seek alternative methods. Harry fell silent, the unease within him lingering as he clutched Voldemort tightly. In truth, the splitting of one's soul was not entirely a negative consequence. Voldemort felt he ought not to reveal the truth about soul magic to the boy, for fear of exacerbating his anxiety. He attempted to redirect Harry's focus. "Look, isn't it rather effective to deceive the Sorting Hat?" He succeeded. Harry lifted his head from his chest, his expression shifting from shock to understanding. "You severed the connection between the hat and your soul with your mind. allowing it to perceive my soul fragment. I knew it. You are the quintessential Slytherin, even if it merely brushed against a single strand of your hair. It should have discerned that. Voldemort chuckled. If it were the soul of the Dark Lord, it would be impossible to share the same house with the Savior, would it? That night, Harry dreamt throughout the hours. He envisioned Voldemort aging rapidly due to magical backlash. Yet before his passing, Voldemort smiled and urged him to live fully. Awakening at the brink of dawn, drenched in cold sweat, his nightgown soaked through, Harry, consumed by worry, hurriedly rushed to check on Tom in the adjacent bed. Only after confirming it had been a mere nightmare did he remember the sweat beading upon his forehead. Such a thing must not transpire before him. Harry found sleep elusive. Feeling chilled to the bone, he resolved to take a shower. The lion-headed faucet gushed water, and through the mist, Harry gazed at the elongated, deep blue sky beyond the floral-patterned window. He had to seize the moment. After showering, he dressed in the pale light of dawn and stealthily departed the dormitory, making his way down to the common room. As the door clicked shut, Tom opened his eyes. He propped himself up partially, gazing at Harry's utterly vacant bed. His brow furrowed deeply in contemplation. Indeed, he should not have spoken the truth to the boy, even if the eventual revelation would incite a tempest of fury. It would merely be an inevitable conclusion. Yet, would he ever hear the boy's celestial promises if he refrained from speaking? Would he ever ponder such a decision? And so, several weeks slipped by. The potions professor remained unchanged, yet since the onset of their 4th year, it seemed he had transformed, leaving all within the castle to marvel at this alteration. The defense against the dark arts class gradually became the most contentious of all, as Professor Rold occasionally espoused views suggesting the utility of dark magic. Undeniably, he remained the most beloved professor at Hogwarts. Students felt he possessed an extraordinary wealth of knowledge, having never before encountered such an enthralling course, let alone a professor of such charismatic allure. Chapter 179. If one were to speak of change, it could be noted that both Harry and Tom had acquired a new title, the Slytherin Princes. This moniker, bestowed by Fred and George, arose from their unanimous belief that the Slytherin students exhibited remarkably peculiar behavior. When queried, Harry admitted he was unaware of the reasons, while Tom maintained his typical impassive demeanor, leading them to conclude that the little Slytherin serpents must have collectively succumbed to madness. The title of Slytherin Prince affixed itself to the 2 Gryffindor students, astonishingly eliciting neither resistance nor dissent from them, leaving students from the other 3 houses utterly flabbergasted. When the announcement for the Triwizard Tournament was posted on the notice board, it was already nearing the end of October. The students of Hogwarts momentarily set aside all other concerns, engrossed in discussions regarding the registration for the competition. One evening, as Harry, Tom, and Hermione returned to the common room, they discovered the twin brothers eagerly showcasing their newly acquired aging potion. Our mother refused to sign for us, but thankfully we have this, Fred exclaimed, shaking the little vial. Indeed, we are merely months away from reaching the legal age. Just a few drops will suffice, George added, his face alight with anticipation. The sound of the portrait hole swinging open caught their attention. Our Slytherin prince has returned, George exclaimed as he leaped over and draped an arm around Harry's shoulders. The illustrious Gryffindor seeker and renowned savior. Have you yet informed us of your participation in the Triwizard Tournament? Fred shook his head at Harry. Given your awareness of these titles, you ought to know that Harry will undoubtedly participate. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Yes, Harry replied, casting a glance at Tom. My uncle has already signed the application. Ah, splendid. But even if you choose to participate, we cannot relinquish our ambitions. Let us see which of us the Goblet of Fire selects for 1,000 galleons. George's eyes sparkled, as if envisioning a gleaming mountain of gold. Harry disregarded their banter and directly seized the vial from Fred's grasp. An aging potion? He echoed. Indeed, what of it? You have no need for it, Fred replied, regarding him with mild curiosity. Oh, I merely wish to advise you both to be wary of Professor Dumbledore's age restrictions. Harry chuckled, returning the vial to the twins before ascending the stairs. Hey, mate, you've spent too much time with Hermione. Fred and George called after him, laughing. Hermione, about to nod in agreement, shot the twins a disapproving glance before climbing the staircase to the girls' dormitory. On the morning of October 30th, as they descended for breakfast, they found the great hall lavishly adorned. Enormous silk banners hung from the walls, each emblazoned with the emblems of the respective houses. Above the staff table, the largest banner displayed the crest of Hogwarts. That day, few students were attentive to their lessons, all preoccupied with speculating about the potential appearances of the students from the other 2 schools and how they would arrive at Hogwarts. The final period on Friday was potions class, and Professor Snape unhesitatingly dismissed them half an hour early, seemingly eager for the events to unfold. Of course, Harry suspected he simply wished to avoid the sight of Voldemort seated below him. Before dinner, Professor McGonagall led the Gryffindors out of the hall. filing down the steps to queue in front of the castle. Students from the other 3 houses, too, awaited with their respective headmasters. The moon had risen, casting its light upon the excited, trembling crowd below. I heard that Durmstrang has a new headmaster? Harry, not joining his classmates in their discussions about the other 2 schools, turned to Tom for confirmation. The dark-haired boy glanced at him. What? When did my boy start caring about such matters? If I recall correctly, he's a Lestrange, isn't he? Regardless of his reaction upon meeting you, Harry, he said in a lowered voice. I merely hope he can pretend not to see you and me during his stay at Hogwarts, all right? He has witnessed the Death Eater's treatment of Voldemort. If Durmstrang's headmaster were to greet him and Tom with a bow or a kiss on the robes, it would surely make tomorrow's Daily Prophet headlines. The Slytherin students were already troublesome enough. Tom could not suppress a laugh, having grasped the boy's meaning halfway through. But you must adapt, he said deliberately. It's a gradual process. That can wait for another time. Certainly not now, Harry replied, growing anxious as he spotted a vast shadow emerging from the forbidden forest. Soaring toward them. Let us just get through this for now. I can always devise a plan later. Tom raised an eyebrow, satisfied to see Harry's eyes filled with his reflection. Very well then. The arrival of the Beauxbatons carriage resounded with a thunderous crash, capturing the attention of all present. Madame Maxime and her students disembarked as Dumbledore approached to greet them. Harry heard several gasps, likely astonished by Madame Maxime's imposing stature. They exchanged pleasantries, after which Madame Maxime ushered the shivering girls into the castle. Chapter 180. Not long after, the Black Lake erupted with waves towering over 10 feet, and a deep, swirling vortex heralded the arrival of Durmstrang's representatives. Clad in thick fur cloaks, they filed up the slope into the castle's great hall, illuminated by its light. Dumbledore, the leading man called out exuberantly, Old friend, it has been too long. How have you been? Extremely well, thank you, Professor Lestrange, Dumbledore replied. Rabaston Lestrange, like his brother, sported a dense mane of dark brown curls and was somewhat shorter, though leaner. Harry noted that while he greeted Dumbledore with a smile, there was no warmth in his eyes. As for Dumbledore, his glasses reflected the light, obscuring his gaze. The Durmstrang group approached the castle's entrance. Harry observed Rabaston Lestrange's gaze scanning the crowd, ultimately resting upon Tom. Excellent. Just as he desired, Harry thought. Professor Rold had not emerged. Otherwise, he could have diverted some attention. They would soon find themselves back in the headlines. However, Lestrange quickly averted his gaze, turning to lead his students to a sheltered area. Harry sensed that, in the process, he had cast a glance at Snape before continuing his cordial exchange with Dumbledore. Harry exhaled in relief, noticing that Tom remained perfectly still, merely blinking slowly. Yet the crowd behind them suddenly began to stir. A multitude of voices buzzed around him, a cacophony of excited murmurs. Harry turned his gaze back towards Durmstrang, only to find himself locking eyes with a familiar visage. Beside him, Neville tugged insistently at Harry's arm, exclaiming, That's Krum. He's greeting you. Indeed, the owner of that face had spotted Harry, and his thick, dark brows relaxed as he nodded in acknowledgement. Instinctively, Harry returned the gesture with a smile. Despite the overwhelming media attention he had received following the Quidditch World Cup and the fervent reactions from the Hogwarts students, he had felt a lingering sense of unreality. However, Krum's overture of goodwill finally grounded him in the reality of his current status. The atmosphere became charged with excitement, as the students of Hogwarts seemed utterly transfixed by Victor Krum. As Harry made his way through the entrance hall towards the Great Hall, he noticed many frantically searching for quills. Upon joining Tom at the Gryffindor table, he observed numerous onlookers eagerly watching the Durmstrang representatives as they sought their seats at the hall's entrance. Surprised, are we? Tom asked abruptly. Harry paused for a moment, then grasped what he meant. No, I just finally processed what you said, he replied, catching Tom's expression, a mix of amusement and skepticism, that prompted a smirk from Harry. You're not jealous, are you? Tom scoffed dismissively. You smiled at him. Just as Harry was about to retort, a new wave of shrieks erupted around them. Irritated, he turned to see Krum seated beside him, and quickly glanced back at Tom, only to find that the dark-haired boy had diverted his gaze. Hermione, seated across from him, exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, her expression one of exasperation. Delighted to meet you. I am Victor Krum, he said, extending a hand towards Harry, his voice raspy, as if he were slightly under the weather. Harry reciprocated the gesture. Hello, I'm Harry Potter, though you can simply call me Harry. He offered a warm smile, feeling a kinship as he noted the callous skin on Krum's palm, a testament to their shared experiences as Quidditch players. Krum smiled back, revealing a row of pearly teeth. You may call me Victor. You are not at all what I expected, he admitted, appearing somewhat bashful. Not like a savior, or perhaps not like a seeker, Harry quipped. And you hardly resemble a world-renowned athlete. Their eyes met, and they both sensed that their initial assumptions about each other had been overly cautious, prompting their smiles to widen. At that moment, Dumbledore began his welcoming address, flanked by Lestrange and Madame Maxime. Harry noticed that Lestrange had not taken a seat next to Dumbledore, but instead left an empty space, positioning himself near Professor Karkaroff, adopting an oddly hunched posture, as if only half sitting on his chair. Soon, the banquet commenced, and the tables overflowed with an abundance of food. Harry ladled himself a bowl of French fish soup, and then filled another for Tom beside him. Hermione flashed him an understanding smile as she accepted the spoon from his hand. Tom glanced at his bowl but said nothing, methodically sipping his soup. Krum, sitting nearby, regarded this exchange with mild curiosity, though he masked his intrigue with politeness. Approximately 20 minutes into the feast, 2 additional figures entered the hall, elucidating the reason for the 2 vacant seats at the staff table: Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch. Harry squinted, noting that Crouch appeared remarkably well, his complexion healthy and his beard impeccably groomed. It seemed that the death of his son had left no apparent mark on him. Perhaps he had even found some relief, thriving in his own way. Just then, a voice interjected, "Excuse me, do you still wish to consume this bowl of fish soup?" Harry and Krum turned in unison. Harry recognized the voice, having seen Fleur before. Thus, her shimmering silver hair and cerulean eyes did not astonish him. In contrast, Ron across from him was blushing furiously, his gaze fixated on her. "Very well, you may take it," Harry said, handing her the bowl. As he turned, he noticed that Hermione remained engrossed in her caramel pudding, completely oblivious to the interaction. "Thank you." Fleur paused momentarily, her gaze fixed on Harry's face as if she had finally recognized him. Meanwhile, Victor Krum had turned back to his meal, yet his sharply defined profile remained unmistakable. Fleur regained her composure, expressing her gratitude once more. "Thank you, Harry Potter," before she bestowed upon him a sweet smile and delicately returned to the Ravenclaw table. Harry instinctively touched his face, then cautiously turned to gauge Tom's reaction. He appeared unchanged. But that could not be true. At that moment, the second dessert was served, but Krum seemed disinterested. He set down his cutlery and began to inquire of Harry. "I have long wished to ask you something, Harry." Harry had to divert his attention from Tom, having found Krum rather agreeable. "I have watched all your World Cup matches," Krum remarked, his dark eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and intrigue. "It seems you always have an uncanny ability to spot the golden snitch." Harry attempted to interject, but Krum gestured for him to hold his thoughts. "In the finals, my own experience confirmed this. When I executed the Lanscoy feint, although you followed, you must have sensed it was a ruse all along, correct?" Harry realized that Krum had discerned his intentions. "I thought I was disguising it well," he confessed reluctantly. "Your timing in braking was impeccable, almost synced with mine. I felt as if all my actions were anticipated by you." Krum continued, a hint of regret in his tone, "and your speed was undoubtedly superior." As was evident in the match, Harry had to concede that Krum was indeed a world-class seeker. He could not guarantee that he would have performed as adeptly had he not witnessed Bulgaria's earlier match against Ireland. Everything Krum had stated was accurate. His assessments of the game dynamics and his opponent's capabilities were astute and timely. "However, I must admit, I accept my defeat graciously," Krum said earnestly. "I hope to compete against you again." "Likewise, you are quite impressive," Harry replied, feeling slightly uneasy, as the earlier sensation of having an advantage resurfaced. His gaze drifted towards the corner of the hall, where the keeper, Filch, stood waiting. Perhaps an opportunity would soon present itself, Harry mused, glancing at the shadowy box. He quickly suppressed the lingering awkwardness within him. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he was resolute in his pursuit of the Triwizard Cup. He had already penned a letter to Sirius and now sought tangible evidence to support his claims. As the feast drew to a close, Dumbledore rose to his feet. He began by introducing the 2 ministry officials, then instructed Filch to bring forth the ornate, jewel-encrusted chest. The hall fell into a hush, all eyes fixated on the staff table. Dumbledore placed a wooden cup atop the box's lid and announced that all students wishing to enter the Triwizard Tournament must register within 24 hours. "Due to the new competition restrictions, I encourage those under 17, yet possessing a valid application, to approach the front with your written names and schools." Dumbledore, while speaking, produced a roll of parchment and announced that the students whose names were called should throw their slips into the goblet of fire, thereby registering in the presence of the judges. It appeared that most parents shared Mrs. Weasley's sentiments, as only a scant few were deemed qualified. Thus, when Harry stepped forward and cast the parchment into the blue and white flames, countless pairs of eyes followed him. In an instant, the fire consumed the paper, flaring up red before returning to its original state. Amidst the cheers, applause, screams, and the sound of tables being pounded by Hogwarts students, Dumbledore lowered his eyes upon him, a contemplative glimmer evident within the depths of his azure gaze. Behind Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression. Harry also caught a glimpse of Professor Flitwick. who nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Beside him, Rabaston Lestrange scrutinized him with a cautious demeanor, while Snape maintained his customary inscrutability, though a flicker of concern seemed to flash in the depths of his dark eyes. The subsequent night and the following day unfolded much like the previous ones. Referring to Tom, this realization filled Harry with both relief and an odd sense of peculiarity. He was relieved that Voldemort did not seem angered. Yet it was precisely this anomaly that struck Harry as unsettling. The situation was decidedly abnormal, he mused. The following day was Halloween. However, both Hermione and Tom belonged to that diligent breed of students who wished to devote all their free time to the library, leaving Harry little choice but to join them in study. As they partook of breakfast, Fred and George, having consumed aging potions, attempted to cast their names into the goblet, only to be thwarted by a golden thread conjured by Dumbledore, resulting in the sudden appearance of a bushy white beard on their chins. Chapter 182. Until the time of the feast, Gryffindor students were still animatedly discussing the event. The twins had since removed their beards in the hospital and were now sharing hearty laughter. "I really hope it's one of us Gryffindors," Fred remarked as Harry, Tom, and Hermione took their seats. "Any of them would be fine, Harry," he added. "Me too. Just as long as it's not Slytherin," George chimed in. Harry smiled. In terms of magical prowess and practical experience, he undoubtedly surpassed most of the other Hogwarts students. Of course, Tom was an exception. Should he enter, it might take Dumbledore himself to stand a chance against him. Harry envisioned the scenario of Voldemort and Dumbledore clashing in the Triwizard Tournament, and couldn't he help but chuckle quietly. "Harry, you don't seem nervous at all," Hermione observed, leaning her head slightly towards him with her hand resting near her plate. Harry quickly adjusted his expression, replying, "No. With so many eyes upon me, if anything goes wrong, I would be mortified." Hermione was amused by his feigned seriousness. "Come on, do you think I'm unaware of how much you've studied? If anyone deserves to be chosen, it's undoubtedly you." Victor Crumb, seated 2 places away, glanced over at this remark. Harry was startled by her words and hastily glanced at the Hufflepuff table across from them. Fortunately, the Hufflepuffs were engaged in fervent discussions of similar topics, and Hermione's voice was not loud. They remained oblivious. Harry exhaled in relief and then pondered a question. If I were chosen, would you lend me a hand, Hermione?" "Of course," she replied without hesitation, then curiously asked, "What would you need my help with?" Tom also turned to him, evidently sharing Hermione's inquisitiveness. Harry glanced at both of them and then leaned in to whisper something in Tom's ear. Hermione noticed Tom's expression stiffen abruptly, and after a moment, he said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Hermione." "What is it?" Hermione could not resist asking. "You'll find out when the time comes," Harry replied, sitting up straight and focusing intently on the sumptuous feast before him, as if suddenly seized by a fervent interest in it. The dinner was indeed lavish. However, it appeared that few were paying attention to the culinary delights. As the plates were once again cleared, Dumbledore rose. The hall, previously filled with chatter, fell silent. After addressing relevant matters, he waved his wand, and the illumination in the hall diminished, leaving only the flickering candlelight from the pumpkin guts and the brilliant blue and white flames of the goblet. All eyes were fixed upon the goblet, which sparkled with flaring embers, the silence so profound one could almost hear the non-existent crackling of the sparks. Suddenly, the flames elongated, and from the red fire flew forth the first half-charred parchment, which then returned to its former state. "The champion of Durmstrang is," Dumbledore read aloud, gazing at the words illuminated by the flames, "Victor Crumb." Applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall. Crumb stood, casting a glance at Harry, who was applauding him, before stepping forward into the chamber behind. Moments later, the goblet spat out the second parchment. "The champion of Beauxbatons," Dumbledore announced, "is Fleur Delacour." Once she entered the chamber, the hall fell silent once more. Next came the Hogwarts champion. The air buzzed with palpable excitement. Dumbledore retrieved the third parchment from the flickering flames. "The champion of Hogwarts is," he declared with utmost clarity, "Harry Potter." Harry sat in a daze, suddenly realizing he had unconsciously held his breath. He had indeed been anticipating this moment, yearning to represent Hogwarts honorably in the Triwizard Tournament. A few Hufflepuff students emitted audible gasps of dismay, but Harry remained oblivious. In fact, he was entirely unaware of the jubilant faces surrounding him, the hands pushing him to stand, and the thunderous cheers that filled the air. Harry simply stood there, feeling someone grip his hand tightly, and then gently pull him forward, causing his feet to instinctively move ahead. Upon entering the chamber, he found only Crumb and Fleur, both of whom stood near the fireplace. "I knew it was you, Harry," Fleur exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Crumb seemed to want to convey a similar sentiment, opening his mouth before finally nodding in Harry's direction. Harry stammered, unsure if he should offer thanks. Fleur appeared to notice his discomfort, flipping her silvery hair as she approached him. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Fleur Delacour," she said, extending a delicate, fair hand. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter," he replied absent-mindedly, shaking her hand while reminiscing about the warmth and strength he had just felt from another. At that moment, the door swung open, and a throng of people filed in. Ludo Bagman led the way, followed by Dumbledore, Mr. Crouch, Madame Maxime, and Professor McGonagall. The very person Harry had been thinking of. Professor Flitwick entered alongside them, with Professor Snape and Lestrange trailing quietly behind. Chapter 183. Harry watched eagerly from a distance. Had it not been for Voldemort, he would never have had the opportunity to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, neither this time nor the last. Moreover, this time, he had supplanted Cedric as Hogwarts' sole champion, a fact that could not be overlooked regarding Voldemort's tutoring. Thus, in a certain sense, he felt compelled to express gratitude to Voldemort. Harry once again experienced the exhilaration reminiscent of the Quidditch World Cup final. No, it was still too early. He quelled his impulses, reminding himself that in less than a year, he could achieve even more. Professor Flitwick stood diagonally opposite Harry, noticing that Harry was entirely absorbed in listening to Mr. Crouch's speech, his gaze predominantly fixed in that direction. Well, he admitted to himself, this revelation calmed his hidden ire regarding the other two champions' disdainful regard for his boy. Certainly, Voldemort was acutely aware that the boy harbored no ulterior motives towards them. Yet he could hardly bear the thought of anyone being excessively close to his boy, a notion that was rather broad in its definition. He recalled the conversation he had with the boy a month prior, noticing the resolute expression on his face. Surely, he must have perceived something. His boy had always possessed a remarkable sensitivity that deeply moved him, truly. However, this was fundamentally his own dilemma, one of his own making. And he ought to shoulder the consequences alone, without dragging the boy down with him. The man known as Riddle, who was in truth the Dark Lord, unconsciously tightened his jaw. Thus, he resolved to act accordingly, without a shadow of doubt. In the event of the worst-case scenario, he hoped to perish utterly, rather than witness Harry display a look of affection towards another, an expression that was meant solely for him. He could not endure it. Each time he attempted to avert such a fate, he always faltered, much like that last Valentine's Day, or even today. Of course, prior to that, he would exert every effort to prevent the most disastrous outcome. After Harry had become a champion of Hogwarts, seeking a tranquil place to dwell had become exceedingly difficult. Harry found himself spending countless days in the library, as if he were destined to take root there. The common room was no refuge, as it was perpetually filled with well-wishers and fervent discussions regarding the tournament, rendering it impossible for him to study or organize his thoughts. Although the presence of Krum, who also frequented the library, attracted a multitude of visitors, Madame Pants managed to keep the students relatively subdued. "I can't take it anymore." Hermione was the first to erupt, irritably slamming her book shut. "Can't that oaf just remain on that dark, gloomy ship?" Harry followed her gaze and caught sight of Krum, who sat listlessly, his expression grim. This was likely why his entourage had refrained from harassing Harry as they had before. Harry turned his attention back to Hermione, suddenly struck by a fresh idea. Could it be that Krum visited the library daily because he had fallen head over heels for Hermione? Speaking of which, Hermione was indeed a beautiful girl, especially if she were to allocate even a fraction of the time she spent on her studies to her appearance. "Hermione, come here," Harry called, retrieving his wand from his pocket, chastising himself for not having thought of it sooner. "What is it?" Hermione's tone was less than pleasant, evidently irked by the incessant chatter of the girls around her. Nevertheless, she leaned in closer to Harry. "Open your mouth." "Huh?" Hermione froze, puzzled by his request. "Yes." Just like that, Harry instructed, gently tapping her with his holly wand. "Shrink and move back." That seems about right." Hermione absent-mindedly touched her lips. "Harry, what have you done?" Her voice rose in pitch, her face illuminating with a dreamlike joy. "My teeth." Tom's dark eyes peered over the top of his book, revealing a look of indulgent exasperation. This was something the boy remembered all too well. "If your parents disapprove, just tell them you were cursed. And Madame Pomfrey has restored you," Harry suggested. If memory served, it was Malfoy's spell that had inadvertently affected Hermione, and she seemed to prefer neat teeth. History had been altered because of him, so he would resolve this matter himself. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Honestly, you're so thoughtful, Harry. I might just fall in love with you." She had completely forgotten her earlier annoyance. "Then you mustn't tea," Harry interjected hastily, not wishing to drown in Voldemort's jealousy. Naturally, Krum would not desire that either. Before the customary wand-checking procedure prior to the tournament, Harry had not anticipated encountering Rita Skeeter again. This time, should she dare fabricate a tearful savior narrative, he would relish the opportunity to confront her. Having endured her antics before, he remained vigilant as he settled at the velvet-covered table. Opposite him sat Krum, whose gaze occasionally flickered to Harry before quickly averting, his face clouded with concern. Ollivander checked their wands one by one, and then a rotund photographer sought to capture a group photo, while Rita Skeeter insisted on taking additional shots of each champion. Harry loathed the sight of her unnaturally forced smile. Chapter 184. As expected, the following day's Daily Prophet featured an extensive article by her, prominently displaying a photograph of Harry, his expression blank, with only his eyes blinking. Surprisingly, Rita's commentary was shy and cautious, asserting that Harry's participation in the Triwizard Tournament was a source of pride for Hogwarts and would undoubtedly bring honor to Britain. The article was replete with praise for Harry, while the names of the other two champions were mentioned only in the final paragraph, and misspelled at that. Dislike Skeeter, do you? Voldemort commented on Harry's stoic photograph, as they remained in his office, which was steeped in the style of Slytherin's defense against the dark arts professor. Harry squinted at him. You didn't manipulate her, did you? She didn't delve into the sad backstory of the savior? It sounds as though you were anticipating her to do just that. Voldemort set down the newspaper, his fingers resting thoughtfully against his chin, observing Harry with keen interest. Quite the opposite. Not at all, Harry refuted without hesitation. He had discerned that this situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by Voldemort. Noticing that Voldemort seemed to be in relatively good spirits, he decided to seize the moment. Since that's the case, could you do me a favor? His boy had yet to formally request anything from him, and Voldemort was intrigued. What? Teach me soul magic, everything there is to know. Harry articulated this long-anticipated request. The smile vanished from Voldemort's face. What do you intend to do? Are you unwilling? Harry countered. I want to know your reasons. It is perilous. You are aware of that. Voldemort attempted to explain patiently. I thought you understood. Harry would not beat around the bush. A Gryffindor could not outmaneuver a Slytherin. Especially not Voldemort. He had contemplated this approach for over a month and ultimately decided to be straightforward. If you refuse, I shall learn it on my own. Voldemort choked back a breath, utterly exasperated. Gryffindors were infuriatingly stubborn, never shedding tears until faced with the grave. How could I allow you to learn that on your own? He exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. He was acutely aware of the difficulties and inherent dangers involved. Harry stared unwaveringly at him. So, you are agreeing then? His demeanor was resolute, as if he would not relent until his goal was achieved. Voldemort inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself and maintain rationality. This is my affair. I can manage it myself. It has always been my responsibility, and you should not be entangled in it. He was plagued by a headache, realizing too late that he should have emulated the old bee and refrained from speaking the truth. Do you regret it? Do you wish to declare that it is none of your concern? Harry rose from his chair, advancing to the table. His hands pressed firmly against its surface as he glared intently at the man behind him. Indeed, it is so, Voldemort shot back defiantly. I cannot risk you alongside me. I must bear the consequences of my own errors. After you murdered my parents, creating this very situation, you dare to say such a thing? You expect me to fall in love with you, only to have that love snatched away? Harry's voice rose in indignation. Am I to be grateful to weep for the rare sense of responsibility shown by the Dark Lord and his spirit of sacrifice? How dare you say that? His chest heaved with evident fury. Tears cascaded unbidden from his eyes, yet he paid them no heed, fixated instead on Voldemort's obsidian gaze. Voldemort was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Harry weep. During their last harrowing encounter, when the Savior was relentlessly pursued across the globe. Forced into a life of exile as family, friends, and classmates perished around him, he had not shed a single tear. This was not an act of sacrificial spirit. He murmured, reaching to wipe away the scalding droplets. It was simply that you deserved better. You could have lived more fully for a longer time. I had no idea that with your demise, I could flourish even more. Had I finally become the true Savior, or had I merely liberated myself from the clutches of a possessive Dark Lord? Or perhaps, was this precisely what you wished for? Harry scoffed derisively, turning his face away to evade Voldemort's touch. Yet Voldemort would not allow him to do so. He abruptly stood, drawing the boy's head closer, and began to kiss away the tears. No, not at all, he murmured against Harry's cheek. I can scarcely endure that agony. Not even in imagination. He tenderly kissed Harry's face, beginning from his chin and moving upward to his eyes, then along the bridge of his nose to his lips. Then teach me, if you would, Harry implored, wrapping his arms around Voldemort's neck, speaking between kisses, abandon your desire to reclaim the Horcruxes. Together, we can surely resolve this. Voldemort tilted his head slightly, shifting to a deeper angle, swallowing Harry's remaining words. The words felt feeble, incapable of conveying his current emotions. He could only express his response through action. They kissed across the table, placing all bets, their breaths mingling in an atmosphere thick with uncertainty. Was it hope or despair? On the Saturday preceding the commencement of the first task, the school granted permission for third-year students and above to visit Hogsmeade. Initially, Harry had little inclination to venture out. But a letter from Sirius altered his resolve. He had arranged to meet Harry at the Three Broomsticks, preferably alone, and informed him of the hidden passage behind the confused wizard statue. Harry found it perplexing that Sirius had suddenly changed his mind, considering he had previously advised against visiting Hogsmeade. Fortunately, neither Tom nor Hermione wished to join, sparing Harry the need to concoct excuses to evade them. Thus, on Saturday morning, after breakfast, the three parted ways at the hall entrance. Concealing the Marauder's map within his robes, Harry scrutinized it meticulously until he neared the statue, at which point he donned the invisibility cloak. He traversed a lengthy tunnel and finally emerged from the cellar behind Honeydukes. Evading the ebb and flow of pedestrians in the shop and on the streets consumed considerable effort. By the time he reached the Three Broomsticks, a weight settled in his chest. Sirius was seated with someone else. He surmised that Sirius's change of heart stemmed from Dumbledore's desire to avoid Voldemort while discussing matters with him. Had he discerned Voldemort's unusual influence over the castle? Harry bit his lip and tiptoed into the corner, occupying the space intentionally left between them, gently nudging Sirius's elbow as he scanned the surroundings. "Harry," Sirius exclaimed, his face lighting up, "you've come. I was worried you might have gotten lost." "Professor Dumbledore." Harry replied softly, still cloaked, noticing Dumbledore turn his head towards him. "It's just one path. How could I possibly get lost?" "Well, do try my honey beer. It's quite delightful," Sirius cheerfully suggested, skillfully retrieving a mug from beneath the table without seeming to notice Harry's presence. "I've seen James disappear under here countless times." "It is quite delightful," Harry affirmed, using a spell to secure the cloak in place, holding the warm mug but not yet sipping. "Is there something urgent that requires me to wear this cloak?" Sirius's expression turned serious. He glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly, as if confirming something. "There are a few matters I wish to clarify," Sirius said. Harry noted the tension in their interaction, furrowing his brow, though they could not see him. "What? Did you genuinely wish to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? The Dursleys actually agreed to sign for you?" Sirius inquired, clearly harboring disdain for Harry's relatives. "Yes," Harry replied swiftly, recalling that the application had been presented to him by Voldemort. He wondered what methods had been employed to secure Vernon Dursley's signature. Most likely a mere suggestion would suffice. "They've been rather nice to me lately. I mean, my aunt and uncle." Sirius scoffed dismissively. "Those muggles." He glanced at Dumbledore again, leaving his thought unvoiced. "Do you feel confident about the tournament? If there's any issue, you must inform me." Harry nodded, then remembered they could not see him. "So far, everything has been fine. Are you still receiving tutoring from Professor Riddle?" Sirius continued, his tone laden with explicit disapproval. "I've warned you, he could be dangerous." Harry observed Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged, though he subtly straightened in his seat. Had the moment of reckoning finally arrived? "Yes, I trust him. His tutoring is quite beneficial. As I mentioned, you can witness my performance in the Triwizard Tournament. But first, I must ensure you survive until the end." Sirius exclaimed, irate. "I've said this countless times. Why don't you believe me? If Professor Riddle truly wanted to harm me, he has ample opportunities. Why resort to the spectacle and complications of the Triwizard Tournament?" Harry patiently explained, knowing Sirius was solely concerned for him. Sirius flushed in exasperation, and then Dumbledore, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Harry is correct." Sirius gaped in astonishment at the old man, who appeared unfazed. "Harry, do you mind if I ask a few personal questions?" "No, Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied, having anticipated the nature of the inquiry. "Thank you. Although this may lower your opinion of me significantly," Dumbledore said with a slight smile, "I am rather curious about your relationship with Mr. Gaunt at the World Cup. And, on another note, is it true that you and your dear friend Tom are merely friends?" Harry's heart skipped a beat. Dumbledore's question was blunt, bordering on accusatory, implying he knew of their shared identity. Lovers, Harry contemplated, formulating an answer he deemed precise. Sirius's hand trembled, spilling his Pinot Noir across the table. "Harry," he exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger flooding his features. "Is that truly the case?" "Yes." Harry noticed Sirius's expression shifting toward the brink of rage, prompting him to quickly place a hand on him. "I will explain, but not now." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, but refrained from pursuing the matter further. "How long have you known Mr. Gaunt?" Quite a long time," Harry answered vaguely, calculating in his mind. He hesitated to provide an exact time frame. Revealing it had been nearly 20 years might suggest he had lost his sanity. Sirius's dissatisfaction was palpable. "How is that even possible?" "I've said I will explain." Harry reassured him, "I know what I am doing." "I've endured this for too long," Sirius retorted, a blend of frustration and helplessness evident in his demeanor. "I worry about you." Dumbledore's expression had shifted to one of complete seriousness. "Very well then, I have only one final question left. Will you share today's events with anyone else?" "Anyone else?" Harry echoed, affirming his response once more. Dumbledore is now aware. He likely knew all along that it was Voldemort. Yet, he still chose to remain in Voldemort's company, steadfastly believing in him. What would Dumbledore think of him? Utterly disillusioned? Would he take necessary measures? Thank you, Harry. The old man with the white beard pressed his fingers against his temples, a weary expression adorning his face. I may have been mistaken. You seem to grasp more than I do, to understand clearly what has transpired. When you return, you might not even need the invisibility cloak. However, he slightly lifted his head, his azure eyes seemingly able to see through Harry's cloak. I only hope you remember your promise. Sirius stared at them in confusion. Long after Harry departed, he remained seated, deep in thought. What has Harry been concealing from us? I truly do not understand why he trusts that man so completely. He slammed his hand on the table, earning an irate glare from Madame Rosmerta, who had just polished it. We have no choice but to trust Harry. Dumbledore's gaze, unfocused, fell upon the inanimate objects before him, hoping he was correct. Otherwise, Harry had chosen a path starkly opposite to his own from 50 years ago. If successful, it would be the most favorable outcome. Could he have done that back then? No, it was far too late. They had all reached a point of no return. Upon returning to the castle, Harry's first action was to rush to the library. He intended to relay this matter in its entirety to Voldemort, but paused at the library entrance. He had only just persuaded Voldemort to teach him about soul magic. Revealing the Order of the Phoenix's obvious skepticism would merely provide Voldemort with another reason to convince him to reclaim the soul fragments and restore the soul. Oh, he absolutely would not. Harry resolutely declared to himself that he would not allow Voldemort to reconsider. He resumed his path into the library, mentally planning to seek out additional tomes on dark magic related to souls. What if Voldemort deliberately misled him while teaching soul magic? That could result in entirely contrary outcomes. This endeavor must be foolproof. He could not permit even the slightest error. Moreover, he had already uncovered some clues regarding potions and souls. Entering the library, he quickly located Tom and Hermione, his steps growing lighter. He had secretly ordered that particular potion without Voldemort's knowledge, and now he just needed to find the right moment to test it. But how would he persuade Voldemort to cooperate? Harry sat down, intently watching a boy who was about to bury his face in a book. Back so soon? Tom noticed his gaze and looked up at him. Well, I've brought a large bag of snacks for each of you, Harry cheerfully announced. I left them in the common room. I'll fetch them for you. Hermione also looked up. Thank you, Harry. She assessed the parchment before her, nearly sufficient in quantity. It's wonderful. No exams, and the homework requirements can be relaxed. Harry chuckled. This hardly sounded like something a Granger would say. He deliberately used Hermione's surname as a noun, akin to Gryffindor and Slytherin. The speechless Hermione rolled her eyes at him before returning to her paper. The dark-haired boy quietly observed Harry teasing Hermione. If he guessed correctly, Dumbledore must have just seen him. He didn't believe that Oldby would ask any questions that would lighten the mood. So, was his boy genuinely happy? Or was he merely putting on such a smile to assuage his worries or opposition? To speak candidly, he still somewhat disagreed with Harry's idea. Feeling it would hinder the boy, why should his boy bear the risk for his magical failures? Yet, on the other hand, the boy was right. Why subject him to another painful loss after one had already been inflicted? Regardless, he hoped the boy would find joy. He deserved everything. On Tuesday, classes at Hogwarts were suspended by noon. Compared to the initial tension, Harry appeared remarkably composed. He hardly needed to venture into the Forbidden Forest to verify the existence of dragons. He only required knowledge of Voldemort's attitude. The only variable was that Voldemort would not permit any unexpected surprises. So worrying about the task being too difficult? He would be better off worrying it might be too simple. That was far more realistic. After lunch, Harry departed the Great Hall with Professor McGonagall, who had come to summon him, receiving well wishes for good luck from numerous individuals. In stark contrast to Harry's calm demeanor, Professor McGonagall wore an expression of sheer anxiety. In fact, she could be described as utterly distressed. How are you feeling, Harry? She inquired. We have arranged for some wizards to be nearby, should the situation turn dire. They will step in to manage it. She paused, unsure whether to mention Harry's aunt and uncle or the judging panel, resuming with, above all, you must remain calm. I trust you have learned some useful techniques from Professor Riddle. McGonagall spoke while observing him, her concern evident. I'm fine, Harry nodded. He realized that Professor McGonagall seemed unaware of Voldemort's involvement, indicating that Dumbledore had not informed others. He was merely waiting to see how things unfolded. McGonagall patted his shoulder. Harry had recently grown significantly, making the gesture noticeably less effortless than before, and then led him to the entrance of the tent. Harry pulled back the curtain and saw the other two contestants already seated inside. Fleur's complexion was extremely pale, a far cry from her usual poised demeanor. Meanwhile, Crumb appeared even more sullen than usual, clearly quite nervous. Come in, Splendid. Harry, Bagman exclaimed, pacing inside the tent, delighted to see Harry. Everyone is here. He raised a purple silk bag in his hand, beginning to explain the details of the first task. Yet, all 3 contestants bore no expressions of shock. Just like the last time, the task's content had been leaked beforehand. Fleur produced a petite green dragon, while Crumb had captured a fully crimson one. When it was Harry's turn, he felt a row of sharp spines in his grasp, the Hungarian horntail. The outcomes for everyone remained unchanged. What varied was Bagman's jest. Unlucky, Harry. You did not draw the Welsh green. I'm certain you can handle them. I was quite impressed with the mascot performance at the opening of the World Cup. At his words, Crumb and Fleur turned to look at Harry. Noticing their hesitance, Harry felt embarrassed and hurried to clarify, that was not my doing. Unfortunately, Bagman appeared completely oblivious. He mischievously winked at Harry. No need to be shy, Mr. Gunter, we all understand. Harry's face flushed crimson. Bagman had also been in the top box, seemingly lingering for several minutes. Fortunately, he did not continue. Instead, instructing them to prepare in the order indicated by the tags attached to the dragons, calling them out when the time came. Fleur was first, as she exited. Both of her legs trembled. However, he believed she would succeed, just as she had before. Only 2 individuals remained in the tent, Crumb sitting on a corner bench. Listening to Bagman's commentary and the occasional gasps from the audience outside, his expression growing even darker. 15 minutes later, Harry heard a chorus of cheers. Fleur had succeeded, and Crumb immediately stood up, wand in hand, and exited. Harry slightly lowered his gaze, beginning to rehearse the strategy he had envisioned countless times before. Before long, the 3rd whistle blew. This time, Harry finally heard Bagman's announcement for his own entrance. Now entering, the 3rd champion, Harry Potter. The arena fell into silence. All spectators craning their necks to glimpse the champion as he entered through the hedged entrance. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, a minute. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, yet no one emerged from the shadows. Mr. Porter? Even Mr. Bagman, serving as the commentator, could no longer contain his impatience. We should have seen him by now. He appeared to be the calmest in the preparation tent. Could he have fled at the last moment? His pitch suddenly soared, transforming the whispers in the venue into gasps of disbelief. No, it's simply inconceivable that he might have secured it. In the brief moments of Mr. Bagman's bewilderment, amidst a clutch of brownish dragon eggs, the conspicuous golden egg vanished into thin air. All eyes were glued to the unfolding spectacle, unable to suppress their cries. The commotion seemed to rouse the vigilant Hungarian horntail, which had been glaring at the hedges. It followed the collective gaze, lowered its head to inspect its nest, and let out an enraged roar towards the sky. By this time, Harry had distanced himself from its fiery range, deftly dispelling his magical state and levitating the suspected missing golden egg high into the air with his wand. It was astonishing, absolutely unbelievable. How had he accomplished such a feat? The spectators were on the verge of eruption, questioning one another in disbelief, eager to understand the circumstances. The judges were equally astonished. Barty Crouch's eyes widened. Madame Maxime rose from her seat. Dumbledore straightened up, and after a brief moment of shock, Lestrange revealed a barely perceptible smile. They informed me that Mr. Porter had utilized a rather advanced invisibility charm, one that allows one to blend seamlessly into the surrounding environment, an art I had yet to witness being demonstrated. Clearly, Mr. Porter had employed the same charm on the golden egg, along with a flying spell that allowed for swift, silent movement. I must say, these are remarkably intricate spells that necessitate a formidable magical prowess to execute, and Mr. Porter evidently showcased his mastery. The audience, straining to listen, suddenly grasped the situation as Ludo Bagman's voice was nearly drowned out by their cheers. Chapter 188. Simply spectacular, Potter. I can scarcely believe you have mastered such advanced spells, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, and Harry thought he must have received a tremendous compliment, for it was no small feat to hear praise from her lips. This is truly remarkable. You ought to have informed me of your capabilities. Her tone was a blend of pride and mild reproach. Harry, you are extraordinary. Hermione dashed down from the stands, her voice nearly a shriek, the quickest time, and unscathed. She circled around Harry, seemingly verifying her assertions. Incomparable. Harry, once she was convinced he was indeed unharmed, she excitedly enveloped him in a fervent embrace. Tom, following closely behind, couldn't resist pinching his brow but ultimately managed a simple, well done. Thank you. Harry beamed, his eyes locked onto Tom's, gently releasing the exuberant Hermione before turning to embrace Tom, even sneaking a quick kiss near his ear. At that moment, a throng of wizards surged onto the field, hastily ushering away the still raging horntail. The 3 of them stood together at the edge of the arena, observing the judging panel seated upon the golden high chairs as they scored Harry. The crowd surged with exuberance, chanting that Harry deserved a perfect score. Madame Maxime had settled back into her seat, her wand pointed skyward, releasing a stream of something akin to silver ribbons that formed the numeral 10. Next came Mr. Crouch, who also conjured a 10. Dumbledore awarded him 10 points as well. Ludo Bagman followed suit with a score of 10. The final judge, Lestrange, raised his wand, and the number 10 swiftly materialized in the air. All perfect scores, Harry. Hermione squealed with delight, her grip on Harry's arm so tight he suspected it might bruise. Fortunately, at that moment, Ludo Bagman spoke again, sparing Harry's arm from further distress. He instructed the champions to return to their tent, as he had a few additional remarks to make. Harry nodded to Hermione and Tom, then entered the tent alone. Following him were Fleur and Crumb. Absolutely flawless. Fleur sincerely praised. I believe Bagman was entirely correct. You handled them with remarkable ease. Crumb replied with a monosyllabic grunt. Harry noted his expressionless demeanor, his dark eyes shadowed by deep skepticism, which puzzled him greatly. You all performed admirably. Ludo Bagman cheerfully bounded into the tent, winking at Harry, especially at him. I trust no one will contest my words. The second task will commence on February 24th, and the clue lies within the golden egg you just received. You may begin your preparations early. That is all. You may leave. Harry, Hermione, and Tom circled around the edge of the woods, passing by the lake, and then ascended the hill leading to the castle. Along the way, Hermione incessantly pressed Harry for explanations regarding the two spells she had never before encountered, eager to understand their specific applications and nuances. It was not until they returned to the Gryffindor common room that she relented, as a multitude of others rushed to join them. The common room had been festooned in celebration, exuding an air of festivity. Banners adorned the walls, vividly depicting the moment when the entire audience gasped in astonishment. Tables overflowed with platters of fruits and treats, accompanied by large jugs of golden pumpkin juice. Absolutely splendid, Harry. You never ceased to amaze us. Fred was always the first to reach Harry, presenting him with a plate of snacks. Harry took a jam tart and began to bite into it, casually passing the golden egg to the nearby curious crowd. May I open it, Harry? The diminutive Daniel Creevy eagerly inquired, clearly influenced by his brother Colin's adoration of Harry. Sure, Harry readily agreed. He hastily finished his tart, plugging his ears just before Daniel Creevy opened the golden egg. The merpeople's voices, when heard above land, were nothing short of cacophonous, and he certainly did not wish to endure that again. As he had anticipated, his Gryffindor classmates excitedly opened it, only to swiftly close it again in a flurry. What is this? Lee Jordan looked as though he had been struck by magical sound, scrutinizing Harry with wide eyes. Clearly noticing the difference in his demeanor. You covered your ears. Have you opened it before? No, Hermione insisted, pressing her aching temples. We came back together. I spent the whole way asking Harry about those two spells. He hardly had time to tend to the golden egg. Feeling the collective gaze of his peers upon him, and knowing he could not reveal the truth, Harry suddenly felt a mischievous urge, deliberately dragging out his tone as he said, I could tell everyone was giving him incredulous looks. Harry scanned the table filled with treats, a sudden thought sparking in his mind as he picked up a custard biscuit. For instance, this. George and Fred's faces registered disbelief. That indeed is a biscuit we enchanted. They admitted, but how did you know? We haven't told anyone besides Lee Jordan. Chapter 189. Harry chuckled, continuing mysteriously, moreover, there's only 1 month left for the boys in 4th year and above. I advise you to make your plans early, otherwise, all the good girls will be swept away. 1 month until. The experienced crowd quickly caught on. The ball. The Yule Ball. Is this for real? Absolutely splendid. The atmosphere in the public lounge suddenly soared to unprecedented heights. Amidst the lively chatter, Neville, eager to validate Harry's claims, consumed a piece of the custard biscuit. Mere seconds later, with a resounding pop, he transformed into a plump canary. Such a commotion was impossible to overlook, prompting hearty laughter from the crowd, while the twin brothers seized the opportunity to peddle their latest offerings. Unbeknownst to anyone, Harry discreetly slipped away from the throng, ascending the staircase to the dormitory alongside Tom. I regret this, Tom suddenly remarked upon entering the dormitory. What? Harry queried, turning back in confusion, only to be yanked forward and pressed against the door. With an audible click, Tom performed a locking charm on the door. In that instant, realization dawned on Harry, a smirk gracing his lips. Let me ponder whether it's Hermione's incessant questions or those of other Gryffindors that are the issue. The more jealous Voldemort becomes, the closer he approaches his goal. I find you increasingly un-Gryffindor-like, Tom noted, a knowing gleam in his eyes as he approached Harry menacingly, his breath brushing against Harry's cheek. Harry wrapped his arms around Tom's back, tilting his head slightly so that their lips nearly brushed as he spoke. What can one do? After all, the one he fancies happens to be the Dark Lord. Following Thursday's Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall announced the news of the upcoming ball, which sent waves of excitement through the Gryffindor students, who soon began speculating on how Harry could foresee such events. Some believed that, as a prominent hero, A referee like Ludo Bagman would gladly share the details with Harry, provided he was genuinely acquainted with the rules and procedures, like the twins. As for the canary biscuits, perhaps their inadequacies had been discovered or they had inadvertently been overheard during a private discussion. The final query pertained to the golden egg. Might it be linked to Harry's sudden activation of what Professor Trelawney referred to as the inner eye? Even they themselves would hardly believe such a notion. Harry listened to Hermione recount the events following his and Tom's departure, along with the speculations after Transfiguration class. And he couldn't help but respond with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. This marked Harry's first weekend after traversing the dragon. As they occupied their usual nook in the library, stacking books high to avoid detection by Madame Pants. That is hard to say. You don't know how much Lavender and Parvati buy into this, Hermione remarked, halting her page-turning. By the way, this book is quite splendid. The magic it teaches is immensely useful. She propped the book upright, revealing the spine that read on defensive magic, her eyes alight with excitement. Especially the brain-locking charm. Wouldn't you agree? Harry had been awed by Hermione's intellect more than once. Thus her deduction of his intentions in presenting her with the book was something he had anticipated. However, Hermione's speed in mastering magic was nothing short of astonishing. It had only been about 3 months. He glanced at Tom, who was observing him intently with his dark eyes. What do you say? I say, if you have questions, just voice them, Harry replied, closing the heavily annotated spellbook in his hands and casting a confidentiality charm around them. This spell ensured that their conversation would remain unheard by a fourth party, and from the outside, it appeared as though they were still diligently studying. Hermione regarded the two composed figures before her, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Are you willing now? You should have mentioned you had something peculiar going on. If you needed me to keep it a secret, you ought to have taught me this sooner. After venting her frustration, her expression transformed into one of eager curiosity. Let me finish, then tell me if I'm correct, all right? She must have been bursting with curiosity, being the inquisitive which she was. Harry exchanged a knowing glance with Tom and nodded. Hermione, satisfied, began to relay her deductions. First, Tom and that Mr. Gaunt are the same person, though I don't understand how you managed that. She pointed at Tom, who raised an eyebrow. Second, you hold considerable prestige in Slytherin, likely due to your lineage from former Slytherin students. Third, she feigned a menacing expression. You undoubtedly have more secrets you haven't shared with me. Clapping slowly 3 times. Tom wore a peculiar smile. Well done, Miss Know-It-All. Everything you've said is correct. I have but one addition. Your esteemed Professor Riddle is also me. Hermione stared at him, dumbfounded. In the span of those 2 brief statements, Tom had seamlessly transitioned from his youthful visage to that of their debonair Professor Riddle, ultimately settling into the guise of Mr. Gaunt, whom she had encountered only a handful of times. Chapter 190. Oh no. Hermione belatedly remembered her starry-eyed demeanor in front of her beloved professor, her face flushing crimson. I don't know. Professor, please forget some of those things. This was utterly unexpected and quite embarrassing. Hermione wished she could dig a hole to hide herself in. Now it was Harry's turn to rub his forehead in frustration. He glared at Voldemort in his original form, compelled to cast 2 additional confidentiality charms. The advanced transfiguration spell had caused significant magical fluctuations to mask such a situation. Even stronger safeguards were necessary. Moreover, Voldemort's return to his true appearance meant that he would need to explain to Hermione the prickly issue of why Tom was the Dark Lord. Although this was inevitable, he still harbored a fleeting hope that a moment's delay could be achieved. He simply wished for Hermione to remain his friend thereafter. So, Hermione finally managed to dispel her awkwardness. You are indeed a Slytherin, which explains your reluctance to award points to Gryffindor. I suspect your admission into Gryffindor was solely due to Harry. She shot a piercing glance at Harry. Look at the obsequiousness of the Slytherins. And those bowing wizards during the Quidditch World Cup. Who, then, is this individual? There's no way I wouldn't know. Someone like him deserves a place in the annals of magical history. Almost instantly, she recalled past events, and Harry felt his throat tighten. You are correct, Hermione. He indeed appears in the annals of magical history, and not merely in 1 volume. Fortunately, he had added those 2 extra charms earlier. Otherwise, Hermione's scream upon realization might have been potent enough to topple the roof of Hogwarts. Hermione furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze on Harry. No, that's impossible. I've read modern wizarding history 3 times and found no mention of such a young, influential, and powerful Slytherin wizard. In fact, the most fitting candidate is the Dark Lord. She instinctively swallowed hard, but that can't be. He can't possibly be that young. And though Sirius warned you to be cautious of him, he has been absent for so long. Her voice dwindled, her expression morphing into one of sheer astonishment. From the moment she uttered that name, both men nodded in affirmation. Harry bore a resigned expression, while Mr. Gaunt regarded her with an approving gaze. I must clarify. My name is not the Dark Lord, but Voldemort. However, Should Miss Granger prefer to use the title of the Dark Lord, I would not mind. Hermione froze in shock. This cannot be. Her eyes darted between Harry and Voldemort, and after a lengthy pause, she finally regained her voice. This is utterly impossible. Tom and Professor Riddle bear no resemblance whatsoever to the Dark Lord. Moreover, the relationship between the Dark Lord and the Chosen One cannot possibly be. She struggled to utter the word, her mind reeling as it shattered her worldview and understanding of life. The enigmatic figure and the Savior share the same dormitory? The mysterious one tutors the Redeemer? They are deeply enamored with each other? Hermione could scarcely fathom such notions. Surely, you jest, she murmured. April Fool's Day is still far off, and this jest is hardly amusing. Yet, deep within her heart, she had already accepted half of it. The profound influence and the extensive allure of such arcane knowledge could indeed explain the previously peculiar occurrences. Hermione reclined in her chair, shielding her eyes with her hands. Releasing a sigh of disbelief. I can hardly believe this. But you already do, Voldemort remarked with a hint of amusement. Your acceptance surpasses my expectations. Perhaps you are the sole enlightened soul in all of Gryffindor. He glanced at Harry, his tone softening. Of course, my boy is an exception. I must emphasize that my faith lies with Harry, not you. Hermione opened her eyes, unable to contain her incredulity as she gazed at him. You are nothing like the tales portray. Are you truly Voldemort? She clearly exerted all her strength to suppress an involuntary tremor, deciding instead to use a different title. Would he truly address the Savior in such a manner? As you can see, Voldemort calmly shrugged, then pulled Harry, who was watching Hermione with great caution, closer, planting a kiss upon his forehead. Harry blushed instantly, showing neither reluctance nor opposition. What did she witness? A tender version of the Dark Lord and the Savior? Merlin, this world is utterly insane. Grant me a wall to hide behind. Hermione gaped at them, instinctively burying her face in the book before her, her fists pounding the table in frustration. Fortunately, Harry had taken precautions. Otherwise, the noise would surely have summoned Madame Pants. It must be said that Hermione's mental fortitude was indeed remarkable. From the moment the truth was revealed until the final week of the term, Harry saw no further signs of her losing control. Aside from the initial furious pounding of the table, occasionally catching her in a daze while observing them. I have peacefully coexisted with the so-called pure-blood supremacist Voldemort for over 3 years. She once secretly confided to Harry, is everything written in the books a lie? Or is this merely temporary? Chapter 191. No, he simply bears the psychological scars of his childhood, Harry replied, gazing out towards the lake beyond the corridor. In many respects, they shared astonishing similarities. Both were orphans, yearning for acknowledgement, yet they chose different paths to express themselves. Hermione smacked her lips in contemplation. You seem quite knowledgeable about his upbringing. She exhaled with relief. Now I can rest easy. You do not appear to be under the influence of the Imperius curse or anything of the sort. Harry understood that such matters could not be fully comprehended by her all at once. There was too much complexity between them. Thank you, Hermione, he said earnestly. I still feel as though I am dreaming. Hermione lamented. No wonder your relationship has always been so peculiar. She sighed again. Truth be told, I am rather reluctant to envision you both as archenemies. He has always left a good impression on me. Although a bit difficult to approach, she continued to sigh. Harry chuckled. I suppose he might find it hard to imagine being regarded as good, particularly from the lips of a muggle. He hopped off the window ledge, brushing off his clothes. Remember that promise you made me? I had intended to invite you to accompany me to the ball, but I suspect you would decline now. No, Harry, please don't. Hermione's face paled, her tone filled with dread. Perhaps I would have accepted before, but are you certain that, given the current circumstances, I would not be met with a killing curse from him? Before, I merely suspected jealousy, but if that jealous figure is Voldemort, that changes everything. Very well. I shall devise another plan, Harry shrugged, noticing a figure lingering in the distance finally approached them. It seems I must take my leave. Hermione, I shall not disturb you. Disturb what? Hermione was still contemplating the potentially disastrous consequences of Voldemort claiming Harry, when she belatedly voiced her confusion. Victor Crumb was striding toward her, passing by Harry's back. In truth, numerous unknown girls had approached to invite Harry as their dance partner, undoubtedly testing Voldemort's already limited patience time and again. Eventually, he grew enraged, proclaiming, No? Tell them you already have a partner. But I cannot simply conjure a partner out of thin air, can I? Though I could manage that, it would be rather dismal. Harry mused with amusement. Voldemort's dark eyes fixed intently upon him, before he exhaled heavily. Very well, you have one once more. He snatched the parchment from the table. Beginning to write a letter, Dumbledore will be pleased to see me finally making an appearance, especially at Hogwarts, where the irony is palpable. One can only imagine the commotion that would arise on Christmas night when Hogwarts students beheld the dashing, wealthy, and mysterious Mr. Gunter in the flesh. Moreover, he did not disappoint their expectations. His features were striking, his demeanor graceful, exuding an aura reminiscent of English medieval nobility, having even descended from a golden carriage. The carriage, entirely black, bore a large family crest crafted from exquisite gemstones. In the soft moonlight, that hovering carriage seemed to shimmer with golden light, not an illusion, for it was sculpted from a solid piece of obsidian, seemingly under a lasting levitation charm. Harry would wager that Dumbledore's dinner felt tasteless. For the moment Voldemort appeared at the oak doors of the Great Hall, he was momentarily rendered speechless, albeit for a brief duration. During the feast, Voldemort's inner circle, Bellatrix Lestrange, Severus Snape, he forced a smile, Ludo Bagman, and even Barty Crouch, engaged in lively banter, drawing the attention of all present, eliciting reactions of astonishment, envy, and admiration. Following dinner, as is customary, the champions were to lead the dance. Fleur and Cedric Diggory clasped hands, stealing glances at Harry, while Hermione, managing to suppress her desire to express that she did not know them, maintained her gaze straight ahead as Krum held her waist, leading her gracefully in the dance. "Are you pleased now?" Voldemort whispered, subtly tightening his grip around the boy's waist. The attire worn by both him and Harry was evidently coordinated, though Harry's robe shimmered a dark green under the lights, while Voldemort's was a deep gold. Harry let out a low hum, tightening his grip on Voldemort's shoulder. "You seem to be the one benefiting from this, yet you ask if I am happy? You must understand, by doing this, you truly have no retreat. Is it possible that he does not wish to declare to everyone that Harry belongs solely to him? He desperately wanted to, yet he did not wish for the boy to face suspicion or blame." Harry glared at him. "Can you not have a bit of faith in me? I can handle those issues." Seeing Harry's indignant expression, Voldemort smiled slightly. "Of course I do. Then let them resolve those minor inconveniences together. If his boy shows no concern, then he has nothing to fear. Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Oh, let them go to hell." Chapter 192. The morning following Christmas was marked by a late awakening for everyone. Harry was no exception. He had completely missed breakfast, and by the time he appeared at the long table of Gryffindor, it was already lunchtime. As Harry had just taken a bite of pumpkin toast, the Weasley twins surrounded him. "Harry, we've noticed you've been gracing the front page of the Daily Prophet quite frequently lately," Fred quipped, shaking the newspaper in his hand with a mischievous grin. "The Slytherins are all watching, our noble prince." Harry barely managed to swallow the piece of bread. "Could you refrain from calling me that while I'm eating? I might choke," he retorted, pouring himself a glass of blueberry juice and casually inquiring, "Is it Rita Skeeter again? What has she concocted about me this time?" "Actually, I find your choice of words rather inaccurate, Harry," George said with deliberate seriousness. "What do you mean by concocted? In contrast, I believe Rita Skeeter has hit the nail on the head this time." Harry regarded the two of them with skepticism before reaching out to snatch the newspaper from them. The headline read, "Dynamic Duo? The Savior and His Mysterious Lover." Upon seeing this prominent title, he nearly spat out his juice. The accompanying large photograph depicted them dancing, with Harry tilting his head against his partner's shoulder, a smile gracing his lips, while Voldemort gazed down at him, his expression undeniably tender. Those around them were oblivious to the two other champions present. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry hosted a grand Christmas ball last night, a traditional component of this year's Triwizard Tournament. What captured the public's attention was not the myriad of sparkling decorations, but rather the champions of Hogwarts, Harry Potter, and his companion, Mr. Tom Riddle, making his second appearance since the Quidditch World Cup. It was well known that Mr. Riddle was the primary sponsor of this year's Quidditch World Cup, and the impressive mascot performance of the Welsh team was also his creation. Of course, the Savior's remarkable skills as a seeker were equally unforgettable. Surely, no one could forget the scene in the luxury box after the Welsh team claimed victory. As if a reminder was necessary, Harry thought angrily, skipping that section to read further. Clearly, Mr. Riddle possessed not only unimaginable wealth and impeccable good looks, but also an extensive network of connections, as evidenced by the photograph provided, depicting Voldemort's inner circle. Each member beaming with smiles, indicative of a wonderfully pleasant atmosphere. Next followed a lengthy section extolling Voldemort's virtues. Harry ignored it and moved on to the part he was most eager to read. We are all curious about the Savior's romantic life. Harry stared incredulously. Naturally, he had endured so much. Mr. Riddle was undoubtedly an ideal partner, noble, gentle, handsome, and charming, exuding an irresistible princely allure. Most crucially, he and the Savior were said to be enamored with each other, completely disregarding societal opinions as they shared a heartfelt dance in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Harry shivered, unable to read any further. He finally understood why Fred referred to him as Noble Prince. It was all the work of that old hag Rita Skeeter. What do you think? Quite well written, isn't it? Very eloquent. The twins chuckled as they observed Harry angrily toss the newspaper aside. It's merely her personal adoration being articulated," Harry retorted in frustration. The twins shook their fingers at him in unison, cryptically stating, "You're mistaken. You certainly haven't finished reading her article. You're not the only one who thinks this way." "Who else?" Harry asked impatiently, grabbing the newspaper again. Rita Skeeter had gone to great lengths to sensationalize their romance, nearly depicting it as a love affair for the ages. Harry skimmed through the article, finally discovering what he sought in the penultimate paragraph. Many girls at Hogwarts expressed that they finally encountered their legendary Prince Charming today. Naturally, they wished them well, but if they were not together, I think I would pursue either of them. When asked about their reaction to the pair's high-profile appearance at the ball, they responded in kind. When asked which of the two they preferred, most girls blushed and hinted that Mr. Riddle was their ideal partner. Harry felt a surge of empathy for Voldemort. How many people were secretly coveting his lover unbeknownst to him? Voldemort had only appeared twice and already caused such a stir. Reflecting on Professor Riddle and Tom's popularity ignited a fierce sense of urgency within Harry. "So, you best keep a close watch over your beloved," Fred earnestly advised Harry. "Indeed, should anything arise, we would have two exceedingly formidable rivals," George quickly chimed in. Chapter 193. Harry managed a reluctant smile at them. The twins then shifted the topic, confidently informing Harry that they were developing a new product. Harry nodded absently, stuffing food into his mouth while his mind wandered elsewhere. It seemed his plan was taking shape. Indeed, New Year's Eve was a splendid occasion. On that day, Harry returned to the dormitory early from the library, pulling out a large box from beneath his bed. Inside were all the items he had prepared: a plump golden egg, the Marauder's map, an invisibility cloak, a silver-green velvet ring box, a black Easter egg wrapped in silk, which Voldemort had protested was not to his taste when placed in a sock, prompting Harry to change it, an exquisite folding potion kit, and a yellow diary. Harry opened the potion kit, pulling back the bottom layer to reveal a dazzling array of potion vials. The kit boasted 7 layers. The first contained various materials and tools, cauldrons of different sizes and compositions, stirring rods, knives, pestles, flint, stands, dragonhide gloves, and masks. Layers 2 through 4 were filled with an assortment of ingredients, many of which were exceedingly rare, so diverse that Harry suspected even Professor Snape would salivate at the sight. The lower layers housed thousands of completed potions, all neatly arranged in crystal bottles, with their uses indicated by the colors of the crystals. For instance, the green bottles contained healing potions, each cap labeled with detailed names. It was evident that such invaluable items could only have been produced by Voldemort, a Christmas gift he had bestowed upon Harry. The entire kit was filled to the brim, with only half of the 7th layer reserved for Harry's own potions. Yet it was ample enough to accommodate 1,000 densely packed slots. Perhaps Voldemort had noticed his recent studies in potion-making texts, but he surely had no idea that it was merely a facade. He only needed a very simple potion. Harry retrieved an ordinary glass vial from within, cradling the golden egg as he locked the box and returned it to its place. He was going to wait for Voldemort there, at the dinner table that evening. No one noticed Harry's absence. When Tom returned to the Gryffindor Tower, he found that his boy was also missing from the dormitory. After a moment's thought, he cast a concealment charm over their beds and, while no one was looking, disapparated. "Harry?" Voldemort arrived in an instant at the place only he and his boy knew, deep within Hogwarts, in the Chamber of Secrets. The fireplace in the room burned brightly, indicating that the boy was indeed there. Voldemort casually removed his cloak and summoned 2 dinners from Hogwarts house elves, who, of course, kept their master's secrets. "What are you doing? Too busy to eat?" But there was no reply. Voldemort approached the threshold of the room, observing the grand fireplace in the hall, which blazed brightly, yet remained devoid of any presence. How peculiar! Where could the boy have vanished? He scanned the surroundings meticulously, suddenly noticing that the door across the way was ajar. TSK, has his boy finally learned to indulge in that opulent bathing pool? "Harry?" Voldemort called again, this time employing the sonorous charm, ensuring his voice would carry even amidst the cacophony of splashing water. After a brief pause, however, silence persisted from within the chamber. Surely hasn't he drowned in a bath larger than a swimming pool? Voldemort dismissed the notion, yet an involuntary worry began to creep in. "Have you encountered any trouble?" he inquired, cautiously pushing the door open. A haze of steam enveloped him, obscuring his vision entirely. Muttering to himself, he cast a spell to disperse the fog, and his surroundings became clear in an instant. The bathroom maintained the same lavish decor as the hall outside. A luxurious crystal chandelier, shaped like an inverted mountain cone, hung from above, while the walls and floor were adorned with emerald gemstones arranged in a starburst pattern. Interspersed along the walls were several luminous pearls that emitted a gentle glow, and in one corner, a fragrant sandalwood shelf held soft towels. The pool was immense, flanked by 2 diving boards and a diamond-shaped faucet, intricately carved in the form of a coiling dragon, sprayed water in all directions, glistening beautifully under the candlelight. Delicate bubbles danced on the water's surface, creating ripples with each drop that fell, yet still, no one was present. Voldemort felt a wave of impatience wash over him. And just then, a wet head emerged from the water's depths. Same old complaints. Harry grumbled, his voice dripping with annoyance. You made me hold my breath down there for so long. Voldemort intended to scold him, but the sight of the boy in such a state quelled his irritation. As a miserable hostage, I've yet to utter a word. What more do you desire? He retorted, once you're done, come out promptly for dinner. Oh, please. I'm certain that the Dark Lord plunging into the water would send all creatures with eyes fleeing, not to mention those merfolk. Harry scoffed. And I'm not even hungry, he added, diving back under. Voldemort glared at the ripples left in Harry's wake. Very well. You may remain for no longer than half an hour. He finally relented. The bathroom was indeed splendid, but dinner was non-negotiable. As he turned to leave, an invisible tether suddenly ensnared his foot, sending him tumbling backward into the water with a resounding splash. Chapter 194. I warn you, Potter. Voldemort resurfaced. His reprimand abruptly cut short. Harry was nearby, a smug smile plastered across his face. What have you done to yourself? Voldemort mused, his gaze sharpening as he observed the boy up close. The once youthful contours of Harry's face had matured, his eyebrows arched more sharply, his cheekbones elevated, and the angles of his visage had taken on a refined maturity. Voldemort scrutinized him closely, ultimately concluding, aging potion? Correct, I had a couple of sips. Harry replied with a grin, one hand already deftly beginning to unfasten Voldemort's robes. I must admit, it's rather effective. Voldemort was about to inquire about the purpose of the aging potion when he became acutely aware of Harry's actions upon his chest. He seized the mischievous hand, his eyes darkening with an ominous hue that seemed capable of devouring all. Do you comprehend what you're doing? Of course I do. Quite clearly, Harry retorted innocently, his wide eyes fixed on him. Meanwhile, his other hand, submerged beneath the water, encircled Voldemort's waist, his knee teasingly pressing against the inner thigh, inching ever higher. Voldemort stifled a groan as a surge of pleasure coursed through him, igniting a fire from his spine to his brain. Yet, he clung to a shred of rationality. You know what you're doing is intentional. Harry, dissatisfied with himself, remarked, you're aware of it too, which is why you haven't acted yet. Always claiming I'm too young, aren't you? Yes, I am aware. And I'm curious to see what excuse you'll conjure this time. Harry exclaimed fiercely, leaning closer as he began to rub against him. You are driving me insane. Voldemort gritted his teeth, his complexion flushed, droplets of water glistening on his skin, mingling with sweat and steam. The candlelight cast an alluring glow upon him, imbuing him with an aura of restrained desire. No one is demanding you play the saint. Dark Lord, what are you still holding back for? You promised me. Damn my self-control, Harry thought, feeling the heat radiating from his body, cursing Voldemort's lingering hesitation. He decisively wrapped his legs around Voldemort's waist, pressing against his taut abdomen, determined to succeed this time. Sensing such intense stimulation, Voldemort's body quivered. He lowered his gaze to Harry's face, noting the flushed cheeks and ears, vibrant and full of life. Harry's eyes flickered, avoiding direct contact, but occasionally revealing a glimpse of that striking green. Voldemort forcefully turned his head, capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. When they finally parted, he released Harry's hand, his fingertips trailing down his chest along the waistline, pressing firmly near the base of his spine. Harry trembled, burying his face against Voldemort's chest, too embarrassed to lift his head. Such a splendid birthday gift. I would be foolish not to accept it, Voldemort's hoarse voice whispered in his ear. The following morning, when Harry awoke, he found himself surrounded not by the familiar deep crimson of his plush canopy, but by the luxurious deep green velvet adorned with intricate silver embellishments. Attempting to move, he felt soreness throughout his body, and an unfamiliar arm held him tightly in an embrace. Awake, are we? A nasally voice came from beside him, evidently having stirred Voldemort from his slumber. It's the first day of the new year. Let us enjoy a bit more rest, he said, pulling Harry closer. Ugh. Harry opened his mouth to speak, only to realize his voice was even raspier than Voldemort's. How many times had they indulged the previous night? Voldemort had treated him like a ravenous lion, turning him over and over, as if he wished to devour him whole, until Harry barely had the strength to even call out. Feeling the warmth of skin against skin, Harry had no desire to move, merely gazing up at the silver branches of rosemary woven into the ceiling. Memories of the previous night flooded back, the splashing water, the extending bodies, the whispered confessions. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he bolted upright, the sudden motion eliciting a strong protest from deep within his body. Ignoring it, he pried Voldemort's hand away and leaped from the bed, padding barefoot to the fireplace. "What are you doing?" Voldemort propped himself up, perplexed by the boy's actions. Surely he wasn't seeking warmth? Though the outside world was an icy winter, the chamber maintained a spring-like warmth through magical enchantments. In truth, Harry was not seeking warmth at all. He brushed aside the hair falling over his forehead, scrutinizing his reflection in the golden mirror above the fireplace, specifically the lightning-shaped scar etched upon his brow. It was truly fading. Harry examined it repeatedly, his joy culminating in an exuberant exclamation. Voldemort had anticipated Harry's intentions as he lifted his hair. Rising from the bed, he approached Harry from behind. Was that not to be expected? While the union of our bodies may not fully merge our souls, a blending is indeed assured. There is no need for such anxiety. He extended his long, powerful arms, enveloping Harry in an embrace. Resting his head upon Harry's shoulder, their dark and green eyes locked in a profound gaze within the mirror. Chapter 195. The fusion of souls has finally commenced, Harry exclaimed with exhilaration. You can no longer entertain the notion of claiming dominion over the fragments of my soul, unless you wish for us to be eternally scattered. Given your tone, I can't help but feel you are rather eager to be scattered alongside me. Voldemort replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, his fingers beginning to fidget restlessly. Wrong, Harry retorted immediately. I am far more inclined to look forward to growing old together with you. Voldemort let out a deep, low chuckle. As you wish. Now it is too late for you to have second thoughts. He lowered his head, beginning to kiss Harry's neck, while his hands began to wander around Harry's waist. Harry continued to gaze at his scar in the mirror, only belatedly becoming aware of Voldemort's actions. He noticed in the reflection that both of them were entirely nude. Their bodies adorned with crimson and purple love bites, a fresh bite mark still visible on Voldemort's shoulder. Haven't you had enough yesterday? Harry's face flushed, acutely aware of something warm pressing against his waist from behind. This stirred memories within his body, rekindling sensations of being stretched to the limit, an almost numbing pleasure. Do you not know? Men are easily aroused in the early morning? Voldemort focused intently on leaving more ambiguous marks upon him, murmuring vaguely. Especially considering my beloved is parading about completely unclothed before me. Harry wanted to argue, but when he opened his mouth, only moans escaped. He hastily covered his mouth, his eyes widening in the mirror as he observed his face rapidly turning scarlet. Voldemort looked up with displeasure. I have told you, let it out. To the bed. Harry barely managed to stammer those few words, unable to accept what he was witnessing, despite the fact that even more explosive events had already occurred. Yet to see it so clearly was simply overwhelming. Voldemort noticed the expression in Harry's eyes and deliberately flashed an extraordinarily seductive smile at the reflection. Harry trembled under his gaze, and in an instant, he was swept off his feet, carried towards the grand bed draped in smooth silk sheets. Spring nights are fleeting. Since we cannot bask in the sun below, it matters not if the day has risen high. The spring semester commenced, and younger students returned to Hogwarts. In light of the Christmas ball, no students in the 4th year or above returned home, remaining at the school to partake in the festivities. Rita Skeeter's article extolled Mr. Gunter to celestial heights, an undeniable truth. Those returning home regretted missing the opportunity to observe the legendary Mr. Gunter up close, lamenting why they had not been born a few years earlier. Perhaps they finally grasped that the Savior had acquired a most splendid companion for this Valentine's Day. The chocolates and cards received by Harry had significantly diminished. In their place, he was compelled to confront the mournful gazes of numerous girls directed at him. He had grown quite a bit during the winter break, shooting up rapidly. His features had begun to shed the contours of youth, his face elongated, nose straight, and his smile radiant enough to outshine the heavens. Moreover, Tom, who was perpetually by his side, seemed to have gained several inches in height as well. He typically wore a stoic expression, yet undeniably remained strikingly handsome. His every gesture exuded an air of effortless majesty, perhaps embodying the essence of a born ruler. The most disheartening revelation for the girls was his firm declaration of having already found someone special, rejecting all tokens of affection. As they watched these two boys flourish, excelling academically and garnering attention, various magazines and publications featured them in special reports and profiles. The girls at Hogwarts, presumed to have the advantage of proximity, found themselves in a tragic predicament, unable to approach despite attending the same school. This oppressive atmosphere lingered until the approach of the second task in the Triwizard Tournament. Well, this is certainly an improvement over the previous situation, Harry stated pragmatically, having grown weary of the avalanche of letters and mountains of gifts. Not to mention the potential repercussions if Voldemort were to become jealous, which was nearly a certainty. I think, even if I expressed deep regret, it would be mere empty words. Tom cast him a sidelong glance, smirking. Who was it that once told me that was basic courtesy? Hermione glanced between the dark-haired boy and the flustered Harry, releasing her 100th sigh. It sounds as though you two have quite a few little intrigues. Harry flushed, not wanting to delve too deeply into such matters. But could you possibly refrain from discussing them in my presence? She pressed her hands against the table, her demeanor fierce. No problem, Tom replied nonchalantly, then turned back to Harry, saying, therefore, not only this year, but in the future as well, take heed to conceal your overly soft heart. You are mine. Harry shot him a furious glare, yet his face reddened even more. Hermione moaned, collapsing onto the table, clearly feeling dismissed by Voldemort. Victor has been perplexed by your relationship for quite some time. He even suspected Harry of harboring feelings for 3 individuals simultaneously. Chapter 196. What? Harry nearly leaped up, hastily protesting. I am not that sort of person. In contrast, I am far more curious as to how he discovered this. Tom rested his chin on his hands, his gaze unwavering. Hermione replied with a tone of utter exasperation. At the end of the first task, he saw Harry kissing you. The two of them suddenly comprehended the situation. Harry bit his lip, staring intently at Tom for several seconds before declaring, well, if he insists on believing that, there is little to be done. Turning to Hermione, he added, but there is one thing you must clarify with him. We have no relationship. We are merely good friends. I have certainly already conveyed that. Hermione rested her head on the open book, glancing sideways at Harry, who had initially been skeptical but seemed to have gained much faith following the Christmas ball. Does this trouble you, Harry? Tom observed Harry's somewhat dejected demeanor and insincerely suggested, how about telling him the truth? Or perhaps granting him a memory charm? I assure you, I excel at that. At this, both Harry and Hermione glared at him. How could that be acceptable? You know full well he harbors a deep-seated aversion to beings like the Dark Lord. To inform him would be tantamount to exposing the truth to all who oppose you. Moreover, the more adept the memory charm, the deeper the harm left in the mind upon its removal. We cannot allow Crumb to take that risk. Harry shouted. I knew you would say that. Tom replied indifferently, merely seeking to divert the boy's attention from Crumb's predicament. Hermione opened her mouth, realizing Harry had articulated all her thoughts, and even more than she knew. How do you know Victor dislikes the Dark Lord? It seems you have never discussed that topic. Harry also recognized that Voldemort was not making a serious proposition. He truly wished to see what thoughts were occupying the Dark Lord's mind. Was it amusing to provoke his ire? However, upon hearing Hermione's question, he quickly realized he had let slip an inconsistency and hastily concocted a reasonable excuse. Don't most people fear the Dark Lord? Hermione appeared to believe him somewhat, though she still regarded him with skepticism. Harry dug deep into his mind, trying to divert her attention, and suddenly an idea struck him. By the way, have I mentioned the details of the second task to you? Not yet. Hermione's interest was evidently piqued, and she eagerly inquired, what is it? Harry hurriedly conveyed the enchanting melody of the mermaid to her. It was evident that these treasures lay within the lake, and the time limit to retrieve the stolen items was but an hour. Surely, the only creatures capable of speech in the Black Lake were the mermaids. Hermione mused deeply. Yet what could possibly be her most cherished possession? It would never occur to her that, after the second task, she had become Victor Crumb's most treasured prize. A fact that would be the subject of much teasing for a long while. On the day of the competition, Harry arrived promptly at the edge of the Black Lake. A magical grandstand had been erected around the lake, and Harry stood beside the judge's table opposite the stand, gazing at the placid surface of the water. The other 2 champions were also present. Fleur Delacour appeared pallid, while Victor Crumb donned nothing but swimming trunks, gripping his wand tightly. No words were exchanged between them. Ludovic Bagman's magically amplified voice boomed across the dark expanse of the lake, announcing that our champions were in position. As soon as I shout go, the second task will officially commence, and the champions must dive into the lake to retrieve their respective treasures. 3, 2, 1 now. Harry did not glance at what the other champions were doing. Instead, he began to chant a spell, diving directly into the lake amidst a chorus of gasps from the stands. Within moments, a magnificent dolphin leapt from the water, measuring approximately 6 feet in length. Its back was a deep black, gracefully executing a 1.5 somersault in the air, its crescent-shaped tail fin arched high, revealing its white belly. Before it tilted sideways and plunged back into the lake, sending ripples cascading across the surface. Oh, Mr. Potter has evidently mastered advanced transfiguration, Bagman exclaimed excitedly. He has transformed into a bottlenose dolphin. Quite spectacular. The stands fell silent for a moment, seemingly awaiting the dolphin's reemergence, but the ripples on the lake gradually subsided. Students began to whisper among themselves, speculating about when human transfiguration had been taught in class. However, Harry paid no heed to their chatter. He had descended into the depths of the water, listening intently to the sounds echoing from all directions. Toothed whales can perceive the ultrasonic waves they emit through their inner ears, creating a sonar image within their minds. Dolphins are one such species. and their moderate size was the reason Harry chose a dolphin. Leveraging this advantage, he easily located the merfolk's dwelling and noticed Crumb taking a longer route, while Fleur swam towards a tangle of water plants. Harry propelled himself forward with his hands and legs, which had now transformed into powerful pectoral fins and a tail, swiftly covering a considerable distance through the water. The surrounding water enveloped his body, feeling neither cold nor uncomfortable, but rather light, smooth, and soothing. He needed to reach the site quickly. He was certain Voldemort would not remain there quietly, and the mermaids surely wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke him. Harry, you must have a bit of faith in me. I am genuinely waiting for you to bring me, your hostage, to the surface. It's quite filthy down here. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing Harry to pause for a brief moment. Voldemort, how did you penetrate my consciousness? Harry regained his composure and continued to swim forward, attempting to communicate mentally in return. Who was it that clamored for a soul merger? The voice sounded somewhat disgruntled. Are you certain you truly comprehend the repercussions? Harry chuckled awkwardly, then realized that Voldemort could not see him. Even if he could, he likely wouldn't be able to discern a smile on a dolphin's face. I believe I grasp the critical aspects, and the mental blocking charm should be effective in this scenario. He pondered. If you are contemplating the merging of souls with the other party, it will diminish the effectiveness of the mental blocking charm to its lowest level, Voldemort replied with a calm, unhurried tone, as if he had not intruded upon Harry's mind at all. Then why have I not received your thoughts? Harry began to vaguely understand. Was he implying that his mind reading was inadequate? Or was it that his mental block was simply too effective? A bit of both. I truly do not wish to linger here for even a second longer, so do hurry. Voldemort anticipated that the boy would soon catch on. Smirking as he withdrew from Harry's consciousness, Harry glared in frustration. His privacy, was it to be entirely stripped away? He quickened his pace, vowing to himself that he would swiftly master the soul extraction charm upon surfacing. He absolutely must. Approximately 3 minutes later, Harry's watch, which had transformed during the metamorphosis, had become a circular scar on his pectoral fin, wholly losing its function as a timing device. He navigated through layers of rocky dwellings, arriving at the Merfolk's Plaza. The scene was vastly different from what he had previously encountered. Although Hermione and Fleur's sister Gabrielle remained tethered high upon a flagpole-like structure, the last remaining pole stood empty. Relying on his acute hearing, Harry knew without needing to look that Voldemort was leisurely strolling around the vacant plaza, seemingly relishing the fearful gazes emanating from the stone houses. Having frightened all the merfolk into hiding, Harry felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He dispelled the transfiguration spell, quickly casting the water-filtering and gravity-reducing charms, allowing his body to descend gently from the water, his feet meeting the sandy ground mixed with stones. Aren't you in a hurry to leave? Indeed. But I must admit I find this rather amusing, Voldemort replied, turning to face him with a smile. Quite a clever spell. Harry, irritated, took a few swift steps forward, grasping Voldemort's hand and pulling him upwards. What kind of twisted amusement do you find in this? They look like they're about to die of fright. Is this how we proceed? Voldemort did not respond directly. Instead, he gestured towards the two girls still suspended in the water. Aren't you going to wait to see that they reach safety? Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. Last time, I was the one being foolish. And don't think I haven't noticed. Hermione is under a protective charm. You wouldn't dare claim it wasn't your doing? A slight smile crept onto his face as he cast a similar charm over the now submerged Gabrielle Delacour. Very well. I simply believe that someone as intelligent as Hermione shouldn't have to face death in such murky depths. He continued, to be honest, I don't trust Dumbledore. Voldemort observed the trail of bubbling bubbles created by Harry's spell in the water, as a faintly white elliptical protective shield flickered into existence around the silver-haired girl, only to vanish moments later. Harry noticed a disheveled head daringly peeking out from the window of one of the stone houses, watching their movements. It was the leader of the merfolk. I doubt Dumbledore would do anything to Hermione. She has done nothing. Although he said this, Harry himself was not entirely convinced, as Dumbledore was known to plan with the utmost seriousness regarding his own life. If he still harbored intentions to kill Voldemort, things could turn dire. Voldemort remained silent. He had been dealing with Dumbledore long before entering Hogwarts, and after more than half a century, he undoubtedly understood his methods better than Harry did. Setting aside other considerations, Gellert Grindelwald had been Dumbledore's closest confidant for many years. They had once conspired to conquer the world together. Ultimately, Dumbledore had a change of heart, while Grindelwald vowed to fulfill their shared dream, only to be defeated by Dumbledore in the end. Voldemort had recently visited the remnants of that fiery-haired boy, who had long since faded away, replaced by a gaunt old man, whose blue eyes now resembled a still, lifeless pool. For half a century, the magical defenses of Nurmengard, as a prison, have been rather lax. One could unceremoniously assert that the dungeons of the Malfoy family are far more reliable. It is merely that Grindelwald has no desire to escape from within. Inscribed upon the stone doors is a faded German phrase, for the greater good. Nurmengard was constructed by Grindelwald as a prison that once held many wizards who opposed him, yet now it houses only himself. What a profound irony that is. Chapter 198. Voldemort had previously been unaware of this history. He believed himself to be sufficiently ruthless, but upon learning of it, he felt a chilling apprehension. He recognized that he could never compel a Dark Lord to remain obediently confined within a prison of his own making. Thus his last defeat was not unjust. His gaze fell upon the boy who was swimming upward, gripping his hand tightly. He would never wish for their paths to converge in such a manner. They were ascending closer to the water's surface, the daylight transforming the surrounding lake into a shimmering expanse of brilliance. The boy's lips were pressed tightly together, his emerald eyes fixed on the heavens, striving mightily to swim skyward. With a splash, both heads emerged from the lake's surface. Before Harry could even smile at the crowd that was fervently applauding him or take a deep breath of fresh air, he was unexpectedly pulled away. A fiery kiss descending upon him. Silence enveloped the audience. After a moment, sporadic applause began to emerge, gradually swelling into a unified crescendo. Meanwhile, Severus Snape stood at the highest point of the stands. Upon perceiving the scene upon the lake, his expression swiftly turned ashen. Draco Malfoy sat amidst a sea of Slytherin students, his eyes wide with disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. The judges' table across from them was notably quieter. Madame Maxime appeared slightly taken aback, glancing down at her watch. Ludo Bagman, perhaps the most expressive among the judges, wore a broad smile, clapping along with the audience, exclaiming, "Mr. Potter is the first to emerge. In just 5 minutes. I believe we are all eager to learn how he managed to locate the target so swiftly and accurately while in a fully transformed state." Barty Crouch frowned, yet refrained from voicing any comments. Among the 5 judges, it could be said that Rabaston Lestrange was the most astonished of them all. He narrowed his eyes, concealing the confusion that flickered within. If the master and the boy who lived were indeed the type of allies they had envisioned, this action had crossed a boundary, proclaiming his relationship with the Savior in front of a crowd that would likely soon discover his true identity and swiftly join the Death Eaters. He had followed the master since his student days and had never witnessed such intimacy directed at anyone else, not even the obsessively devoted Bellatrix, whom the master had never even touched. Furthermore, considering that Potter had cast the master's favorite flying charm, known for its demanding magical requirements and seldom mastered, one could surmise that the master had imparted this knowledge to Potter, initially believing it to be a mere act of kindness. Did the master truly harbor feelings for the boy who lived? Rabaston's gaze deepened. While they had no authority to interfere in the master's personal affairs, what if Potter obstructed their progress? Or worse, became an advantageous hindrance for the Order of the Phoenix? Such scenarios were entirely plausible. Of course, the Savior was indeed an excellent figurehead, easily winning the hearts of the common populace and facilitating their endeavors, although they hardly cared for this. Yet all of this hinged upon the Savior being entirely aligned with their cause. And would the Order of the Phoenix permit such a situation to unfold? Rabaston's mind swiftly traversed the pros and cons of this matter. He turned to glance at Dumbledore nearby, who was also fixated on the lake's center, his expression inscrutable, though it seemed devoid of surprise. If this were indeed the Order's scheme, they would find disappointment. From the moment 13 years ago when the Master had instructed them not to seek him out, every command he issued had been executed with impeccable timing. Since the Master re-emerged, the Death Eaters had not been as active as before, nor did they appear publicly under that name. Yet it was undeniable that they wielded increasing power, having acquired over half of the magical world's currency. The Ministry of Magic, essentially rendered impotent, had even begun infiltrating the Muggle world. Speaking of Muggles, what benefit lay in their extermination? Dominating them would yield far greater rewards. Compared to the current situation, Grindelwald served as a painful cautionary tale. He could modestly assert that the Master had indeed reached the pinnacle of power within the magical realm. Unlike the superficial submission brought about by violence, the insidious infiltration disguised as legitimacy was nearly imperceptible by the time people unknowingly bowed before them. It would be far too late. A smile crept to the corners of Rabaston's mouth as he reclined comfortably. So what had he been concerned about earlier? The Master would undoubtedly manage the Savior, just as he dismissed the Order of the Phoenix. They had learned from past mistakes. Would they be foolish enough to repeat them upon their return? That deep kiss had caught Harry completely off guard. Fortunately, Voldemort released him before he could embarrassingly suffocate. Together, they swam to the lake's edge, where someone handed each of them a large towel as they emerged. "Oh, no need," Harry said, gesturing to his dry robe, which was still quite warm. Madame Pomfrey was approaching with a vial of purple potion when she was astonished to hear this. She observed Harry and Mr. Gunter's robes fluttering in the February chill, completely devoid of droplets, and could not help but exclaim, "This is incredible." Chapter 199. Several judges gathered around. Harry noticed that Rabaston Lestrange's gaze towards him had lost its cautiousness, merely giving a subtle nod to Voldemort. "How did you do it, Mr. Potter? Maintaining a conscious human awareness while transformed into an animal?" Bagman inquired with keen interest. Harry glanced at Voldemort, whose transformation skills were entirely taught by him. And this spell surpassed common comprehension. "It comes from a book, The Mysteries of Ancient Magic and Chronicles," Voldemort casually mentioned. In truth, it was an entire compendium of ancient magical notes, encompassing a vast array of topics, which the Slytherin family had supplemented through the generations. They resided on the grand bookshelf within the Chamber of Secrets. Professor McGonagall gasped upon hearing this. "Wasn't that lost since the 11th century? I stumbled upon a few tattered pages during my travels around the world," Voldemort continued, maintaining his composure while lying. TSK, Dumbledore still stood nearby. He had no interest in sharing the treasures left by his ancestors. Bagman, half in awe and half in regret, exclaimed, "What an extraordinary adventure, Mr. Gunter. That means we cannot pursue this matter further, as the decision to disclose this mysterious spell rests solely with its discoverer." Except for Dumbledore and Lestrange, the others wore expressions of varying degrees of envy and disappointment. They returned to their seats, awaiting the remaining champions. As the hour limit expired, the tranquil lake's surface suddenly stirred. Several sharp, pointed, pale green figures emerged, using their long fingers to push Fleur Delacour towards the shore. Fleur struggled desperately, appearing to want to return to the water. Surrounding the Grindylows, several merfolk heads, now deep green with algae, surfaced. Their arms were short and robust, and they quickly pulled Fleur to the shore. "Gabri, Gabri," Fleur cried out in despair, calling her sister's name, still yearning to plunge into the lake. Madame Maxime held her tightly, while Madame Pomfrey offered her a potion that she refused to drink, resorting instead to draping a blanket over her. Fleur had yet to fulfill her task. If Harry pursed his lips, then the spell he had cast would take effect. After another 5 minutes, the surface of the lake began to ripple once more. Krum, with a shark's head atop his own, pulled Hermione along with one hand as they swam towards the shore. The moment Hermione surfaced, she regained her senses and, from a distance, spotted Harry standing at the edge, engaged in a leisurely conversation with Voldemort, who had evidently completed the task long ago. Remembering the intense gaze shared between Dumbledore and Voldemort before she descended, a shiver ran down her spine. The shore erupted into further chaos. Before the crowd could properly assist Krum and Hermione, the lake's surface rippled again. It was not Grindylows nor mermaids, but a girl. The little girl slowly awakened, sitting up in what appeared to be a completely transparent boat, which was inexplicably guiding itself to the shore. "Gabrielle." Fleur recognized her sister's hair color from afar, finally ceasing her attempts to leap into the lake. "How do you feel, Hermione?" Harry finally relaxed, turning his attention to the girl whose ears were puffing steam from the potion she had consumed. "I fell asleep and felt nothing," Hermione replied, glancing at Voldemort, skeptical of anyone who could truly make him act as a hostage, then looking at Fleur, who was now sobbing uncontrollably while holding Gabrielle. How did she manage that? Dumbledore had mentioned that the Time Turner couldn't save them, yet the mermaids would do such a thing. "Just a little spell," Harry whispered. If possible, he preferred to keep this matter under wraps, but he knew it could not remain hidden for long, as the white-bearded Dumbledore was crouched by the water's edge, conversing with the mermaid leader, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Harry undoubtedly aced the second task, while Victor Krum scored 40 points and Fleur received 25. In the end, Bagman particularly commended Harry, leading the audience to understand how Gabrielle Delacour had floated up from the depths of the lake. Fleur felt so moved that she almost rushed over, only to be halted by an invisible barrier, nearly sending her back into the water. The second weekend of March brought slightly clearer weather, with the sun casting a faint white light, though the biting cold wind continued to rage. "I definitely need to keep my distance from you," Hermione stated, tightening her scarf. "Look at Delacour. She almost embarrassed herself in public. I must have been out of my mind to think of matchmaking you two. I hope Sirius never learns of this." "I've never been able to endure Krum's gaze," Harry pointedly reminded her. By this time, they had walked along the path into Hogsmeade and paused at the first fork in the road. Hermione rolled her eyes skyward. "I'm going to buy some peppermint toads and stock up on parchment. Let us meet back at the Three Broomsticks and head back together, all right?" However, her previously feigned lightheartedness had vanished, revealing a deep concern. "Good luck to you both." Tom, who had remained silent, nodded slightly. The two of them took the left path, circumventing a low area before finally climbing a small hill, upon which stood a rickety wooden house, the Shrieking Shack. Chapter 200. A suitable date, Voldemort remarked. Once he had left the main road and the sight of onlookers, he transformed, for Sirius was keen to meet the legendary Mr. Gaunt. Harry looked at him helplessly. Sirius normally wouldn't be so eager for answers. I promised him an explanation after the Triwizard Tournament. If you hadn't done so after the second task, Rita Skeeter would have seized the opportunity to embellish the story. He shook his head. It was futile to discuss it now. He cast a serious glance at the house nearby and solemnly stated, I'll go in first. You must not enter until I call for you, understood? Wasn't it merely a concern that the situation might spiral out of control? Voldemort toyed with his wand in his sleeve, knowing that a single spell could subdue Sirius, and he nodded without revealing any expression. As Harry walked, he glanced back at him, feeling uneasy, and cast a concealment charm before entering. He genuinely feared that once Sirius discovered the truth, he would confront Voldemort recklessly. Inevitably, it would be his godfather who would suffer. Thus it was best to avoid their meeting entirely. He remained inside for over half an hour. When he finally emerged, the expression on Harry's face was graver than when he had entered. What happened? Couldn't you persuade him? Voldemort turned, noticing that Harry's eyes were slightly red-rimmed, and immediately furrowed his brow. Did he bully you? No, Harry quickly denied, though his eyes betrayed his concern. He basically believes me now, he wants to speak of it. However, he has one request. He wants to talk to you in person. Voldemort stroked Harry's cheek, a sudden pang of empathy striking him. I know he's your godfather. It is not easy for a boy to make such a choice. I shall not let everything he has done go to waste. I understand my boundaries. Harry watched Voldemort's silhouette fade at the door. After the second task, Sirius had nearly rushed to Hogwarts to confront him, but he had been resolutely delayed by academic reasons until the weekend in Hogsmeade. It was evident that Sirius could no longer contain himself. He, Voldemort, and Hermione all agreed that revealing the truth was the best course of action, similar to what Hermione already knew, omitting the truth of the previous life. As for the aftermath, from the initial incredulity to later furious outbursts, and finally discovering that his godson was, in fact, bound to Voldemort, was an immense shock for Sirius, an unprecedented blow. He was painfully aware that Harry genuinely cared for Voldemort. Moreover, he could not seek vengeance against Voldemort for James and Lily. He had to concede that Harry was right in this regard. The dead were gone, and no amount of killing could resurrect them. Even if he took 1,000 steps back, he would never push Harry into the abyss of death himself. Sirius eventually calmed down, realizing that Harry acted for everyone's benefit. He also possessed the self-awareness to recognize the disparity in power between himself and Voldemort. However, Harry's unwavering devotion compelled him to warn Voldemort of the consequences should he dare to deceive Harry. In the end, when Voldemort entered, he spoke not a word but merely waved his wand, leaving Sirius stunned by what he witnessed, the reprimand he had prepared never escaping his lips. I was ready for it, Hermione remarked on the way back, alternating her gaze between Harry and Tom, suspicion evident in her expression. Yet I didn't see either of you? Is this normal? Harry asked, looking at Tom, who shared his curiosity. I can only say that Sirius Black truly loves you. Tom responded, feeling no pressure under their collective scrutiny. If we weren't in such a life-and-death situation, I suspect he would show me a thing or two. What life-and-death situation? Hermione halted abruptly. Harry then realized that she was still unaware of their soul connection. He hastily summarized the outcome, glossing over the reasons for the split. However, noticing Hermione's contemplative expression, he suspected she might have pieced it together. He thinks this way. Yet we all understand one thing. The current Dark Lord is far beyond what he can handle alone, Hermione stated, displeased, still brooding over being kept in the dark. Though her mind remained clear. You cannot possibly do anything to him. She glanced at Harry to imply her reasoning. So how did you manage to persuade the temperamental Sirius to calmly accept this reality? He could hardly believe you after all these years. Yet you initially accepted it with such composure. Did you not notice that now you speak to Voldemort without any formality? Harry inwardly felt a cold sweat for Hermione. However, Tom seemed entirely oblivious to Hermione's hurried tone, casually replying, a spell. Chapter 201. A spell? Hermione furrowed her brow. She wished to inquire further. But they had already reached the front of the castle, where students began to gather around them. Tom cast a sidelong glance at the girl who had tightly shut her mouth. He had an affinity for intelligent individuals. The spell reminded Harry of Tonks from back in the day. Additionally, Sirius had once explained to him that when a person's inner emotions undergo a drastic change, the form of their Patronus also changes. Suddenly, he comprehended Sirius's reaction. No one could feign a Patronus charm. Tell me, you didn't show him a kitten, did you? Harry asked, devoid of hope. His animagus form had always been a source of pain for him. While it had decent concealment, it lacked any intimidation factor. He still couldn't fathom why he hadn't transformed into a stag like his father. You had already transformed before that, Tom humorously reminded him. The Dark Lord's Patronus not being a snake was already disturbing enough. The mere thought of it turning into that adorable kitten was one he wished to avoid, thankfully. So it was a stag? Harry sighed in relief, suddenly recalling the earlier events. He smiled, as it further validated the belief of those he trusted. Beside them, Hermione listened to their conversation, her eyes gradually shifting. She thought she had an inkling of what that spell was. In May, the weather was clear, with a pristine blue sky devoid of any clouds. It seemed that everyone's spirits lifted along with the bright weather, most notably that of Professor Snape, who appeared considerably more cheerful than in recent times. However, this did not mean he had reverted to his previous state of antagonism towards Gryffindor. Rather, his demeanor during class had softened significantly. Has Professor Snape finally realized he was too biased in the past? Neville inquired curiously during dinner. Although this was a positive development, his frequent mood swings left Neville feeling somewhat uneasy. You wouldn't know, Neville, Fred said as he plopped down beside him. Everyone has their spring. Spring? Neville echoed, clearly puzzled. Like beautiful flowers, sweet candies, and lovely girls fluttering about like butterflies, George kindly explained, then frowned. To be honest, I thought that old bat would only appreciate dark potions. Upon hearing this, Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Hermione reached out to steady him, then shot a disapproving glare at George. Honestly, George, that's quite inappropriate. Professor Snape is, after all. Oh, I assure you. If he stops deliberately deducting points from Gryffindor, Fred and I won't assign him any more nicknames, all right? George hastily interjected, sensing Hermione was about to lecture. Everyone knew that once Hermione started her tirades, she wouldn't relent until she achieved her goal. You'd better remember what you said, Hermione retorted, slightly irritated. Though she refrained from saying more. Harry believed there were a few reasons behind Snape's emotional fluctuations. The Order of the Phoenix, the Death Eaters, and perhaps their relationship. Not to mention Voldemort's attitude. Given Voldemort's influence, it was evident that the Death Eaters currently held the upper hand. This implied that Voldemort had done something, or had commanded someone else to do something. In any case, it was inextricably linked to him. However, the outcome appeared favorable, and Harry decided not to pursue the matter further. If Voldemort wanted him to know, he would eventually find out. The date of the third task's competition approached amidst this atmosphere. Harry sat for his final exams. Although champions were not required to participate, he felt adequately prepared for the maze. Professor McGonagall had initially intended to dissuade him, but upon realizing that Harry was indeed confident, she smiled with relief. On June 24th, after breakfast, Harry met Sirius in the meeting room adjacent to the Great Hall. The relatives of the champions had been invited to witness the final contest, and the Dursleys were, of course, not among them. Thank goodness he didn't come, Sirius remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, then leaned close to Harry's ear and said, "He is still seething. Why does my godson have to be so unlucky? Why is he bound to Voldemort in some soul connection?" While he was no longer as agitated as 3 months prior, he was still resolutely seeking a resolution to the situation. Harry couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it all. He thought it best not to remind Sirius that Voldemort spent at least half his time at Hogwarts. Not to mention, they shared a dormitory. I had planned to tell you about this after the competition, but now, a face-to-face discussion? I thought you meant writing. Sirius frowned, fixing his gaze on Harry. You seem to have known they would invite relatives all along. Yes, Harry stumbled, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. He quickly added, isn't that mentioned in the Triwizard Tournament regulations? He sincerely hoped Sirius would never verify this matter. Oh, Sirius's expression softened in understanding. I heard the final task is a maze. Are you confident? There were certainly matters regarding Voldemort that required addressing, but for now, the competition took precedence. Chapter 202. I believe there should be no problem, Harry swiftly replied, having studied extensively. Sirius's face darkened immediately. He had once praised Professor Kettleburn. He now wished he had never uttered those words. Honestly, he teaches exceptionally well. Seeing the expression on his godfather's face, Harry couldn't help but defend Voldemort. Sirius looked at him, deeply sighing. I don't understand how this happened. He hesitated. I don't doubt you. After all, Regulus said it was my unwillingness to let go of my biases that prevented me from giving him a chance to prove all this. But thinking this way, I feel utterly unworthy of James and Lily. I am failing as a godfather. He slammed his fist against the wall, causing everyone in the room to look at him in shock. Harry pursed his lips, feeling the need to alleviate his godfather's guilt. He had promised his parents never to use the Resurrection Stone ring again, but surely they would be pleased to see Sirius, wouldn't they? Listen to me, Sirius. Don't get worked up. He lowered his voice, beginning to pull his godfather outside. This is not your fault. Besides, my parents already know about this. What do you mean? They already know? That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sirius jumped up in excitement. Harry had never seen his eyes widen so dramatically, nearly shaking him by the shoulders. As they reached the door, his voice was loud enough to leave everyone staring in astonishment. Harry rubbed his forehead. Hadn't he just told him not to get excited? Let us go. We'll discuss this elsewhere. He quickened his pace, dragging Sirius away from those bewildered gazes. The effect was evident. Most notably, even Hermione, who had been intent on discussing the answers to their history of magic assignment, noticed Sirius's distracted demeanor. What is wrong with him? Hermione leaned forward at the dinner table, inquiring of Harry. At that moment, Sirius was firmly embedding his knife into the tablecloth, his steak still resting comfortably on the plate before him. He merely required a moment to acclimatize. Harry, seizing the dining knife from Sirius's grasp, promptly handed him a generous stack of bread. Yet, judging by his utterly mechanical motions as he stuffed it into his mouth, it seemed that even if he bit his own finger, he would remain oblivious to the pain. Hermione, believing he was referring to dining alongside Voldemort, cast a worried glance at Sirius. Was everything truly all right? In truth, I had expected him to leap at me, roaring, at the very least, Tom remarked, casting a meaningful glance in Harry's direction. Hermione appeared increasingly anxious. Frankly, I too found Sirius's current demeanor rather peculiar. It was not until Bagman prepared to escort the champions away that Sirius's dazed expression began to dissipate slightly. Go for it, Harry, he exclaimed, his gaze flitting between Harry and Tom, and once again he found himself lost in thought. Before long, everyone had congregated in the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed into the venue for the third task, a dark hedge enclosure towering 20 feet high. Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the Triwizard Tournament is about to commence. Let me announce the current scores. Harry Potter, with a remarkable 100 points, is in the lead, representing Hogwarts. Bagman amplified his own voice with a spell. No sooner had he spoken than thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the stands, startling the birds of the Forbidden Forest into the dimming night sky. Victor Krum, with 80 points, is in second place, representing Durmstrang. Another round of applause followed. Fleur Delacour, in third place, representing Beauxbatons. Harry could spot Hermione, fervently applauding him. Sirius sat beside her, seemingly still engulfed in a mixture of shock and stupor. On the other side, Tom clapped leisurely, and upon catching Harry's glance, he offered a subtle smile. With the first whistle from Bagman, Harry dashed into the hedge maze. The sky was growing darker, and the flickering of Lumos spells was decidedly essential. The maze's perimeter was riddled with minor traps. He unceremoniously cast a tongue-tying curse on a blocking erumpent, swiftly following it with a petrifying charm. As thorny branches lunged towards him, Harry quickly uttered a severing charm. He even extinguished a small fire, as if a fiery serpent had laid its eggs in the shadows of the thicket. Suddenly, a red spark ascended into the sky. As Harry was casting a directional charm, he looked up, realizing that one of the champions had forfeited the competition, though he was unaware of who it was. He was drawing ever closer to the center of the maze, as indicated by the size of the creatures he encountered. Hagrid's blast-ended scrits were enormous, their grayish-white shells looming over him. With a flick of his wand, he sent one soaring into the air, targeting its exposed abdomen with a stunning spell. The golden mist, now recognized as an anti-gravity charm, was effortlessly dealt with, and a spider, seemingly subjected to an enlargement charm, was frozen solid by Harry's increasingly potent freezing spell. Turning a corner, Harry beheld a sphinx perched in the middle of the path. This indicated that he was nearing his destination, prompting him to quicken his pace. At that moment, a faint rustling emerged from a side path. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, turning to look, and felt a chill run through his veins. Chapter 203. Voldemort lay there, his complexion ashen, eyes tightly shut. A deep gash marred his chest, reminiscent of an injury dealt by a skilled adversary, yet far deeper and longer. His dark robes bore no visible bloodstains, yet crimson droplets unmistakably dripped onto his hand, staining it. His wand lay discarded beside him. The grass beneath him tainted a deep brown. For a fleeting moment, Harry's mind blanked, an overwhelming urge to rush forward consuming him. As he stumbled over the fence, he finally remembered that he was still within the maze, and Voldemort awaited him outside, not lying here in a pool of blood. Absurd. Regaining his composure, Harry uttered the incantation. The boggart emitted a loud pop and transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into thin air. The magnitude of this scene left him profoundly shaken. When Bagman raised his hand high to declare Hogwarts the champions of the Triwizard Tournament, the uproar from the audience was deafening, and Harry could scarcely recall how he had navigated past the Sphinx to ultimately grasp the trophy. His gaze swept across the stands and firmly settled upon one individual. It was merely a boggart, Harry reassured himself, who could inflict such harm upon Voldemort. The worst of his fears surely could not manifest. Harry had recognized Tom Riddle from 1942, and once more, he had nearly killed him. The scar on his chest, the green curse. How should I tell you that I shall love you forever? London's summer nights were, as ever, thick with oppressive humidity, the air pregnant with an indescribable restlessness. The shadow of war loomed over the sky, the government's Arctic route no longer a secret. The German forces had repeatedly intercepted or sunk their supply ships destined for Stalingrad, Moscow, or other locations within the Soviet Union. Prime Minister Churchill was preoccupied with negotiations regarding the North African landing plan with Hopkins and Marshall, sent by President Roosevelt, while also contending with Soviet pressure to divert German forces, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Of course, compared to the previous 2 years of relentless bombardment by the Germans upon London, the current situation was considerably improved, with the nation ensnared in a downturn. And indeed, most of the world embroiled in this conflict. The remnants of collapsed buildings and scattered debris were evident, a testament to the devastation wrought by air raids. The person ahead turned to survey the surroundings. Harry cursed inwardly, retreating into a dim alley, reciting the invisibility charm once more. The individual seemed excessively vigilant, as if he sensed Harry's presence. At that moment, a couple staggered towards him, the man appearing utterly entranced, his beret haphazardly tucked into his belt. The collar of his uniform loosened, glistening with dampness as if he had spilled beer upon himself. His hand was resting on the woman's backside. The woman, brazenly pulling her clothing down below her chest, bore no bra beneath, her fingers entwined around the man as Harry observed them loosening their belts, her lips, painted a vivid red, lingering on his skin, seemingly reveling in the act of kissing his neck. They swayed past, indistinguishable from any other night at Leicester Square. Though confident they could not see him, Harry pressed his body against the wall, acutely aware that being brushed against by others was far from pleasant, especially in such a scenario. He sincerely wished he had mastered the invisibility charm more effectively, perhaps to the extent of merging with the wall. Looking forward again, he noticed the figure nearly disappearing into a throng of drunken American soldiers and prostitutes, accompanied by a cacophony of lewd remarks, prompting him to hastily follow after them. The person he was tailing was clad in worn Muggle clothing, yet remarkably tidy, washed to a pale hue. He was tall and thin, with neatly combed black hair that bore a slight curl, his complexion pale, and his expression exuding a forbidding seriousness that belied his youth. Nevertheless, even so, Harry had witnessed no fewer than a dozen women actively making advances towards him. "Hey, could you ladies exhibit a touch of decorum? And you, Tom Riddle, why are you wandering about the West End when the orphanage is clearly in the East End?" As Harry grappled with his tumultuous thoughts, it seemed that Tom Riddle had finally grown weary of the numerous scantily clad women who either intentionally or unintentionally leaned toward him or engaged in trivial antics. In a secluded corner of the square, he came to a halt, surveying his surroundings before retreating into the shadow of a shop, leaning against the wall, his dark eyes coldly appraising the chaotic throng of people in the square. Oh, of course, even if the details were obscured, Harry could ascertain that his expression was frigid, utterly devoid of any semblance of human emotion, a reflection of his long-standing disdain for Muggles, let alone this sordid scene that even an ordinary person would find intolerable. Silently, Harry positioned himself a short distance away from him. The figure was engulfed in darkness, appearing relaxed, as if taking a reprieve after the exertion of a banquet. Yet Harry knew better. He could wager that should anyone launch an attack, Tom would respond with the ferocity of a poised leopard pouncing on its prey, rendering the seemingly relaxed demeanor merely an illusion. This was a trying era, Harry mused. Surviving an air raid or any other calamity required more than sustenance. It demanded resilience and courage. Of course, wizards were not easily felled by bombs. Harry cast another glance at the dark-haired boy, pondering for the 101st time how a casual approach might unfold. One thing he was certain of was that without a compelling rationale, he would be met with excruciating pain or some malevolent curse. Chapter 207. Cursed Merlin, Harry thought. What a peculiar entanglement of magic. The artifacts from the Department of Mysteries were anything but reliable, not to mention those bizarre brain decor, foremost among them the archway, and the ancient black ring inscribed with cuneiform that Voldemort later discovered. Even now, he could not fathom why a single ring bore the name Amortentia. Shouldn't a matching pair consist of two? Stop, he chided himself, that is not the matter at hand. He ought to contemplate how that peculiar ring transported him here and what was required of him to return and where Voldemort might be. Feeling a surge of irritation, Harry turned his gaze back to the boy in the shadows, sincerely believing that the younger Tom Riddle was no less challenging to navigate than the version 50 years hence. After a considerable interval, Tom finally moved. Had it not been for the tracking spell Harry had surreptitiously placed on him, an exceptionally discreet one he had mastered, he might have easily lost him in this sudden shift. Clearly, the young Voldemort was exceedingly adept at apparition. Following the direction of the tracking spell, Harry trailed behind him, only to discover he was not at the orphanage. A headache ensued. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and he hadn't returned since leaving in the morning. How much longer would Tom linger outside? The Thames remained bustling, warships traversing its waters. Harry recalled the Belfast had not yet settled into its current position, knowing full well that the battleship was still serving among the passing vessels. Tower Bridge loomed against the night sky, its structure arched to accommodate large ships. Tom stood by the riverbank, his expression still inscrutable, his dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on the departing warships. However, he did not tarry long. When Harry once more followed the tracking spell's guidance, he finally beheld the high railings of the orphanage. Tom pushed open the creaking iron gate, entered through the front door, traversed the black and white tiled foyer, and ascended directly to the upper floor. Who is it? A gaunt face emerged from a nearby room in the foyer. Harry recognized it as Mrs. Cole, the only one ever so vigilant, dressed in a gray nightgown. She appeared startled upon seeing Tom. "Oh, you're back. You've been gone all day. I didn't prepare. What I mean is, dinner." "Thank you, Mrs. Cole. I've already eaten." Tom curtly interrupted her, his pace unbroken as he ascended the stairs. Mrs. Cole watched his figure vanish up the stone staircase, her expression one of palpable relief, as she retreated to resume her slumber. Yet Harry knew Tom was lying. He had trailed him all day, and he hadn't even drunk a drop of water, let alone consumed food. He merely said that to silence Mrs. Cole. It was evident she was intimidated by him, so much so that she chose to believe such a feeble fabrication. How could an underage child secure a decent meal amidst such chaos? Harry silently followed him upstairs, only to realize he was a moment too late. Tom had already locked his door. He had no idea when Tom would retire, and when he was awake. Attempting to open the door without alerting him was nothing short of a fantasy. Sighing inwardly, Harry cast a levitation charm upon himself and floated out of the corridor window, pausing only when he reached Tom's window. The dark-haired boy sat on his iron bed, a small metal box beside him. Harry noted the absence of the little trinkets he had seen before, replaced instead by an old letter from Hogwarts, a hardcover diary. "Oh, Tom, how deeply you cherish your diary." A few sheets of parchment inscribed with something, and he was perusing a more recent letter, a prefect badge lying near him. Harry thought. It appears the school owl has made a visit. Harry remembered that Tom had been elected as the Slytherin prefect in his 5th year. He also recalled that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened during that same year. It was utterly impossible to deter young Voldemort from probing into his own ancestry. Thus, he would take a step back and consider preventing Moaning Myrtle's death, which would, in turn, spare Hagrid from being falsely accused. Harry felt that the place he had arrived at did not resemble a mere memory. Otherwise, he would not be expending so much energy on the invisibility charm. As for whether he had returned to history and whether altering events would affect the future, he was uncertain, unable to verify or ponder such matters. He could not bear to witness anyone dying before him, fully aware of the impending fate, yet remaining indifferent. He simply could not do it. All of this hinged on his ability to approach Tom and earn his trust, yet he couldn't even conjure a decent excuse. Harry wallowed in self-pity, then observed as Tom seemed to have finally finished reading the letter, placing the envelope and badge into the box, which he then stowed away in the old wardrobe, locking it securely. Next, he extinguished the light, reclined on his bed without covering himself with a blanket, eyes closed, yet a faint smile of contentment graced his lips. In that fleeting moment when the wardrobe door opened, Harry saw that apart from a gray robe, the orphanage's uniform, it was otherwise empty. Now, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlight, he discerned that expression, and a peculiar ache began to swell within him. Why was he content, lying on the bed, ravenous? Was it merely for that prefect badge? Was it a manifestation of recognized prowess? Harry felt as though he suddenly grasped a fragment of Tom's intense yearning for success. Chapter 208. He had been to this place before in Dumbledore's memories, yet Dumbledore could not perceive his actions hidden behind the scenes. Harry could not help but begin to question within himself. If Dumbledore had observed differently, instead of vigilantly watching from the sidelines, would the outcome have been different? Tom Riddle could become a fearsome Dark Lord, yet he could also succeed without relying on a mountain of Muggle corpses and the silence of the fallen. He could no longer remain invisible. Harry closed his eyes briefly. He had to pragmatically follow Tom, exerting every effort to prevent him from erring. Even if, in Tom's eyes, he was merely a stranger, he still loved him, both in the past and the future. Harry cast one last glance at the room, watching as the dark-haired boy tilted his head, seemingly asleep. It appears he must hasten, utilizing a flying charm to traverse the English Channel. He should arrive just in time for Hogwarts' opening ceremony. As Harry stood once more before the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle, he observed a group of children congregating at the hall's threshold. Thankfully, he had made it, and he silently cheered for himself. Was it not merely a matter of fabricating a study record from France and persuading the rather aged headmaster to pen a recommendation letter for him to attend Hogwarts? In the midst of war, who would pay heed to such trivialities? Well, much like Tom's habitual use of apparition, the Ministry of Magic was likely overwhelmed with more pressing matters, with daily occurrences of murder and arson. What significance lay in a minor wizard employing a few transfiguration spells? Amidst the chaos, no one could discern whether it was he or another adult wizard responsible. Of course, he was beyond scrutiny himself. Yet this was undoubtedly the reason he felt himself an outsider in this world. Harry quickened his pace, ascending the steps and positioning himself behind the apprehensive first years. Merlin. With this instance included, he had already been sorted 3 times. Harry sincerely wished that the wretched hat would be concise, for he was famished after his long journey. To his dismay, Harry discovered that Merlin was indeed not in his favor. The Sorting Hat sang a lengthy verse, longer than any song he knew, primarily urging unity against the forces of darkness. Harry mused that perhaps the Second World War had inspired its creation. Naturally, in the magical realm, that referred to the dark wizard Grindelwald. He felt he had waited an eternity, nearly losing his footing, until he finally heard Dumbledore call his name. Currently, he was still the Transfiguration Professor, while Headmaster Mr. Dippet beamed at the students from the rear. This academic year, we welcome a 5th-year transfer student from the Sorcellery Academy in France, Harry Potter. Upon noticing Harry's noticeably taller stature compared to the first years, whispers erupted among the students. The newly appointed Slytherin head, who had been staring vacantly at his plate, finally lifted his gaze at Dumbledore's explanation. Their eyes met, and Harry offered him a friendly smile. "Boss, you truly are quite charming." A golden-haired boy beside Tom chuckled, casting his gaze elsewhere, fixated solely on Harry. "If you ask me, this Harry Potter is rather handsome." Not merely rather, for those around them were engaged in discussions about his striking appearance. "Abraxas, mind your words." Tom subtly furrowed his brow. Malfoy's description invoked memories of the materialistic Leicester Square in Muggle London, a thought that left him feeling uneasy, as though he had been reduced to the same level as those Muggles he despised. Abraxas Malfoy, a year his senior, shrugged nonchalantly. Their boss had little interest in such matters, and this was not the first time he had learned of it. Opposite him, a dark-haired girl pursed her thick lips. "A Potter?" She scoffed. "Foolish Gryffindor." Undoubtedly. If Harry had seen her, he would recognize her as one of the ancestors of the Blacks, a living replica of Bellatrix. Harry paid no heed to her smirk. As he was intently employing the mind-closing spell, he remained entirely as he had been prior to his arrival, including a fragment of Voldemort's soul. For his objective, it was prudent to borrow Voldemort's method, allowing the Sorting Hat to perceive that yet to be fully integrated soul. The approach proved effective, as the moment the hat touched his hair, it bellowed, "Slytherin." The false smile of Elidora Black froze upon her face, but she was not the only one caught off guard. Dumbledore gazed in surprise as Harry confidently strode towards the Slytherin table, as if he had anticipated this outcome, and he chose a seat nearest to Tom Riddle. Tom, along with the others, politely applauded. Dumbledore noted, as did Tom, that this transfer student was quite intriguing. The sorting ceremony continued. Yet the new Slytherin students evidently lacked the captivating presence of Harry. At the Slytherin long table, the predominant topic of discussion remained the transfer student. For such events were rare. Harry was surveying those nearby, realizing many possessed familiar features. He was certain he had encountered a few of them in the family tree at number 12 Grimmauld Place. The boy to Tom's right sported an exceptionally striking golden mane, while a circle of upperclassmen bore the shadow of future Death Eaters upon their faces. He had returned to the era of Sirius's mother. Harry silently wiped his brow. The portrait in the foyer of Grimmauld Place, permanently stuck in place and incessantly screaming, was unforgettable. Also, there was Sirius's father, a fervent pureblood enthusiast. The aunt who first proposed the beheading of house elves, Sirius's mother's cousin, along with Draco Malfoy's grandfather, and a plethora of staunch Death Eater ancestors. Why did he suddenly feel an unsettling sense of foreboding? A faux Slytherin amongst them was a Gryffindor, casting a grim shadow over the prospects for the pureblood supremacy of Slytherin. Harry glanced again at Tom Riddle, surrounded by his peers like a star among planets, who wore a slight smile as he observed the sorting ceremony, embodying the very image of a model student. He was indeed impressive, surrounded by so many upperclassmen. Baron Potter. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by that name. Potter? He slowly turned his head, hearing the whispers of the surrounding Slytherins. While he knew they were undoubtedly speculating about the possible connection between the two Potters, no one pointed fingers at him. It seemed the Slytherins of this era were still somewhat adherent to the noble etiquette of their lineage. A first-year stepped forward to the faculty table, sporting a tousled mane of black hair and glasses perched upon his nose. Indeed, these traits appeared hereditary. Harry finally discovered something to delight him. He watched with interest as his ancestor ascended the high stool, donning the tattered hat. The Sorting Hat's response was as decisive as it had been for Harry. It immediately proclaimed Gryffindor. In that instant, Harry noticed a glimmer of relief on Dumbledore's face. With Grindelwald currently at the height of his power, creating an atmosphere of trepidation, Harry surmised that Dumbledore's greatest fear was an unexpected event like his own. So, you are of the same family, huh? A senior girl could no longer contain her curiosity and addressed Harry. Harry hesitated momentarily, feeling numerous pairs of eyes upon him. No, I do not know him. He firmly denied. Surely, having a Gryffindor relative would lead to severe ostracism within Slytherin? The girl seemed somewhat taken aback. Well, you know, pureblood families often have some connections. But you certainly do not resemble each other, she remarked thoughtfully. You are pureblood, aren't you? Yes, Harry quickly affirmed. He could not help but feel immensely relieved. Had Voldemort not forced him to correct his nearsightedness and tidy his hair, his appearance would undoubtedly have been an amplified version of Baron Potter, and no one would believe him if he claimed otherwise. The girl finally broke into a smile. I am Agnes Lestrange, a 6th year. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance. Harry forced himself to smile amicably, taking another look at the girl he had previously overlooked. Her large, expressive brown eyes and matching wavy hair cascaded down to her waist. Indeed, both Rodolphus Lestrange and Rabaston Lestrange shared this hair and eye color. Merlin, the first person to take the initiative to introduce themselves to him upon his arrival at Slytherin was, astonishingly, a member of the Lestrange family. Harry felt profoundly that his worldview had been completely upended. Beside Agnes sat a girl with long black hair, who had maintained a critical expression since earlier. It only softened slightly when Harry clarified that he had absolutely no connection to the Gryffindor Potter and was, in fact, a pureblood. Agnes, with a haughty tone, remarked that he had merely demonstrated his basic qualification for entering Slytherin, and that there was no need for you to condescend to make his acquaintance. Harry recognized her, Walburga Black, Sirius's mother. He was well acquainted with her temperament, and simply shrugged without a word. Agnes, however, shot her friend a reproachful glance, saying, Don't be like that, Walburga. Since we are all purebloods and in the same house, we ought to become friends. From this perspective, Agnes was certainly more astute than Walburga, even though her premise for friendship was founded on bloodlines and house affiliations. Harry mused silently, then instinctively glanced in Tom's direction. His small circle of friends was engaged in discussion. Many of the boys appeared older than him, yet they all seemed to regard him as their leader. Tom remained silent, a casual smile gracing his face. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his gaze, and once again, their eyes met. Chapter 210. Under the penetrating gaze of those black eyes, which seemed to see into one's very soul, Harry hastily averted his gaze. Oh, the Slytherin students were clearly aware that Agnes had noticed what Harry was observing. That renowned circle was not easily infiltrated. By the way, you are in the same year as him. She shot Harry a glance, her expression turning contemplative. Harry was uncertain of her thoughts, but Walburga Black evidently caught on. A look of amusement crossed her face, as if she were watching a spectacle unfold, and it seemed that someone would be spending the night in the common room. Several nearby students who overheard her words wore expressions of dawning realization, casting sympathetic looks in Harry's direction. Feeling somewhat irritated by their scrutiny, Harry pondered how, despite returning from 50 years into the future, he still felt certain matters were beyond his control. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought, for as they conversed, the sorting ceremony had concluded, and Headmaster Dippet had finished his speech. The tables were suddenly laden with delicious food. Harry, famished, grabbed a piece of Yorkshire pudding and began to munch, only to belatedly realize he was the only one behaving like a savage. The Slytherins dined at a leisurely pace, with no one raising their voices. Even the common sounds of clinking cutlery against dishes were absent. Harry struggled to swallow his bread, the artificially maintained silence sapping his appetite. He thought of how Voldemort must have dined in a similar manner. How had he endured the raucous dining habits of Gryffindor, with their loud chatter and spilled drinks? After the feast, the Slytherin students, led by their prefect, formed groups and traversed the hall, through corridors, and descended, passing by underground classrooms, going lower and lower, eventually stopping in front of a desolate, damp stone wall. Harry could hardly suppress a yawn. He had been shadowing Tom Riddle in the Muggle world for nearly half a month without a decent night's sleep. It wasn't merely a matter of time. He lacked even a bed, often dozing off against the wall outside the orphanage. Deep down, Harry preferred the sunlit towers, but now that he was in Slytherin, he could only hope that the bed in the dungeon would be as soft as his former deep crimson flannel one. Pure, he heard Tom's familiar voice utter from within. And then a door appeared in the stone wall. The students filed in, and when it was Harry's turn, he noticed Tom Riddle still standing by the door. Harry Potter. He drawled slowly, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, clearly intent on capturing every possible expression on his face. Your dormitory is at the very end." He then entered ahead of him. Harry stood there, momentarily bewildered. There was something peculiar about that statement, yet it seemed to lack context. He followed Tom inside. The Slytherin common room bore little difference from how it had appeared during his second year. At the beginning of the term, the intricately carved fireplace had yet to be lit. The walls were constructed from rough, round stones, and several glowing green lamps were suspended from chains, hanging down from the ceiling. Harry had not noticed during his last visit, but he now realized that the illumination was not from flames, but rather some form of magical light. A few students sat in groups on intricately carved chairs, conversing, while others headed toward two entrances at the far end of the common room. Harry observed that everything here seemed to be ornately decorated, from the ordinary table legs to the lamp bases above, reminding him of the fanciful chairs from the Transfiguration classes Voldemort had taught him. Indeed, it was quintessentially Slytherin, Harry told himself, and then he made his way towards one of the entrances following the boys. Meanwhile, in a corner of the common room, several boys ceased their conversation simultaneously, watching as Harry's figure vanished into the underground passage. "No wonder the boss went down first," Michelle not remarked. "A 7th year and the current president of the male student council. I just remembered, this Potter is a 5th year, so the only room left is the boss's." Opposite him sat a rather large boy. "I don't think the boss went down early to let him in," he said with a hoarse voice, laced with evident malice. "Only the boss can open that door." "Glad you noticed that, Lun," Abraxas Malfoy replied with a classic insincere smile. "I was beginning to think your brain matched your name." Lun Mulciber glared at him. "Mind your words, Malfoy." He barked, "I'm a year above you." "It appears so," Abraxas Malfoy retorted smoothly, understanding when to stop, then steering the conversation back to its previous course. "But speaking of which, I find that Potter is rather to my taste. If the boss is unwilling to provide him a bed, I might consider offering him a cot." He licked his lower lip, as if he could already envision the delightful scene. Chapter 2:11. The other three were accustomed to his behavior, and were too lazy to remind him that his drooling expression significantly undermined his aristocratic appearance. "I've got an idea. Let us linger here for a bit longer. Perhaps we'll witness Potter crying and begging the boss to open the door. Or, even better, falling asleep right outside." A sandy-haired boy exclaimed, evidently younger than his companions. Not chuckled. "Roderick, sometimes I genuinely doubt you're a third-year student." However, he settled into a more comfortable position in his armchair, clearly engaged. Roderick Rosier, seeing the others mimic his posture, grinned with satisfaction, knowing everyone agreed with him. Had Harry seen this scene, he would have realized that his uneasy feelings were not mere illusions. Yet now he stood at the deepest part of the dungeon dormitory, staring at the silver plaque above the intricately carved door, finally understanding the contemplative expression of Agnes Lestrange and the schadenfreude of Walburga Black. The arrangements for Slytherin and Gryffindor dormitories were distinctly different. Slytherin consisted of double rooms. He felt immensely privileged to be assigned to share a dormitory with Tom Riddle, and Harry found himself understanding precisely why this was the case. If Slytherin had to designate someone to share a room, it would undoubtedly be the young Voldemort. Harry grasped the doorknob and pressed it down, but it remained obstinately still. Was this intended as a test of his resolve? With a sigh, given that no one was around, he bent down to examine the doorknob. A sinuous silver serpent coiled around it, its eyes set with emeralds. Why does that seem somewhat familiar? Harry pondered, recalling another doorknob, but that serpent's eyes were crafted from rubies. "Open for me," Harry hissed softly. The serpent stirred to life, responding with surprise. "My master did not inform me you could enter, but since you say so, I believe he would be pleased to meet you." It retracted its tail, and with a click, the door swung open. The dormitory was immaculate, and Harry mused that it was indeed characteristic of Voldemort. Against the wall stood a grand bookshelf, and the wardrobe was embedded within the wall. In one corner, a finely detailed fireplace graced the room, alongside two intricately carved nightstands and two beds draped with deep green curtains, facing a full-length mirror. It was essentially laid out like the Gryffindor Tower dormitory, albeit without windows and slightly smaller. There was no one inside. Tom was likely in the shower. Harry observed his modest luggage carelessly tossed onto one of the beds and walked over. As he began to unpack, a voice, tinged with surprise, emerged from behind him. "How did you get in here?" Harry whipped around to find Tom standing less than a step away. His hair was slightly damp, casually falling over his forehead, and he wore a robe, his hands tucked into his pockets. The scent of his shower gel wafted toward Harry, and the rare flush on his pale cheeks surely stemmed from the hot water. Tom's dark eyes were fixed intently upon him, causing Harry to instinctively step back. "You're finished with your shower, quite fast," Harry stammered, completely forgetting that Tom had not actually posed that question. Tom's attractive brows furrowed slightly. He recognized that Harry's reaction to his sudden appearance was neither fear nor astonishment, but rather a moment of bemusement followed by retreat. Such a peculiar response. He stepped closer. I do not appreciate having to repeat my questions. As Tom advanced, Harry instinctively took a step back, only to trip over the edge of the bed. Oh. The serpent said you might be pleased to meet me, so I came in. The serpent said? Tom echoed, seemingly seeking confirmation of Harry's words. The lazy expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a keen curiosity as he stepped closer, his voice rising slightly. You understand its language? Harry saw those sharp black eyes drawing nearer and wished to retreat further, but the bed was now behind him, and he found himself sitting on it. A little. He replied with a nervous laugh, his gaze flickering, unable to meet the exposed collarbone revealed by Tom's robe. Look at me, Tom said impatiently, and tell me the truth. Noticing Harry's indifference to his command, he irritably grasped Harry's chin, turning his face to meet his own. Too close, Harry internally groaned. This scene felt eerily familiar. As a warmth began to ignite from the point where their skin made contact, he tightly shut his eyes, struggling to concentrate on what he needed to say. I made it open. It said you hadn't permitted entry, but it likely would be happy to see me. So it let me in, Harry blurted out, then quickly added, can you let go of me now? However, there was no immediate response. After a moment, he could not resist opening his eyes, only to find Tom's expression nearly one of shock. You truly are, he began slowly, as if he were re-evaluating Harry entirely. You just spoke to it. He gripped Harry's chin tighter, forcing him to turn his head from side to side, as though searching for some extraordinary mark upon him. Chapter 2:12. It dawned on Harry that Tom had undoubtedly posed a question in Parseltongue, and he had instinctively responded in kind. Well, so be it. He had no intention of concealing this fact. Have you seen enough? Harry attempted to pry Tom's hand away from his chin, feeling as though he might burst. To mask his discomfort, he muttered, this position is quite tiring. Yet Tom continued to loom over him, showing no inclination to move. What is your connection to Salazar Slytherin? The look of astonishment on his face had vanished, replaced by an inquisition. I suspect that none of his descendants bear the name Potter. That's because I am not his descendant, Harry retorted sharply, internally wishing, could you not just step back a little? Then how do you explain your ability to speak Parseltongue? Tom crossed his arms, his skepticism growing. Because of you. Because of the future you. With a fragment of your soul residing within me. Harry rolled his eyes inwardly. He was uncertain whether Tom Riddle had ever heard of Horcruxes, but it was clear that he had not yet fragmented his soul. Thus, this harsh truth was one that Harry resolved to withhold. His other hand rested upon a book lying on the bed, and an idea sparked within him. Parseltongue is a skill acquired by the ancient Indian Brahmin snake charmers. It is not exclusive to Salazar Slytherin. Tom narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him before glancing at the scattered belongings on Harry's bed. So, he remarked with a hint of derision, you consider yourself quite important? A treasure seeker among the Brahmins, endowed with extraordinary linguistic capabilities? If Harry had felt a flicker of allure moments ago, it had now transformed entirely into indignation. Tom must have seen his second-hand books to make such a remark. He had returned to the Second World War bearing nothing more than his wand and some essential magical supplies, including a folding potion kit, along with a pouch of galleons. The Potter family vault was no longer accessible to him, and he had no idea when he would return, so he had to economize wherever possible. How could they have never anticipated that the magic triggered by that ring would lead to such a result? Harry thought bitterly. Initially, they had expected some magical trap, so they had packed plenty of combat support potions and food, but had brought only a minimal amount of clothing, and had utterly neglected to prepare for currency or books. In hindsight, he was relieved that he had managed to rein in his emotions and refrained from hurling a punch at the smugly smiling face before him. Now it was Tom's turn to be taken aback. He could practically read the shifting thoughts on the boy's face. For Harry Potter wore his emotions as plainly as the Gryffindors did. When provoked, their immediate response was to strike, and he was prepared to engage at any moment. Yet Harry Potter did not act in such a manner. Instead, he merely shot a furious glare at Tom, and then, quite miraculously, sulked in silence. As for Parseltongue, Tom was certain that Harry Potter was not being entirely truthful, and his mental defenses were remarkably strong, making this even more perplexing. It seemed he would have to bide his time, waiting for an opportunity to catch Harry off guard. He was quite patient, and from the looks of it, opportunities would abound. Well, although you do not present as a typical Slytherin from head to toe, I suppose you can be considered adequate, Tom remarked. Turning to sit back on his bed, facing Harry. Harry cast a surprised glance at him. He did not believe Tom would so easily accept his words. But since they were in the same year and shared a dormitory, it would undoubtedly be easy for him to inquire further in the future. Coming to this realization, Harry nodded listlessly. Thank you for the compliment. Tom rolled over onto his bed, pulling the covers over himself as he began to read. Harry began to pack his belongings, neatly arranging his clothes and books. Just as he was about to grab his bathrobe to take a shower, he heard a murmur from the figure lying on the bed. What? Harry asked, placing his hand on the doorknob, turning back in confusion. "It's nothing," Tom replied, his dark eyes peeking over the book, glimmering with a hint of intrigue. "I was merely curious. Is it truly that warm in the cellar? Your face was quite flushed earlier." "Perhaps I indulged a bit too much in my aperitif," Harry said, surprised that Tom had noticed such a detail, nearly fleeing into the bathroom. Tom observed Harry's flustered demeanor, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. He had initially posed the question in French, which Harry had completely failed to comprehend. After all, he was not a transfer student from France. Moreover, when had Hogwarts ever provided students with such libations? A Parselmouth, with an astute mastery of mental occlusion, yet unable to understand French, despite records indicating he had grown up in France, exhibiting an inexplicable fondness for him, evident from his gaze and seating arrangement. As for Tom's motives, he glanced at the bedside table where Harry had left an old book. His new roommate was certainly shrouded in secrets. His magical prowess appeared impressive, yet in contrast, his intellect seemed rather simplistic, easily deceivable. Although his primary objective remained the discovery of the Chamber of Secrets within the school, the second Parselmouth warranted significant attention. Tom was determined to uncover the secrets that Harry kept hidden, relishing the memory of their earlier encounter, and the flush that had crept onto Harry's cheeks. Ah, indeed. A splendid entry point. Chapter 2:13. The following morning, an astonishing scene unfolded at the Slytherin table. A group led by the male student council president, not, bore dark circles beneath their eyes. It must be noted, however, that this was not an isolated incident. More than half of the Slytherin students exhibited similar symptoms. What was even more shocking was that, in the span of a single night, Harry Potter had ascended to become a confidant of their leader, occupying the seat to Tom's right, supplanting that of Abraxas Malfoy. As Harry sat there, he felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. Most were inquisitive, some skeptical. While the displaced Abraxas Malfoy glared at him with palpable resentment, he cautiously glanced at Tom, who wore an expression of relaxed contentment, seemingly oblivious to Malfoy's ire. Harry could not fathom the reason for this situation. He began to reflect on their interactions from the previous day, finding no apparent issues aside from the matter of Parseltongue. Was it because of his ability to speak the Serpentine language that Tom regarded him with such favor? Or had Tom perceived some aspect of him that was of potential utility? Regardless, Harry understood that Tom would never come to trust him so swiftly. Thus, the apparent camaraderie observed by outsiders was undoubtedly a mere facade. He recalled the dream he had experienced in the early hours, where he and Voldemort were engrossed in reading within the Chamber of Secrets, and suddenly felt a pang of discontent. How long would it take to see him again? When he finally grasped those complex spells, would Voldemort reveal those subtly concealed smiles? They had been getting along quite harmoniously. Had it not been for the discovery of an artifact rumored to foster a profound connection between two souls, an interpretation of soul merging, they would not have successfully activated the ancient magic of a ring that had eluded use for so long, resulting in their current estrangement. Yet, the matter of soul merging was fraught with complications. Prolonging it would only lead to more adverse outcomes, thus necessitating an attempt at resolution. After all, since Voldemort had cast the first killing curse upon him, they had been perilously exploring the uncharted realms of magic. The critical ring was, in essence, quite unremarkable. Fashioned from coarse black granite, aside from the ancient inscriptions and an incomprehensible name, what sort of ring was it that insisted on being called a wedding band? Only the incantation that manifested upon activation warranted contemplation. That swamp, that valley, soaring through the skies, crossing the oceans, one hand grasping a sword, the other an olive branch. That is the most significant decision of your life. Yet, what precisely constituted compliance with the meaning conveyed at the moment of the ring's activation? The first two lines might suggest a disparity in their origins, while the latter perhaps urged them to make the most crucial decision of their lives. Alternatively, could it indicate the time frame they would reach after the magic was invoked? Or perhaps it alluded to aiding each other in making that pivotal decision. Ultimately, for their future, was it not a momentous decision in itself for them, who should be adversaries, to willingly engage with an artifact of unknown function and effect? Thus, the ultimate aim remained unchanged, to be together, regardless of the time or space. Harry sighed heavily in his mind. He had arrived during Voldemort's 5th year, which meant Voldemort was likely sent back to an era prior to his rebirth. If it were also his 5th year, then that would be acceptable. But if it were his 7th year, Harry shuddered at the thought, dreading to imagine the nature of their encounter during Voldemort's 7th year. Harry? Harry? A gentle voice pulled Harry's wandering consciousness back to reality. It was Tom. He frowned, regarding Harry's barely touched breakfast with concern, and seemed to be questioning what thoughts occupied his mind, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Could it be that merely looking at him was enough to satiate one's hunger? Harry then realized he had been staring at Tom for an extended period, his milk having grown cold. Apologies, I didn't sleep well last night. Perhaps I am experiencing a bit of culture shock, he hurriedly explained, though Tom's gaze suggested skepticism. Enough of this. If we linger any longer, we shall be late for Professor Slughorn's class. Tom mentally noted Harry's peculiar demeanor. It was indeed odd to see someone so lost in thought. He thrust the milk cup into Harry's hands and grabbed a stack of bread. Eat on the way. I shall escort you to class. This overt display of camaraderie drew the attention of everyone at the Slytherin table. Harry caught sight of Walburga Black's face, which could not conceal her shock and jealousy. Stammering, she said, but, receiving a distinctly forbidding glance from Tom, Harry quickly amended, I meant your friends. They are not in my year, Tom interjected succinctly, not wanting the rest of Slytherin to be aware of Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue until he had gathered sufficient information. The reasoning was simple. It was a highly unstable factor that could severely impact his standing and reputation within Slytherin. Although Potter appeared not to have intentions of leveraging this knowledge for power, and he did not seem particularly shrewd, Tom bore no animosity towards him. However, if he could discern his true nature and fully subjugate him, it might prove to be an unexpected boon. Chapter 2:14. Not Malfoy Mulciber. And Rosier stared in astonishment at the scene before them, as their leader hastily whisked away the seemingly misplaced transfer student, not sparing them even a glance. They exchanged incredulous looks, finally grasping a startling reality. Not only had they failed to witness the anticipated spectacle of Harry Potter's embarrassment, but they had also disappointed their leader, who had turned his attention to courting Harry Potter instead. In just a single night, Harry Potter acquired what others had toiled for years to attain, such as the intimate title of head and his position by their side, or even things that had eluded them entirely, like having the head personally provide him with food. No one had ever been granted such a privilege. The crux of it all lay within that one night. So, how did Harry Potter manage to enter the dormitory door? Chapter 2:15. Harry sluggishly settled down, beginning to arrange potion ingredients and cauldrons upon the table. Tom inadvertently caught sight of the faint gleam of his silver cauldron and stared at Harry in astonishment. After a few minutes, classmates began to trickle in. The Slytherin potion class was conducted alongside Ravenclaw. Compared to Gryffindor, the Ravenclaws were evidently more engrossed in the knowledge contained within the textbooks, thus granting Harry a brief respite from the cacophony during these two lessons. A minute before class was set to commence, Professor Slughorn's rotund figure appeared punctually at the classroom door. Good morning, children, he beamed. Welcome to the first potions class of the new term. Before we officially begin, I must remind you of one thing. By the end of this academic year, you will face the OWL's examination, a rather significant qualification test. Hence, I personally hope you all will muster your spirits throughout this year. Likewise, those who pass the OWLs will be most welcome to continue in my Newt's Potions class. Excellence would be even more delightful. Harry noticed he cast a particularly appreciative glance at Tom, clearly brimming with confidence in him. Upon hearing this, some classmates began to whisper among themselves. All right, before that, we must focus on our studies to best prepare for the upcoming exams. Professor Slughorn raised his voice slightly to drown out the murmurs. Today's potion to brew is... Oh, wait, let us take attendance first. I believe we have a new student. He began rummaging through the desk and finally produced a scroll of parchment. Laura Ackerman. Harry hardly recognized his new classmates, although occasionally he caught a few familiar surnames. It seemed that Death Eaters indeed carried a hereditary inclination. Perhaps pureblood families were more prone to align with Voldemort's ideals, both in the past and moving forward. Professor Slughorn continued taking attendance. Nancy Morgan, Susan Bones, Orlando Norton. Suddenly, Harry tensed, following Professor Slughorn's gaze to the back. He heard a very familiar name, Bones. He saw, seated 3 desks behind him to his right, a girl wearing thick glasses. Aside from the fact that she had a corporeal body, she resembled her ghostly form in every other respect. Harry stared at her, finally witnessing the living, weeping moaning Myrtle, though now she was not the weeping specter but rather a Ravenclaw student, Susan Bones. Tom caught sight of who Harry was observing, and couldn't help but question his new roommate's taste. Clearly, Potter was already acquainted with moaning Myrtle, yet she likely did not recognize him. If she did, she would have boasted about it throughout the school. Truly, things were becoming increasingly bizarre. Harry Potter. Harry, lost in astonishment, only realized he was the center of attention when Professor Slughorn called his name. Here. He quickly raised his hand. Professor Slughorn scrutinized Harry with his bulging eyes, examining him from his face to the cauldron before him. Ultimately, he seemed satisfied. I hear you've transferred from France? Yes, Harry cautiously replied, uncertain if Professor Slughorn intended to inquire further. I must say, that was indeed a wise choice. France's situation isn't too favorable at the moment, is it? Professor Slughorn chuckled briefly, as if relieved. I noticed you have no accent in your English. To be honest, it's as pure as a Welsh accent. He looked at Harry again. You even brought a silver cauldron. It's perfect for brewing the calming draft. I presume you must have studied ahead. Of course, Harry replied, knowing full well that it was Tom who had done the preparation. He shrugged slightly, leaving his last thought unvoiced, but his tone clearly conveyed a special appreciation. The Slytherins exchanged knowing glances, chuckling softly. Harry managed an awkward smile, feeling a mix of amusement and embarrassment. He was well aware of the silver cauldron's efficacy. In the past, he would never have been so particular, since Voldemort began imparting potion knowledge to him and gifted him a complete set of exquisite tools. He could hardly fathom a reason not to utilize them. Perhaps Voldemort had successfully instilled in him a meticulous perfectionism regarding his work. However, if even Professor Slughorn could discern his Welsh accent, then Tom Riddle. Harry cautiously glanced sideways, just in time to see Tom respond to Professor Slughorn with a pure, innocent smile only visible on the faces of exemplary students. Harry questioned whether he could have performed better. Yet, how old was Tom? The remainder of the lesson proceeded smoothly. Harry counted that Professor Slughorn praised Tom 11 times, from his technique in grinding moonstone to the precision of his stirring, and so forth. As for Harry, he was fortunate enough to receive 3 compliments, although he suspected it was due to the effects of the silver cauldron Voldemort had given him. Slughorn had once marveled at the rarity of silver as a material and again elaborated on the cauldron's impressive amplifying properties for the calming draft. Chapter 2:16. It seems I underestimated you, didn't I? After class, Tom dismissed the throng of admirers surrounding him and gestured for Harry to join him. As they ascended through the dimly lit underground corridor, Tom suddenly leaned close to Harry's ear and whispered. Harry surmised he didn't want others to overhear. But the warmth of Tom's breath made Harry instinctively recoil. What? He feigned ignorance. The silver cauldron. So, Voldemort's taste had remained unchanged throughout? Don't play coy with me. Potter, Tom adopted a softer tone. You know what I'm referring to. Is that why you call me Potter when you threaten me? Harry sighed inwardly, increasingly convinced that young Voldemort was a complex character to navigate. I mentioned before that you didn't believe me. Harry stubbornly refrained from admitting anything. Who knew how Tom would react upon realizing he had returned from the future? He certainly didn't wish to be sent to the Department of Mysteries for study, nor draw Professor Dumbledore's attention. A glimmer of light appeared ahead, indicating they were nearing the surface. Tom pressed his lips together, choosing not to speak further. Yet Harry could tell this did not signify his belief in what had been said. They silently climbed 2 flights of stairs alongside the crowd, turned down a left corridor. Past the trophy room, Gryffindor's Quidditch trophies had yet to make an appearance, before arriving at their second-class location, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. That said, he had indeed brought back the firebolt. Harry's thoughts began to race as he envisioned the glorious achievements he would attain as a member of the Quidditch team. However, when he looked down at the silver-green emblem on his robe, an unsettling dissonance welled up within him. Harry Potter, the Golden Seeker of Gryffindor. One day donning the robes of Slytherin, striving fiercely to secure the house cup for them? It sounded like a rather cruel joke. Harry seated himself and shook his head in silent dismay before noticing that the elderly professor with snow-white hair had arrived, perhaps due to the ongoing war. The curriculum for Defense Against the Dark Arts had been significantly advanced, and astonishingly, their first lesson was centered around the Patronus charm. This particular incantation, which requires one to conjure their happiest memory, only manifests when one focuses intently. Thus, to summon a Patronus, one must exert every effort to recall a moment of pure joy. It is the sole effective spell against Dementors. Professor Marathon, frail and trembling as he spoke, filled Harry with concern as he watched. This spell proves challenging for many adult wizards, yet I implore you, mastering it is of utmost importance. Although I cannot bring a real Dementor into the classroom, I hope you will endeavor to try, Marathon said, peering over his glasses at the class. Who would like to step forward first? Almost everyone instinctively shrank back, aware of the spell's formidable difficulty. Succeeding on the first attempt seemed nearly impossible, and failure was almost guaranteed for the first volunteer. Consequently, the situation evolved, with Tom sitting upright and Harry, caught off guard by the reactions of his peers, adopting a serious demeanor. Oh, Tom, I knew it. Marathon evidently held Tom in high regard. His gaze flitted around the room, and, to his surprise, he noticed that someone besides Tom had not recoiled. Who are you? Before Harry could respond, Tom interjected, Professor, this is the new transfer student, Harry Potter. I remember meeting you at the sorting ceremony, Marathon acknowledged with a nod. Very well, Potter, you shall be the first to attempt this. Try to envision something joyful. He clearly did not expect Harry to succeed, reiterating the key points to spare Harry from a humiliating failure. Harry cast a resigned glance at Tom before rising. Tom's intentions were transparent. He aimed to thrust Harry into the spotlight while he observed for any potential flaws. The scruffy, gaunt figure of Sirius smiled at him. He envisioned the long line of cars outside number 4, Privet Drive, the two sun loungers on the white sandy beach of Bristol Bay, and the moment he had seized the golden snitch before Victor Crumb. In the maze, he had ultimately lifted the gleaming silver trophy. Expecto Patronum, Harry shouted. A great plume of silvery mist erupted from the tip of his holly wand. Initially a cohesive mass, it soon began to transform. The mist elongated, revealing a pointed tail, then neat scales, and finally, a triangular head. The silver serpent coiled in the air, gazing down at Harry with a slight tilt of its head. Judging by its coiling, its extended length would surpass 20 feet. The entire class stared, agape, at the shimmering serpent. He conjured it. Voices murmured in astonishment. Harry himself was left in a state of disbelief. He recognized this serpent. It was a variant of the Black Mamba, the same kind he had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. But who could explain to him when his Patronus had transformed from a stag into a Black Mamba? Perhaps even more astonished than Harry was Tom Riddle. He looked up at the serpent, then back at Harry's astonished face, and finally his gaze fell upon his own new wand. This was indeed peculiar. Excellent, Potter. Truly splendid. 20 points for Slytherin. Marathon finally regained his composure, his astonishment giving way to approval. A corporeal Patronus. Very well done. He turned to Tom. Shall you give it a try, Tom? I believe I shall award Slytherin 40 points today. Slughorn will be quite enamored with both of you. Tom pressed his lips together and stood up. Expecto Patronum. A massive silver snake shot through the air, baring its long fangs. The class fell silent, their eyes darting between Tom and Harry. Those with keen eyesight could discern that the two serpents were virtually identical, save for their postures. Harry was rendered even more speechless. He gazed at the afterimage left by his Patronus before observing Tom's serpent in an aggressive stance. And suddenly it dawned on him. He was utterly at a loss for words. No one could have anticipated such a result. Harry's Patronus had transformed into a large serpent, identical to Tom's. Apart from Harry's own shock, the other Slytherin students did not seem to regard this as a negative development. No one noticed the initial surprise etched on Tom's face. However, given Tom's enigmatic demeanor, it was difficult to gauge his feelings. Thus, his peers naturally assumed he must have been aware of this all along. After all, how else could Harry have entered the dormitory and received such favorable attention from him? Of course, excluding Tom Riddle. His suspicions regarding Harry's identity had already been piqued, combined with the undeniable evidence of the Patronus charm. Every sign pointed to Harry Potter having undeniable connections to Slytherin. Yet, simultaneously, Tom was certain that he had thoroughly researched the bloodline left behind by Slytherin, and he was 100% convinced that there was no trace of the Potter lineage within it. Harry himself was equally troubled. He could not even discern when his Patronus had changed, which was exceedingly frustrating. The last time he had used the Patronus charm was during a lesson taught by Snape. In an effort to disguise his true magical prowess, he had deliberately conjured a shapeless Patronus. The only certainty was that the transformation occurred after his return from death. Perhaps it had happened when he first felt a stir of emotions at the end of the term, or when he discovered that Tom was Voldemort. Or perhaps when he realized that Voldemort had been intentionally concealing the truth from him. So what do you have to say now? That evening, in the renowned Slytherin dormitory, Tom lounged on his bed, a smile gracing his face. Though his dark eyes held an air of indifference, he still clutched a book, though it was evident that his attention lay elsewhere. If you expect me to explain my Patronus, I have nothing to say, Harry lamented, his mood bordering on despondence. He knew that Voldemort's Patronus had later transformed into a stag. Why had he not anticipated that his own Patronus could also undergo such a change? Frustrated, he flopped onto his back on the bed, raking his fingers through his hair, leaving it in disarray. Tom scrutinized him more closely. Black hair, quite reminiscent of Slytherin. Emerald green eyes. Though beautiful, they undoubtedly lacked the shrewdness characteristic of Slytherin. A pointed chin. Well, he was certainly handsome. No wonder Abraxas had looked so covetously. But what of that peculiar scar on his forehead? Mind your actions, Tom quietly admonished. Do you wish for everyone to gawk at your scar? Harry jumped in surprise, nearly springing up. He certainly did not want that, especially not under Tom Riddle's scrutiny, which was why he had always kept it concealed beneath his hair. Realization struck him as he raised his hand to cover his forehead, internally chastising himself for being so careless. Did I guess correctly? The air of dejection emanating from Harry was palpable, causing Tom to raise an eyebrow in surprise. It's merely a scar, he mused. And Potter hardly appears to be one to obsess over appearances. Why is he hiding it so? He descended from his bed, convinced that the scar held some mystery. What are you doing? Harry, eyes closed in self-pity over his theatrical display, suddenly felt a hand pressed down on his own. Opening his eyes, he found Tom's face, magnified and looming before him. It was clear that Tom had developed an interest in the scar, prompting Harry to hastily retreat, attempting to pry Tom's hand away. Tom firmly grasped Harry's wrist, a faint smile gracing his features. Surely, That scar was a remnant of the spell, an odd shape resembling a lightning bolt. Harry remained silent, struggling more fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, Tom pressed his body against Harry, preventing any movement, exerting greater force. Naturally, Harry would not acquiesce to his wishes. He managed to free one hand, attempting to shield his forehead. Amidst their tussle, Tom's hand inadvertently brushed against something, an unprecedented warmth coursing from his fingertips to his mind. He froze, glancing from his fingers to Harry, seemingly bewildered. Harry gasped, experiencing a similar sensation. He had anticipated some reaction, yet this response was rather peculiar, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. Both of them were clad in nightgowns, and their scuffle had caused them to brush against one another. A slight warmth transmitted through their skin. How utterly vexing, Harry muttered inwardly, disregarding the scar as he endeavored to push Tom away. Chapter 2:18. Seemingly roused by his actions, Tom pressed down with greater force, then reached out to touch the scar. Harry watched in wide-eyed silence as Tom's hand descended upon his forehead. The sensation struck his nerves once more, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Tom's hand lingered there, but the expression in his eyes had shifted, replacing prior skepticism and indifference with profound astonishment. As the initial chaos subsided, Harry found himself surprisingly calm, meeting Tom's gaze with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, he felt a lightness, as if Tom had been jolted and released him, his movements betraying a hint of retreat. Whether he had surmised something, Harry could not tell. He slowly straightened up, adjusting his clothing. By the time he completed this, he noticed Tom had burrowed under the covers, leaving only the back of his head visible. He parted his lips to say something, but ultimately sighed in silence and slipped beneath his own blanket. Tom lay in bed, eyes wide open, hearing the faint rustling behind him, causing his heart to sink. That peculiar sensation made him clench his fists. Harry Potter was not merely connected to Salazar Slytherin. It was likely that the connection was to himself. Spells typically forge a bond between the caster and the subject, and it was evident that both reacted to the incantation. He was certain he had never encountered this person before, let alone cast magic upon him. So how had this scar come to be? Moreover, Harry's gaze and his reactions, what could be said? At their most intense, they were not filled with fear, anger, or disdain. Rather, his demeanor was one of resignation and indulgence, as if he understood Tom profoundly. This realization was utterly terrifying, the implications flashing through his mind, making him shudder at the thought. He was unwilling to acknowledge such a possibility. The following morning, the Slytherins remained oblivious to any irregularities. However, a week later, even the most obtuse among them began to sense the odd atmosphere. On the weekend, the notorious Slytherin clique still occupied their usual seats in the common room, albeit without Tom. His absence was not a rare occurrence, but there were now ample reasons for the others to speculate. Curse this Newt's exam. Michelle Knott finally could no longer endure the sight of her History of Magic textbook, tossing it across the common room with a clatter that startled several younger students. Ignoring the commotion, she seized the pen from Malfoy's hand. Doesn't it seem like our leader has been rather distant lately? Isn't it obvious? Ever since that Harry Potter transferred here, our leader hasn't even spared us a glance. Ron Mulsaber's face contorted into a scowl, making him appear somewhat comical in his anger. Abruptly interrupted, Abraxas Malfoy shot him an annoyed look. Clearly, Potter possessed a certain charm that they lacked, he drawled, capable of ensnaring their leader's affections in no time. Yet the other three found no humor in this dark jest. Honestly, don't you think our leader is wary of Potter? Roderick Roser, the youngest among them, possessed a complexity of thought that perhaps surpassed the rest. Are you joking, Roderick? How could that be possible? The simple-minded Mulsaber immediately protested. Roser remained unfazed by his words. Think about it. On Monday morning, our leader actually made breakfast for him. Doesn't that suggest an attempt to win him over? He explained to the others, but on Tuesday, it was different. Our leader went to class on his own, while Potter trailed behind. Not shrugged dismissively. You know our leader's charm. Potter's behavior is quite typical. Typical enough for their attitudes to flip completely in just a day, Rosa retorted. And I trust you all heard that on Monday. Both Potter and our leader conjured a corporeal Patronus, and it was the very same creature, a serpent. Are you suggesting that this is the reason our leader is wary of Potter? While it does indicate Potter's considerable magical prowess, the similarity of their patron uses could simply be a coincidence, couldn't it? Abraxas Malfoy also dropped his feigned smile, beginning to ponder seriously. Coincidence, you say? Coincidence enough for Potter to always enter the dormitory alone? Are you sure you understand how that door functions? Roser scoffed briefly. Everyone witnessed it. Our leader and Potter always return to the dormitory one after the other. Are you implying that Potter can? Knott's expression was now one of sheer shock. But how could this be? Their leader was supposed to be the last descendant of Slytherin. Precisely. That is the very issue. This is what I cannot comprehend. Roser said anxiously, Potter does not appear to embody a Slytherin. I trust our leader, yet this situation is undeniably peculiar. By your reasoning, wariness seems quite plausible, Malfoy mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. If I were in his position, I would feel the same unease. The three fell into contemplation, leaving only Mulsaber, who vacantly stared between them, his mind struggling to keep pace. Chapter 219. While they debated, the two central figures of their discussion had already left the library, walking back towards the dungeons, one after the other. Turning into an empty corridor, Tom listened to the monotonous sound of footsteps behind him, grating on his nerves. He abruptly halted, turning to face the center of the corridor. I must ask, why do you persist in following me like some drought-resistant desert plant? Harry blinked innocently. I'm heading back to the dormitory. Is that truly unbearable? You managed to follow me for an entire month during the summer, Tom thought to himself, exasperated. Fine. You know what I mean. Tom stepped closer. I don't care where you learned parcel tongue or why you share the same Patronus as I do. But I hope you will refrain from meddling in my affairs. Let us maintain a respectful distance, shall we? After these days of observation, he was certain that Harry Potter was an impulsive and reckless lion. Troublingly, this lion was remarkably persistent. And even more troubling was the fact that he was difficult to shake off. Harry pressed his lips together, choosing silence. He was well aware of Tom's tireless endeavors in the library, which was precisely why he shadowed him relentlessly. The Chamber of Secrets had likely been opened by Tom in the first half of the year, while the incidents of harm had occurred in the latter half. Inferred from this, Tom has already devoted 4 years to the pursuit of the hidden chamber, and it seems he is on the cusp of discovering its entrance. After uttering these words, Tom turned to leave but abruptly paused in his tracks. And one more thing, please refrain from looking at me with that gaze, shall we? I abhor the sensation of being seen through, and that insipid sympathy is utterly dreadful. With his back to Harry, he completed his statement without glancing back. Striding away with determination, Harry remained rooted to the spot, watching as Tom's silhouette receded into the distance. Had Tom surmised something, prompting him to hastily establish distance? So sensitive and prideful, was this the essence of Voldemort in his youth? A formidable wall seemed to rise between them, imposing and formidable. Nonetheless, he was resolute. He would never relent until he achieved his goal. Harry quickened his pace to catch up, as the days gradually transitioned into winter. The relationship between Harry and Tom mirrored the plummeting temperatures, barely warm at all. This stagnation filled Harry with anxiety, yet he found himself at a loss for solutions. Probing, greeting, expressing concern, all were thwarted by the veneer of a false smile adorning Tom's face, behind which lay an impenetrable fortress of his inner thoughts. Harry finally grasped why Dumbledore claimed Voldemort had no friends. It was because he fundamentally mistrusted everyone and never afforded anyone the chance to prove themselves. The experiences from the orphanage had evidently left deep scars, leading him to become accustomed to vigilance, hostility, or indifference from others. Deriving a twisted sense of superiority from it all, he had completely ceased to care for others' opinions. Harry was unaware if Tom had been bullied before his magical prowess was discovered. But the outcome was undeniable. He had to confront the absurdity of the Muggle's arrogance that had cast a shadow over Tom's childhood. The mere thought of it left Harry feeling overwhelmed. He meticulously reflected on the evolution of his acquaintance with Voldemort and sorrowfully realized that the initial steps had largely been orchestrated by Hermione's deliberate efforts. He was uncertain how Hermione had managed this, or if Voldemort had initially approached her with ulterior motives, intending to exploit her, though he felt guilty towards Hermione. He believed this to be almost indisputable. At least she had succeeded in the end. During the Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort had even been willing to cast protective spells for her. On the eve of Halloween, Harry received a dinner invitation from Professor Slughorn. After half a semester of classes, Professor Slughorn seemed to have finally recognized him as an exceptionally talented wizard, likely with an intriguing background, as Harry had switched cauldrons at least 10 times in potions class, each choice reflecting great care and thoughtfulness. Following the initial meeting of the Slug Club, it was no surprise that he was summoned again. Among the other Slytherin students invited were 3 others, including Tom, of course, alongside 7th-year Nott and 3rd-year Royer. Malfoy was notably absent from the invite list. Could it be that Professor Slughorn had discerned his penchant for flings? Harry speculated whimsically, completely unaware that he was one of the targets of scrutiny. Boss, do you really not need our assistance? Nott ventured to ask as he strolled alongside Tom towards the potions professor's office. It was evident even to the blind that Harry Potter was entirely orbiting Tom Riddle. Some privately mocked, suggesting that even the stars occasionally drifted away from the sun. Yet Potter would never forget to follow in the boss's wake. Naturally, such remarks were confined to whispers, as Harry had successfully evaded their traps on more than one occasion. Upon discovering this, Tom immediately instructed them to cease such tiresome provocations. Without needing to glance back, Tom was acutely aware of Harry's presence behind him. He observed not, who appeared somewhat disgruntled. Assistants, do not presume I am unaware of your antics. If you wish to embarrass yourselves, do not involve me. Such childish antics are beneath me. Let it be known that Potter has evaded them with ease. Those petty tricks would only attract the attention of the professors, particularly Dumbledore. Clearly, Potter shows little interest in cultivating goodwill with the faculty, choosing instead to shadow me. Chapter 220. Not flushed. He merely sought to draw the boss's attention to their presence, unaware that Potter, who seemed simple-minded, was proving to be quite the challenge. Royer, on Tom's other side, remained silent, inwardly cursing Harry Potter time and again. Sabotage in secret was his forte. Who would have thought Potter could evade him at every turn? Where could he place the pride he took in his intellect? As for Harry, he was not oblivious to the fact that some in Slytherin held disdain for him. Fortunately, they maintained a semblance of decorum and did not escalate their antics beyond reasonable limits, as they could not inflict any real harm on him. A boy who had already endured the brutality of war. His magical skills far surpassed theirs, allowing him to treat their antics as mere diversions. He was too indifferent to discuss his subordinates' lack of respect with Tom. Though the chill winds howled outside, the dungeon was as warm as spring. The intricately carved fireplace blazed with fire, illuminating the lavish feast laid out upon the round table. Among the traditional fare were golden, crispy fish and chips, sausage and coriander mashed potatoes, accompanied by the fragrant gravy-soaked Yorkshire pudding and an array of desserts, complemented by low-alcohol beverages. To indulge in such exquisite cuisine during wartime spoke volumes of Slughorn's appreciation for the finer things in life. He greeted Harry and Tom's arrival with great enthusiasm. Bombarding them with questions, Tom responded methodically, offering well-timed compliments that elicited hearty laughter from Professor Slughorn. It was only in such moments that he portrayed an amiable familiarity with Harry, for he was not foolish enough to leave a poor impression on the professor. After dinner, several students from other houses departed, while a few Slytherins remained behind at Professor Slughorn's behest. He settled into a broad, comfortable armchair, its arms and back adorned with plump, embroidered cushions. "Harry, I just realized I haven't asked you yet," he inquired, his gaze fixated on a box of candied jackfruit. His stubby fingers sifting through its contents while the other hand shook a glass, nearly causing its frothy liquid to overflow. "How have you been enjoying your time at Hogwarts? Are you settling in well?" Finally selecting a piece, he lifted his gaze to Tom. "What a memory I have." Surely, Tom has considered all these factors. I must be asking the obvious. He wore a smile that was all too familiar. The four students, each lost in their own thoughts, could only offer hollow laughter in response. "Yes, I am immensely grateful for Tom's assistance, as well as for the care extended by Nott, the male students' union president." Harry managed to force out this statement, having spent enough time amongst the Slytherins to acquire a superficial understanding of duplicity. Compared to Tom, his skills were still woefully inadequate. However, that sufficed. Nott and Royer stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. Only Tom remained unflustered, seamlessly taking over the conversation. "Harry learns quickly. I have little to contribute. The professors have all informed me that failing to award you points would be utterly impossible." Professor Slughorn's eyes crinkled into a narrow line. "It appears that this year's House Cup is destined for Slytherin." Though Harry found this proclamation displeasing, he could not contest it. His mind lingered on Voldemort and that peculiar ring, and it was impossible to conceal his lack of enthusiasm from Tom. Thus, he devoted little energy to masking his magical prowess. Consequently, he joined in the forced laughter with the others. Then Professor Slughorn engaged Harry and Tom in a discussion regarding the circumstances under which two individuals' patronesses might align. The most profound conclusion is that Harry and Tom's ancestors are undoubtedly related by blood. Harry mused, "Well, that is a fact, and it has become common knowledge within the wizarding world, although they remain unaware that the Peverell brothers are their respective forebears. The most incredulous conclusion, however, is that Harry and Tom share a deep, unspoken connection." Harry suspected that Professor Slughorn must know something significant. "Well, it's getting late. You all should head back. Be cautious on your way and do not disturb others." It was not until the clock struck 11 that Professor Slughorn finally allowed them to leave. As soon as they stepped outside, Tom promptly dismissed Nott and Riddle. In Slytherin, there are no portrait guardians, as long as one knows the password. No one would notice if they returned late. This moment was indeed the optimal time, as the castle was deserted at this hour. As long as he avoided the patrolling professors, he could successfully explore the girls' lavatories. Having searched the entirety of Hogwarts, he had yet to investigate such places. After all, it was quite scandalous for a prominent Slytherin prefect to engage in such activities during the day. Yet, Tom certainly did not wish to be followed by a pesky tail while investigating areas with potential entrances to the Chamber of Secrets. He glanced at Harry, contemplating whether to deliberately invite him back to the dormitory. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Their relationship had been so frosty for so long that such an aberration would clearly indicate to Potter that something was amiss. Tom resolved to return to the dormitory first, then come out once Potter had fallen asleep. Tom thought this and acted accordingly. Unbeknownst to him, Harry had already anticipated his stunning spell, leading to an unforeseen flaw in his seemingly foolproof plan. As Tom exited, Harry immediately sprang into action, casting the invisibility charm and trailing behind him. Chapter 221. The night at Hogwarts was particularly tranquil, enveloped in darkness. Occasionally, the clinking of armor could be heard, likely the result of Peeves' mischief. Harry noticed Tom seemed quite pleased with this, as it effectively diverted Filch and the patrolling professor's attention, making it even less likely they would discover him. He began his search on the first floor, clearly convinced that the chamber was most likely hidden beneath Hogwarts. Naturally, he found nothing on the first floor. Next, he moved to the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Harry watched as Tom meticulously examined the rows of doors and their scratches, yet yielded no results. He turned his attention to the mirrors and sinks, finding no signs of the chamber's existence. Finally, he shifted his gaze to the faucet, examining each one closely. "This is it," Tom exclaimed in an excited whisper. His voice echoed ominously in the space. Realizing he had displayed too much enthusiasm, he quickly tempered his demeanor. Becoming more cautious, he began to prod the faucet with his wand, casting spells and tapping, but to no avail. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly had a revelation. The marking was a serpent. The means of opening it must be related to serpents. Parseltongue. "Open," Tom hissed softly. It appeared that the entire marble sink split down the middle, silently sliding apart to reveal a vast, dark opening, from which a chill and damp breeze emanated, clearly indicating an exit below. "Close," he commanded, and the stones seamlessly reassembled into an octagonal sink. Harry had initially thought Tom might eagerly leap down, but this only served to affirm his Gryffindor nature. The young Voldemort, true to his Slytherin heritage, cautiously verified the mechanism's opening and closing conditions. Upon realizing he could fully control the entrance, a smile of triumph graced Tom's face. He glanced out the window, confirming he still had at least 4 hours before anyone would awaken. After meticulously checking that the door was securely sealed, he reopened the mechanism and, after jumping in, remembered to close it behind him. Harry revealed himself only after Tom had descended. He recalled how he had never thought to close the door and entrance, which had led to Lockhart discovering the chamber. Tom's meticulousness explained why even Dumbledore had not uncovered his actions. He stared at the faucet, adorned with a small serpent, for a long moment before concluding this was indeed the right time. He wondered how long it would take Tom to summon the basilisk. Harry retrieved a vial of mandrake potion he had brought with him and drank it all in one swift motion. This was a creation of Voldemort's, suitable for both basilisk and human consumption, serving as a preventive against death. Only Voldemort could have concocted such a potion, being the only powerful wizard with a basilisk as a pet. "Open," Harry hissed, then jumped down, quickly adding "close." It was one thing for him to enter. However, if he inadvertently led Dumbledore here, reconciling with Tom would be utterly impossible. The tunnel was, as usual, cold, dark, and damp. Harry cast a warming charm and a luminescent spell, following the route etched in his memory. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any animal sounds, with a basilisk present. It was unlikely any other creatures could survive. The ground was slick with black water, occasionally revealing the white, skeletal remains of field mice. And the air was thick with the stench of decay. Harry fought against the urge to retch as he approached the circular gate at the end of the sewer. The circular gate was ajar, adorned with carvings of 2 serpents. Taking a deep breath, Harry reached out to pull it open and slipped inside. One had to commend Salazar Slytherin's craftsmanship. Nearly a millennium had passed without any noise. Tom Riddle stood in the center of the expansive hall, wand raised. Clearly astonished by all he beheld, Harry walked forward across the smooth floor, not bothering to conceal the sound of his footsteps. The noise snapped Tom back to reality, his face reflecting surprise and understanding. "You truly haven't been asleep. You already knew about the chamber, didn't you? You had anticipated this moment, hadn't you?" "I never believed otherwise," Harry replied coolly. He could not prevent Tom from discovering the chamber, nor had he attempted to do so. He merely felt a sense of resignation upon this moment's realization. Yet, more than that, he felt a profound understanding of Tom's urgency, recognizing his desire to prove himself as Slytherin's sole heir. Were he in Tom's position, he might have done the same. Having witnessed too much of human cruelty and the harshness of life in that Muggle orphanage, remaining utterly unaware of his biological parents, Tom craved that sense of belonging and recognition, a sentiment that most would never comprehend. Harry had followed Tom for far too long. Long enough to feel a deep sense of lament. He had never considered the immense effort required to attain the halo that crowned Tom. Now, He encountered a Voldemort who lingered beyond Dumbledore's memories and descriptions, tirelessly devoted and acutely aware of what he sought. The Voldemort Harry would later know retained these very traits, nearly inseparable from his books. Reflecting on the path this individual would ultimately tread, the stark contrast left him with a deep sense of sorrow. Chapter 222. Should I commend you for being a quintessential Gryffindor? Knowing about the chamber, and that I am the true heir, you must also be aware of what lies within, yet you dare to follow me, Tom stated, his words betraying a palpable threat that sharply contrasted with the calm demeanor upon his face. With a flick of his wand, the torches along the walls ignited, illuminating the hall as bright as day. Surely, you wouldn't naively believe that my reluctance to act thus far stems from fear of you? Adjusting to the sudden brightness, Harry shielded his eyes and shook his head. I have never thought so. Should he commend himself for his foresight, or has he merely grown increasingly acquainted with Voldemort's character? Indeed, Tom wished to eliminate him, this unpredictable variable. I hardly believe you would be foolish enough, given your awareness of certain matters, Tom remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. His countenance, no longer adorned with the usual feigned smile, or a semblance of distortion. May I assume, then, that you are thoroughly prepared? Or more precisely, do you believe that what you know empowers you to evade my grasp? Although he had long anticipated such a scenario, Harry still felt a pang in his heart, akin to being torn asunder. Not quite, he replied, stepping closer to Tom, his emerald eyes filled with sorrow as they locked onto his adversary's gaze. I never believed my disguise was so adept as to elude your perception. There are certain truths you ought to comprehend. Tom understood the implications of Harry's words, yet he was loath to acknowledge the existence of such sentiments. That foolish sympathy? I have indeed noticed it. To be frank, I must exert considerable effort to suppress the urge to retch. The sensation is utterly revolting. You know I do not refer to that, and it is not sympathy. Harry attempted to argue, but Tom's sudden boisterous laughter interrupted him. I should have perceived it sooner. You are exactly like that old bee. What a splendid cover-up. Had it not been for this familiar tone, I might not have discerned it at all. How unfortunate for you. You've completely misjudged me. Harry's ire began to rise, striving to engage Tom in a meaningful discourse, only to be met with ridicule. I have no connection whatsoever to Professor Dumbledore. Tom ceased to laugh, narrowing his eyes as he appeared to reevaluate Harry's identity. Aside from his surprise, there was no one else. The darkness in his gaze deepened. I had not intended to speculate in this manner, but it seems there is only one possibility, and it is the most substantial one. At some point unbeknownst to me, we have crossed paths. If not in the past, then it must be in the future. Now it was Harry's turn to gaze at him in astonishment. How could Tom have deduced this? It was utterly unfathomable. This certainly elucidates matters. Why, despite not being a descendant of Slytherin, you possess the ability to speak Parseltongue. You are aware of the Chamber of Secrets, yet only entered after I did. And that scar? It is a remnant of the dark magic I cast upon you in the future. As for why you have been following me, Tom spoke rapidly. Seemingly oblivious to Harry's expression, his tone began to rise. Tauntingly, let me hazard a guess. Surely, I must have committed some heinous act in the eyes of the world. And you are attempting to prevent its recurrence? He wore a smile, yet his eyes revealed no mirth. Harry wished to object, but his feeble voice failed to convince even himself. This is not the entirety of the truth. Oh, Tom raised an eyebrow. What do you wish to convey? The other half of the truth is that I have reformed and returned to the righteous path? Harry fell silent, grasping the essence of his thought. Yet Tom's tone rendered him speechless. I know what I desire, Tom dismissed with a contemptuous wave of his hand. Thus, do not attempt to intimidate me with notions of the future, nor lecture me. I possess the capability to shape my own destiny. This may have sounded arrogant, yet Harry recognized the veracity of his words. This was the true Voldemort, steadfast in his pursuit of his desires. In light of this, others were mere insects or chaff. You harbor ambitions, aspirations, and capabilities. No one can obstruct your path. Harry spoke slowly, with a clear understanding of this reality. He neither wished to nor possessed the ability to alter these dynamics. He merely hoped to persuade Tom to make a wiser decision regarding the release of the basilisk. Tom merely sought to validate his status as Slytherin's heir. Subsequently, he fractured his soul to create the Diary Horcrux. Besides immortality, this was also his aim. Suddenly, Harry felt a vague inspiration flicker through his mind, yet before he could seize upon it, Tom's voice interrupted his contemplation. Since you are already aware, he said skeptically, what precisely do you intend to do? I know what you wish to accomplish. Harry did not respond to his query, instead continuing. But have you considered the consequences of the basilisk's appearance at Hogwarts? It will inevitably incite panic. He nodded as he spoke. The school will face pressure from parents. And amidst the clamor of public opinion, it will have no choice but to close its doors to avert further complications. Chapter 223. Tom frowned. He was displeased by Harry's evasion of his question, Yet the implications of Harry's words piqued his interest. Is this a historical event from your memories? I concede that I did not foresee this outcome. Suddenly, he chuckled. The school will not close. That is not my expectation. Should calamity strike, we shall simply find a scapegoat. Is that not so? No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Harry glaring at him, which only heightened his satisfaction. It seems I indeed would act in such a manner. Harry's reaction was a mixture of fury and helplessness. He was the one privy to all the truths. Why did it now feel as though he were being led by the nose? So you possess not a shred of regret, even if someone were to perish at the hands of the basilisk? He observed as Tom raised an eyebrow again and quickly raised a hand to forestall him. Enough. You need not respond. I was foolish to pose the question. The answer is self-evident. So, what must he do to prevent Tom from unleashing the basilisk? Not everyone had consumed the mandrake restorative, and the formula was known solely to Voldemort. His stock would surely be insufficient for all of Hogwarts, and even then, it would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Should he inform Professor Dumbledore? Would that mean confining Tom, or sending him to Azkaban? Oh, what a terrifying thought. Harry fervently shook his head, attempting to cast off such notions. You know, I initially believed you merely lacked knowledge of the means by which one returns from the future. Tom regarded Harry with interest. Observing his nearly frantic expression, however, I have just realized that I miscalculated the nature of our potential relationship. You truly understand me well. I thought no one could achieve such insight. In your moments of anguish, you resemble my enemy. While at other times you seem more akin to, he refrained from completing the thought, for that term was, in his view, utterly impossible and unnecessary. Can you not confront them? Harry retorted, irked by Tom's omission of the past. He took another step toward Tom, declaring, I can honestly tell you that 50 years hence, we are lovers. Tom's dark pupils dilated in an instant. They stood there, locked in a gaze. Whether 10 seconds or 20 passed, Tom erupted into laughter once more, even more boisterous than before. Now, that is the most ridiculous joke I have ever heard. Is it? Harry felt as though his heart were submerged in ice water. Yet he fought to conceal the sorrow from his visage. To me, that is the reality. So you have been gazing through me at him? The man you will love in the future? Tom said sarcastically. So I was correct. That sensation of being penetrated, your impression has lingered there, has it not? You only perceive me as a shadow of him? Having uttered these words, Tom felt a sense of relief. Yet a certain part of his mind was suddenly struck. Dull pain radiating within. Harry stared at him, as if beholding this person for the first time. Tom was not mistaken. He instinctively distanced himself from this era. Yet in truth, he was not the savior of this world. No, he murmured. You are the same person, you always have been. Come now, even if you love him. It does not mean you must embrace his shadowy past as well. Tom would never admit that a peculiar sensation surged within him when he heard Harry assert that they were, in fact, the same person. No, Harry sharply countered. I can prove it. Yet, Tom was unwilling to revisit that disconcerting feeling. He firmly believed that if such an excessively tender emotion were to proliferate, it could shatter the intellect and reason he held so dear. For a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to draw near and kiss Harry's eyes, an utterly mad impulse. His singular approach to this uncontrollable vulnerability was to stifle it, nipping it in the bud. In truth, there was something far more straightforward to demonstrate. Having made a mental decision, Tom adorned his face with a feigned smile. Harry sensed an ominous premonition. Cautiously, he inquired, what? As if questioning whether Tom's presence here had undergone the requisite deliberation. Tom's tone was cheerful, utterly incongruous with his impending actions. Come forth. Harry hesitated momentarily before realizing that Tom's latter statement was not directed at him. The enormous statue of an old man behind Tom began to stir, splashing water. Were its lower beard not submerged in a puddle, it would have been utterly silent. A circular opening emerged behind it, and the sound of something gliding through the shallow water grew nearer. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment when Tom Riddle lured him into the Chamber of Secrets, attempting to employ the basilisk to end his life. At that moment, Harry felt more acutely than ever that this was Tom, this was Voldemort. Regardless of his outward appearance, some things would remain eternally unchanged. I hope you don't truly expect to kill me with Perseus' eyes? Harry was astonished that he still possessed the spirit to jest with Tom. Perhaps the likelihood of its venomous fangs succeeding was slightly greater. He reached into his robe, prompting Tom to grow wary, but he merely produced a crystal vial. Harry waved the green bottle before Tom's eyes. What a pity, I brought the antidote. Chapter 224. You know her name, Tom murmured. Harry discerned the gritted teeth in his tone. It seems that the future me is rather kind to you, isn't it? Can't you let go of this notion? Harry pressed on, undeterred, even though it was likely a futile endeavor. Why shouldn't I continue? Tom suddenly erupted, his handsome face contorting in rage. Only you are right in urging me back to the righteous path. But what constitutes right? Huh, what do you know? You know nothing at all. Listen, Tom. Harry attempted to reason with him, gradually inching closer. I wouldn't claim to know everything, but I possess a considerable understanding. Dumbledore has your best interests at heart, yet his methods may not suit you. You could become a remarkable person, adored by others, respected, powerful, and authoritative. This has no inherent connection to whether you can possess a basilisk as a pet. Harry was uncertain which of his words had triggered Tom's taut nerves, for he suddenly lunged forward, tackling Harry to the ground, his hands tightening around Harry's throat. Harry heard the sound of the vial shattering as it slipped from his grasp, accompanied by Tom's furious roar, "Liar! You are all liars. I will not be deceived. Do not think you can fool me." He beheld Tom's bulging eyes and the veins protruding from his forehead. At that moment, he appeared far from handsome and rather terrifying. Harry's entire back burned with pain. He wished to utter something, but even breathing became a struggle, let alone speaking. The blood in his body seemed to cease flowing, save for one exception, his face. The blood rushed to his head, and Harry believed his appearance at that moment was scarcely better than Tom's. His body involuntarily convulsed, and his vision began to blur. While the basilisk summoned by Tom seemed startled by the scent of the shattered potion, leaving only a distant shadow flickering at the edge of his retina. Tom ceased his furious shouting but remained atop him, a tempestuous and frenzied light gleaming in his dark eyes. Harry felt increasingly dizzy, yet he persisted in reaching out, striving to touch Tom's face, to soothe his anger, and to tell him that he truly loved him. However, before his hand could make contact with the enraged figure, Harry lost consciousness. Hermione had closed and reopened her beaded pouch 3 times, still clinging to a glimmer of hope that if she stalled just a little longer, Ron might return to find her and Harry. Harry silently observed her, refraining from urging her onward. Yet, apart from the sound of the wind rustling the branches, there was no other noise. Eventually, despair engulfed Hermione as she seized Harry's hand and performed apparition. The new location was a hillside, thick with heather, and the wind howled fiercely. They had barely taken a step forward when they suddenly heard a muffled groan from behind. Ron. Hermione instantly perked up, turning to dash toward the sound emanating from the low thicket. Harry followed closely behind, filled with joy, believing his friend had come to his senses. Indeed, there was a figure amidst the thicket. He appeared tall and slender, clad in a black hooded robe, convulsing on the ground, his face pallid and contorted in agony. His hands instinctively clawed at the air, as though an invisible rope were constricting his neck. Even in such a state, one could discern from his facial contours that he must have been a strikingly handsome man. But there was no doubt this was not Ron. The expressions of surprise on Harry and Hermione's faces froze in place. In this desolate and remote wilderness, how could there be a wizard who seemed on the verge of strangulation? Harry experienced a tumult of chaotic dreams. First, he found himself in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, facing Voldemort as they circled each other, wands drawn, surrounded by a throng of shadowy figures. The next scene was a fierce argument with Ron over the locket, resulting in Ron storming off in anger. Finally, in the Chamber of Secrets, he saw Tom Riddle contorting his face, commanding Percy to attack, and as he attempted to retreat, he slammed into a wall, the damp, cold breath of death closing in, helplessly watching as the fangs pierced his throat. Ugh! Harry awoke with a start, the searing pain in his back akin to fire. He had inadvertently brushed against his wound while turning over. His throat ached excruciatingly, searing with every syllable he attempted to utter. Struggling to divert his focus from the pain, he realized he was covered with a blanket, and overhead hung a silken canopy of silver green. This was his bed, the one in the dormitory cellar. Harry blinked, replaying the recent events in his mind like a flickering lantern. So in the chamber, Tom hadn't truly strangled him? Had he kindly moved him back to the dormitory? How surreal did that sound? Furrowing his brow, Harry pondered if he had once again shifted to a different time and place. Who made you move? A voice laced with irritation rang out. Harry recognized it as Tom's voice and hastily turned to look. This movement, however, aggravated the wound on his back, and Harry grimaced in pain. Chapter 225. Tom had just returned from outside, holding a box from which the aroma of milk wafted. He frowned as he scrutinized Harry, watching the latter slowly turn over to face the door. Did you just return from class? Yes, I took the liberty of excusing you, Tom replied tersely. He approached Harry's bedside, setting the food container on the nightstand, then almost cradling Harry as he sat up, guiding him to lean against the propped-up pillow. Avoid putting pressure on your back. He couldn't resist adding this, albeit his tone carried a hint of reluctance. Harry stared at him, utterly astonished by this series of actions and words. He couldn't help but reach out to pinch Tom's face, questioning whether he was merely hallucinating. Have I actually died? Or are you, in fact, not the real Tom? From Tom's response, it seemed that the possibility of a change in time and place had been effectively ruled out. Yet, why was there such a drastic shift in his demeanor before and after he opened his eyes? If his memory served him right, It was Tom who had reduced him to this pitiful state not long ago. Eat, Tom barked, swatting Harry's hand away with a scowl. It was fortunate that he had learned to read lips. Otherwise, he would never have guessed what Harry intended to say in the end. He had never encountered anyone so foolish, who, at that moment, didn't he even know to resist. Instead of reaching for his wand, he was still asking infuriating questions. Perhaps it would be better to simply strangle this dim-witted lion and be done with it. Obediently, Harry began to consume the warm milk oatmeal that Tom had brought him. As he sipped, he gazed at Tom, who was engrossed in a book. Perhaps it was the intensity of his scrutiny that prompted Tom to leave the room within 10 minutes, seemingly heading for the library. No sooner had Tom departed than Harry leaped from the bed. Admittedly, this action was somewhat challenging for him at the moment. He was so shocked by Tom's behavior that he momentarily forgot about his wounds. He winced as he drew a sharp breath and hurried to the full-length mirror, turning his back to it to remove his nightgown. His back was a canvas of tender pink flesh. No wonder even the slightest movement caused such pain. Turning around, he examined his neck, which appeared pale and smooth, showing no signs of bruising. This suggested that when he had lost consciousness, Tom must have already tended to his wounds. Judging by the state of his back, it was highly probable that Tom had carried him back. A silly grin spread across Harry's face. It seemed Tom ultimately believed him, and a few injuries were of little consequence. He picked up the nightgown from the floor and put it back on, only to suddenly recall a crucial detail. When he had entered the Chamber of Secrets, he had been dressed in his formal Hogwarts uniform. From his shirt to his tie to his robes, all impeccably arranged. Yet now, he was clad in nothing but a nightgown. It was clear that Tom could not have taken him to the hospital wing, which implied that Tom had removed his clothes, healed his wounds, and then dressed him in the nightgown. Did that mean he had been completely exposed to Tom? Please don't let it be as I imagine. Harry groaned softly, rushing into the bathroom, where he indeed found his previous attire. Tom had also cast a repair charm on it. His robes looked just as they had before. Harry's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to collapse. It was utterly mortifying. Although they were both boys, if that boy was Tom, Harry buried his face in his hands, internally lamenting the ruin of his image. Honestly, both of you have been quite peculiar lately, a tiny voice piped up, startling Harry so much that he nearly stepped back. He glanced around, discovering that the voice emanated from the silver mirror before him. It was intricately carved with two serpents entwined around each other. Harry had never heard them speak before. Oh, you frightened this poor boy. Another serpent chimed in softly. Not me. Wait, do all the serpentine carvings of Slytherin speak? Harry pondered, attempting to comprehend the situation and posing a question that had long perplexed him. The first serpent rolled its eyes at him. If it were capable of such a gesture. Of course not. But we aren't the only ones. It's just that they cannot understand us. Are you referring to us? Me and Tom. Harry snapped back to reality, quickly grasping the meaning behind its initial statement. Are there others? Anyone else? The first serpent replied with disdain. To be frank, about 8 hours ago, he barged in here, heedlessly splashing cold water on his face. Mind you, it is winter. No amount of persuasion could dissuade him. And he acted just like you did earlier, staring at us for an extended period, the second serpent added, seeming more amiable towards Harry. It's now approximately noon. 8 hours. That would be around 4 in the morning? Harry mused. Could it be that Tom had brought him back from the Chamber of Secrets, sparing him from a repeat of his reckless impulses? That was a rather thoughtful notion. Harry shook off the chill of his own dark humor. Did he say nothing? Harry asked tentatively. While the likelihood was slim, Tom typically kept his innermost thoughts to himself. Perhaps he was less guarded with serpents. Sometimes he shares his concerns with us. The first serpent said with a sense of pride. Upon witnessing the glimmer of anticipation in Harry's eyes, it added dismissively, but we are willing to keep his secrets. Chapter 226. The second serpent shook its head regretfully. Yes. It seems he had nothing to say this time. Thank you, Harry replied. Realizing he could glean no further useful information from them, he expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Once the bathroom door closed, a profound silence enveloped the space for several moments. You don't actually dislike this boy as much as you pretend, do you? The second serpent remarked affirmatively. The first serpent scoffed. A Gryffindor. It spat with disgust. Is there anything more endearing than that? The tone dripped with sarcasm. Yet one cannot deny that he is genuine. The current Slytherins are certainly. The second serpent suddenly halted, letting out a long sigh, not even remotely comparable to this foolish Gryffindor. You finally admit it. He is a true Gryffindor, asking questions without any hint of subtlety. The first serpent continued to deride. But one thing cannot be denied. Tom is exceedingly lonely, and I cannot bear to see him like this. Before Tom moved in, it had been ages since anyone had spoken to them. As such a rare entity as a parcel mouth, all of Slytherin's conscious serpents stood firmly on Tom's side. They were privy to the arduous journey Tom had undertaken from his origins in a Muggle orphanage to his current status, the immense effort he had expended, and the challenges he had faced. "So that is why you spoke up today," the second serpent teased. "You cannot claim you have no hope for Harry Potter." The first serpent faltered, finally managing to say, "Well, that is unavoidable. Why would a Gryffindor be sorted into Slytherin? Is the sorting hat so blind that it cannot see such an obvious truth?" By the end, its tone had turned venomous, expressing disdain for Godric Gryffindor, who had ultimately parted ways with Salazar Slytherin due to their disagreements. Outside, Harry remained oblivious to the escalating debate regarding his character unfolding within the mirror. He was rummaging through the collapsible potions kit that Voldemort had gifted him, which contained a plethora of remedies, more than sufficient to treat his ordinary flesh wounds. It must be said that Voldemort's potion-making skills had significantly advanced over the years, though it was also possible that Tom had yet to acquire many rare ingredients to squander. By afternoon, everyone was surprised when Tom, who had claimed he needed to rest for a while before recovering, appeared in their transfiguration class. Harry appeared somewhat pale, yet his spirits seemed high. In truth, he had fully healed, but he deliberately maintained a facade of slight paleness to avoid exposing Tom's lie about his illness. Before the lesson commenced, Professor Dumbledore conducted his customary roll call. When he reached Harry's name, his piercing blue eyes flickered. "I heard from Professor Slughorn that you were unwell." They had had 2 potions classes earlier that morning. Harry glanced at Tom before replying, "I feel much better now. Do you not need to visit the hospital wing?" Listening to Professor Slughorn's tone, it was evident that he harbored considerable concern for you. Dumbledore observed Harry and Tom, who remained seated together, and continued his inquiry. "I am quite well, thank you, Professor," Harry affirmed resolutely. Dumbledore's demeanor suggested a lingering doubt regarding whether Tom had indeed harmed him. Although that was the truth, Harry felt entirely capable of managing the situation with Hermione. "You were nearly suffocated." He was well aware of Voldemort's aversion toward Dumbledore. Following the latter's suggestion to visit the hospital wing would do nothing to ameliorate their relationship. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes were fixed intently on Harry from above his crescent spectacles. Without uttering another word, he proceeded to call the roll. The class progressed smoothly. Harry had long mastered the vanishing spell. Subsequently, he adeptly applied a more challenging summoning charm. However, it appeared that only he and Tom had succeeded in this endeavor, leaving the others to practice diligently overnight in hopes of mastering these 2 skills by the next day's lesson. Since Harry began private tutoring with Voldemort, the school curriculum had become remarkably manageable. After class, Professor Dumbledore retained Harry's presence, noticing that Tom had completely disregarded him as he exited. Harry sincerely hoped that Dumbledore was not about to suggest another visit to the hospital wing. "Harry, may I address you as such?" Dumbledore descended from the lectern, his chestnut beard cascading below the table's edge. "Of course, Professor," Harry replied, observing that the younger Dumbledore seemed slightly taller than he was in later years. "I assume you might be speculating as to why I have kept you back, given your commendable performance in class, correct?" Dumbledore inquired gently. Yet he was not seeking Harry's opinion, for he continued, "We both know that your capabilities extend far beyond this. Indeed, they are exceedingly advanced. So why do you exert such effort to attend Hogwarts, even when you might glean no useful knowledge here?" Chapter 2:27. Harry suddenly realized that his forged records had been discovered by Dumbledore. "I have my reasons, sir," he replied ambiguously, not wishing to deceive the venerable elder whom he had always respected. Unable to speak, Dumbledore scrutinized Harry closely. Harry shook his head. "Is it related to Tom Riddle?" Dumbledore continued, seemingly resigned. Harry nodded, then shook his head. "It was connected to him, yet also to himself. You are attempting to resolve some rather challenging issues, you know. Some matters are more easily articulated than accomplished alone," Dumbledore encouraged, gazing at Harry with a supportive expression. "No, I believe this is something I must undertake alone." Dumbledore likely feared that Harry might suffer in his dealings with Tom, yet Harry neither required nor desired his assistance. Merely being cautious and vigilant, as Dumbledore was, would not resolve the issues at hand. Moreover, Dumbledore was likely preoccupied with the affairs concerning Gellert Grindelwald in Germany and could spare no attention for Tom, who had yet to become a Dark Lord. Harry pondered this and voiced his inquiry. "How is Grindelwald faring, Professor?" Watching 2 Dark Lords rise in succession without the ability to intervene must be quite disheartening, especially considering the unusually close relationship with the former. Dumbledore appeared visibly astonished. "Harry, you. So it seems we both have our respective duties," Harry interjected, rising to his feet. He was not truly prepared for an intimate discussion regarding the Dark Lord. "I shall take my leave now, Professor." His relationship with Tom had just begun to show signs of improvement, and he could not afford to jeopardize it due to this conversation. Dumbledore watched as Harry departed, lingering for a moment before sighing deeply. Upon exiting the classroom, Harry found that, predictably, all the other students had vanished. Yet, Tom's whereabouts were easily discernible, as he could invariably be found in the library outside of lessons, meals, and sleep. Harry adjusted his bag upon his shoulder and traversed a lengthy corridor before descending the stairs. Just as he turned a corner, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the shadows, covering his mouth and dragging him into the darkness. After a brief struggle, Harry ceased to resist, for he recognized the familiar aura. The hands, pale yet long and powerful, belonged to someone he had seen countless times, gripping a wand in a distinctive manner, delicately turning the pages of a book, or holding a crystal glass filled with Scotch whiskey. He vividly recalled the sensation of those hands upon his body, sliding from behind his ear to his chest, firmly encircling his waist, or moving with a distinct dexterity within him. "What troubles you?" Tom observed Harry's compliance, loosening his grip after the reflexive moment of resistance. In that instant, he sensed Harry's accelerated heartbeat and the warmth rising to his cheeks. "Nothing," Harry replied, attempting to mask the sudden wave of disappointment, mumbling incoherently. He straightened and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. This was an abandoned corridor, one side lined with a long sloped stone sink, the window at the end boarded up, allowing only a sliver of daylight to seep through, rendering the space exceedingly dim. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. "Wait, that's a question I ought to be asking you. What are you doing here?" "Naturally. It involves matters I would prefer to keep from prying ears." Tom stepped closer. A beam of light illuminated the area near his brow, his dark eyes locking onto Harry through the motes of dust suspended in the air. The shadow cast by his brow partially obscured his piercing gaze, creating an ethereal effect. Harry instinctively took a step back, his back colliding with the uneven wall. Although his previously raw skin had healed completely, the nerve endings remained sensitive, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. What others? His mind finally began to process the implications. Was it concerning Professor Dumbledore? Observing every subtle shift in Harry's expression, Tom halted. Surely he had already been unable to restrain himself from issuing a warning, had he not? Did he anticipate everything? Harry, feeling defeated, tightened his lips in silence. His reticence was interpreted by Tom as acquiescence. Was he concerned that voicing his thoughts might lead to harm, or was he instinctively defending Dumbledore? The dark-haired boy twisted his lips, seemingly on the verge of mocking laughter. Yet ultimately, he succumbed to the judgment brewing in his mind, instantaneously feeling a wave of irritation. Tom glared at Harry, silent, before turning to leave. "Tom." Harry reacted only after Tom had taken 3 steps away, realizing that he intended to end the conversation. But he had yet to voice anything. "Hey, stop. Didn't you say you had something to discuss?" "I have asked all I needed," Tom replied tersely, not looking back as he continued walking away. Something was amiss. Harry sprinted a few paces and grasped Tom's arm. When Tom turned back in surprise, Harry recognized that his body had acted before his mind could catch up. "But I haven't finished." Harry was oblivious as to why Tom reacted so strongly to his silence. So he decided to divulge everything. "The professor wants to know what I am doing, but I told him it's my business." Chapter 228. Tom halted. He turned his head to scrutinize Harry, as if assessing the truth of his statement. Finally, he said, "So you do know what you are doing then?" "Of course." Harry hastily assured him, fully aware of his own intentions. Tom raised an eyebrow. "So, does this mean you will frequently be tugging on me like this in the future?" Harry followed Tom's gaze down to their hands, realizing he had nearly bruised Tom's wrist. "I'm sorry." Harry hastily released his grip, acutely aware of the flush that crept across his cheeks. Tom observed his reaction, poised to utter a word, when distant voices began to filter through the air. "Is everything ready?" "Indeed, it seems he is recovering well." "That's good. I was hoping to have Tom bring some homemade potions for him." The voices grew nearer, clearer. It was Professor Dumbledore and Professor Slughorn. Harry and Tom exchanged a glance. They were in a precarious situation. While Slughorn might be manageable, being discovered by Dumbledore would spell trouble. Despite the darkness of the corridor, the presence of others was unmistakable. Moreover, their path was a dead end. The only way to escape was through the very corridor where the professors were approaching, and stepping out would reveal them instantly. Harry's eyes darted around frantically. He could perform the disillusionment charm, yet he hesitated to reveal this to Tom, especially after the earlier display of irritation. The thought of Tom discovering he had been following him over the summer would undoubtedly incite further anger. But how could he conceal himself in this unyielding corridor? Suddenly, Harry spotted a faded door on the wall, covered in layers of dust from neglect, blending seamlessly with the grimy stone walls. Evidently, a broom cupboard. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung it open and dragged Tom inside. The footsteps approached ominously. The cupboard was low, forcing them both to crouch uncomfortably, face to face. Behind Harry was a long-abandoned bucket, further constraining his movements, compelling him to be cautious not to knock it and create noise. "You seem rather experienced," Tom murmured in a barely audible voice, leaning closer, his hands pressed against the back of the cupboard to steady himself as he slowly rose. "What are you doing?" "They're almost here," Harry exclaimed anxiously, yet Tom remained silent. His movements forced Harry to hunch down further, pressing his hand against the inner wall of the cupboard. At that moment, he longed to cast a silencing charm on the bucket to sit upon it for balance. But his current position rendered his wand unreachable in his robe pocket. The professor's conversation shifted to recent events, and Harry mentally urged himself to endure just a little longer. They would soon pass. Yet, his precariously suspended body was proving uncooperative, slipping downward, his fingers grazing the wooden surface of the cupboard, producing an audible sound. Did you hear something? The footsteps halted outside. Harry found himself nose to nose with Tom in the darkness, their breaths mingling in the confined space. Just as discovery loomed, Tom encircled Harry's waist with one arm, arresting his descent. Perhaps it was merely a mischievous cat, Albus. You know how Hogwarts can be rife with unexpected occurrences. Professor Slughorn remarked, oblivious to the strange noise, as he eagerly pressed on. Do tell me more about the movements of those Germans. Surely they can't be crossing the English Channel? No, I don't believe they will. Dumbledore's voice sounded weary. They are preoccupied with territorial disputes in North Africa with American wizards. Of course, we have dispatched our own people, and those Eastern Slavs, implying the Soviets, are providing their own challenges. As the footsteps resumed, Harry exhaled quietly in relief. However, upon regaining his composure, he noticed Tom's other hand had also found its way to his waist. Lifting his outer robe, Harry gasped, nearly losing control of his volume. What on earth are you doing? Stay still. They haven't gone far yet, Tom whispered, his voice dropping lower. He deftly pulled Harry's shirt hem free and slipped his hand beneath, moving with the agility of a serpent. His fingers roamed over Harry's back, probing here and pressing there, seemingly ensuring that Harry's injuries had indeed healed. I'm not noble enough to drag an injured body to class, Harry managed to say, striving to dispel the sensations flooding his mind. Tom remained oblivious to the implications of his actions. A low, throaty sound escaped Tom, reminiscent of a stifled chuckle. He pulled Harry closer, their bodies nearly touching. The pressure of his fingers slowed, tracing the contours along Harry's shoulder blades, then descending along his spine, pressing down one vertebra at a time. The sensation was overwhelming. Harry began to tremble, and his overly sensitive nerve endings faithfully relayed every touch. He nearly succumbed to the illusion that Tom's eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light in the darkness. As Tom's fingers ventured lower, they brushed against the waistband, continuing to explore along the base of his spine. Chapter 229. Harry felt as though he might leap from his skin. However, the cramped confines of the cupboard left no room for movement. A slight struggle revealed that his legs had inexplicably gone weak. Enough, Tom, he finally growled through clenched teeth, fighting against the urge to moan. How dare he command him to stop? It had been ages since anyone had spoken to him in such a tone. Tom arched an eyebrow in the dim light. Yet, this indignant reaction was preferable to lying lifelessly in bed. Tom was certain of that. He withdrew his hand, flinging the cupboard door open with a flourish. The cold air rushed in, dispersing the musty odors of the cupboard and washing away the lingering tension. Harry jolted at the sudden sound, quickly realizing that in the meantime, Professors Dumbledore and Slughorn had moved on. Shall I carry you out? Tom inquired with a teasing lilt. Observing Harry's stillness, in the faint light, he noticed the dampness at the corners of Harry's eyes and the flush on his cheeks. A twinge of regret washed over him. Perhaps he had opened the door too soon. Harry regained his composure, hastily swatting Tom's hand away before vaulting out and beginning to straighten his disheveled clothes. No more malicious teasing from you, he stated as he adjusted his attire, and thank you for helping to heal my wounds, but I hope you can forget about this. Why? Tom asked, brushing off the dust from his own clothes and glancing at Harry. Understanding dawned. He smirked. Rest assured, I won't become infatuated with a scarred corpse. Harry glared at him. That's all you're doing? Isn't it? It turned out you could heal yourself, couldn't you? Our little potions prince. Tom continued. Professor Slughorn is absolutely enamored with your cauldrons. Harry unapologetically interjected. Those were your potions. You gifted them to me. Tom's brow furrowed tightly. Would I do such a thing? It's hard to imagine how I could. He recalled the undeniable allure he had felt moments ago, and his train of thought faltered, shifting to another query. And how did you come to accept it? 50 years. Initially, I had no idea it was you. Harry inhaled deeply. As for appearances, I suppose I was deceived. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away. If Tom were to discover how powerful he had become later on, wouldn't that only inflate his arrogance? Tom raised an eyebrow. Was he being vague? Yet, he believed he had enough means to extract the truth. With Halloween behind them, Christmas loomed on the horizon. Professor Slughorn asked Tom to register the students who would remain at school, and without hesitation, Harry signed up, knowing full well that Tom would not return to the orphanage. Since opening the Chamber of Secrets, he hadn't taken the time to truly focus on it. Most of the Slytherin students returned home, with only a select few. such as Malfoy and Nott, inquiring if Tom would permit them to remain, their demeanor respectful and deferential. However, Tom declined their requests. Harry was one of the 2 Slytherin students who successfully stayed behind, enduring the envious glares from others. Yet, what captivated Harry was not Christmas, but the impending new year. He was uncertain whether Tom would be willing to let him celebrate his birthday together, but after the previous year's New Year celebrations, he had indelibly marked the date in his mind. The dilemma lay in what to offer as a birthday gift. Surely, he could not present a copy of the dark arts, a comprehensive guide, could he? December brought with it a greater accumulation of snow and an avalanche of assignments for the 5th-year students. As the head boy, Tom faced an even heavier workload than his peers, supervising the decoration of the castle and the hanging of garlands on the fir trees, ensuring the mischief-maker Peeves was kept at bay, and watching over the 1st and 2nd years who were confined indoors due to the cold rain. Fortunately, Slytherin students were obedient to Tom, taking turns patrolling the corridors with Argus Filch. Harry couldn't help but notice that Filch, in his youthful days, was no different than he was 50 years later in terms of suspicion and paranoia. There was one last Quidditch match before Christmas, and Harry found himself unexpectedly disinterested. During the first match of the term, he had eagerly rushed to watch, only to discover the players were merely going through the motions, and the stands were sparsely populated. As they described it, as long as one could mount a broomstick, that was sufficient. In critical moments, apparition proved to be far more convenient. Once again, Harry acknowledged the disparity of the times. During a period when both Muggles and Wizards were embroiled in a world war, it was entirely understandable that enthusiasm for Quidditch had waned. Headmaster Armando Dippet had even contemplated canceling the matches altogether. But Professor Dumbledore insisted on providing the students with an activity that allowed them to breathe freely, which is why Quidditch continued. Although Harry suspected that few truly cared about its existence. Reflecting on this, Harry also considered that Voldemort's lack of proficiency with broomsticks later on could be attributed not only to his aversion to relying on external aids, but also to the prevailing circumstances. As the holiday approached, the number of students in the castle dwindled, leaving only a handful behind. At the Christmas Eve feast, Harry was astonished to discover that he and Tom were the only remaining Slytherins. Indeed, Tom had sent home any Slytherin students wishing to stay, while others from different houses were likely not permitted to miss the rare opportunity to reunite with family during wartime. The Great Hall was adorned with 2 towering coniferous trees, bedecked with golden orbs and glistening icicles, topped with a charming fairy crafted from candy, her transparent wings fluttering gently. The banquet was lavish, and Harry surmised that the Hogwarts house elves must have exerted immense effort. At the table, Professor Slughorn continued to lavish praise upon Tom, who, much like a fixture in the library, was present every single day. "It is Christmas vacation, Tom," he said with a beaming smile, a half-eaten candied fruit in hand. "In my day, I certainly was not as diligent as you." He cast a glance at the other heads of houses, clearly reveling in the moment. Tom smiled subtly, his lips pressed together, choosing not to respond. Harry observed his expression, feeling that he had struck the perfect balance, avoiding embarrassment for Professor Slughorn while not appearing overly proud and offending the other professors. "Harry, diligence is commendable, but as Tom's roommate, you should sometimes remind him to take a break, Both of you are far too thin," Professor Slughorn admonished Harry. Harry thought to himself, "Is this concern truly directed at me?" He nodded silently, emulating Tom's demeanor. Slughorn seemed satisfied with this response. He then turned to Dumbledore to discuss the Christmas gifts he had received this year. A magnificent candy gift basket, a bottle of Chardonnay brandy from St. Omer, from Burgundy, France. It's quite rare to obtain such a bottle in the current climate. As he spoke, his excitement was palpable, his ginger mustache quivering with delight. Just as Harry had served himself a small plate of buttered peas, Dippet's voice rang out. "Indeed, you are both far too thin. Come now, eat a bit more. Today is Christmas." With a wave of his wand, a mountain of roast meats and turkey appeared on their plates. Tom was indeed quite popular, further testament to his charm. Harry observed the identical expressions of affection on the faces of the other professors, hastily joining in their expressions of gratitude. He then reached for a dish of mandarin orange marmalade, deliberately nudging it towards Tom. As far as Harry knew, Voldemort preferred lighter flavors. Yet he would undoubtedly finish all the food he disliked in front of the professors. As Tom looked at the bright orange marmalade, his hand hesitated. He glanced at Harry, who had begun to focus on his portion of meat. Tom returned his gaze, lowering his head slightly, a fleeting smile glimmering in his dark eyes. One he himself did not even realize was there. Dumbledore, while listening to Slughorn's incessant chatter about Christmas, meticulously sliced his sausage, keeping a watchful eye on Harry and Tom's interactions. Their subtle exchanges did not escape his notice, and he found himself somewhat surprised. It appeared Harry was indeed aware of what he was doing, and it seemed to be effective. In truth, Harry's previous outright rejection had taken him aback. Moreover, he showed a degree of understanding regarding the secretive work he was undertaking. He had even produced a nearly flawless false identity. Had he not ventured to France for verification, it would have surely gone unnoticed. Dumbledore harbored significant doubts. Harry had evidently taken the current war situation into account, opting for a more distant route to France, which greatly diminished the likelihood of his being discovered. All of this indicated that Harry was far from an ordinary fifth-year student. He resisted acknowledging the truth, yet one glance into his clear, resolute emerald eyes revealed that Harry was undeniably a person of steadfast conviction. Though his origins remained shrouded in mystery, Dumbledore found himself naturally inclined to trust him. Dumbledore helped himself to a piece of toffee finger biscuit. Harry possessed a captivating quality, a blend of Gryffindor's fervent bravery and Slytherin's astute cunning. Voldemort mused, Dumbledore, have your eyes finally grown dim? Harry has only scratched the surface of my teachings. It sounded contradictory, yet, truth be told, Harry did not seem out of place in the slightest. Perhaps he could indeed manage the aloof and calculating Tom Riddle. Harry was right. He still had to contend with Grindelwald across the channel. Meanwhile, Slughorn had begun discussing the merits of different brandies. Dumbledore slowly closed his eyes for a brief moment. When he reopened them, no one noticed the fleeting shadow of melancholy that had crossed his features. After the feast concluded, Harry retired to the dormitory early to sleep. However, he had barely lain down when he awoke from a strangely familiar dream. The antiquated Muggle architecture stood under a sky adorned with drifting snowflakes, the icy, unyielding stone steps leading to a desolate street illuminated by the soft glow of yellowish windows, while the air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of food. A gnawing hunger gripped Harry, who was certain he had experienced a dream akin to this before, yet, upon awakening, he found himself gazing upon a black velvet bed draped with golden-trimmed curtains, a memory from his first year spent celebrating Christmas at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Chapter 231. Harry blinked, then blinked again, finally aligning the dreamlike images. It was Christmas in Muggle London, specifically near the orphanage where Tom resided. No wonder such a dream had visited him. It was a recollection of Voldemort, and he now realized that one of those dilapidated Muggle buildings was indeed the orphanage. With a swift motion, Harry turned and sat up, glancing across at the opposite bed, which was empty. Damn it, didn't Tom need to sleep? He hastily dressed in a sweater, surmising that Tom was likely in the Chamber of Secrets. The night was dark, and the snowfall continued to swirl outside. As he approached the corner of the first-floor hall, a gust of frigid wind accompanied by snowflakes rushed past him, prompting Harry to tighten his collar. The courtyard lay blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and the tower tops in the distance were similarly adorned. Just as Harry contemplated ascending the stairs, he noticed a shadow near the steps at the edge of the courtyard. Moving closer, he discerned that it was Tom, standing still, gazing upward at the sky. What on earth was he doing out here in the middle of the night, watching the snowfall? Harry felt exasperated. Tom, he called out as he approached. You can't keep doing this. Then he noticed that Tom was blanketed in snowflakes, some melting and forming tiny icicles on him. How long have you been standing here? You're going to turn into a snowman. Harry attempted to pull him to the shelter of the eaves, but his hand encountered an icy grip. He was genuinely taken aback. For Merlin's sake, do you wish to freeze to death? Tom's gaze, which had been fixed on the sky, flickered toward Harry. Yet his body remained motionless. Ice melt, waterproof, warmth like spring. Harry realized reasoning with Tom was futile and drew his wand. He tested Tom's hand, which had thawed but still felt cold to the touch. He suspected Tom was perilously close to freezing solid, as even the warming charm was taking its time to take effect. At this rate, you'll fall ill. Shall we return? Harry ventured cautiously. Tom's demeanor seemed off tonight, as his recent dream had indicated. The dark-haired, dark-eyed boy turned his head to look at him but remained silent. Harry sighed inwardly and then removed his outer robe, draping it over Tom's shoulders. As he fastened the collar, he felt disheartened to realize that whether it was the Tom who had once lurked in shadows or this younger version of Voldemort, both were a good half a head taller than him. Nevertheless, Harry managed to secure the robe around Tom and then cast a warming charm on himself. Standing side by side with Tom on the steps, gazing at the falling snowflakes, it occurred to him that neither of them had ever experienced a proper Christmas. Not even once. The biting cold wind against his face prompted this reflection. In his aunt's home, Christmas gifts amounted to little more than a few cookies. Dudley's gifts were an entirely different story, utterly incomparable. Perhaps his relative happiness compared to Voldemort lay in the fact that he had lived in a time of peace and economic prosperity, untouched by the world economic crises of his childhood or the specter of the Second World War during his youth. His parents had died protecting him, while Voldemort's parents abandoned him. Despite the meager rations at the orphanage, he at least had some bread to stave off hunger. He had never endured a Christmas Eve while still ravenous. Dudley had always bullied him, Yet the orphanage had more Muggle children, whose cold disdain and hostility could sometimes wound more deeply than outright insults. Thus, while they were remarkably similar, they ultimately became different individuals. When Harry returned to his senses, he noticed that a layer of snow had accumulated at his feet. He then realized that Tom remained utterly still, his temperature still frigid. Feeling a surge of frustration, Harry grasped Tom's exposed hand. "I say, you must return to the warmth of the fireplace in the cellar. You can't stay out here." Before he could finish, he felt Tom's hand tighten around his. Harry paused, gazing into those deep, dark eyes that appeared even more profound in the night, and finally did what he had long desired but had hesitated to do. He wrapped his arms around the boy who had once existed only in his memories. Tom Riddle looked down at the head resting against his chest. Harry urged him to return and dry his clothes, expressing concern for his well-being, fearing he might catch a chill or fall ill, or simply be unhappy. No one had ever shown him such care, not for his threats, his handsome appearance, or his clever flattery, but purely for the person he was. Every year, during this span from Christmas to New Year, his spirits would plummet. Previously, he had only speculated about his origins. Now, knowing that his biological parents had abandoned him, he felt as though his heart had frozen solid. Yet now, where that head rested, a comforting warmth began to spread. His pulse and heartbeat gradually revived, and he wondered why they beat so loudly. Once he released Harry's hand, the latter grumbled in dissatisfaction, tightening his embrace around Tom's waist, unfastening the robe Harry had draped over him, and enveloping them both within it, pulling the boy closer. The Gryffindor lion always possessed a certain reckless spirit. Tom noticed the person in his arms shudder slightly at his actions, yet he showed no inclination to let go. He gently rubbed his chin against Harry's hair, sensing that the warming charm was finally beginning to take effect. Chapter 232. They stood there, snowflakes swirling around them as they fell, enveloped in darkness and tranquility. In the office of the Transfiguration professor on the second floor, the curtains descended silently. Tom had fallen ill. Truth be told, standing outdoors during a snow-laden winter night for 5 or 6 hours was hardly a wise decision. With insufficient clothing and no protective spells cast, wasn't he at time to take some medicine? Harry huffed in annoyance. One moment they were standing together, and the next, Tom collapsed against him, his face flushed and body stiff, nearly sending Harry into a panic. Testing Tom's forehead, he realized the boy had developed a fever. Harry found himself obliged to play the role of porters, carrying the unconscious boy back to their dormitory. The one being carried seemed utterly unconcerned. Tom sat on the bed. Covered by the blanket Harry had tucked him in, holding a crystal vial, examining it intently. "The one you took out last time," he remarked, his eyes fixed on Harry. "This cap bears the same mark. Don't tell me you have the mind to study that now," Harry retorted, exasperation evident in his voice. He had to admit that Tom's observation was astute. He had broken the vial containing the snake venom antidote shortly after producing it. Yet Tom had clearly discerned its details. "I already told you. That potion is yours. The mark is there." "My mark?" Tom arched an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "The shape resembles a ring, doesn't it? I must say, the gem embedded in it has a rather peculiar design. Will you drink the potion if I tell you?" Harry asked, resigned. Tom had grown up in the Muggle world, entirely oblivious to the Hallows, and Harry was unsure if revealing this information was prudent. In truth, the Deathly Hallows were merely a legend, even though Tom later adopted the moniker of Lord Voldemort to escape death. Tom remained silent, his gaze still locked onto Harry. "Very well, let me ponder how to convey this to you," Harry contemplated rapidly in his mind. "If I divulge this to Tom, he would undoubtedly take an interest in the Deathly Hallows, of that I am certain. Currently, the ring rests in Morfin Gaunt's possession. The invisibility cloak should be with his grandfather, Charles Potter. As for the Elder Wand, it is firmly held by the Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald in Germany. Meanwhile, Tom is preoccupied with proclaiming himself the heir of Slytherin, intending to seek his biological father in Little Hangleton next summer, and at this moment, he is not contemplating the creation of Horcruxes for immortality. Therefore, the immediate priority is to deal with the female basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and then make Tom realize that the Deathly Hallows are merely a collection of powerful magical artifacts. He would certainly reconsider the notion of splitting his soul. The challenge lies in persuading Tom to believe my words. Can he trust my solitary testimony? After all, the legends do not suggest as much. A person of high repute, someone who could instill unwavering belief in Tom, flashed through Harry's mind. Oh, how foolish he was. There was indeed a ready candidate. "Well, have you made up your mind?" Tom leaned back, making himself more comfortable. He observed Harry's myriad expressions, ranging from hesitation to concern, until it seemed a light bulb flickered in Harry's mind. A smile nearly escaped him. It was almost palpable how the gears of thought were turning behind Harry's face. Surely, he wouldn't be able to lie convincingly? Harry settled beside Tom's bed and succinctly recounted the legend of the Deathly Hallows. "Oh, so this is the trace left by the resurrection stone ring?" Tom scrutinized the wax seal on the crystal vial more closely, finding it rather mundane. "You can converse with the deceased? I have no one I wish to see. Should I have my mother tell me how she abandoned me at the orphanage? What a ludicrous notion. Sounds dull?" Harry was utterly taken aback by such a response. He stared at Tom as the latter uncorked the vial and promptly drank the potion. "Well, it's not too unpleasant," Tom remarked. Then he noticed Harry's expression. "What troubles you?" Surely, he couldn't confess that he assumed Tom desired immortality? "No, nothing," Harry replied, shaking his head decisively. It appeared that Tom's inclination towards such thoughts emerged only after the chamber incident. He must not inspire him to think in that direction. The invisibility cloak as well. "It's merely a burden." Tom continued to comment on the Deathly Hallows, with only the Elder Wand sounding appealing. In any case, Harry seemed to grasp his nature well enough, rendering it unnecessary to conceal his true thoughts. From Tom's earlier expressions, one could deduce his anticipated reaction to this newfound knowledge. Ah, this was Voldemort indeed, showing interest in objects of immense power. Harry wisely chose to remain silent on the matter. Tom scrutinized his expression. "By your demeanor, I presume you know the whereabouts of that wand." His tone was remarkably assertive. It was entirely plausible, given that Harry hailed from the future. Chapter 233, Gellert Grindelwald. Harry replied dryly to the name. Rather than allowing Tom to search clandestinely, he might as well divulge it openly now. "Oh," Tom elongated the sound. "No wonder he always prevails. He possesses a wand that can vanquish all others." Seeing the longing on Tom's face, Harry couldn't help but retort loudly, "It is not invincible. As far as I know, there have been 3 occasions where its owners were defeated by others. Grindelwald fell to Dumbledore, Draco Malfoy disarmed Dumbledore, and he rebounded Voldemort's killing curse back at him. Grindelwald, I am not privy to the specifics. Dumbledore acted willingly, while Voldemort was directly killed by his own spell." "You do not desire it." Tom pressed his lips together, pausing for a considerable time before speaking again. "Indeed, I do not wish for it. It only brings war and slaughter. Why would I need such a thing?" Harry declared recklessly. "I cast it aside. Yes, I ultimately hurled it off the edge of a cliff." In truth, following the climactic battle, he returned to his infant body. Voldemort, having returned as well, was still intent on killing him. Yet Harry felt a powerful instinct that Voldemort later conveyed to him that the killing curse rebounded upon himself. If Voldemort truly had perished, the subsequent events would unfold thus. He would not retain that wand, stained with the blood of many. Let the legend remain merely a legend. Harry held this conviction firmly. Indeed, it resembled the impulsive actions one might expect from a Gryffindor. Tom had intended to voice this thought, but a part of him insisted that Harry was speaking the truth. He did not desire the Elder Wand because he deemed it unclean, a harbinger of calamity. How noble, how striking. At last, Tom clapped softly twice. Harry regarded him with no surprise. He did not believe that a few of his words could dissuade Tom from his intent. However, with summer still some time away, he was certain he could achieve it. Rising, he adjusted the angle of the pillow behind Tom. "The dawn is approaching. You should rest for a while. I shall reveal that secret once you regain your strength," he resolved, at least noting that Tom had become less resistant to him than before. One must tackle matters one at a time, was it not? "Yet I most certainly want it," Tom interjected unexpectedly. Harry froze, then realized Tom was referring to his future self. Observing Harry's reaction, Tom hastened to elaborate. "I acquired it, albeit through rather dubious means. Yet it did not bring me victory. Conversely, you, who claims to not desire it, ultimately triumphed. How else could you express your anger over 3 defeats? Well, at least I can regard this as a mark of your self-awareness." Harry exhaled deeply. "Is that scar on your forehead a remnant from that time?" Tom pressed on relentlessly. To be candid, Harry had no intention of revealing the truth of his rebirth to Tom. It was not a deliberate concealment, but rather that he himself had yet to ascertain whether he had returned to history or to some other scenario. Everything felt genuine, yet he sensed an indefinable discord. Nonetheless, Tom was remarkably astute, deducing from a few minor clues that Voldemort's future self had indeed attempted to act against him more than once, and had failed. "I have declared it, sleep," Harry insisted, reluctant to discuss further. Yet Tom clutched the blanket to prevent himself from slipping away, despite his thoughts beginning to blur from the potion's effects. What was this? He failed to articulate his last few words, his head lolling as he succumbed to slumber. It was merely standard cold medicine, and the swift effect necessitated a good sleep. Knowing full well that Tom was now in a deep slumber, Harry retorted with annoyance. "How clever you are to bring yourself such frustration. I suppose it is no surprise that you are Voldemort." He gently helped the sleeping figure back onto the bed, gazing at that serene face, unable to resist leaning down to plant a kiss upon him. Despite his foul temper, he felt an inexplicable pang of tenderness. After that night, Tom continued to critique Harry's various Gryffindor-like traits, yet he ceased the veiled sarcasm. Harry mused that this was a positive development. Furthermore, since Christmas, they had not seen Professor Dumbledore at the dining table. According to Professor Slughorn, he had gone to lend a hand. The battle in Kursk was raging. Harry's knowledge of magical history was lacking, but he could vaguely recall that victory was achieved on the Northern Front in February of the following year. However, Dumbledore's absence was fortuitous, for he was preparing to contravene Hogwarts regulations. Indeed, it would be a considerable breach. On the eve of New Year's Eve, Harry roused Tom from his slumber in the dead of night. Surely, one does not wish to hear the chimes of the new year at such an hour? Tom harbored a certain resentment at being extracted from the warmth of his cozy bed, especially considering he had only just settled down. "Get up, come outside with me," Harry urged, seemingly unfazed by Tom's demeanor, continuing to press him. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Tom finally stirred. "I had thought you were one to adhere to the rules," he remarked,